The sky was a bright, clear blue, with clouds floating like smoke. Wildflowers and grasses swayed gently in the breeze, carrying a fresh, earthy scent. Normally, I take a moment to enjoy the view, but the fact that I had just woken up in a completely unfamiliar place put a damper on that. One moment, I was a regular overworked office drone from the 21st century, stuck in yet another late-night grind to fix unreasonable client demands. The next, I found myself here. My first thought? Did I just die from overwork? A quick glance around, and a new thought hit me. Wait. Did I time travel? The surroundings didn't seem like a place where one could stay safe for long. When I moved, I felt something tight squeezing my waist, and when I looked down, I saw an elaborate, multi-layered dress. It was adorned with gold embroidery, jewels, and glittering powder, making me look like some kind of medieval noblewoman dressed for an important event. But why would a noble lady appear fully dressed in the middle of nowhere? The landscape was a vast plain, with tall grass stretching as far as I could see. Strangely, there were no signs that anyone had walked here before me. My dress, heavy and pristine without even a speck of dirt, suggested I hadn't walked here either. Was I airdropped into this world? Looking up at the unfamiliar sun in the sky, I started wondering if this was even Earth. My dress and surroundings seemed Western and medieval, but something felt off. Regardless, my priority was clear: find people, figure out where I was, and what time period this might be. Realizing I couldn't possibly navigate in this cumbersome dress, I decided to take it off. Piece by piece, I stripped away the heavy layers, ending up with a makeshift outfit better suited for walking. Underneath, I found two notable clues: a rose insignia sewn into multiple layers of the dress, and a golden handbag containing a letter, a pocket watch, lipstick, and a makeup kit. The letter, signed by someone named Denoise Popperstein, mentioned an inherited farm left to me by my late grandmother. Strangely, the recipient's name was covered by a red mark that disappeared when I touched it, revealing my own name, Lucy. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared before my eyes, like in a video game. Wait, what? Was I not only in another world, but inside some sort of farming game? The game panel looked suspiciously like the one I used to play on my phone to de-stress from work. The backstory of the game's character, a burned-out city worker inheriting a farm, eerily mirrored my current situation. Except this version had a medieval twist, and I wasn't sure I liked it. Still, if I wanted to make sense of this world, I had to find the farm. As I examined the pocket watch, I noticed an old photo of a young girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to my current self. My face, reflected in the mirror of the makeup kit, was like an upgraded version of my original appearance, as if someone had used a character customization feature. Was this real? Or some twisted version of a farming game, where I was now the protagonist? Either way, I had no choice but to play along and hope to survive whatever this world, or system, threw at me. The makeup kit I found was small and square, made of silver, with compartments for foundation, highlighter, blush, and eyeshadow. It was surprisingly complete, even though my skin didn't really need makeup right now. There was also a round red lip balm in a tin, unlike modern lipsticks. Its bold red color was striking, but I had no use for it either. After putting everything back into the handbag, I glanced at the luxurious, disassembled dress pieces scattered around me. The fabric was covered in pearls, gems, and gold accents. Without hesitation, I stripped off the valuable decorations, wrapped them in cloth, and tucked them safely with the handbag. These items might be my ticket to survival once I found civilization. The leftover fabric could serve as a blanket to stay warm at night. The metal framework from the dress was surprisingly sturdy. After testing it, I realized it could be repurposed into a weapon or a basic shelter support. Practicality was my priority now. As I was organizing my makeshift supplies, a sudden gust of wind hit me, followed by an earth-shaking roar from the sky. Instinctively, I looked up. "Is that a dragon?" I muttered in disbelief. It was massive, ice blue, with wings so large they stirred the wind with every beat. Its body looked like a bloated lizard, and its presence was overwhelming, even from thousands of meters above. The dragon's gaze locked onto me for a brief moment, and my body froze with fear. I couldn't move, couldn't think. Then, just as suddenly, the dragon looked away and flew off, leaving me trembling and gasping for air. After regaining some composure, I processed what I'd just seen. Dragons were real here. That meant this wasn't just a medieval world. It was a fantastical one with who knew what other dangers lurking around. Logic told me that the dragon's presence would temporarily scare off other predators. If I wanted to survive, I had to move now while the area was relatively safe. Checking the time on the pocket watch, 12:27 p.m., I calculated that I had about 7 hours of daylight left to find food, water, and shelter. Walking across the vast grassland, I stuck close to the dragon's flight path for some semblance of safety. The game's guide arrows adjusted to my route like a GPS. Hours passed without encountering anything except bugs, and by the time hunger and thirst hit, I realized I hadn't stopped walking for 5 hours. Desperation forced me to consider eating the grass. I picked a plant that looked familiar, something like oversized mustard greens with bite marks from animals. Testing it cautiously, I took a bite. It was bitter and unpleasant, but the juice quenched my thirst. Barely. As I sat chewing on the miserable plant, I couldn't help but reflect on my absurd situation. I had traveled to a world with dragons, survived hours of walking through a grassland, and now I was reduced to eating grass like a desperate herbivore. My so-called second chance at life felt like the universe's cruel joke. But I couldn't give up. If I wanted to survive this harsh, unknown world, I had no choice but to keep going. The sun was halfway down, painting the grassland in golden hues. It reminded me of Earth's sunsets, though I couldn't help but notice how similar this world's sun looked to ours, just a glowing star in the sky. I was still mentally processing everything, but at least the wild mustard grass I'd eaten earlier seemed safe.
No rachas, nos tomachachas, no verde reactions.
Physically, I felt fine, unreasonably fine given my situation. Spiritually, not so much. Who eats grass to survive and doesn't feel just a bit broken? I'd packed extra grass, just in case, and continued walking in search of shelter before nightfall. The temperature had already dropped significantly, so I wrapped myself in scraps of my old dress for warmth. The moon here was stunning, much larger and brighter than Earth's, glowing as if it produced its own light. Despite its beauty, I knew the night could bring unknown dangers, so resting somewhere safe was my top priority. After hours of searching, I finally found a spot, a 2-meter-tall dirt mound with a single small tree growing on top. It was perfect. No tall grass, dry soil, and even the tree could provide some cover. Exhausted, I ignored the obvious. If I thought it was a good spot to rest, surely some animal might think the same. I made a makeshift bed using dry grass and dress fabric, curling up for warmth. As I drifted off, I prayed it wouldn't rain. But my uneasy sleep was interrupted by something warm and furry curling up next to me. It felt soft, like my grandmother's mink coat, but as my half-asleep brain caught up, I realized, why would I have a mink coat here? I opened my eyes and froze. It wasn't a coat, it was a wolf pup. Its face was nestled on my arm, fast asleep, looking oddly adorable. It had a mix of wolf and fox-like features, red markings on its fur, and a fiery pattern on its forehead. Fear gripped me. What if it wasn't a pup? What if it was dangerous? But its soft whines and snug cuddles suggested otherwise. It was just a baby. I sighed in relief, reasoning that it must have mistaken me for its mother. Exhaustion overwhelmed me again, and I fell back asleep, too tired to care anymore. The next morning, sunlight greeted me warmly, and the wolf pup, still perched on my stomach, stared at me with curious blue eyes. It looked playful, even elegant, with fluffy fur around its paws that resembled clouds. It watched as I packed up my things, obediently moving when I asked it to, like a well-trained dog. When I started eating some of the mustard grass, the pup grew curious and wanted to try. I shared a bit, and its disgusted expression almost made me laugh. Without hesitation, it dashed off and returned moments later with a chunk of meat. It placed it before me proudly, as if saying, "Eat this instead." I couldn't accept it. The meat was clearly old, likely spoiled. That's when it hit me. The pup's parents were likely gone. No predator would leave its young alone like this, and the spoiled meat suggested it had been fending for itself for some time. I tried explaining to the pup that it needed to leave the den and learn to hunt if it wanted to survive. The pup seemed to listen, tilting its head in an adorably confused way. It didn't follow me when I left, though part of me felt guilty for leaving it behind. I barely had the resources to survive myself. How could I care for a carnivorous baby wolf? As I walked on, I noticed something strange. Despite yesterday's grueling trek, my body felt completely fine. No soreness, no fatigue. If anything, I felt stronger. A thought struck me, and I summoned the system interface with my mind. Sure enough, the game-like system was tracking my stats. It even noted that sleep fully restored my energy and health. Somehow, the system was enhancing my body, making recovery almost effortless. I wasn't just surviving in this world, I was leveling up. With renewed energy, I pressed on, curious about what lay ahead in this strange, dangerous world. The system's game-like stats stared back at me, especially the stamina and energy values. I was struggling to believe this farming game system was real. Sure, I could see the virtual interface, but the promised farm was nowhere to be found. For all I knew, this might just be a mental breakdown from the stress of everything that had happened. Still, I followed the system's guidance because I had no better plan. But after waking up and realizing my body felt completely refreshed, like the game stats had actually been reset, I had to reconsider. Maybe this cheat system wasn't a delusion after all. The farming game it mimicked was a tedious but realistic grind, with stamina and energy determining how much a player could do daily. Stamina was semi-unlimited, it regenerated naturally, and could be replenished by eating. Energy, however, was finite and capped, limiting how much work could be done in a day. Interestingly, the system in this world seemed to retain some of the game's quirks. My stamina and energy had doubled thanks to the sleep mechanic. Plus, my body showed no signs of fatigue or even old injuries. Everything had been restored, down to the smallest scratch. It was as if my entire body refreshed at 4 a.m. each day, just like in the game. This meant I could theoretically keep going without proper food or rest. But that didn't mean I didn't feel hunger. By mid-morning, my stomach was growling so loudly, it was impossible to ignore. I reluctantly went back to eating the bitter mustard grass that had kept me alive these past 3 days. It wasn't enough to satisfy me, but it would do. As I trudged on, I began to notice more wildlife. The first creatures I saw were strange rabbit-like animals with mouse tails and cat whiskers. I named them round rabbits because of their basketball-sized, fluffy bodies. They weren't very bright, often crashing into rocks or each other, and their numbers made them easy prey. To my surprise, I didn't even have to hunt them. 2 rabbits collided and died on the spot right in front of me. It felt like the universe had handed me dinner. I gathered the bodies and found a spot to start a fire, using some of the decorative gemstones from my dress as makeshift lenses to ignite the flames. Preparing the rabbits, I decided to experiment with mud baking, wrapping the meat in grass and mud before cooking it in the fire. I even added some of the spicy-tasting gourd berries I'd found earlier. It wasn't much, but it was better than plain grass. While waiting for the food to cook, I washed my clothes, hair, and face for the first time in days. I felt almost human again, even if my system body seemed immune to dirt and illness. By the time the fire started dying down, I was ready to dig out the cooked meat when I heard rustling in the grass. The round rabbits I'd seen earlier were fleeing, followed by distant howls. A predator. The sound grew closer, and my pulse quickened. Running wasn't an option. I'd never outrun a predator in open grassland. Instead, I grabbed my makeshift stone axe, stoked the fire, and braced myself. The howls grew louder, but there was something oddly familiar about them.
Wait.
Is that what I think it is? I muttered, gripping my weapon tighter as I stared at the grass, waiting for whatever was coming. I heard rustling in the grass and froze, gripping my makeshift weapon. A small, familiar figure appeared, a wolf pup. "It's you," I exclaimed, recognizing the same wolf I'd met the first night. But then my voice changed. What happened to you? The pup looked awful. Its once beautiful fur was matted with dirt and dried blood. One eye was swollen shut, and it limped weakly. Still, it wagged its tail when it saw me, but it kept its distance, lying down submissively and looking at me with a pleading expression. Sighing, I couldn't resist its pitiful state. I approached cautiously, checking it for injuries. The pup stayed completely still, only whimpering softly when I touched its wounds. It had several bite and scratch marks, likely from a fight with other young predators learning to hunt. Somehow, it had escaped. So, you were used as a hunting dummy for a pack of juveniles, and they botched the job so badly you got away? I murmured as I cleaned its wounds with water. It whimpered again, almost like it was agreeing. Fortunately, none of its injuries were life-threatening, and its swollen eye just needed cleaning to heal. As I worked, I noticed its stomach growling. Mine joined in. Not surprising, since we'd both been running on empty for too long. I dug out the baked meat I'd prepared earlier, breaking open the clay crust to reveal the juicy, aromatic meat inside. The pup, now officially named Xiao Yuan Fate, watched me with wide eyes, confused but curious about the food. I laughed. Don't worry, it's meat. Better than grass, I promise. Sharing the meal, I was amazed at how good the roasted rabbit tasted. It was rich and flavorful, far better than I'd expected. Xiao Yuan scarfed down its share happily, its tail wagging furiously. For the first time in days, we were both satisfied. From that day on, Xiao Yuan became my companion. Despite its injuries, it followed me diligently, helping in small ways, carrying items or scouting ahead. At night, it curled up next to me, providing warmth and security during my vulnerable sleep mode. Food became a constant concern, especially with Xiao Yuan's appetite. Luckily, the round rabbits on the plains were easy to trap, even though Xiao Yuan could never catch one itself. Its clumsy attempts at hunting always ended in failure, leaving it sulking until I reassured it with a fresh catch. Over 10 days, I adapted to life on the plains. I wove a grass mat to sleep on, fashioned water pouches from rabbit hides, and even pieced together a fur blanket from pelts. Xiao Yuan's wounds healed, and its coat grew sleek and shiny again. We had come to depend on each other. As I reached the edge of the grasslands and spotted a towering mountain ahead, I couldn't believe how far I'd come. Surviving here felt impossible at first, but with my system's help and Xiao Yuan's companionship, I'd made it. Now, as I prepared for the next challenge, the forest ahead, I felt a strange sense of hope. Whatever came next, we'd face it together. The stone slabs were set up, with flames burning underneath. The midday sun shone on them, and soon a cloud of hot air was rising. Lu Shi cut the meat into slices and then smeared several kinds of wild vegetables that he had found during this period, which could be used as seasonings, on the meat slices first or later. Under the dual heating of flames and sunlight, the meat slices soon sizzled and gave off the aroma of barbecue. The golden fat overflowed from the barbecue, shining in the sun. Several kinds of wild vegetables used as seasonings, after being fried in the fat, emitted an aroma that stimulated the taste buds even more. Lu Shi turned back to get the tools and prepared to take out the roasted meat. He turned around and saw Xiao Yuan beside him. She was still sitting upright with saliva already flowing down the corners of her mouth, forming a small puddle on the ground. He couldn't help but smile and handed the first piece of roasted meat to Xiao Yuan. The size of the slab is not too big, and we are lucky to find the right stone, so we can't force the size. Furthermore, the stone knife was not sharp enough, and the slices of meat cut were the size of a palm, so it could not be called meat chunks, so only 3 or 4 slices could be roasted at a time. Lu Shi didn't have a big appetite. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he was almost full after eating 2 or 3 slices of barbecued meat. The rest was grilled to feed Xiao Yuan. It was a rare leisure time for him. Xiao Yuan was eating happily, wagging its tail. It looked very intimidating on the surface, with a reserved and elegant appearance, like a lady among wolves, but in fact, the tail behind it exposed everything. While they were eating, Xiao Yuan's ears suddenly moved sensitively, and she turned quickly towards the direction they came from. Lu Shi was stunned for a moment, and then immediately realized that something was wrong. The last time Xiao Yuan behaved like this was when they encountered a large lion-like creature. Without hesitation, Lu Shi stood up immediately, picked up his luggage in a few seconds, and ran towards the route he had chosen long ago, securing the luggage to his body while running to avoid affecting his movements. Xiao Yuan immediately threw away the half-eaten barbecue in her mouth, picked up 3 chubby rabbits tied into a ball with grass leaves that Lu Shi had not taken away, followed Lu Shi's footsteps, and soon surpassed Lu Shi, leading the way for Lu Shi. The stone slab and the half-roasted meat on it were not cleaned up and left there. Half of the reason was that time was tight, and there was no time to clean them up. The other half of the reason was that they hoped that the smell of the barbecue on the stone slab could attract the chasing creature and help Lu Shi buy more time to leave. Lu Shi originally thought that he would be able to leave the grassland soon. The traces of various creatures around him were reduced, especially the traces of large creatures, which were almost non-existent. So he started to barbecue on the stone slab with peace of mind. Unexpectedly, the aroma of the food still attracted predators on the grassland. However, no matter how upset he was, he couldn't change the current situation. Lu Shi could only lower his head and run towards the forest, trying to run as far as possible.
Roar.
A somewhat familiar roar came from the place where Lu Shi left. Lu Shi subconsciously looked back, and from a distance, she saw a familiar figure. Wasn't this the lion that stole her and Xiao Yuan's food last time? Was it not attracted by the smell, but was chasing after them? An idea quickly appeared in Lu Shi's mind. After all, there was no more reasonable reason to explain the lion's behavior. Is the meat she grilled really that attractive? Why didn't it give up after chasing for 3 or 4 days? But before she could think too much, Lu Shi quickly retracted her gaze and continued to run towards the forest. To her relief, the lion was indeed attracted by the grilled meat she left behind and stopped for a long time, giving her a chance to run away. However, the lion was much faster than Lu Shi, so Lu Shi did not dare to stop because of the temporary distance between them, for fear of being caught up again. Regardless of the physical exertion, Lu Shi arrived outside the dark forest just as night was about to fall. In the gradually darkening sky, the pitch-black forest looked like the open mouth of a giant beast, waiting to devour anyone who approached. Lu Shi looked at the forest ahead, her heart filled with uneasiness about the unknown, but she did not dare to stop. The danger of the forest was still in the dark, and the threat of the lion was already close at hand. He gritted his teeth and rushed in with Xiao Yuan. A forest without any trace of human life is even more difficult to move in than a grassland, and there are more dangers hidden in the dark, and they are more difficult to guard against. Night fell after Lu Shi entered the forest. The dense tree canopy blocked the last rays of light. Lu Shi, who was used to the moonlight at night, became a blind man in an instant. If she hadn't been able to see a fluorescent game panel in the pitch darkness, she would have doubted whether she was really blind. However, no one knew the working principle of this game panel. Although it seemed to be emitting light, it could not illuminate any part of Lu Shi's sight. It was pitch dark and the surrounding environment was extremely complicated, so Lu Shi couldn't help but stop here. Xiao Yuan noticed something. He had been leading the way in front, but stopped, turned around and walked to Lu Shi, rubbed her legs, put down the prey in his mouth, and spoke with questioning voice. Xiao Yuan, it's too dark here. I can't see anything. Lu Shi hesitated. The darkness increased her fear of the forest and made her afraid to take a step forward. But Lu Shi also knew that she shouldn't stop here. After calming herself down, she spoke in a firm tone. Xiao Yuan, I'll give you a rope later. You bite it and take me away. Although the cheating device Novice Guide exists, which allows Lu Shi to distinguish the direction of advance, the Novice Guide does not remind Lu Shi of the trees and stones ahead except for the direction. She still needs Xiao Yuan to lead the way for her. Ouch, Xiao Yuan responded. She tied the few prey that Xiao Yuan had put down on her back. Lu Shi was no longer in a hurry to travel, and even if she was in a hurry, there was nothing she could do, so there was no need for Xiao Yuan to continue to share the weight of the prey with her. She could just carry it on her back and walk slowly. A strong rope made of several strips of cloth was handed to Xiao Yuan, who held it in her mouth and led Lu Shi to walk in the forest. Lu Shi moved slowly forward in the darkness, following the force of the rope. More than half an hour later, Lu Shi couldn't help but be glad that she had made the right decision. At the edge of the forest, from the direction she came from, a huge, angry roar could be heard. It was the lion that was chasing them relentlessly. Perhaps the forest was not very friendly to its huge size, perhaps the danger in the darkness made it retreat, or perhaps it was because it was wary of the unknown situation in the forest. In the end, the lion stayed outside the forest and only uttered a few helpless and furious roars. Lu Shi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, because she couldn't see, she didn't actually walk too far. Otherwise, she wouldn't have heard the roar of the lion outside the forest. Once the lion chose to enter the forest, she would definitely be caught up. As she couldn't see, she didn't even know which direction to run away. After confirming that the lion would not enter the forest, Lu Shi did not plan to go any further. After all, even the lion did not dare to come in, so there was no telling what dangers might appear in the forest, although she had not encountered anything yet. Gently pulling the rope in his hand, Lu Shi called Xiao Yuan softly, "Xiao Yuan, we won't leave. Let's find a place to rest first." Xiao Yuan stopped obediently. Because she had the rope in her mouth, she just made a few sounds through her nose in response. As the time spent in the darkness increased, Lu Shi's eyes slowly began to adapt to the darkness. She could vaguely see the edges of some blurry objects nearby. Even if Xiao Yuan left for a short while, she would not bump into a tree. Not long after leaving, Xiao Yuan found a suitable place to rest. Over the years, it had been able to figure out Lu Shi's requirements for a place to rest. Dryness was a must, and secondly, there had to be a certain amount of shelter. It was best if there were no small creatures such as snakes, insects, rats, ants, etc. around, and if there were any, they had to be cleaned up. It was a tree that had dried up for some unknown reason. Over the years, the trunk had tilted and rested on another tree, forming a natural space. Perhaps the fallen tree trunk blocked the sunlight too tightly, so there were no plants growing underneath, only a layer of fallen leaves. Xiao Yuan quickly dug out a clean piece of ground with his claws, pulled out a small snake as long as 2 arms from the fallen leaves, and carried it to a distance and threw it away. I checked around the area twice and found no other living creatures. That was good news. Without the fallen leaves to cover the ground, it was very damp. Fortunately, Lu Shi had woven a whole straw mat before. By spreading the straw mat on the ground and then adding a layer of rabbit fur blanket, the dampness on the ground could be blocked. The original fabrics of a skirt had been turned into 2 sheets by Lu Shi, as well as some other cloth bags and other sundries. Folding the sheets and covering the body, with a small edge that generated body temperature, it was enough to keep warm on cold nights. The semi-enclosed space created by the 2 trees gave Lu Shi a rare sense of security, and he fell asleep. Wake up to dawn. In fact, it was only 4:30 in the morning and the forest had just begun to get a little brighter, but Lu Shi didn't dare to continue sleeping. She was afraid that the lion would enter the forest and chase her after daybreak. So, he quickly packed up his things and continued his journey in the forest with Xiao Yuan. The dangers in the forest were unknown, so Lu Shi didn't dare to go deep into it and cross the entire forest to reach the other end. So he decided to take a longer detour and go around the edge of the forest. Just to guard against the huge lion that might chase him at any time, Lu Shi did not dare to get too close to the edge of the forest. He kept a distance that was neither too deep nor too far, and had retreat routes in front and behind. Concentrating on getting on the road, the whole morning passed unknowingly. His stomach made a rumbling sound at the right time, reminding Lu Shi to stop and rest. Lu Shi looked back. She was not sure how far she had walked, nor was she sure if she could get rid of the lion, but rest was necessary. When putting down his luggage, Lu Shi found that he had many cuts on his body. He couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that everything has a price. However, although his body refreshes every day and he cannot form skin protection such as calluses, Lu Shi's mental tolerance for pain has increased a lot. After all, your mental state doesn't refresh every day. After treating the wound a little, Lu Shi began to prepare lunch. With the fire he had saved earlier, it would be much easier to start a fire. What was most in short supply in the forest was firewood, so it didn't take much time to start a fire. Just be careful around the fire and don't leave any flammable objects around it to avoid causing a forest fire. Worried that the aroma would attract some creatures if he grilled the meat like before, Lu Shi simply didn't add any seasoning this time. He just used wooden sticks to stick the rabbit meat and dry roasted it over the fire. If Lu Shi couldn't eat raw meat, she wouldn't even want to make a fire. Lu Shi felt that the barbecue would not taste good this time, so he did not forget to ask Xiao Yuan, "We will not add those seasonings this time. It may not taste good. Do you want to eat it grilled or raw?" As a wolf of unknown species, it is Xiao Yuan's nature to eat raw meat. But after tasting the barbecue made by Lu Shi, Xiao Yuan completely defected to the barbecue camp. Even though Lu Shi said it might not taste good, he still chose barbecue with a firm look in his eyes. Lu Shi, who was always worried about whether the lion would chase her from behind, was not very focused on grilling. But when she came to her senses, she found that the meat was grilled very well and was not undercooked or burnt, which made her very grateful. The barbecued meat without any seasoning gave off no other smell except a faint smell of meat, which was not even as strong as the smell of burning wood, which made Lu Shi breathe a sigh of relief. What made her most relaxed was that there was no sound coming from behind her. The barbecue cooled down for a while, and when it was no longer hot, Lu Shi took a bite.
Then he was slightly surprised.
It was not that it tasted bad, but that it was unexpectedly delicious. When Lu Shi hunted these chubby rabbits, he skinned and bled them, leaving only the meat and wrapping it in mustard leaves to carry with him. After one night, the outermost layer of the rabbit meat inevitably shriveled up a lot, so that when the meat was grilled, all the fat was locked inside the meat without overflowing and was perfectly integrated into the rabbit meat. Of course, pure barbecue does not have much taste, but Lu Shi used mustard grass leaves to wrap the rabbit meat. The mustard grass itself has a lot of juice, and as it moves back and forth, some of the mustard grass juice inevitably seeps into the rabbit meat, which is the perfect seasoning. A little bit of wild vegetables, not too much, not too little, just right. Xiao Yuan was already eating with relish. Lu Shi was a little confused, but he couldn't find anyone to answer his questions, so he could only attribute it to the chubby rabbit. Maybe it was born to be so delicious, so it tasted good no matter how it was cooked. Lu Shi rekindled the fire, put out the fire, checked several times, and made sure it would not reignite before picking up his luggage and preparing to continue on his journey. The plants in the forest are much richer than those on the grassland. Even though Lu Shi was in a hurry to get on the road and took a quick look along the way, he still saw countless kinds of plants that were similar to but not quite like the ones on Earth. Most of them were inedible, whether in the other world or on Earth. It was not until Lu Shi saw a bunch of mushrooms growing at the roots of a tree that he stopped. There are many kinds of mushrooms on the Earth, but most of them are poisonous. They are either naturally poisonous or they will cause poisoning if they are not cooked properly. Except for a few species, they are extremely dangerous to eat. But the taste of mushrooms is really good. Otherwise, so many people would not be willing to eat a bite even at the risk of poisoning. Lu Shi was not a person who particularly liked to eat mushrooms, but after being in the other world for such a long time, his diet consisted of a few extremely unpalatable wild vegetables and rabbit meat, which was delicious, but monotonous. He couldn't help but miss the taste of mushrooms. Mushroom soup, roasted mushrooms, fried mushrooms, sautéed mushrooms. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. This mushroom discovered by Lu Shi perfectly conforms to several mushroom truths. First, it grows under clean tree roots. Usually, poisonous mushrooms grow in a dirty and messy environment, while non-toxic mushrooms grow in a clean environment. Second, it has a pure white appearance. The brighter the color, the more likely it is to be poisonous. The non-toxic mushrooms commonly eaten on Earth are basically simple colors of white, yellow, or brown. Third, there were traces of insects on several mushrooms. Insects are small and have low resistance to toxicity, so the presence of insects almost proves that the mushrooms are not toxic. Fourth, Mushrooms that have been eaten by insects do not change color. When poisonous mushrooms are damaged, the toxins come into contact with the air and change, which will change their own color, but non-toxic mushrooms will not. Matching these mushroom truths, Lu Shi was immediately 99% certain that the large white mushroom in front of him was edible. The remaining 1% still needs to be confirmed through experiments. Each big white mushroom is the size of a palm and looks like a big open umbrella. I picked less than 10 of them, and they filled half of the cloth bag. Lu Shi was not greedy. He would stop when the bag was full. He did not feel sorry for the mushrooms that could not be taken away. The forest was so big that there would definitely be more mushrooms. Xiao Yuan tilted his head to the side and watched Lu Shi's actions. He couldn't understand Lu Shi's behavior, nor could he figure out what was in that white thing that was worth Lu Shi collecting. But after such a long time, Xiao Yuan was used to seeing Lu Shi smearing those colorful grass leaves on the meat to get delicious barbecued meat. The only thing Xiao Yuan felt about Lu Shi's behavior was anticipation for new food. Since Lu Shi didn't have a pot, he could only make grilled mushrooms to improve his meals. At 3:30 in the morning, Lu Shi lit a fire. While yawning, he placed the skewered mushrooms over the flame. There was still half an hour before she refreshed her physical condition, so Lu Shi took advantage of this time to test the toxicity of the mushrooms. Half an hour. Even if the mushrooms are poisonous, it will not kill her in such a short time. As long as Lu Shi holds on for a little while, the toxins in her body will be refreshed, and she will be healthy again. There is no more suitable testing method than this. Even if it takes more than half an hour for the toxicity to take effect, Lu Shi is not stupid. After eating it, whether the body's reaction is comfortable or uncomfortable, isn't it easy to tell? As long as he feels unwell after eating the mushroom, Lu Shi will not eat it again, no matter whether the mushroom is poisonous or not. Fortunately, the result was gratifying. Not only did Lu Shi not have any problems after eating it, but he was also very healthy. The mushrooms were also quite delicious. Lu Shi was afraid that the dry roasted mushrooms would be tasteless and unpalatable, so he specially cut a small piece of rabbit meat, roasted the fat, smeared it on the mushrooms, and then roasted them over the fire. The roasted mushrooms naturally have the aroma of fat and meat, plus the unique flavor of mushrooms. You really want to swallow your tongue along with it.
Oh.
Xiao Yuan couldn't help but remind Lu Shi that there was another one here. Lu Shi was not stingy and directly gave several bunches of mushrooms to Xiao Yuan. But Xiao Yuan, you eat meat, don't you? Do you like the taste of mushrooms? The answer is
yes.
Xiao Yuan looked shocked as if a new world had been opened to him, but his mouth did not stop moving. He ate up all the mushrooms that Lu Shi gave him and rubbed against Lu Shi's legs, trying to please him. After all, a few strings of mushrooms may look big, but they actually take up very little space in your stomach. You won't feel anything when you eat them, so they're just there to whet your appetite. Seeing that Xiao Yuan had been tempted, Lu Shi took out the barbecue and started grilling. Since they had already started a fire today, it would be a waste to just grill a few strings of mushrooms. There was still half of the mushroom left. Lu Shi thought about it and decided not to eat it all at once, so he left half for next time. After a whole day and 2 nights, there was no sound of the lion behind her. Lu Shi guessed that the lion might not chase her into the forest. After all, at her speed, the lion could easily catch up with her in a few hours. The reason why they haven't caught up with him is probably because the other party hasn't entered the forest. So there's no need for Lu Shi to hurry on. He can stop for a while and find some tools and materials on the way to improve his living conditions. For example, you can use tree bark with good toughness to make a simple pot, boil water for drinking, or cook food into soup, which unlocks a lot of new recipes. Lu Shi tried mustard grass soup, bottle gourd soup, mushroom soup, meat soup. And he also combined 2 or 3 of them and cooked them together, and they all tasted excellent. Although it was a start with nothing and the situation was as difficult as surviving in the wild, Lu Shi inexplicably felt a bit of joy from a food game in this alien world. All food was extremely delicious after being made into dishes. Before she knew it, Lu Shi had spent another 10 days in the forest. During these 10 days, she unlocked a considerable number of food types. Mushrooms are the easiest to collect and find, followed by fruit trees that grow various fruits. As long as you can identify the various insect prints and animal bite marks on them, you can basically determine whether they are edible. Xiao Yuan also contributed some efforts in this. It could not tell which plants were edible, but it seemed to have its own perception of poisonous plants and could actively remind Lu Shi. The chubby rabbits they hunted on the grassland were eaten up on the third day after entering the forest. Lu Shi had to look for new prey. Although she could fill her stomach with fruits, mushrooms, and wild vegetables, Xiao Yuan could not. The little edgedive is a carnivorous animal and a growing cub. Lack of food will affect its health and ability to move. So the non-venomous little snakes along the way became food. Lu Shi was afraid to start at the beginning, but now he has become so skilled that he can accurately use the stone knife to cut off the 7 inches of the little snake with just one look, separating its head from its body. Add a little bit of ingredients and stew it in a bark pot, and you'll have a pot of delicious snake soup. There are also those birds that are not too big. They are extremely agile and can easily climb to the top of the tree and almost always catch their prey with one pounce. Not like a dog at all, more like a cat. The cooking method of beggar's chicken is more suitable for these birds. Their body shape is also more like chickens on Earth. The internal organs are hollowed out and stuffed with a bunch of ingredients and fruits. It is even more delicious than rabbit meat. As a result, Xiao Yuan now spends half of the day on the tree trunk, waiting to pounce on those birds. 2 beggar birds were roasting under the fire, and on top of it was a pot made of tree bark, in which a pot of fruit soup was boiling, and the sweet fragrance slowly emanated from it. It would be nice to have an iron pot. Lu Shi looked at the bark pot, shook his head, and sighed. This thing is almost disposable and breaks every time it is used. Although Xiao Yuan's claws were sharp, and it was not difficult for her to peel off a few pieces of bark, she still found it troublesome. If you have an iron pan, it will not only not break easily, but you can also use it to cook meat and extract oil, and you can also use animal oil to cook vegetables. Generally speaking, Lu Shi is craving for cooking. It has been more than 20 days since I traveled through time. Every day I either cook or roast the food. Even if it tastes good, it is easy to get tired of it. There were a few rustling sounds of leaves, and Lu Shi looked up. As expected, it was Xiao Yuan who jumped down from the treetop holding an unknown bird in its mouth. It was not the kind of jumping that went straight to the bottom, but it was jumping from a relatively high branch to a lower branch between several trees, and then jumping directly to the ground when it was about 2 meters high. Lu Shi casually took the prey from Xiao Yuan's mouth. The bird was not big, only the size of a palm, and it would not take long to roast. Now put it under the fire. It would be roasted soon. Xiao Yuan's hunting ability has increased dramatically recently, and the number of prey has increased. Lu Shi doesn't have to worry about the source of food, so there is no need to deliberately leave prey. The most important thing is that Lu Shi now has more tools and her luggage is too heavy. She can't bear the extra weight to carry the prey. After all, she still has to hurry on. Lu Shi casually cut open the bird's abdominal cavity and took out the internal organs skillfully. He suddenly paused and took out something that looked vaguely familiar, a half-laid bird egg.
Huh.
Lu Shi blinked and realized that he had actually overlooked food like bird eggs. On Earth, Lu Shi had never heard of any bird eggs or snake eggs being poisonous. The principle was the same everywhere, and this world should be no exception. Xiao Yuan, did you just catch it from the bird's nest? Have you ever seen bird eggs like this? Lu Shi turned around and asked Xiao Yuan excitedly. She had already thought of more than a dozen ways to cook bird eggs in her mind. Xiao Yuan tilted her head slightly, blinked her beautiful fox eyes, and nodded. Lu Shi briefly explained how to eat bird eggs. Soon Xiao Yuan became even more excited than Lu Shi. She quickly climbed up the tree again and went to the top of the tree to take out the bird eggs. Lu Shi glanced at the game panel. Because she had not completed the novice mission yet, all the functions of the game were gray and not unlocked. She could only see some panel data messages. Lu Shi, I hate every game that forces new players to play. In order to prevent players from not knowing what to do after entering the game, most games will have a novice guide of more than 10 minutes. During this process, players can only follow the novice guide and have no freedom at all. So now she can't do anything except looking at his own game values and following the directions given by the novice. After burying the beggar bird, Shi wiped his hands while looking up. He saw Xiao Yuan climbing down with a whole bird's nest in her mouth, perhaps because she was worried about breaking the eggs. Xiao Yuan did not jump down like she did just now. There were 3 eggs in the bird's nest. They were slightly larger than quail eggs, but not much larger. It was probably because the bird was caught by Xiao Yuan halfway through laying eggs, so it didn't have time to lay many eggs, only 3. It's a bit too little, and there's nothing else I can do. Let's put it in the soup and see. The eggs were too few and too small, so Shi had no idea what to do with them. After thinking for a long time, he could only put them in the soup. After serving half of the fruit soup, Shi put 3 bird eggs as big as quail eggs into the soup. Soon a layer of egg flowers floated up, and the fresh and fragrant aroma emanated from it. It tastes completely different from eggs, and of course, it can't be the same. There is no fishy smell, only freshness, which blends with the sweetness of the fruit soup to bring a whole new taste. The egg drop has a soft touch like pudding and slides easily into the throat. The taste is completely different from meat, wild vegetables, and fruits, and it instantly conquered Xiao Yuan, who had never tasted this kind of flavor. She was fine. After all, she came from another world with rich food. She was amazed by the taste, but not conquered. There were simply too few of them. Not only were there only 3 bird eggs, but Shi was afraid that the taste would be bad, so she specially divided out half of the soup. The resulting egg soup was only enough for her and Xiao Yuan to have a bowl each. The bowl was made of wood, and Shi often had to stop to recover his energy. While resting, he would use the wood to carve some bowls, chopsticks, spoons, and other things. He had nothing to do anyway. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so much extra luggage. Then he shared 3 roasted beggar birds with Xiao Yuan. Shi unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Yuan was not very interested in the food and would look up at the sky from time to time. It took Shi a while to realize that Xiao Yuan was not looking at the sky, but to see if there was a bird's nest on the treetop. Do you like eating so much? Shi found it funny. Ao, Xiao Yuan wagged its tail vigorously. At this time, it looked more like a puppy. Then let's try our best to look for it. These bird eggs are too small. If there are bigger bird eggs, we can try making egg custard. Shi said casually. We don't have enough kitchen utensils, so we could try making cakes. Can we make bird eggs? No. Are there chickens in this world? Xiao Yuan didn't understand the complicated things Shi said, and only remembered the key points: find big eggs to make egg custard. I don't know if the more I look for something, the harder it is to find. Until noon the next day, when Shi stopped to prepare dinner, Xiao Yuan still couldn't find a bird's nest with eggs. Looking at Xiao Yuan, who jumped down from the tree dejectedly, Shi rubbed the fluffy wolf head and comforted him. The breeding time of birds is different, but most of them are before the beginning of summer. Now it should be midsummer or late summer. Only a few are still laying eggs. It's normal to not be able to find them. Xiao Yuan rubbed Shi's palm and hummed twice, obviously not yet satisfied. Okay, we should find a place to stop and cook. We'll look for it later, okay? Shi raised several little birds in his hands. Although he didn't find any bird eggs, he did catch a lot of birds. Xiao Yuan raised his head. Although eggs tasted better, bird meat was also good. Not every place can be used to make a fire. The consequences of a fire in the forest are more serious, so Shi is more careful. However, this time was obviously different from the past. When Shi was looking for a place to make a fire, he suddenly found different traces. These are human footprints, right? It rained briefly the day before yesterday. Due to the shade of the trees, the ground did not dry out so quickly, and a human footprint was clearly left on the wet ground. Shi's mind went blank in an instant, and he felt at a loss as to how to react. She knew that she had traveled to another world, but in this world, she was alone and had never met any other human beings, nor could she even see any traces of human existence. Even though she believed it in her heart, she couldn't help but doubt whether she was the only human being in this world. Even is this world just her fantasy, a fantasy of a person struggling before death? But now, everything seems to have an answer. Another trace of human appeared before her eyes so clearly and unexpectedly. It feels like a food article, but it's actually a little bit of foreshadowing.
Ha ha ha.
I made up all the food. I like to eat vegetarian food. The only meat I accept is chicken and pork. I don't eat seafood. I don't eat anything in the water, including kelp and seaweed. I'm quite picky about food. Everything, including the taste, is purely made up by me.
My taste is very bland.
Lu Shi took a step back, took a deep breath, and his messy mind became clear. She wanted to meet the human who left the traces, but she couldn't appear in front of him directly. At least she had to understand what kind of person that human was, and whether he posed a threat to her. What if the other party was a ruthless robber or something like that? Lu Shi didn't think he had any ability to resist. Even if Xiao Yuan was added, it would not be enough. It was just a wolf cub that looked about the same size as a medium-sized dog. Facing a human who might be an adult man, they did not have enough strength to protect themselves. After finding a suitable place to hide the luggage, Lu Shi returned to the place where he had just discovered the footprints with ease and approached the place extremely carefully, following the direction of the footprints. She had never learned tracking and had never done this kind of thing before, but she understood the basic principles and applied them here quite well. Xiao Yuan is even simpler than Lu Shi. It is born with the instinct to lurk close to its prey and has become proficient in it after dozens of bird-snatching attempts. The tracking didn't take long before the target came into Lu Shi's sight. He was indeed an adult man, proving that Lu Shi's caution was correct. He was wearing clothes that had been patched many times, just a simple short-sleeved shirt and shorts with rolled-up trouser legs. Lu Shi could not see the characteristics of the clothes, but could only tell that his family was probably not very wealthy, or even poor. The man was probably around 27 or 28 years old, in the prime of his life. His 1.80-meter height made his slightly thin figure look taller. He was holding an axe that had been used for a long time and had various marks on it, and was concentrating on chopping a tree. The tree trunk had begun to tilt and shake. It looked like he had been chopping here for a long time and was about to finish. No wonder Lu Shi caught up with him so easily by following the footprints. It turned out that he had not moved at all. Lu Shi doesn't know anything like psychological analysis and can't judge whether the person in front of her is trustworthy through various details. She can only rely on her intuition to make a gambling-like choice. Lu Shi was just about to get up when he accidentally touched the branch next to him, causing a rustling sound. The sound was actually not loud, but the man who was chopping trees still heard it and turned around quickly, raising his axe to face the direction of the sound. Lu Shi had no choice but to change his initial assumptions, slowly walked out from behind the tree, and tentatively asked, "Hello?" She was also unsure whether her language could be understood.
Who are you?
The man asked vigilantly, and did not let his guard down because Lu Shi was a woman. Fortunately, the language is common. Lu Shi exhaled deeply, her mind working rapidly. From the details she could observe, this man should be safe, a resident living in a human settlement, rather than one of those dangerous bandits. Of course, the residents of a human settlement do not necessarily mean they are trustworthy, but Lu Shi doesn't have any more choices. Lu Shi is completely unfamiliar with this world. She urgently needs to go to a place where humans live to learn all the information about this alien world and decide how she should survive in the future. She couldn't live in the forest forever. So in just a short moment, almost as soon as the idea was finalized, Lu Shi's face revealed an expression that could be described as weak. His eyes were red, and he looked extremely pitiful. "I accidentally got into an accident and was left alone in the wild.
I have been here for a long time.
You're the first person I met. Can you take me back to where there are humans living?" She did not answer her name directly, nor did she let Xiao Yuan come out from her hiding place. If the man had any bad intentions, Xiao Yuan could catch him off guard and give her a chance to escape. Lu Shi was lucky enough that the man did not have any bad intentions. After looking at Lu Shi's patched and tattered clothes, he seemed to believe Lu Shi and said to Lu Shi in a very simple and honest manner, "Is this so? I can take you back to my village, but you have to wait until I finish chopping down the trees. My house is broken and needs new wood." After saying that, the man actually turned around and started chopping trees again, completely ignoring poor Lu Shi. The few lines that Lu Shi had just prepared to sell misery were stuck in her mouth. She stared at the man's back for a while. After making sure that he was really chopping trees seriously, she thought hard and spoke tentatively. Okay, but when I came here just now, I left something over there. Can I go get it now? The man just turned his back to Lu Shi and waved his hand honestly. Okay, go ahead. Lu Shi took a few steps back and found that the man really had no other reaction. He motioned Xiao Yuan to stay and watch him, and Lu Shi really went back to get his luggage. The luggage was placed in a remote location, and it took more than half an hour to go back and forth. When Lu Shi reappeared, the man had already chopped down the tree that was as thick as a bowl and tied it behind his back. The branches and leaves had been simply cleared away, leaving only the tree trunk, which was about 3 meters long. Seeing Lu Shi coming over with a lot of things on his back, the man breathed a sigh of relief first. You're back. We can go now. My village is a little far from here, and it takes a long time to walk. Are you okay? Lu Shi shook her head. What she was most accustomed to now was probably walking long distances. The man didn't say anything else, and didn't even notice that Lu Shi was no longer pretending to be pitiful. He picked up the whole tree on his shoulders and walked in front on his own initiative. Lu Shi hesitated for a moment, glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was still hiding in the dark, and decided to let Xiao Yuan continue to hide and follow them quietly to prevent any accidents. Firstly, she did not dare to completely trust the human man in front of her, and secondly, Lu Shi could not guarantee what the attitude of this human man would be after seeing Xiao Yuan. She didn't want Xiao Yuan to get hurt. Can you tell me your name? Lu Shi followed the man and asked tentatively. The man was carrying a tree on his back and walking slowly, so Lu Shi could easily follow behind him, keeping a safe distance from him. Valen, what about you? Valen was not a talkative person, and most of the questions raised by Lu Shi could be answered.
Lu Shi.
Lu Shi thought for a while before saying her name. She wanted to try if the other party could understand her. Lucy? It's a nice name. Valen thought about it and praised the name seriously. Lu Shi clearly felt that they were not saying the same name, but could not tell the difference.
You.
Just believe me so much? Lu Shi was very skeptical, but she had very little common sense and was worried that if she tried to test him she would expose her ignorance, so she asked directly. You have a lot of wounds on your body, and you look used to it, Valen replied, his tone sincere. Lu Shi actually didn't have many wounds on her body. After all, her body would refresh every day. After nearly a month of surviving in the wild, she already knew how to reduce injuries. But the marks on the clothes would not disappear. The cuts were mended in a crude way. The patches were more attractive than Lu Shi's gray face. The decoration column on the personal panel had also become the wanderer's damaged clothes at some point in time. Anyone who saw Lu Shi could tell that she had struggled to survive in this forest for a long time, which left so many traces, and she had already gotten used to these changes. Valen didn't know much, but he could feel that Lu Shi really needed help. Lu Shi opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Facing someone who treated her so sincerely, all her defensiveness seemed despicable, but she was also very clear that what she did was not wrong. She is too unfamiliar with this world. Can you tell me about your village? Putting aside unnecessary emotions, Lu Shi used the conversation to ask Valen questions. Valen had no intention of being on guard against Lu Shi, or perhaps because what Lu Shi asked was not very important, so he answered all of them. Lu Shi thus learned that the village where Valen lived was called Kova village, which was next to the Perhii forest, the forest where Lu Shi had survived for more than 10 days. The people in the village relied on hunting ordinary monsters in the Perhii forest to make a living. An ordinary monster? Lu Shi was shocked. No matter how he listened to the word monster, it seemed that it could not be associated with ordinary. Yes, low-level monsters usually don't get too close to the edge of the forest. As long as you are careful, you won't encounter any danger. Valen said as a matter of course. After some indirect inquiry, Lu Shi finally understood that the word monster is actually equivalent to animals on Earth and is a very general term. What makes the distinction is their level. For example, The chubby rabbit that Lu Shi met before, and the snake and bird caught by Xiao Yuan are all ordinary monsters with basically no special abilities and can be easily hunted by humans. Above these are the low-level monsters. Low-level monsters are huge, usually several meters or even more than 10 meters tall. Their physical strength is also stronger, and it is difficult for ordinary cold weapons to break through their defense. Most importantly, they can master magic. That's right, it's magic, the kind of magic like fireballs, wind blades, and ice. However, the magic mastered by low-level monsters is relatively simple, usually no more than 3, and most of them are magic of the same elemental attribute. If handled properly, a dozen adult men with weapons can hunt it. There are also intermediate and advanced monsters above, but after Lu Shi asked, Valen shook his head and said, I don't know. Intermediate monsters are very dangerous. If an intermediate monster appears, the patrol team will notify us, and village chief Luli will take us to the town of Vigori to hide. The town of Vigili is the superior town of Kova village, which is more than 50 kilometers away. The town above Vigili belongs to the kingdom of Trumini, but actually it belongs to the territory of Grant, said Valen. Lu Shi was completely confused as she couldn't understand any of the place names. Fortunately, Valen only knew a few place names and didn't know much else, so Lu Shi didn't expose his ignorance. We soon arrived at Kova village. After leaving the Perhiai forest, a small path appeared on the ground, which made it much easier to walk on. It was obvious that the people of Kova village often traveled back and forth to the Perhiai forest. Valen, you're back. It looks like you found some good wood. Who is she? A middle-aged man carrying tools greeted Valen. His eyes moved from the tree to Lu Shi behind Valen. Uncle Amma, I met her in the Perhiai forest. She said she was in trouble and was abandoned in the forest alone. Valen scratched his head and replied, What a poor person. Uncle Amma sighed and then instructed Valen, Then you go back quickly, put down the things, and take her to the village chief Luli. Those mercenaries broke the table again.
I have to go and fix it for them.
I really don't understand what they are doing. This is the 4th time they have broken the table. Valen responded and continued walking towards the village. He met many villagers along the way. It seemed that the relationship among the villagers was very harmonious, and they could even talk to each other. Of course, the topic of these few sentences could not be without the sudden appearance of Lu Shi. Almost everyone asked the same question. Valen did not get annoyed and repeated the same thing more than 10 times. It was not until he returned home that he calmed down for a short time. Lu Shi lowered her eyes, and when those people asked questions, she just listened silently, analyzing some of the information revealed in the villagers' conversation. She did not interrupt, nor did she ask Valen any more questions. When there are too many things you don't understand, you have to learn to remain silent. Village Chief Lu Li is the person most frequently mentioned by the villagers. All the villagers trust him and like to let Village Chief Lu Li make the decision on all matters. Including Lu Shi, a person of unknown origin, the villagers' consensus is to let Village Chief Lu Li decide whether she stays or goes. For a moment, Lu Shi was full of vigilance towards the Village Chief Lu Li, whom he had never met, and was worried that he would reveal something in front of such a person. Unlike Lu Shi's nervousness, the villagers were only naturally curious and gossipy about Lu Shi's sudden appearance. Although her face is covered with dirt and her appearance is not clear, I bet she must be a beautiful girl. Did you see her hair? It's actually black, which is really rare. And her eyes are also black. Hey, did you notice the clothes she was wearing? Wallen wouldn't have picked up a noble lady, right? It looks like that. I'm going to tell Village Chief Luli that Valen picked up a noble lady. This is a big deal.
What?
Valen picked up a stray noble lady in the Perhiai forest? My God, Valen is so lucky. Will he become a knight? Will we have to call him Master Valen from now on? What's her name? Lucy? Oh, Miss Lucy. That's a really nice name. Kova village is like a pond into which a fish accidentally jumped. The tranquility on the surface and under the water is completely broken, and ripples spread in circles to farther and farther places. Lu Shi followed Valen back to his home. The house was built with a mixture of wood and stone and looked very dilapidated due to its age. Along the way, most of the houses Lu Shi saw were like this, revealing an indescribable atmosphere of poverty. A corner of the roof of one of Valen's houses had collapsed. No wonder he had to go to the forest to cut down trees. A little girl who was about 1 year old heard the sound, staggered to the door, grabbed the threshold, and screamed "Ah" at Valen, but no one knew what she was saying. The expression on Valen's face softened instantly, but he did not walk over. He just put the wood on his back down in the yard and shouted into the house, "Kumar, I'm going to see village chief Luli, and will be back soon." Little Benna ran out. "Please keep an eye on her." A young woman's voice soon rang out in the room. "Got it. Let's go." After looking at his daughter again, Valen took the lead and led Lu Shi. On the way to village chief Lu Li's house, they met fewer villagers. Lu Shi also spoke up and asked some questions. What kind of person is village chief Lu Li? Village chief Lu Li is a low-level elemental warrior. He can defeat a low-level monster by himself. He has protected Kova village from low-level monsters several times. Valen introduced to Lu Shi very proudly. Lu Shi didn't know what low-level elemental warriors were, but he could roughly guess that they were people who mastered some special abilities, just like those low-level monsters that could cast magic. Village Chief Lu Li was once a trainee knight for a noble lord. This was somewhat beyond Lu Shi's expectations. It was unbelievable that a noble trainee knight would return to the village to become a village chief. It's like a college student who graduated from a prestigious university on Earth and gave up on working for a Fortune 500 company and decided to return to remote mountainous areas to teach. It's not that it's impossible, but it's often not an easy decision to make. Soon, Lu Shi met the village chief of Lu Li. Village Chief Lu Li is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 30s. He is as strong as a black bear. Valen is already very tall, but Village Chief Lu Li is a head taller than him, at over 2 meters tall. However, there seemed to be something wrong with one of Village Chief Lu Li's legs. Lu Shi only took a glance and saw the disharmony in him. Village Chief Lu Li seemed to have known the news about Lu Shi for a long time and was waiting in the yard prepared. After seeing Lu Shi, he did not look him up and down to confirm his identity. Instead, he spoke first and found an excuse to get Valen out of the way. "Valen, don't you still need to repair your house? Go back first, and I'll take care of Miss Lucy." Valen had no doubts at all. He nodded to Lu Shi in a friendly manner, then turned and left Village Chief Lu Li's house. Lu Shi suddenly became nervous. It was hard to determine why the Lu Li village chief wanted to send Valen away, but she did not speak to stop Valen. After all, Valen was obviously more willing to listen to the Lu Li village chief than to her. After entering Kova village, without any shelter, Xiaoyuan had to stay outside the village. At this moment, she was truly alone and could only rely on herself. Lu Shi calmed his mind and looked at Village Chief Lu Li with a slightly calm and composed attitude, staring back at Village Chief Lu Li without showing any weakness. In the end, the village chief of Lu Li lowered his head first, ending the eye contact, which also meant that he recognized a certain identity of Lu Shi, a wandering noble lady. This is of course true. Regardless of whether Lu Shi's current body is a character created in the game, in terms of her identity setting, she is a well-deserved noble lady. A noble lady who inherited a large farm. But village chief Lu Li didn't know all this, and he could only make a few judgments about Lu Shi's identity. First, the clothes on Lu Shi. Although the pattern of the clothes was torn like a homeless person's and it was covered with mud, but the fabrics in so many bright and colorful colors were not something that an ordinary person could wear. The dirt and damage on it further proved the fate of a fallen noble lady. Second, Lu Shi's attitude. The temperament nurtured by living in different environments is completely different. Village Chief Lu Li did not miss the look in Lu Shi's eyes when he looked at those houses. That was definitely not the look a commoner should have. Of course, Village Chief Lu Li did not miss Lu Shi's nervousness when facing them, but that nervousness was more like a defense against them and a vigilance against strangers. For a noble lady who was accidentally stranded, this nervousness and vigilance were reasonable. It would be impossible for a noble lady who did not understand her own situation and could only put on aristocratic airs to survive alone in the wild for such a long time. But village chief Luli was thinking about something else. What impact would a wandering noble lady have on Koa village? Or, in other words, was there any other problem behind this wandering noble lady? Village chief Luli, who once served as a trainee knight for a noble, knows more about noble affairs than the ordinary civilians in Koa village. For example, the horror of the nobles is as good as they appear on the surface. The more glamorous a family is, the more corrupt and dirty they are in private. If Miss Lucy really just encountered an accident and ended up here, then it would be easy to deal with. The village of Kova only needs to provide simple help and then send Miss Lucy to the town of Aguri, then they may be rewarded with a noble lady. Maybe this can change the fate of the entire Kova village. But if there are other families or some conflicts of interest behind Miss Lucy's accident, it is very likely that she will be hunted down and even involve the entire Kova village. The nobles would not take the lives of a group of civilians seriously. In order to block the news, no matter how many civilians died, I am afraid that no nobles would care. Village chief Luli sighed in his heart. Although he said so, in fact, ever since Balan met Miss Lucy, their Kova village had no other option. It was impossible for them to expel a noble lady, let alone erase any trace of a noble lady. Under the elemental magic, nothing could be hidden. The best outcome is not to delve into what happened behind Miss Lucy and to send her away as soon as possible. Miss Lucy, our Kova village is just a poor little village. There is nothing good here. Village chief Luli spoke carefully. Perhaps the harsh environment would make Miss Lucy leave faster, but they couldn't do too much. At least they couldn't let it be seen. Lucy's mind was working rapidly as she analyzed the meaning of the sentence. In fact, before she could fully react, her body had already moved quickly. She took out a fingernail-sized gem from her dirt-covered belt, which was actually the cloth bag containing the jewels, and handed it to village chief Luli. Is this enough? The voice sounded very cold and hard. In fact, it was just that Lucy was too nervous and didn't know what tone to use when speaking, which made his tone sound so dry. Village chief Luli was more obviously shocked than Lucy. A noble lady would actually take out her own property and distribute it to common people to pay her own expenses. This is even rarer than the appearance of a falling rainbow. Village chief Luli reacted quickly enough. No matter how outrageous the matter was, the gem was real and was given by a noble lady. This opportunity could not be missed. The huge dark hand quickly and carefully took the gem from Lucy's hand. Enough. His voice was even filled with urgency, as if he was worried that Lucy would go back on his word. Lucy suddenly realized something from the reaction of Village Chief Luli. Village Chief Luli called her Miss Lucy, which is a respectful title, indicating that in the eyes of Village Chief Luli, Lucy's identity is noble and needs to be respected. Therefore, when Village Chief Luli said that, he meant that the conditions in the village were not good and the hospitality might not be good enough, so he asked Lucy not to mind. It was just that Lucy misunderstood that Village Chief Luli was asking her for money to live in the village. Judging from the urgency with which Village Chief Luli took the gem just now, the village must be quite poor, Lucy thought. Then Village Chief Luli chatted with Lucy for a few more sentences, all of which were polite remarks. To Lucy's surprise, Village Chief Luli did not intend to test which noble family she was from. Turning his head and thinking about it, Lucy somewhat guessed the reason a noble lady who was stranded in the wild forest could not possibly have no conspiracy behind her. If she knew some news that she shouldn't know, it would be a danger to their village. Worshipping Lucy without knowing anything and then sending him away, the worst result would be that Lucy would turn his back on them, look down on the short-lived help from their village, forget about their village, and there would be no change in their previous life. If things get better, they can get the gratitude of a noble lady. Anything in return will be enough for this poor village to live a better life. This may be the wisdom of the lives of ordinary people. Miss Lucy, can you stay here temporarily from now on? Perhaps it was the effect of the gem, Village Chief Luli was particularly respectful when facing Lu Shi, and there was a sense of sincerity in his respect. Lu Shi looked around. This should be the best house except for the house of Village Chief Luli. The house made of green stones was large and sturdy, but it inevitably revealed poverty. Of course, Village Chief Li actually said that he would give his house to Lu Shi to live in, but there were 11 people in their family, and Lu Shi would feel a little guilty if he really asked them to move out, even if it was just for a few days. Only after Lu Shi refused did Village Chief Li help Lu Shi find a new house. This is the home of the two brothers Ali and Yar. Some time ago, they were spotted by the patrol team of the town of Viguri and are now trainee elemental warriors. Village Chief Luli introduced to Lu Shi with pride. The house is now occupied by only their mother, Asuna. Lu Shi's previous refusal made Village Chief Luli realize that she was a noble lady who did not like to trouble others. This was of course possible, as there were always some noble ladies who would harbor inexplicable innocence and kindness before they saw the true face of the world. Village Chief Luli does not dislike such noble ladies. Although they may seem ignorant and more troublesome to deal with, they are better than those noble ladies who look down on the lower class and do not treat them as human beings. What's more, Miss Lucy very generously took out a gem to pay for her expenses. That gem was enough to buy their entire Kova village, although no one would buy it. This place will be fine. Lu Shi nodded. The house in the yard was clearly divided into two parts, which should be the division made by the two brothers. One half showed signs of living, while the other half looked like it had been empty for a long time. Even if she hid Xiao Yuan, no one should find her. It was a very suitable place, and she could secretly bring Xiao Yuan in at night. Then I'll let Asuna come out and clean up for you. After saying this, Village Chief Luli strode into the yard and went into the house to call Asuna. Lu Shi did not stop her. After all, it was someone else's house and there might be something inside. It would be better to let them clean it up themselves before she moved in. While Village Chief Luli was communicating with Asuna, Lu Shi looked around again. Kova village was not small, with a population of at least 1 or 2,000. If it were on Earth, it would be no problem to call it a small town. But in the other world, a human settlement of this size can only be called a village. It's been arranged, Miss Lucy. What are you looking at? Village Chief Luli walked out of the house, followed by an aunt who looked to be in her 40s, who should be the Asuna he mentioned. This place doesn't feel like a village at all. There are too many people. Lu Shi said casually, and then looked away as he saw Aunt Asuna had gone to another house to clean up. Yes, there are too many people, but the cost of maintaining a town is too expensive. We cannot afford it. Village Chief Luli's expression suddenly became heavy, and he spoke softly with emotion, without perfunctorily skipping over the topic. They are actually collecting taxes randomly? Lu Shi was stunned by the reaction of Village Chief Luli and asked subconsciously. No, not at all. Village Chief Luli was silent for a long time before he spoke with a smile, but his laughter was full of helplessness and self-mockery. They're not charging taxes indiscriminately. He looked at Lu Shi as if he was looking at an ignorant little girl. If a village wants to become a town, it needs to build a strong wall that can surround the entire town to resist those low-level monsters. We need to build a magnificent church and pay a large amount of money to invite the priests of the Holy See to move in to treat the sick and injured residents. In times of danger, we need to open the defensive light barrier to protect the safety of the town. We need to train a large number of elemental warriors to serve as patrol teams to protect the entire town and the villages surrounding the town. And taxes are only a small part of the town's expenses. The saddest thing is that, in fact, their village cannot even pay that small tax. Lu Shi suddenly realized that Village Chief Luli was playing the victim to her, because she looked like the kind of noble lady who had never understood the hardships of life at the bottom of society, but was full of useless kindness. If these words can move her, then Kova village may have an opportunity for transformation. But Lu Shi is not like that. She is just an ordinary person who may have a noble body, but a soul from another world. She cannot even control her own future, and can only move forward according to the guidance of the system. The problem with many Western fantasy novels is that there are too many foreign names, and it's hard to tell who's who. I also thought about not giving so many names, but it makes it even more confusing to write, and the whole article is full of metaphors. If my reading comprehension is not good, I have no idea who it is talking about. What I can do is to make the names of the main characters as distinctive as possible so that they can be easily recognized. There are too many dialogues in this chapter, which is a shame. It is my biggest weakness. Village Chief Lily, the house has been cleaned up. Aunt Asuna came out after cleaning the house, breaking the sudden silence between Lu Shi and Village Chief Lily. Lu Shi glanced at Village Chief Lily, then turned to Aunt Asuna and nodded. "Thank you for your help." It was as if he had never heard what Village Chief Lily said. "No trouble, no trouble." Aunt Asuna looked very gentle. She glanced at Village Chief Lily before turning her gaze to Lu Shi. Maybe she knew Lu Shi's identity, or maybe she didn't. She seemed to have suddenly noticed something, and enthusiastically raised her hand and took the luggage from Lu Shi's back. To be frank, she should have taken the luggage off Lu Shi's back. "Miss Lucy, let me help you get your things in." Village Chief Luli was still thinking about the look Lu Shi had just given him. He was suddenly startled when he heard the words, and his expression showed annoyance, realizing that he had actually overlooked such a big problem. He had followed Lu Shi all the way here, but he had not even taken the initiative to help the noble lady carry her luggage. It was also because Lu Shi's expression had always been too natural. She did not completely trust Village Chief Lu Li and intentionally kept her distance. Village Chief Lu Li, due to Lu Shi's status as a noble lady, did not dare to observe Lu Shi too obviously and subconsciously ignored the matter of the luggage. No need. Before she could finish her refusal, the luggage on Lu Shi's back had been quickly taken off by Aunt Asuna, and her resistance was completely useless. Village Chief Luli might have the awareness that nobles need to keep a distance and always keep a suitable distance, but for Aunt Asuna, she has not received any relevant education, and the most respectful way she can think of to treat others is to be nice to them all the time. It's like the grandmothers on Earth seeing their grandchildren coming home from school. It was an extremely disrespectful and inappropriate behavior for a noble, but it revealed the simplest kindness and sincerity. It's quite heavy. Aunt Asuna moved her arms up and down, a little surprised by the weight of the luggage Lu Shi was carrying, but she didn't think much about it. She led Lu Shi into the house and introduced the various functions of the house to Lu Shi. A noble lady should not understand these common things. Lu Shi is not a real noble lady, but she really doesn't understand these things. Village Chief Lily did not follow. It would be very rude for a foreigner like him to enter the room where a noble lady lived. He needed to pay attention to these details so as not to bring disaster to his village in the future. Not far away, a teenager came jogging over and shouted loudly from a distance, "Father, I heard." Before he could finish his words, Village Chief Luli interrupted him forcefully. "Aina, if you have anything to say, talk about it when you get back." Aina suddenly stopped walking when she heard this, opened her mouth, followed the sight of Luli Village Chief to look towards Aunt Asuna's house, seemed to understand something, scratched her head, and said, "I know, father." Village Chief Luli nodded, then turned and said to the courtyard, "Miss Lucy, I'm leaving first. If you have anything, you can ask someone in the village to call me." A loud Oklahoma came from the room. Village Chief Luli then took his son away. When they were far enough away and confirmed that the sound could not reach Miss Lucy, Village Chief Luli turned around and glared at Aina. "When can you change your temper? What if you bump into that lady and make her angry?" So, father, was she really a noble lady who was stranded in the wild? Just like the story told by McDunn in the tavern, she was framed because of a fight with her brothers and sisters, or uncle and aunt for the family property. Ai's eyes were shining as if they would glow, and after getting permission to speak, she quickly spit out a long string of content, which made Village Chief Lily's head start to hurt. "Shut up." Veins bulged on Village Chief Lily's head. Aina quickly closed her mouth, but her eyes were still full of gossip, and she seemed determined not to give up until she got an answer. She was just a noble lady who had a little accident. She will leave here soon. Don't think of trying out the stories you heard from McDunn. They are all fake. McDunn made them up to cheat people out of their drinking money. Village Chief Lily was very troubled by his son. He knew that most of what McDunn said was true, and that these were things that the nobles would really do, but he could not tell his son that. Aina is a very practical young man, and village chief Luli is very worried that he will do something to displease Miss Lucy, a noble lady who can take out a whole gem. Village chief Luli was a little reluctant to let Miss Lucy leave. Maybe if she stayed a few more days, they could get more gems. No, this idea was wrong. So, after scolding her, village chief Luli began to explain the reasons to Aina. Miss Lucy doesn't care about exposing her identity. She took out a gem generously. Each of those noble jewels has their name written on it. She is willing to take out one to pay for her living expenses here, which means she is not worried that someone will find her because of it. Elemental magic is omnipotent, but to determine the ownership of a gem, you don't need elemental magic. You only need a purchase record to confirm the identity of the nobleman to whom the gem belongs. So, no one is chasing her. There is no conspiracy. She just encountered a little accident. Don't disturb her. Village Chief Lee repeated viciously. With such a son, he had no other choice. Oh, okay. Aina didn't look like she had given up. Her bright eyes were turning over one idea after another. Hurry up and finish the tasks assigned by those mercenary masters. They paid a considerable amount of money. Village Chief Luli waved his hand to send them away and used other things to get Aina away. He didn't want to continue seeing his son, who was giving him a headache. I got it, father. Those mercenaries are really generous. They give several silver dollars at a glance. I wonder what gold dollars look like. Do the mercenaries have gold dollars? It would be great if there were more mercenaries in our village. Aina responded energetically, spoke her thoughts casually, and trotted away. Leaving the village chief Luli alone, he muttered to himself, "Yeah, it would be nice if there were more mercenary masters." Lu Shi was packing his luggage in the house. Although no one had lived in the house for a long time, it was not dirty or stuffy. It was obvious that Aunt Asuna cleaned it well and ventilated it frequently to remove the odor. Aunt Asuna was completely shocked when she saw the things Lu Shi took out of the luggage. There are straw mats woven from grass stems, blankets made from rabbit skins, and quilts made from skirt cloth filled with a layer of bird feathers. Compared with this, pots made of tree bark and bowls and chopsticks made of tree trunks are nothing. This is a weaving method I've never seen before. It's very strong. Aunt Asuna stroked the straw mat, glanced at Lu Shi, and hesitated to speak. Finally, she lowered her head completely and said nothing more. The weaving method of this straw mat is simple, the material requirements are low, but it has many uses, especially in civilian villages like Kova village. It can provide many conveniences to their daily lives. Aunt Asuna only needs to take a look to know how many places it can be used. Lu Shi was not surprised that there was no such weaving method in the other world. After all, the simpler something is, the more difficult the process of creating it is. This weaving method is very simple, you can learn it. Lu Shi thought for a while and said, "In fact, there is no instruction on this kind of thing. Basically, you can know how to weave it just by looking at it twice. It is not difficult at all." The reason why Aunt Asuna hesitated to speak is because the weaving method of this straw mat originated from Lu Shi, who is a noble lady. In other words, this straw mat, including the weaving method, is the property of a noble lady. If someone secretly uses this weaving method, it would be considered an infringement of the property of a noble lady and can be convicted. Lu Shi thought of this, so when she said you can learn, it was equivalent to recognizing Aunt Asuna's qualifications to use it. "Thank you, kind Miss Lucy. May the god of light protect you." Aunt Asuna was so excited that she didn't know what to say and muttered a bunch of blessings. Lu Shi didn't know what to say, so he changed the subject and took the rabbit for a blanket. This blanket is so crudely sewn. Aunt Asuna took it over very quickly and made a subconscious comment. "Well, I didn't have many tools at hand," Lu Shi explained dryly. She still removed the thread on the clothes before sewing it on. "Oh no, that's not what I meant, Miss Lucy." Aunt Asuna suddenly reacted, covered her mouth, and carefully made amends. "Can I help you clean it and sew it again later?" Lu Shi was silent. "Then I'll trouble you." No trouble, no trouble." Aunt Asuna smiled happily. She could use her, which made her relax a lot. Otherwise, she would be uneasy even if she learned the weaving method of the straw mat. This quilt. Aunt Asuna was once again amazed. She had never seen a quilt with seams so big that one could put a hand in. Thank you for your help. She stopped struggling and spoke with a wooden face. In fact, the hole was torn open when she stuffed bird feathers in it later, but the holes in the other stitches were indeed quite large, and she was too embarrassed to explain it again. She also gave the birds hunted by Xiao Yuan to Anasuna to deal with. He didn't expect that Anasuna was not surprised at all about the origin of the birds. It was as if Shi, as a noble lady, naturally had some ability to do this. Shi did not ask this question, but instead mentioned something else. Can you help me find a set of clean clothes and some hot water? I want to wash my body. No problem, I'll prepare it for you right away. Aunt Asuna looked like she had just thought of this matter and hurriedly left the house with a bunch of things. Shi reorganized his personal belongings, wondering if Xiao Yuan would be discovered or if she would encounter any danger, when suddenly a loud noise came from the yard. Before I went out to check the situation, Aunt Asuna pushed open the door and walked in, holding 2 sets of clean clothes in her hands. It's a bit troublesome to boil water. I just called the boys in the village to help. They are piling firewood in the yard. If you think they are noisy, I will ask them to go to the next door to make a fire. Aunt Asuna first explained the sounds in the yard and silently observed Shi's reaction. It's okay. Shi shook her head. She knew it was not easy for civilians to boil water for bathing, but she didn't expect it would cause such a big commotion. Seeing that Shi really didn't mind, Aunt Asuna breathed a sigh of relief and handed the clothes in her hand to Shi. Miss Lucy, these are new clothes from Aina and Jenny next door. They haven't been worn yet, so they are clean. There are bright and beautiful flowers sewn on the clothes. Although there is only a little color on the whole piece of clothes, you can still see the care of the person who sewed the clothes. Those 2 girls probably wanted to keep these 2 new clothes and wear them on an important occasion. How long have they been looking forward to this? Okay, thank you for your help. Shi lowered his eyes, concealed all his thoughts, and took the clothes with a smile. Then I'll go back to work first. If you need anything, just call me. I'm in the next room, and I can hear you as soon as you open your mouth. Aunt Asuna was a quick-witted person. She was anxious to get Shi's affairs done and left very quickly. Shi looked at Aunt Asuna's back and gradually withdrew his gaze. This is really a world that she can't like. Shi walked to the door of the house and looked into the yard. There was a layer of firewood piled in the middle of the yard, and 2 boys in their teens were still carrying it in. Several buckets of clean water were placed on both sides of the yard, and several younger and older boys were carrying the freshly drawn water into the yard. In Aunt Asuna's house next door, the kitchen door was open and 2 girls, about 16 or 17 years old, were watching. One was adding water to the pot, while the other was adding firewood to the fire. Everyone was busy, except Shi himself. Miss Lucy. After Shi looked for a long time, a boy finally looked up and noticed Shi. He greeted Shi with a bright smile on his face. The sound startled others, and everyone in the yard looked up and greeted Shi. For a moment, the words Miss Lucy were heard one after another in the yard. Shi didn't know them, so she could only nod slightly in response. No one cared about her perfunctory response, but were delighted that she responded at all. One of the 2 girls who were boiling the water came over and said, Miss Lucy, Aunt Asuna asked us to help you bathe. After that, she introduced herself. My name is Aina and she is Jenny. Shi understood who the 2 pieces of clothing belonged to. Aina was a very tall girl. Even though she was already 1.75 meters tall, Aina was still much taller than her, probably over 1.8 meters tall. Her healthy wheat-colored skin made her look full of vitality. Jenny, who was still making a fire, couldn't tell her height, but she was obviously more ladylike than Aina, with fairer skin, and looked like a more quiet girl. I'll go clean the bathtub for you. The water will be ready in a while. Aina didn't need Shi to tell her what to do. She tactfully did what she was supposed to do. For texts that are more about daily life, there will be more detailed descriptions. It can also be regarded as a side background foreshadowing. The reason why I didn't directly write that the heroine traveled to the farm was to give the heroine a process of understanding the other world and wanting to change something from the bottom of her heart. Then once she gets the farm, she'll do something. The bathtub is placed in the back room, with a few small windows near the ceiling to ensure that the room is bright while providing privacy without having to worry about being peeped at. After a while, Jenny came in with hot water. Ina had almost cleaned the bathtub and the entire room. The two of them worked together to fill the bathtub. We'll be guarding outside. If you need to change the water, just call us, Miss Lucy. After saying this, Ina and Jenny left the room. The hot water in the kitchen was still boiling. Perhaps they had called the boys in the yard for help. They didn't seem to think that one bucket of water was enough for Lucy, so they prepared a lot of firewood and clean water in the yard. It turns out that what they thought was right, it was indeed not enough. After all, it has been almost a month since Lucy traveled to this strange world. During this period, she has been on the road all the time and has only washed herself twice. She has also been sleeping in the open air, so her body must be extremely dirty. After changing the water 3 times, Lucy finally felt that he was clean. His body felt much more relaxed, and he didn't know how much mud had accumulated on his body. After changing into one of the new clothes, Lucy walked out of the house. Ina and Jenny were waiting at the door. Jenny was rubbing her arms. She was very tired from carrying water so many times. Ina was in much better condition. She looked very strong and was the first one to see Lucy coming out. Miss Lucy. Inato glanced at Lucy, smiled brightly, and said, Miss Lucy looks beautiful in this dress. Lucy paused and suddenly realized that the dress she chose should belong to Ina. The cuffs and trouser legs were indeed a bit long, so she nodded to Ina and said, Thank you. It is a response to compliments and also a way of thanking the other person for providing the clothes. Lucy glanced at the yard. The fire in the kitchen had gone out, and the unused firewood was piled against the wall. The wooden buckets that were used to carry water had been taken away and disappeared. The wooden barrels are their own, and they need to be used again. They cannot be left here. If you need them, you can ask them to bring them back. Jenny noticed Lucy's gaze and explained to Lucy softly. Lucy was about to say no, but suddenly thought of something, so he nodded, I understand. Ina and Jenny still had to clean up the house, so after saying goodbye to Lucy, the two of them went to do their work. Looking at their backs, Lucy was not quite used to the feeling of having others do all the work for her while she had nothing to do, which made her very uneasy. It's not that she likes working or being busy, but she has been away from the tense and exciting wild survival environment for too short a time and can't relax easily for a while. Sister Aina. A 15 or 16-year-old boy named Aina came running from a distance, shouting loudly. Her energetic voice did not sound noisy or disgusting. Aina stayed outside the yard, probably because she had received some instructions in advance. Lucy paused as he was about to go back into the house, turned around and looked. Aina outside the yard blinked and suddenly smiled brightly. It's Miss Lucy. He must have seen the clothes she was wearing and accidentally recognized the wrong person, Lucy thought, and nodded in response to the greeting. This was just a response that maintained basic politeness, but the young boy Aina spoke very enthusiastically, as if he had received some kind of promise. Miss Lucy, the mercenaries have just hunted a low-level monster. It's a very large one. It's in the open space west of the village. Do you want to take a look? Lucy was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, Aina continued speaking. Oh, right. The mercenaries said that after they deal with the low-level monster, the remaining monster meat can be left for us to deal with. My father has decided to hold a bonfire party tomorrow night. Do you want to join us? Like some small animal, the young boy Ai looked at Lucy with anticipation, with his clear eyes emitting bright light. I'll consider it. Lucy couldn't say no, but he didn't agree firmly either, leaving room for choice. At this time, Aina heard the voice and came out. Knowing her brother's character well, she immediately scolded him. Aina, don't bring trouble to Miss Lucy. Then he apologized to Lucy. Sorry, Miss Lucy. I was a little too noisy. It's okay. Lucy shook his head and watched Aina go out to teach her brother a lesson. He didn't pay any more attention and turned back to the house. Jenny in the room was doing the final finishing work. Lu Shi stood there watching for a while before asking, "Jenny, are there any books I can read in the village?" Lu Shi thought about it for a long time. Understanding this world from books might be the most direct and simple way. Because of that letter, Lu Shi was sure that he could understand the words of this alien world. "Do you want to read a book now, Miss Lucy?" Jenny could not hide the surprise on her face. Lu Shi also felt that her request to read a book was a bit strange. After all, her character was a down-and-out noble lady who had just received help. She should take a break for a while, relax her tense mind, and then do other things. But Lu Shi did not forget the extra tip given in the novice mission. Players are requested to arrive at the farm as soon as possible. Leaving the farm idle for too long will cause unexpected events to occur. Lu Shi has already wasted too much time trying to survive in the wild. Now, if she is asked to just rest and do nothing, she simply has no way of doing it. Every wasted moment will make her feel uneasy. "I'm feeling a little unable to calm down right now. Maybe reading a book can help me relax." Lu Shi made a lame excuse with an expressionless face that he himself didn't believe. Jenny showed a look of realization. "Is that so? Do you believe it now?" Lu Shi blinked, but before she could say anything else, Jenny started talking again. Jenny shook her head. "It's just that there are no books in our village. Commoners don't need to be literate. However, maybe Village Chief Lu Li's house has some books. Can I ask Village Chief Lu Li for you? Miss Lucy." Lu Shi was silent for a moment before nodding. "Thank you for your help." Looking at Jenny's back as she left, Lu Shi felt an inexplicable annoyance. It was hard to tell whether it was because of her sudden change in fate, or because of this strange world, only a corner of which had been revealed. There was no one else in the room. Lu Shi forced himself to calm down and think about what he should do next and prioritize these things. First, understand this world. Whether it's from books or from other people, the more you know, the better. Elemental warriors, intermediate monsters, and advanced monsters, you must understand all of these. Only by understanding this world can Lu Shi be sure of what he should do in the future, instead of being confused and restrained like he is now, worrying about making more mistakes than doing more. And there is Xiao Yuan. Only after knowing other people's attitudes towards monsters like Xiao Yuan, Lu Shi was able to make arrangements to not harm Xiao Yuan. However, Lu Shi felt that Xiao Yuan might not be a problem. After all, she was a noble. Think about those wealthy people on Earth who raise tigers and lions. In another world, this privilege would only be more exaggerated. Second, get a map. A world map is the best. If you can't get one, you must find a small map that can determine where the farm is. Once you have determined the route, find a way to get to the farm. The other world is full of dangers. Lu Shi has known this since she met Long. But she is very lucky. She is lucky to meet Long, and also lucky to meet Xiao Yuan. The dragon's passing allowed Lu Shi to live a peaceful life for the first few days. Xiao Yuan's appearance gave Lu Shi a surprise. It would alertly detect any threatening creatures approaching and take Lu Shi away to hide far away. Just like the huge lion that had been chasing Lu Shi for a long time. However, just because Lu Shi survived the first month safely doesn't mean she will be so lucky in the future, and she can't rely on illusory luck to save her life. Third, Lu Shi spoke softly and soon stopped. Because of her ignorance of this world, she didn't know whether she should set the third goal as finding a team that can accompany her to the farm or following a team heading towards the farm. Let's solve the first 2 points first. Lu Shi cleared the messy thoughts in his mind, and after making sure that he really didn't need sleep and rest now, he got up and walked out of the room. Anasuna was still dealing with Lu Shi's pile of miscellaneous items. It was not an easy task to clean those things, especially the rabbit fur blanket. After saying something to Anasuna and rejecting her suggestion to ask someone to lead the way for Lu Shi walked out of the yard alone. Without a target, Lu Shi walked aimlessly, observing the entire village and trying to analyze useful information from it. The village of Kova was built around a stream, probably a branch of some large river, and only a narrow, shallow stream remained after it flowed through. The whole village is located above the stream, with a few houses built below the stream occasionally. Most of the land below is a messy, yet somewhat tidy farmland. At the end of summer and approaching early autumn, the farmlands are already golden, swaying in the breeze like a golden ocean. When Lu Shi entered the village, he walked in the other direction of the Perhii forest and did not see the scene. When he saw it, he couldn't help but be dazed. Not to mention anything else, the scenery in the other world is much more beautiful than that on Earth. It seems like it would be nice to be able to live in such a beautiful world. Miss Lucy, so you are here. Lu Shi didn't know how long she had been looking before village chief Lu Li appeared behind her. He looked nervous and seemed to care about her safety more than Lu Shi did. He was holding 2 books in his hands. Lu Shi did not look back at village chief Lu Li, but squinted his eyes and tried to see the golden crops in the fields. What are they growing there? Golden wheat. They look as beautiful as gold. The flour ground from them can be made into bread. Of course, white bread is also as expensive as gold. Village chief Lu Li followed Lu Shi's gaze and answered. He did not find Lu Shi's question strange. If a noble lady could tell the difference between golden wheat, green barley, and lianghua, her identity would be questionable. It's amazing that different worlds can have similar crops, Lu Shi thought. Is white bread expensive? The price of food shouldn't be as expensive as gold. If people can't even afford food, how can they live? Lu Shi didn't understand. Village chief Lu Li glanced at Lu Shi meaningfully, and he began to explain. Only the best golden wheat will be selected, ground more than a dozen times, and ground into the finest flour, which is then used to make white bread. As for ordinary civilians, they could only grind the golden wheat together with the husk, and then add some other things to make cheap, rough black bread. The same food can taste so different to different people. Lu Shi reacted, but she didn't know what to say, let alone explain her true thoughts, so she turned to look at village chief Lu Li and noticed the 2 books in his hands. This is? Jenny just came to me and said, Miss Lucy, you wanted to read a book. I'm sorry, Miss Lucy. I only have 2 fairy tales and storybooks for children's enlightenment. Village chief Lu Li handed the book in his hand to Lu Shi. The cover of the book is very old and looks like it has been read frequently, but it is well preserved, and it is obvious that the reader cherishes it very much. Lu Shi did not rush to look through the contents, but just glanced at the name on the cover when he took it. Elements and Contracts, Legend of the Kingdom of Trumini. Very good. You can't guess the content from the name. However, after a brief recollection, Lu Shi felt that the Kingdom of Trumini seemed to be the country to which Kova village belonged, although when Valen introduced it, he also said that Kova village actually belonged to some grant territory. Trying not to show that he cared about the 2 books, Lu Shi looked calm and indifferent and answered casually, It's just that I just can't relax, and I want to read a book to relieve my emotions. Anyway, the reason has been stated once. Without waiting for village chief Lu Li to answer, Lu Shi changed the subject. I really can't rest quietly. As soon as I close my eyes, I always feel like I'm still in the forest. Village chief Lu Li, would you mind taking me for a walk around the village? Maybe if I get familiar with the village, I'll feel better. Lu Shi originally wanted to scout the village by himself and familiarize himself with the route so that he could secretly bring Xiao Yuan in at night, but he didn't expect that Kova village was a little too big. Moreover, the distance between neighbors is relatively far, and each has its own house and yard, and they are not that close to each other. It is equivalent to having intersections everywhere. After Lu Shi turned around a few times, he began to feel dizzy. Finally meeting the village chief Lu Li, Lu Shi did not intend to let him go so easily. It's my pleasure. Village chief Lu Li performed a standard knight's salute. Many places in the other world are the same as those on Earth, and many places have been modified by me, all to serve the plot. Village chief Lu Li was unable to accompany Lu Shi around the entire village. Just as they started walking, villagers suddenly came over and asked him to deal with some things that had just happened in the village. As the chief of a village with thousands of people and someone who is so trusted by the villagers, it is indeed unlikely that village chief Lu Li will have any free time. Of course, Lu Shi would not force village chief Lu Li to lead the way for her. After all, anyone from Kova village could do the leading, and village chief Lu Li was not irreplaceable. Village Chief Lily did not hesitate and directly called his son Aina over. Compared with the dull and ignorant other villagers in Koa village, Aina, who grew up with him since childhood, was very smart in dealing with people and made people feel more at ease. Although Aina's personality may be a little eccentric and she talks a little more. Well, a little. In some ways, Lu Shi thought Aina was a more suitable tour guide than Village Chief Lily. Because Aina really likes to talk, Lu Shi doesn't need to respond much. He can talk a lot by himself and tell Lu Shi everything he wants to hear and doesn't want to hear. This completely saved Lu Shi the trouble of testing again and again. Hello, Miss Lucy. We meet again, but it doesn't seem like much time has passed.
Ha ha ha.
To be honest, Miss Lucy, you look much better in this dress than Sister Aina. She is always so fierce and not gentle at all. I wonder who would dare to marry her. After Village Chief Lily left, Aina seemed to have released her nature, and her mouth opened, and she never closed it. Lucy, hello. Miss Lucy, do you want to take a walk around our village? Then come to me. I am the most familiar person in this village. I know exactly where a few stones are. Miss Lucy, is there any place you want to see? I like Uncle Ame's house the most. There are many things made of wood in his house, which are very interesting. There is also Old Ket's Tavern, where there is a man named McDunn who likes to tell stories. The stories he tells are very interesting. Aina danced and tried to express the whole scene with actions. Lucy. Just take a look. Hey, Miss Lucy, the book in your hand looks so familiar. Miss Lucy, look here. The cover is where I left my mark. My father used this book to teach me to read when I was a child, and now I can still recite the stories in it. But now it has been handed over to my sister, and she likes this book very much. I don't know if she will cry if she can't see this book today. I circled around Lucy, and her bright and sunny smile made it impossible to feel bad about her.
Lucy, sorry.
It's okay, Miss Lucy. My sister is only 1 year old and can't read yet. It's just that my father likes to use this book to coax her to sleep. But I think my sister actually likes Milo fruit more. It's just that her teeth haven't grown yet, and my father doesn't let us feed her all the time. Miss Lucy, do you have any brothers or sisters? I think my sister is really too noisy, but she is very cute, so I can still tolerate it. I hope she grows up quickly, but don't be as fierce as Sister Aina when she grows up. Aina sounded like 1,000 ducks quacking around Lucy.
Luonce, no.
Oops, I think I saw the trumpet become a spirit. Seriously, Lucy felt like a supporting actor now with only this is it left in his mouth. He only needed to say go to Hades before he could leave the stage. With Aina's introduction, Lucy memorized the route of most of the village in a daze and finally ended the stroll before night fell. Standing in Aunt Asuna's yard, watching Aina's brisk figure leaving, Lucy closed her eyes. She had never felt so tired even when she was chased by a lion. Fortunately, she did learn a lot from Ai. Koa village was originally just a small village of 100 or 200 people. It was much poorer than it is now. In other words, today's life is already very happy and beautiful for the villagers of Koa village. Due to some things, Village Chief Luli did not continue to serve as a trainee knight for a certain noble. Instead, he returned to Kova village as a low-level elemental warrior and took on the position of village chief. Aina didn't say what it was. He probably didn't know, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to keep it from coming out. With the arrival of the low-level elemental warrior, village chief Luli, the safety of Kova village has been greatly increased. Although a dozen adult men can deal with a low-level monster, most of the time, low-level monsters will not wait until everyone gathers before launching an attack. Every time a low-level monster appears, at least several people in the village will be killed or injured. But it is different with Village Chief Luli. As a low-level elemental warrior, he can sense the breath of low-level monsters and can often organize villagers to deal with them before the low-level monsters approach the village. As time went by, other small villages nearby heard about it and moved here and merged into Kova village. After all, everyone wants to live in a safe place. Village Chief Luli welcomed everyone who came to him and gradually integrated more than a dozen small villages around him, turning Kova village into its current size. Of course, what village chief Luli did was much more than that. He used his experience as a trainee knight to help the villagers earn more wealth. For example, teaching the villagers to grow a crop that the nobles like to eat. Although the price will be reduced by more than half when it is sold to the town of Aguri, even that small amount of reward is enough for the villagers to live a well-fed and warm life without having to suffer from hunger. Lu Shi looked puzzled. Judging from the historical knowledge she had learned on Earth, the relationship between nobles and commoners should not be so free that commoners could sell the crops they grew at will. It would be better to say that the common people had to rely on the nobles to survive, because the land they cultivated nominally belonged to the nobles. They were only cultivating the land for the nobles, and then handed over 7 or 8/10 of the grain every year, and the rest belonged to the common people themselves. The remaining food was often not enough for a commoner's family to eat their fill. Most of the time, they had to eat 1 meal and go hungry for 2. Otherwise, they would simply not be able to survive. When there was no food at all, the only way out was to sell themselves to the nobles and become slaves. Aina noticed the change in Lu Shi's expression almost immediately and turned to explain to Lu Shi, but his views were too trivial and one-sided, so Lu Shi had to analyze it again with his own understanding before he could understand what he said. In this world, due to the existence of monsters, the way of dealing with civilians is completely different from that on Earth. The lands designated by the nobles on Earth are all safe. The common people will live stably in one place, passed down from generation to generation, and will not leave unless there is a major change. Therefore, the nobles can continue to exploit the common people. In the other world, there is no safe place except for those cities that have built large walls, set up defensive barriers, and are guarded by elemental warriors. Even those cities cannot guarantee absolute safety. Even if the land is allocated to a certain noble, the common people living here may be forced to move away at any time due to a wave of monsters, and the cultivated farmland will have to be abandoned. It was impossible for the nobles to send people to chase after these civilians just to take the few pounds of food from them. So, in the other world, the nobles adopted another method collecting protection fees. They no longer enclosed the land, but clearly defined the ownership of the towns. Monster waves are usually caused by mid-level monsters. The highest threat will not exceed mid-level monsters, and any regular town can resist them. Moreover, the monster tide can be sent several days in advance, so the villages around the town can be notified in advance, allowing civilians to temporarily take refuge in the town and return to their own villages after the monster tide recedes. There is no need to chase after these civilians. All you need to do is let each town record the surrounding villages and have the villages voluntarily pay taxes every year. There is no need to even force them to pay, and there is no problem even if they don't pay. Because taxes are based on the number of people, regardless of gender, age, or status, only the number of people is recorded. Suppose there are 200 villagers in Kova village, but only 100 people have paid taxes. Then when the monster tide comes, only 100 villagers can enter the town. Are the remaining 100 villagers just waiting to die? Of course not. As long as they can temporarily pay double the tax, they can also enter the town for refuge. The nobles did not care about the lives of these civilians. Instead, they expected those villages to pay no taxes and become wild villages. However, when the monster tide came, they would hand over all their wealth in exchange for a chance to survive. After hearing this, Lu Shi had no idea how to comment. Rather than calling these nobles aristocrats, it would be better to say that they were more like capitalists. They seemed to have some humanity, but their purpose was only to exploit more thoroughly. Most civilians only know how to grow crops that will not be destroyed by monsters. Firstly, they do not know how to grow other crops, and secondly, they have no channels to purchase seeds. Village Chief Luli's identity as a trainee knight solved these two problems, so the villagers of Kova village could grow more crops to improve their lives. Village Chief Luli even trained 2 trainee elemental warriors and sent them to the town of Aguri to become members of the patrol team, which completely changed their destiny. After hearing this, Lu Shi finally understood why the villagers of Kova village respected Village Chief Luli so much. His behavior could be said to be that of a saint. He had single-handedly changed the lives of thousands of people and was still working hard to do so. At first, Lu Shi didn't realize what was different about the villagers she met. She came from Earth, which had been out of poverty for a long time. The poorest places she had ever seen were just rural bungalows and open-air toilets. The living environment was not as refined as in the city, but there was more food than in the city, and food could be picked at will in the yard. But the other world is different. The people here are not only exploited by the nobles, but also live in danger all the time. However, the villagers of Kova village that Lu Shi met along the way were not all pale and thin, and the houses they lived in were at least well protected from wind and rain. Aina said that his father was raising money to build a town. If Kova village could be turned into Kova town, they would not have to run to the town of Viguri dozens of kilometers away for refuge when they encountered a wave of monsters again. They could also accept more people from villages that could not pay taxes and not collect taxes. Lu Shi believed that village chief Lu Li was serious about his idea, but this beautiful vision was so far away. "Miss Lucy, you're back. Dinner is ready." Aunt Asuna breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward to greet Lu Shi. It was now completely dark and they could only rely on moonlight for lighting. Lu Shi glanced at the firelight in the kitchen.
The pot was still burning.
The rice was probably not just cooked, but had been reheated several times. However, Lu Shi wanted to get some information and didn't plan to come back so early. Aunt Asuna didn't dare to call Lu Shi back, so she could only reheat the rice again and again. Lu Shi thought that she would smuggle Xiao Yuan in later, and she definitely couldn't let Xiao Yuan go hungry, so she asked Aunt Asuna to help her take the food to her room so that no one would know who ate it. She was still holding the 2 fairy tale books and storybooks given by village chief Lu Li. She was worried that it would be difficult to return the books if they were soiled, so she did not offer to help. Of course, Aunt Asuna would never let Lu Shi do anything on his own. She wanted to worship Lu Shi. "I don't have much of an appetite right now."
"Put it on the table first."
"I'll take the bowl over when I'm done eating." In the dim light of the oil lamp, looking at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, Lu Shi felt that he was somewhat embarrassing Aunt Asuna. He was afraid that they themselves had not even eaten so well. The 4 dishes were a plate of roasted birds, which were the ones Lu Shi brought himself. Perhaps because she had no experience in handling this kind of prey, Aunt Asuna chose the simplest fire roasting, but she must have applied some seasonings, and the color of the roasted birds was completely different from that of Lu Shi. A plate of black bread. It is better to expect to find a piece of gold than to expect to find a piece of white bread in a civilian village. The latter is obviously more practical. However, this black bread is not that black, and there are very few impurities mixed in it. It should be a carefully selected food. There was a plate of meat stewed with wild vegetables. Lu Shi didn't recognize either the meat or the vegetables. At least they were not what she had eaten along the way. There was also a plate of fruit that Lu Shi had never seen before, but it looked a bit like the Milo fruit that Aina had mentioned. They were all good things. The soup should be beetroot soup. A few red fruits were put into the milky white soup, and a sweet smell came out through the air. Xiao Yuan should like this taste, Lu Shi thought, and found an excuse to get Aunt Asuna away. Aunt Asuna did not doubt it, but smiled ingratiatingly. "Why can't I trouble Miss Lucy to deliver it in person? When you're done eating, just let me know and I will come and take it away." Lu Shi didn't insist. She would send it back after she finished eating anyway, and Aunt Asuna couldn't suddenly come out to stop her. It was still early, and most of the villagers in Koa village had just rested and had not yet fallen asleep completely. Lu Shi felt that it would be safer to wait for a while before going to pick up Xiao Yuan. Having nothing to do, Lu Shi opened the 2 books sent by village chief Lu Li in the light of the oil lamp on the table to see if he could get any information. Aina, a character that made me disturb myself while writing about it. Found a good trick for water writing. Just set up 2 chatterboxes. God opened his eyes, and the world appeared. When the world was first created, it was chaotic and dark. God said, "Let there be light." Then the element of light appeared and illuminated the world. But the world was empty, and God was displeased, so he put down the element of earth, and the earth was formed. He also sent down the element of water, and it formed the sea, but the water was flowing, and it covered the earth. God commanded the water element to leave the earth. The ocean left, but it left behind rivers, lakes, streams, and streams on the earth. Then God sent down the element of fire to bake the earth dry. The element of fire turned into volcanoes, covering the earth with magma. A new plant blocked the spread of magma. It is a combination of water and earth elements, and it is the birth of new life. The God liked life, so he ordered the fire element to be still on the earth, and he also ordered the wind element to scatter the seeds of plants all over the earth. But the plants always died very quickly, and God did not understand, so he asked the plants why they died. The plants answered God, "Light is good, but they are too weak to withstand the continuous exposure of light." Then God spread the element of darkness all over the earth and ordered it to alternate with the element of light, so that the earth was half day and half night. The plant still died. God asked the plant why it died. The plant replied, "Dear God, my life is so short." God did not like death, so he created dragons, elves, and sirens, giving them powerful strength, immortal life, and unique beauty. The dragon became arrogant due to its great power. It regarded the earth as its territory, and the elves living on the earth as its servants. The undead elves were afraid of the dragon's power, so they surrendered, and the earth fell. The dragon coveted the vastness of the ocean, but the beautiful sirens rejected the dragon. They said, "You have such powerful wings. You should fly in the sky. Neither the earth nor the ocean is the place for you to stay." The dragon was furious at the sirens' rejection and launched an attack on the ocean. The sirens' cries spread from the bottom of the sea to the earth, but it did not succumb to the dragon's power. It resisted the dragon with its tiny strength. The elves were moved and gained the courage to resist the dragon. Thus, the war began, and blood and fire burned from the earth to the ocean. The world is in chaos because of this, and God is angry because of this. Then the gods executed the dragon. The dragon's flesh and bones were scattered all over the earth, and its blood flowed into the ocean, turning into countless monsters. God found the king of the elves and asked, "You have immortal life. Why did you succumb to the dragon?" The king of the elves replied, "God, immortal life does not give us the power to resist the dragon." The god asked again, "Why did you choose to resist the dragon in the end?" The elf king replied, "Those lost lives taught us courage, and courage is the most powerful force in the world." The gods found the sirens and asked them, "You have no power at all. Why do you dare to resist the dragon?" The sirens replied, "The ocean is our power." God was inspired and created humans. Humans do not have the power of dragons, the immortality of elves, or the beauty of sirens, but they dare to explore the unknown, light torches in the darkness, and protect important people in danger. But God overlooked the weakness of human beings. The monsters transformed from the flesh and blood of dragons can easily destroy human beings. Humans prayed to God, and God granted a contract. Those who are recognized by the earth element can control the earth. Those who are recognized by the water element can control the water. Those who are recognized by the fire element can control the fire, and those who are recognized by the wind element can control the wind. Elements and contracts. Lu Shi closed the book and sat in the chair for a long time. Are all fairy tales in other worlds like this? Shouldn't this thing be called the Bible? Because he himself had no faith in God, Lu Shi did not really believe the contents in this book. It might just be written to fool children. After checking the time, Lu Shi decided to open the book Legend of the Kingdom of Trumini again. What surprised Lu Shi even more was that this book actually talked about the founding history of the Trumini kingdom. After God granted humans the contract, 5 humans were the first to gain recognition from the elements and became elemental mages and elemental warriors respectively. Among them, the elemental warrior, who was recognized by the earth element, was the first king of the kingdom of Trumini. In other words, the 5 humans at the time founded the 4 major kingdoms and the Holy See today. Lu Shi. Why does the storybook connect with the Bible and fairy tales at the beginning? Continue reading. Apart from the beginning, which talks about the origin of mankind, the rest of the book is about how the king named Hermon founded the kingdom of Trumini. Probably because it is a book that tends to be enlightenment-oriented, The sentences are very shallow and have been beautified a lot, making it look more like a fairy tale book than elements and contracts. Lu Shi eliminated those useless descriptions, combined the contents of the two books, and summarized the known information himself. In this different world, the world is made up of various elements, and there live 4 races of life: dragons, elves, sirens, and humans. Humans are the weakest among them and need to rely on the power of contracts to control the power of elements, unlike other races who can naturally control elements. The dragon is currently the most powerful individual creature in the world, but it is not the giant dragon mentioned in fairy tales. It can only be said that it is the offspring of the dragon's flesh and blood after its death. Because it has a similar appearance to the dragon and inherits most of the dragon's power, it is called a dragon. Dragons usually like high places and will occupy towering, difficult to climb mountains as their territory. Elves are a race that has existed since ancient times. It is mentioned in the book that they do not have true death. Every dead elf will return to the Tree of Life, become a new fruit, and be born again. But the exact location of the Tree of Life is unknown, or in other words, humans are unable to detect any information about the Tree of Life. Sirens are quite special. Individually, they are not much stronger than humans, but because they live in the sea, they have a unique living environment that allows them to live quite freely, and they have no natural enemies or dangers. The most important thing is that the sirens are so beautiful. The book emphasizes that people who have not seen the sirens with their own eyes cannot imagine how beautiful they are. The above has little to do with Lu Shi for the time being, so she mainly summarized the content about human beings from the few words in the book. Thousands of years ago, humans received a contract from God. Humans who were recognized by the elements could sign the contract and use the power of the elements. 5 humans were the first to gain recognition from the elements. They used their powerful strength to protect humans, allowing them to survive from the threat of monsters and thus established different kingdoms. Hermon, who gained the recognition of the earth element, established Trumini, the kingdom of earth element. Moretti, who gained the recognition of the water element, established Sinovaro, the kingdom of water element. Savi, who gained the recognition of the fire element, established Bartrufi, the kingdom of fire element. Iknin, who gained the recognition of the wind element, established Pavaragon, the kingdom of wind element. And Lophis, who gained the recognition of the light element, finally established the Holy See. God approved of the actions of these 5 humans, so he gave 5 elemental contracts to these 5 humans respectively. If subsequent people wanted to obtain the recognition of the elements, they would need to go to the corresponding elemental kingdom. At that time, the 4 elemental kingdoms were rising, but humans were extremely complex creatures. They could unite in times of danger, but hurt each other when they were safe. Less than a few hundred years after the establishment of the 4 elemental kingdoms, wars between humans began. All kinds of strange things happened one after another. The elemental contracts that were originally guarded by kings of various countries were lost several times for various reasons, resulting in the emergence of many small countries besides the 4 major kingdoms. On the contrary, the Holy See, which was unknown at the beginning, has become the most powerful force in the human race today with the test of time. However, the Holy See does not interfere in the internal affairs of the 4 elemental countries, including those small countries that suddenly emerged, and the Holy See treats them equally. To this day, although the 4 elemental kingdoms still exist and are at the top, there are many kingdoms below them, which may even pose a threat to the 4 elemental kingdoms. Thanks to the author of this book, when describing the affairs of the kingdom of Trumini, he always mentions the scandals of other countries as a comparison. For example, the kingdom of fire element, Bartrufi, was the first kingdom to experience a civil war. The kingdom of wind element, Pavaragon, had lost the most contracts. The kingdom of Northwatch was the brother country of the kingdom of water element, Sinovaro, and so on. Lu Shi analyzed the above content from these negative materials. There is no denying that this is a means of discrediting other kingdoms, but it has greatly enriched Lu Shi's cognition and made Lu Shi realize what kind of world this is. Exhaling deeply, Lu Shi looked at the sky outside. It was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Except for the light in her room, the entire Kova village was almost plunged into silence. Aunt Asuna next door had also fallen asleep, so Lu Shi walked out of the yard with peace of mind. Marked with 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, the southwest direction is the entrance, where Lu Shi enters the village from the Perhiai forest. But according to Aina, because Kova village is too close to the Perhiai forest, monsters would come out of the forest from time to time, so villagers would patrol and guard that road every night to prevent monsters from entering the village and hurting people in the middle of the night. Although there is a low-level elemental warrior like village chief Luli, the villagers of Kova village cannot always rely on him. They must be able to stand on their own, so they have a fixed night patrol team. Lu Shi didn't want to run into the villagers' patrol team, so he had to choose to leave the village in another direction. But in fact, Lu Shi didn't have many choices, or rather, no choice at all. The southeast direction of Kova village also faces the Perhiai forest. Village Chief Luli's home is located here, and he can respond to dangers from the Perhiai forest in the first place. Lu Shi didn't dare to test what the low-level elemental warriors could do, so he could only avoid the house of Village Chief Luli. To the northeast of Kova village is the town of Aguri, which is the most lively place in the village, where taverns and grocery stores are built. The point is, Aina told Lu Shi that there was a team of 7 mercenaries living there. Aina didn't know the details, but she only knew that they were elemental warriors or elemental mages who were more powerful than her father. Therefore, Lu Shi can only leave the village from the northwest. After taking many turns and leaving the village, Lu Shi did not walk around or shout. It was dark and quiet at night, and the sound could be heard far away, so it was not certain what it would attract. Lu Shi trusted Xiao Yuan's sense of smell even more. She could spot danger from a distance of several miles. She would definitely be able to notice that she had left the village and come to find her. Sure enough, Lu Shi had just stood there for more than 10 minutes when a beautiful fox face emerged from the bushes beside him. Xiao Yuan let out 2 soft howls, and when Lu Shi turned his head and saw it, it came out and threw itself into Lu Shi's arms. Lu Shi had been tense all day, but she finally relaxed after seeing Xiao Yuan. She whispered to Xiao Yuan, "I found a place to stay in the village. Let's stay here for a few days. Once I understand the situation, we'll find a way to leave. Some people in the village are quite powerful. Xiao Yuan, you have to be careful and don't get discovered by them. When I return to my farm later, we can have delicious meals every day." Lu Shi actually didn't know what the status of her Golden Finger farm was, but it was definitely better than her current situation. It was just that she didn't have a chance to ask Ai about the monsters during the day. It was such a pity, otherwise Xiao Yuan might not have to hide now. They returned to their residence along the same route without disturbing anyone along the way. It was very smooth. However, before Lu Shi closed the door, he felt that the smoothness was so smooth that it made him a little uneasy. From the shadows at the corner, the figure of Village Chief Luli walked out with a slightly complicated expression. As a manager of thousands of villagers, he is responsible for the safety of the entire village and would not easily trust an outsider like Lu Shi. Even though Lu Shi is a noble lady, the safety of the lives of the villagers in Kova village is definitely more important. During the day, because most of the villagers were at home, no matter what Lu Shi wanted to do, he could be discovered in time. In addition, Aina accompanied him the whole time, so Village Chief Luli did not pay too much attention to it. He just devoted a little more energy to observe at night. It was just a precautionary measure, but unexpectedly, Miss Lucy actually waited until late at night before taking any action. What was even more unexpected was that she took action late at night just to bring a baby monster into the village, making Village Chief Luli feel as powerless as if he was punching cotton. As for the few words that Lu Shi had just whispered to Xiao Yuan, Village Chief Lu Li naturally heard them. As a low-level earth element warrior, he had plenty of ways to get close to the monster without being noticed by the monster cub. In general, after this tracking, Village Chief Luli got good news. That is, Miss Lucy was indeed a noble lady who had an accident, and she owned an entire farm. Thinking of the monster cub, Village Chief Luli shook his head. No wonder he always felt something was strange when he saw the bird prey Miss Lucy was carrying. Even if nobles usually carried elemental magic tools for protection that could be used for hunting, there shouldn't be that kind of traces. It looks like this monster cub can do it. I don't know how Miss Lucy tamed this monster cub, but I think that Miss Lucy's ability to live in the wild for so long is inseparable from the contribution of this monster cub. No wonder Miss Lucy seems to care so much about the monster cub. However, Miss Lucy seemed very afraid that they would hurt the monster cub. Village Chief Luli didn't quite understand. Although humans have always lived under the threat of monsters, they are more aware of their own vulnerability, so they will seize every opportunity to protect themselves. Taming monsters is one of the ways. If it weren't so expensive to raise a low-level magical beast, Village Chief Luli would also like to raise one to protect their village. Shaking his head, Village Chief Luli stopped thinking about it. After all, a low-level monster cub would not pose any danger to the village, so he just pretended not to know for the time being. I wanted to imitate the creation story in the Bible at the beginning, but I ended up writing only 2 sentences, and it became pure fabrication. I'm almost running out of brain cells. It's so difficult to write. I quite like the 2 lines about the dialogue between plants and God. I feel it is an exceptional performance. I was a bit conflicted about the ending. I wrote several sentences, but ultimately didn't post them. So I'll leave it at that. The food on the table had already gone cold, but Lu Shi and Xiao Yuan were not picky and still ate with great satisfaction, even though it did not taste as delicious as they had imagined. It must be because the food is cold, Lu Shi thought.
Good night.
Lu Shi blew out the oil lamp and whispered to Xiao Yuan, who was lying on the bed. Then he lay down on the warm bed, covered with a brand new quilt. In the room where no wind could be heard, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. This was a rare night without having to worry about danger. Lu Shi slept very soundly, so when she woke up the next day, she was not surprised that she had overslept. Although the body can be refreshed every day, the mental fatigue has been accumulating until now when I finally get to relax and rest. No one came to disturb Lu Shi, not even Aunt Asuna. When Lu Shi woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning. She felt refreshed and full of strength, even if she was asked to survive in the Prohii forest for another half a month. It might not be possible. Letting Xiao Yuan hide in the house, Lu Shi walked out of the room. Aunt Asuna was washing some weeds in the yard. When she heard the door open, she looked up and greeted Lu Shi.
Good morning, Miss Lucy.
Lu Shi looked up at the sun that was almost at the center of the sky. He was silent for a moment and changed the subject. What are you doing? Aunt Asuna stood up, wiped the water on her hands on the hem of her clothes, and answered Lu Shi. The stems of this kind of grass, if washed and then aired for a day, will be tougher than the stems that Miss Lucy used and will be easier to weave into a straw mat. Lu Shi followed Aunt Asuna's gaze and discovered that the clothesline next to her was already filled with her messy old clothes and her rabbit fur blanket. Looking more closely, I found that they had all been washed very clean and even re-sewn with such delicate stitching that it looked like old items had been refurbished. Apparently, Aunt Asuna has not been idle since she woke up this morning. You haven't eaten yet, so you must be hungry. There's still some hot broth in the pot. I'll bring it to you. Aunt Asuna walked towards the kitchen. Lu Shi touched his stomach. He didn't feel anything when she didn't remind him, but now that she said that, he was indeed a little hungry. But when the broth was served, it was already very turbid. Aunt Asuna looked ashamed and said this. Miss Lucy, why don't you wait for a moment and I'll make you another portion. Lu Shi could see clearly that the broth should have been cooked very early in the morning. Aunt Asuna was worried that she would not be able to eat it in time after getting up, so she kept it boiling in the pot. As a result, she slept until after 10 o'clock, and the soup was kept hot for several hours. All soups must be cooked. Don't waste it. I'll just have a bite of this. Lu Shi took the turbid broth and 2 pieces of black bread. There was still some time before noon, and Aunt Asuna obviously had a lot of work to do, so Lu Shi didn't plan to trouble her anymore. After all, she could even eat mustard greens raw, so she didn't care about the taste of the broth. This. Aunt Asuna was very hesitant. Village Chief Luli had repeatedly told her not to neglect the guests, but Lu Shi's attitude was firm. She didn't know whether she should listen to Lu Shi. Seeing this, Lu Shi simply took the broth and carried it back to the room himself. Before returning to the room, Lu Shi paused and spoke out loud. Anasuna, don't let anyone in the room I live in. If the room needs cleaning, I will tell you. Okay, Miss Lucy. Aunt Asuna responded with fear and trepidation, and couldn't help but be glad that she didn't go into the room on her own initiative to wake Miss Lucy up in the morning. The broth didn't taste bad, but it wasn't very tasty either. Lu Shi didn't eat any more after filling his stomach. Xiao Yuan didn't like the taste of the broth either. Maybe it was because it was cooked for too long and it had a burnt smell. Xiao Yuan rubbed Lu Shi's thigh. Because Aunt Asuna was in the yard, it was sensible and did not make any sound. It just looked at Lu Shi with its big, bright eyes. You want to eat the meat I roast? Lu Shi understood Xiao Yuan's look and answered softly, but we have no prey to roast. Those birds had gone into their stomachs last night, but unfortunately they were too cold to taste anything. Xiao Yuan was like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, lying on the ground feeling aggrieved and pitiful. Lu Shi couldn't bear to see Xiao Yuan looking so pitiful. After thinking about it, he suddenly remembered what Aina said yesterday, that the mercenaries living in the village had killed a low-level monster and brought it back. After they have dealt with the monsters, the remaining monster meat will be left to the village. Village Chief Lily has already prepared a bonfire party tonight. There will be a bonfire party in the village tonight, and a lot of monster meat will be roasted. I will roast some more and bring it back for you to eat. Lu Shi stroked Xiao Yuan's soft wolf head and comforted him softly. Xiao Yuan became much more energetic after hearing that. He wagged his tail vigorously and was already looking forward to the night. After returning the plates and bowls to Anasuna, Lu Shi walked out of the yard with the 2 books given by Village Chief Luli in his hand. She did not forget that these 2 books were her sister Aina's favorite bedtime reading. After reading the contents, the books were no longer useful to her, so it would be better to return them early. Of course, Lu Shi also had a second purpose, which was to ask Aina for more information.
Aigrekina.
He was just called away by the mercenary masters this morning and has not returned yet. Miss Lucy, do you have anything to ask Aina? I will go and call him back now. Village Chief Li was very polite to Lu Shi. Although neither the mercenaries nor the noble ladies were to be treated with disrespect, in comparison, Miss Lucy was more generous, which the mercenaries could not compare to. Moreover, the things that the mercenaries asked Aina to do were all small things, such as finding some plants or simply doing some odd jobs. It would be the same if they found someone else to replace her. The mercenaries did not care about replacing people. No need. Lu Shi refused, then thought for a moment and added, I'll go find him myself. Village Chief Li didn't have time to hide his surprised look, and Lu Shi explained, I don't have anything important to do. I just want to take a walk and see what he usually does. Lu Shi and Aina walked for such a long time yesterday afternoon, but they actually only visited half of the village. They didn't even have time to look in the direction where the mercenaries were. The first reason is that Kova village is big enough, and the second is that Aina talks too much. No matter where he stands, he can start introducing a lot of things, and he never stops talking while walking. Village Chief Li understood the curiosity of a noble lady about the life of common people, but he did not continue the topic. Instead, he started talking about something else. Miss Lucy should be preparing to go to Viguri town. Lu Shi glanced at the village Chief Li and did not refute. The town of Waigili was the only place she could reach now. With no other choice, she had to go there to find a way to get to the farm. Village Chief Lily felt more relaxed after seeing Lu Shi's reaction. Miss Lucy, the road to Viguri town is dozens of kilometers away. It will take at least 2 days to get there. This is not like on Earth where there are various roads that are flat and you can walk all the way. Even if they are all small paths walked by humans, not much easier than Lu Shi's walk on the grassland. Lu Shi didn't interrupt and listened to Village Chief Li finish his words. The most dangerous thing is that you may encounter various monsters at any time along the way. Lu Shi has a deep understanding of this. Although I am a low-level elemental warrior, I cannot do a good job of guarding among too many low-level monsters. Village Chief Luli tactfully refused the offer to accompaniment Lu Shi to the town of Viguri. However, what he said was not very realistic. The distance was dozens of kilometers, and it was a route that was frequently traveled by people. At most, they would encounter 1 or 2 low-level monsters, which would not be enough for village chief Luli to handle. Unfortunately, Lu Shi didn't quite understand all this, so he could only listen to village chief Luli continue. But Miss Lucy, you don't need to worry. In the past, our village often went to Vigori town to sell crops. The patrol team of Vigori town passed by here every month. When the time comes, we just need to follow the patrol team. The patrol team will not refuse us to follow them. Of course, the filial piety must be prepared, otherwise the patrol team members will not care about their life or death. As village chief Luli spoke, he observed the changes in Lu Shi's expression and did not forget to explain to Lu Shi. A patrol team usually has 10 people, including at least 1 low-level elemental mage and 4 low-level elemental warriors. Elemental mages are different from elemental warriors. In terms of the same level of lethality, an elemental mage can be comparable to at least a dozen elemental warriors. Similarly, the number of people who can become elemental mages is even rarer. Perhaps 10 out of 100 people can become elemental warriors, but only 1 can become an elemental mage. It's just a possibility. Therefore, every patrol team in the town of Vigori will have at least 1 elemental mage to ensure safety. Aina and Lu Shi talked about the patrol team. When mentioning Aunt Asuna, she also mentioned her 2 sons. She also talked about their patrol team in the town of Vigori and what the patrol team did. In general, the patrol team's task is to patrol back and forth in circles within 100 kilometers of the town of Vigori, clearing out various monsters encountered on the road and preventing dangerous monsters from appearing around the town. By the way, check the situation of the registered villages and occasionally solve the troubles of some villages to prevent the civilians in the villages from being unable to make a living and suddenly moving away, thereby reducing the source of taxes in the town. This is also the effect of taxes. Only after paying taxes, the villages registered in the town of Vigori will appear on the patrol route of the patrol team. Lu Shi thought about it and asked the key question, when will the patrol team come next time? She couldn't let her wait here for a month. She didn't have that much time to waste. 5 days later, village chief Luli gave a definite answer. Fortunately, this time is not too long. Lu Shi feels that she can wait for a few days. She can also see that village chief Luli is hiding something from her, but she is not from this world after all, and there are still many things she doesn't understand, so there is no need to pursue it further. Sometimes, being a little confused is good for both of us. After leaving village chief Luli, Lu Shi walked towards the northeast of Kova village. This place is undoubtedly the most lively and prosperous place in the entire village. It is right next to the large square in the middle of the village. A large piece of cloth is spread on the open space in the square, covering something unknown. Lu Shi took 2 steps out and realized belatedly that under the cloth should be the monster meat left by the mercenaries. It looked really big, probably as big as an elephant on Earth. No one knew what kind of creature it was. There were many villagers coming and going along the way. It was late summer and it was not yet harvest time, so there was less for the villagers to do, and they had more free time during the day. Except for some people who were on night duty and slept at home during the day, most of them liked to hang out in the square and occasionally go to Lao Ket's tavern for a drink. Lu Shi was wearing Aina's clothes. When the villagers glanced over casually, most of them thought it was Aina passing by. A few who were familiar with Aina noticed that the hair color was wrong, lowered their heads and whispered a few words, and they all knew Lu Shi's identity. There were no secrets in a village where everyone knew each other well, not to mention that Lu Shi had not tried to hide his identity along the way, so now they could just whisper behind his back. It looked to be the largest house, with an old wooden sign hanging at the door with the word tavern engraved in crooked fonts, but no one knew who wrote it. There are a few signs nearby that say carpenter, grocery store, and restaurant, but they are not very popular and look more like signs hanging on home doors than shops. It is true that in such a small village, opening a shop may not bring any profit. Those mercenaries lived in a house with a sign that said restaurant. Aina said that Kendler, who owned the restaurant, had a very big house. After Kendler went to the town of Aguri twice and came back, he divided his house into a front and backyard. People lived in the backyard, and he opened a restaurant in the front yard. After the mercenaries came, they rented the backyard of their house, and now the whole family lives in the restaurant in the front yard. Lu Shi was curious about how they made money by running a restaurant in the village. Aina replied, "Make money? No, they don't make money. Some bachelors in the village can't find a wife, and there are not many people at home. They are too busy to cook, or they don't know how to cook at all. So they bring food to Kennel and ask Kennel to cook for them. They just need to leave some food for Kennel." Kendler would occasionally take the extra food to the town of Aguri to sell, and sometimes he would keep it for himself. It was not enough to make a living, but it was enough to make life better. Of course, the main credit should go to the village chief Luli. It was he who ensured that every household in the village had enough food, which enabled Kennel to perform to his potential. "Aina, what are you doing?" Lu Shi walked into the restaurant lobby and looked at what Aina was holding. Although it is called a restaurant, it is really too simple. There are a few wooden tables placed against the wall, with a large empty space in the middle. There is a room on each side of the lobby, one is the kitchen, and the other should be the warehouse. There is also a half-open door at the back, which leads to the backyard rented to the mercenaries. Lu Shi took a look and then looked away, continuing to look at the things in Ai's hand. "I don't know. The mercenary masters asked me to make it, but they didn't tell me what it was." Aina shook her head and had a lot to say, as always. "But I guess this thing should be a shelf, used to put things." Uncle Amai also guessed so. He said that the mercenary masters kept breaking the table a few days ago. This should be used to put the things that broke the table. "Miss Lucy, have you never seen something like this?" Lu Shi looked at it again with a strange expression, as if she had really seen this thing before. The rack for eggs in the refrigerator, also called an egg tray. Overall, it is a trapezoidal shelf with a semicircular groove in the middle. The shape has been fixed. What Aina is doing is polishing the surface of the wood. This is a very boring job, but there is no impatience on Aina's face. He always looks full of energy, no matter what he is doing. "I have seen it, but I haven't seen one this big." Lu Shi's tone was a little hesitant. She wasn't sure whether what she mentioned about the other world would be a good thing or a bad thing. "What is it?" Aina's eyes were as bright as Xiao Yuan's, and curiosity was written all over her pupils. The egg tray is a rack for placing the eggs of some animals. Monsters, to prevent them from being broken when moving, or to store them better. Lu Shi explained. "Is it a monster egg this big?"
Aina gestured.
According to the size of the egg tray in his hand, the monster egg that could be placed on it would be almost 2 meters high. The average monster is only this big. To lay eggs this big, it must be at least several dozen meters tall. Aina has never seen a monster this big. Lu Shi was also confused, but with her limited knowledge, it should be impossible. She and Aina looked at each other, and they both tacitly ruled out this possibility. "It should be a shelf or something." Aina nodded in confirmation. Lu Shi didn't dwell on this question, and instead asked what he wanted to know. "Aina, have you ever been to the town of Aguri?" "I went there once with my father." Aina nodded, and without waiting for Lu Shi to ask further, she started talking. "The walls of Aguri are very tall, more than 10 meters high. My father said that even without activating the elemental array, the outer walls alone can resist attacks from low-level monsters. I really hope that our village can also build such walls. Also, the roads in Viguri are very smooth, and walking on them is not tiring at all. Moreover, the roads are very wide, and several carriages can pass side by side. Miss Lucy, the feathered horse is really beautiful. Do you usually use a feathered horse to drive? When I have money, I also want to buy a feather horse, and I can also help the people in the village carry goods. There are shops on both sides of the road, selling all kinds of things. My favorite is the dessert shop on the west side of the road. They have a kind of syrup. Just a little bit of it can make you drink very sweet water. But the price is too expensive, so my father only buys a little bit every time." Lu Shi filled these words with his own shallow understanding of the other world. When Aina once again talked about his beautiful imagination of the future, a laugh suddenly came from the back door.
Pucci.
A woman wearing tight leather armor pushed open the back door and walked out, with a smile still on her face. Instead, she simply tied her hair into a high ponytail, which made her look particularly fresh and neat. Her golden hair seemed to have been deliberately cut short so that no matter how she shook her head, her hair would not cover her eyes. The tight leather armor accentuated her fairly good figure, with various marks of varying sizes engraved on it, as if filled with stories. 2 daggers hung on her waist, within easy reach. Danger was Lu Shi's first perception, and then she looked at the woman's face. She was about 28 or 29 years old, and her appearance could only be described as pretty. She was not even as pretty as Aina and Jenny, let alone compared to Lu Shi. Ms. Hylin. Aina reacted and turned around to greet Hylin from the mercenary group. You had a good dream.
Keep going next time.
Hylin came over and patted Aina on the head. She spoke with a slight smile, but it was not a mockery. Instead, it seemed as if she was cheering Aina on. How's the grinding going? Hylin said casually, then lowered her head to look at the unknown frame under Ai's hand. Just a little bit more, Miss Helen, I'll be done soon. Although she kept talking, Aina's hands did not stop, and she had already finished most of it. Okay, that's it. Hylin touched it casually. What Aina said was almost right was actually not ground finely enough, but in its current state, there was no problem using it directly. Hylin was too lazy to wait any longer. She swept the sawdust off the shelf, picked up the wooden shelf with one hand, and walked towards the backyard. Lu Shi was startled by Hylin's sudden action. For the first time, he realized that there are abilities in this world that exceed human power. Although Village Chief Lu Li is also a low-level elemental warrior, he has never performed acrobatics in front of Lu Shi. This is the first time that Lu Shi has seen the power of elements. Hylin noticed Lu Shi's reaction, but she didn't care. She just glanced at Lu Shi with a smile and walked back. She didn't interact with Lu Shi at all during the whole process. Until Hylin disappeared, Lu Shi was still looking in the direction she left. Aina was already cleaning up the wood chips and wood blocks on the ground. Noticing Lu Shi's reaction, she couldn't help but ask a question. Miss Lucy, what happened to Ms. Helene? It's okay. Lu Shi shook his head and took a step back to allow Aina to clean the floor better. She just suddenly realized that Hyline's attitude towards her seemed to be wrong, or she did not understand the relationship between mercenaries and nobles more clearly. Why do you call her madam? Lu Shi suddenly thought of this question. When Aina introduced him to her yesterday, he called him a mercenary master. But when he met the real person, he didn't say that anymore. Ahem. Aina was a little embarrassed for once. Ms. Hylin and the others don't like to be called master, so they asked me to call them Mr. and Ms. This is interesting, Lu Shi thought thoughtfully. The word master usually refers to nobles. The resistance of these mercenaries to the title means that they are not in the noble camp, but more like civilians, but they are not real civilians. So, in this world, there exists another class besides nobles and commoners mercenaries? No, it shouldn't be mercenaries. It should be elemental warriors and elemental mages. Outside of secular rights, there is a class established by extraordinary power. It may be intertwined with the classes of nobility and commoners, but in some ways, it can ensure its own purity. I'm done packing, Miss Lucy. Are you going to go shopping somewhere else today? Aina's voice woke Lu Shi up from his thoughts. Which place is more interesting? Lu Shi smiled and kicked the choice back to Ai. She just wanted to find Ai to say those words, so it didn't matter where she went. Miss Lucy, would you like to go to the pub across the street? McDunn can tell you a lot of stories. Aina excitedly recommended it to Lu Shi. I think you want to listen to the story. Lu Shi did not refuse and nodded, okay. Just as Lu Shi was about to walk out the door, 2 people came towards him at the gate, one in front and one behind. The tall man in front, who was almost 2 meters tall, covered the door tightly at once. His shadow fell on Lu Shi, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. Lu Shi almost thought that it was Village Chief Lu Li who appeared here, but when he looked up, he saw a strange young man in his eyes. The young man's skin was much whiter than the village chief of Lu Li Village, but he looked young, only about 23 or 24 years old. He didn't look very good, but he was handsome enough. His frown and stern face were enough to scare half the children in the village to tears. He was wearing a set of metal armor, which made him look more muscular, and the marks on it were no less than those on the leather armor worn by Miss Helen. Lu Shi blinked and realized that the other person should be a member of the mercenary group. However, before he could figure out how to react, he saw this person step aside and make room for Lu Shi first. Even the person behind him took a step aside. When Lu Shi looked over, the young man had already withdrawn his gaze from her, so Lu Shi nodded at him, whispered thank you, and walked out. Mr. Clyde, Mr. White, you're back. Aina greeted them warmly. The rack has been polished, and Helen just took it to the backyard. Lu Shi looked back and was caught off guard by a stare eye contact with White behind Clyde. White looked a little older than Clyde, about 26 or 27 years old, and was probably only about 1.8 meters tall, a head shorter than Clyde. He had a handsome appearance, the kind that girls liked very much. He was also wearing leather armor, but there weren't many marks on it, as if he was rarely injured or fought. Lu Shi was looking at White, and he suddenly gave Lu Shi a friendly smile and winked mischievously.
White.
Clyde seemed to have eyes on his back and knew what White was doing, without looking back. White shrugged at Lu Shi with a helpless expression, turned around obediently, and walked into the house. Here we go, boss. In the room, Aina had finished explaining everything and said goodbye to Clyde. Clyde nodded calmly and watched the two figures walk away before looking away. This must be the lost noble lady the villagers talked about yesterday. She is so beautiful. When I saw her appearance, I half believed her. She must be a noble. White pinched his chin and sighed. Commoners can't raise such a beautiful girl. Clyde glanced over and said, "Stop talking nonsense and get down to business." However, his mind recalled the scene where Lu Shi whispered thank you to him just now. Although he was wearing civilian clothes, he did not look like a civilian. But he didn't look like a noble. He had never seen any noble who was so polite. The etiquette of the nobles was only used on nobles. I'm doing it. White said perfunctorily and started a new topic. Boss, you said she must be going home, right? Should we take on an accompaniment mission to send her back? Don't look for trouble. Be careful not to cause any complications. That thing hasn't been resolved yet. Clyde glared at White and spoke in a warning tone. How unromantic. White shook his head in astonishment. That's a noble lady in trouble. If I can seize this opportunity and make friends with a noble lady, I won't have to worry about wealth for the rest of my life. Why would I need to do these things here? I say, boss, have you ever considered finding a rich woman?
Roll.
Old Keter's Tavern looks much more like a restaurant. 5 or 6 sets of tables and chairs are placed in the middle of the room. There is a large bar against the wall near the door, and a row of cabinets behind it with some empty wine bottles. Empty? Lu Shi repeated. Empty.
Aina nodded.
Old Keat is always worried that someone will come to steal the wine, but he also thinks that it won't look like a tavern without wine bottles on the shelves, so there are only empty bottles there. Lu Shi glanced at the door that was not closed tightly and could understand Old Keter's concerns. Maybe because it was morning, there was no one in the pub, not even the owner, Old Keter. Strange? There shouldn't be no one here. Aina wondered, and then suddenly clapped her hands. I almost forgot that there will be a bonfire party tonight, and Old Keat should be preparing wine for the evening. Then he looked at Lu Shi with a hint of apology. I'm sorry, Miss Lucy. I forgot about this. It doesn't matter. Lu Shi shook his head, paused, and asked, Your village probably can't afford the bar in Vigori town. Where does the wine come from? It was brewed by Old Ket himself. When he was young, he was an apprentice in a tavern in the town of Vigili. As for how he was driven out of the town, AI didn't say it. That was a story that even longer existed than when his father became the mayor of Kova village. My father taught people to grow liangua, and Old Keat used liangua to make wine. But the mercenaries came to drink it once, and said that the taste was different from the wine they drank, but this is the kind of wine we have always been drinking. Aina scratched her head. Perhaps the wine-making method that Old Keat had learned before had long been forgotten by him, and these wines were just something he made up, but the people in their village have always been drinking this flavor, so how could it not be considered wine to them? There was no one else in the pub, and it was very quiet, a perfect place for a chat. Lu Shi found a random seat and sat down. He showed great interest in the mercenaries he had just met and asked Aina about them. But in fact, what Lu Shi wanted to know more was what the profession of mercenary represented in the other world. Aina found a clean cup behind the bar of the pub, then went to the kitchen at the back of the pub to pour a glass of water for Lu Shi. Then she began to talk to Lu Shi. Mr. Clyde and his men came to the village 5 nights ago. My father said that the name of their mercenary group is the Dragon Hunting Mercenary Group. It is a mid-level mercenary group with a total of 7 members. Mr. Clyde is the leader of the mercenary group. Lu Shi couldn't help but interrupt. Dragon Hunting Mercenary Group? Is it very famous? Aina was stunned for a moment and scratched her head embarrassedly. I don't know either. My father never told me, but it should be very powerful. After all, it is an intermediate mercenary group. My father said that to become an intermediate mercenary group, there must be a member who is an intermediate elemental warrior or an intermediate elemental mage. Lu Shi pondered. Indeed, she had only met 3 of them, but she could already feel the difference between them and ordinary civilians. Although village chief Lu Li also seemed dangerous, it was nothing compared to the oppressive feeling brought by these people. Have they been living there since they came to the village? Mr. Clyde seemed to have just come back from outside. Do you know what he was doing? Lu Shi showed an interested expression. Yes, Mr. Clyde and his friends have been staying at the Kendler's house. I heard that they brought a lot of things with them when they came. But I slept so soundly that night that I didn't see what Mr. Clyde and his friends brought. Mr. Clyde and his men go out every day, usually to the Prohii forest, as if they were looking for something. I followed them once, to the edge of the forest, but then Mr. Clyde said they were going deep into the Prohii forest, which was very dangerous, so he didn't ask me to follow them again. The monster meat used in the bonfire party tonight was hunted by Mr. Clyde from the Prohii forest. These were not big secrets. The villagers of Kova village saw the mercenary group's daily actions, and anyone they asked would get a clear answer. Therefore, Aina did not feel guilty at all when answering. Lu Shi didn't ask any further, as that would make her purpose too obvious, so she asked someone else, Does Ms. Hyland go out every day? Aina thought about it and shook her head. I haven't seen Ms. Hyland go out. She seems to be in the yard all the time. Haven't you ever been into the yard? Lu Shi asked curiously. Mr. Clyde doesn't allow people to get close to the yard. If there's something we need to do, we have to do it in the front room and then take it to the backyard. My father said that Mr. Clyde and his men must have brought something dangerous, and they didn't want to let us get close because they were afraid they might hurt us. Aina's eyes were full of envy. McDonald's story said that mercenaries are like this, always in danger. You want to be a mercenary? Lu Shi thought Ai's expression at this moment was very interesting. Hee. Aina answered with a look of embarrassment, but her tone was very firm. Yes, I want to be a mercenary like Mr. Clyde. I want to travel to all the kingdoms with my friends, see the mountains and oceans mentioned in the stories, hunt dangerous monsters, look for treasures in dragons' lairs, witness the Elves' tree of life, and see how beautiful the sirens are. How to say it, seeing Ai like this, Lu Shi couldn't help but recall the time when he was in elementary school in a Chinese composition class titled I Want to Be When I Grow Up, when he and his classmates spoke enthusiastically. Innocent and innocent, the reality after growing up is that they become social animals. None of the beautiful imaginations they had imagined have come true. Instead, they suffer from exploitation and torture at work every day. Lu Shi didn't know what mercenaries were like, but there was no way they could be as beautiful as Aina described. Haraha, you're thinking too well. Mercenaries are not as good as you think. The flimsy door of the tavern was pushed open, and a man in his 30s walked in, speaking out Lu Shi's thoughts. Lu Shi looked up and saw an unkempt middle-aged man who looked like he had experienced a lot in life walking in. He was also wearing leather armor, but it was probably torn too many times, and only half of it was left. He wore it diagonally on his body, only protecting the important parts. He carried a huge weapon on his back. Boy, where is the old man in the tavern? Ask him to bring me 2 barrels of wine. Without waiting for Aina to react, the man had already stated his request. Didn't you say that the wine here tastes weird? Why are you still drinking it? Another voice came from behind the man, Let's go back quickly. The boss is still waiting for us. The young man, who looked only about 18 or 19 years old, had an impatient look on his face. He was not wearing leather armor or mail, but instead a brand new black robe with unclear dark patterns embroidered on it. He also had straps on his wrists and ankles to facilitate his movements. He had a silver sword hanging around his waist, but it didn't look like it was used much, and was more like a decoration. It tastes a bit weird, but it's not undrinkable. It's good to have wine to drink in a place like this. I'm not that picky. Young master, the boss is just across the street, just 2 steps away. You can go back by yourself, and don't have to wait for me. The man reached out and picked his ear, not seeming to care at all. The young man snorted with a cold face. The boss said that we should work in pairs and take care of each other to avoid accidents. You haven't gone back with me to see the boss yet, so we can't separate. Come on, young master. What kind of accidents can happen in such a big village? The man rolled his eyes rudely. Aina waited until the 2 men had almost finished arguing before she greeted them. She looked like she was used to seeing this scene. Mr. Cagley, Mr. Shiolon, there will be a bonfire party in the village tonight. Old Keat has taken all the wine away, and it is not here. TSK. Cagley touched his hair unhappily, and without making things difficult for Aina, he turned around and walked out. All right, let's go, young master. Shiolon ignored Cagley and glanced at Lu Shi, who had remained silent. He frowned but said nothing. He turned around and followed Cagley. Humph, what a waste of time. Lu Shi lowered her eyes and thought. If the few mercenaries she had met before were more in line with her stereotype of mercenaries, then Xiulan's existence definitely exceeded her imagination. Xiulan must be a mercenary from a noble family, Lu Shi's intuition told him. This could be proved by the title of young master from Cagley's mouth and the clean, new clothes on Xiulan. The fabric was definitely not something that ordinary civilians could wear. Ms. Lucy, what are you thinking about?
Aina notisse lu exies at St. Mindedes.
That mercenary named Xiulan looks very young. Can he become a mercenary at such a young age? Lu Shi turned the topic to Xiulan. Well, Mr. Xiulan is indeed very young. There seems to be no age limit to become a mercenary. But if you want to become a mercenary, you have to at least be a low-level elemental warrior. I don't know if I can become an elemental warrior. It's still a long time before I become an adult at the age of 16. Aina was deflated. Lu Shi keenly grasped the key point in this sentence. There is an age requirement to become an elemental warrior. But asking this question would make her seem too ignorant. So Lu Shi had to skip this question and ask about the monsters that she was most concerned about. I.e., have you seen many monsters? Are they all dangerous? I don't think I've seen any dangerous monsters in the forest. I have seen many monsters in the Prohii forest. Only low-level monsters are dangerous. But Miss Lucy, it would be better if you haven't seen low-level monsters. Aina told the truth, honestly. After all, if Lu Shi saw a dangerous low-level monster, he would not appear here. Lu Shi was silent, and then continued to ask as if he didn't care, what if you encounter a monster cub without its parents? Should you kill them? I think so. Aina was confused for a moment, perhaps because she had never thought about this kind of question. When Lu Shi heard this, his heart sank. But soon, Aina scratched her head again. If we bring them back to the village to raise, we have to pay a large deposit every year. Our village probably doesn't have that much money. Otherwise, my father would have gone to the Prohii forest to catch a few monster cubs and brought them back to raise. But if we let them grow up, they will hurt people in the future, so we should just kill them. Lu Shi stared at Aina for several seconds until Aina began to nervously think about whether she had done something wrong. Then he slowly let out a breath. He was panting heavily while talking, which scared her to death. Why do I need to pay a deposit? Because low-level monsters can easily get out of control and might hurt people or something. The patrol team will take the initiative to clear out low-level monsters when they see them, even if they are raised by the village itself. Only if a deposit is paid will the patrol team not treat them as dangerous and clear them out, and they can also bring the monsters with a deposit into the town of Igori. Aina answered as a matter of course. Lu Shi accepted this answer and felt much more relaxed. She had a lot of jewelry and gold threads on her, all of which were valuable things. She could buy a safe place for Xiao Yuan, and she didn't need to worry about others shouting and killing her as soon as they saw Xiao Yuan. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Lu Shi's smile became much more genuine. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time. It's already noon. You should go back to eat. She also wanted to go back and share the good news with Xiao Yuan. Is this a pocket watch?
Aina was surprised.
It's so small. I only have a very large clock at home that I can use to tell time. As a former trainee knight, Village Chief Luli has many items in his home that are difficult for ordinary people to obtain, such as a clock. Lu Shi was in a good mood. He took out his pocket watch and showed it to Aina. Yes, but I haven't adjusted it for a long time. I don't know if the time is still accurate. Aina did not take it. She looked at it from a distance for a few seconds and was satisfied. At the same time, she noticed the photo on the inside of the pocket watch. Is this Miss Lucy when she was a child? Miss Lucy was also very beautiful when she was a child. Lu Shi smiled and said nothing. He put away his pocket watch.
Aina suddenly thought of something.
Oh, by the way, Miss Lucy, why don't you come to my house for lunch today? My sister wants to meet you too. She is 5 years old. She heard that you are beautiful and has always wanted to meet you. Lu Shi blinked. Aina, a 1-year-old unknown sister, and now a 5-year-old sister. Village Chief Lily's family is really fertile. No wonder there are 11 people in the family. Unable to resist Aina's invitation, Lu Shi finally agreed to go to his house for lunch. Aina excitedly told Anasuna that Lu Shi would not go home for lunch, and after returning, she introduced his family members to Lu Shi. In addition to 2 younger sisters, Aina also has a 10-year-old brother, so there are 5 children in the family. The 5-year-old sister Lola was just as Aina said. As soon as she saw Lu Shi, she started praising her beauty and stuck to Lu Shi the whole time. At the same time, Lu Shi also met Mrs. Sally, the wife of Village Chief Luli. She was a very burly lady. Although it might be a bit rude to say so, her body was really very strong. She was so strong that she didn't look out of place even when standing next to Village Chief Luli. The two of them were a perfect match. Mrs. Sally prepared a relatively sumptuous lunch for Lu Shi. Of course, no matter how sumptuous it was, it couldn't be separated from the combination of soup and black bread. After the meal, Lu Shi was playing with a few children when he heard Village Chief Luli calling on villagers to go to the Perhii forest to pick some edible fruits and wild vegetables, so he asked Dana. We're going to have a bonfire party tonight, and monster meat alone isn't enough to eat, so Dad wants to go to the Perhii forest to get some other food. Aina was very excited and planned to go along too. Thinking that Xiao Yuan loves to eat grilled mushrooms, Lu Shi was also tempted and wanted to pick some for Xiao Yuan to eat, so he found the Village Chief Luli. Village Chief Luli thought about it and realized that there were dozens of villagers going together along the way, and they would not go too deep into the forest, so their safety could be guaranteed. Lu Shi had lived in the wild for a long time, so he would not be too much of a burden to others, so he nodded. Although he didn't dare to refuse the request of a noble lady. Lu Shi spent the whole afternoon in the forest and picked a lot of mushrooms as he wished. Aina stood by and carried the backpack for Lu Shi. Miss Lucy, can this be eaten? Won't we get poisoned if we eat it? Aina looked puzzled. Some people in their village had eaten mushrooms before, but they couldn't tell whether they were poisonous or not, so they picked them and ate them together. After the poisoning incident, no one dared to eat them anymore. Mushrooms like this one are not poisonous and can be eaten. I ate a lot of them when I was in the forest before. Lu Shi shared those mushroom truths with Aina and the villagers nearby, gaining many grateful looks and adding some new ingredients to the evening bonfire party. However, if you have never eaten a mushroom and are not sure about its toxicity, it is best not to blindly believe these mushroom theories. It is better to find other monsters to test the poison first. Lu Shi added. Aina nodded heavily to show that she remembered it. By the time the team returned to the village, it was already getting dark. A huge bonfire had been lit in the open space in the square. The flames were burning, illuminating half of the village. I saw comments saying the pace has been slow recently. In fact, it seems so slow because I have inserted too much description of the world view and background in the recent chapters. After all, In terms of time, so many chapters have passed in less than a day and a night. The villagers of Kova village all came out of their homes and got busy in the open space of the square, spontaneously doing things within their abilities to contribute to the bonfire party, which was very lively. Although the open space in the square is large, it is not large enough to accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 people moving freely at the same time. Therefore, the villagers lit several small bonfires on the main roads in the village, expanding the activity area to half of the village. Seeing the figures coming and going, Lucy seemed to be seeing the night market snack street on Earth. Without having time to go back to find Xiao Yuan, Lucy was pulled directly to the center of the bonfire party by the excited Aina, who asked her how to eat mushrooms. A group of villagers instantly gathered around them, and they were also very interested in mushrooms. There were several large wooden barrels filled with water next to the campfire. Some women brought their own wooden basins and sat next to the large wooden barrels, responsible for helping the villagers who came and went wash the fruits and vegetables in their hands. Several large wooden barrels are placed here. Firstly, it is convenient to wash the ingredients. Secondly, it can also prevent accidental fire accidents. The water in these barrels can also put out the fire in time. Village Chief Luli took some villagers to the Perhii forest to pick fruits and wild vegetables. Madame Lisa stayed in the village and led the villagers to cut more than 1 ton of monster meat into pieces. After cleaning them, they placed them on a temporary rack, waiting for those who wanted to eat them to take them and roast them over the campfire. There was a wine barrel next to it. The villagers brought their own wine bowls from home, filled them with wine, and drank happily amid laughter and chatter. Lucy led the villagers to wash the mushrooms, string them into skewers, roast them on the campfire, and cook mushroom soup, preparing to distribute it to the villagers who did not like drinking or the children in the village. Of course, Lucy did not forget to leave Xiao Yu on her share. There was no speech by the leader, nor any other unnecessary process. At some inconspicuous moment, the bonfire party just began. The rich aroma of barbecue and Liangguo wine wafted throughout the village. In the backyard of the Kennel family, 2 people who had just rushed back from a long journey listened to the noise outside in surprise and looked at each other. What happened? I don't know. As the last 2 members of the dragon hunting mercenary group, they spent the longest time out and went deeper into the Perhii forest. Unlike the others who only circled around the inner and outer forests, they could come back to the village from time to time every day to have lunch and dinner. Since they left home 3 days ago, they had not returned and did not know that Clyde had hunted a low-level monster and given the monster meat to the villagers. Hey, Dina, Miguel, you're back. Cagley walked out of the house and saw the 2 young couple carrying something at the door and greeted them casually. Where are you going? Xiao Lan followed out of the room and asked in a very unhappy tone, but then he saw the 2 people at the door and his expression eased a lot. Dina, Miguel, you're back. The boss is waiting for you in the house. Okay, Xiaolan Dina is a young girl in her early 20s, and her personality is as lively and cheerful as her age. She was wearing a robe similar to Xiaolan's, but the material was obviously just ordinary, so she decorated some metal armor plates on key parts for defense. Xiaolan looked a little embarrassed and annoyed, but when facing the girl Dina, for some reason, he couldn't get angry. He looked very conflicted, and his expression looked very interesting. Such a cute expression might be the reason why Dina always likes to tease him. Miguel looks about the same age as Dina. He is also cheerful and sunny, and loves to laugh. He wears armor similar to Clyde's, but he is taller and thinner, and does not have the oppressive feeling that Clyde has. Okay, Dina, stop teasing Xiaolan all the time. Danny turned Dina around, and Miguel almost pushed her into the house. Cagley was too impatient to chat with them here, and had already walked out of the courtyard gate. Xiaolan trotted after him. Where are you going? The tone sounded like he would not stop until he got the answer. Master, just smell the wine outside. I must be out here looking for something to drink. Cagley shrugged and rolled his eyes. I'll go with you. Xiaolan pursed her lips, her expression showing a bit of seriousness. Don't always go out alone. What if you encounter an accident that you can't handle alone? The boss said that the 2 of us are a team, and we need to look out for each other. Cagley didn't seem to take it to heart at all and replied perfunctorily, okay, if you want to follow me, then follow me. Is that okay, young master?
You.
Xiaolan was angry and moved his mouth, but in the end he said nothing and turned his head away and no longer looked at Cagley. In the room behind them, Dina and Miguel saw Boss Clyde putting down the 2 large packages on his back, and Dina's tone was very proud. We're all here now. What do you think, boss? I told you that this mission is no problem for the 2 of us. Thank you for your hard work. Clyde nodded and put his hand on his aching forehead. It's been too active lately. We can't leave this village unless we find a way to calm it down. White, who was standing next to Clyde, squatted down and opened the 2 packages. Brown-red branches scattered all over the ground. He picked up 2 branches at random and examined them. He nodded and said, yes, they are branches of the dragon's breath tree. After saying that, White also breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go find the carpenter in the village and see if he can build a frame out of these. See, I told you, there's no problem at all. Dina put her hands on her hips, looking extremely proud. Miguel asked another question, boss, we just got back. What happened in this village? We caught a low-level monster yesterday. After we processed it, we gave the meat to the villagers. They had a bonfire party to celebrate. Clyde explained, and then spoke with a smile.
You just got back.
You must have had a hard time on the journey. Do you want to go and have some fun together? The food and wine there are free. Dina loves lively places, and she was immediately moved when she heard that. She pulled Miguel's sleeve and looked at him with pitiful eyes. Miguel laughed and said in a particularly doting manner, if you want to go, let's go together. Lil Dina stuck out her tongue, made a face, and ran out with Miguel. Clyde slapped White and said, next time, talk about yourself and don't bring me along. White dodged skillfully, but failed to dodge. He rubbed his shoulder with a grin. Boss, I'm a weak elemental mage. Can't you be gentler? Picking up the 2 packages on the ground, White walked towards the door. When he was almost there, he slowly added, no wonder you still can't find a wife. Clyde threw a small object over and it hit the wall. White had already stepped out of the door, leaving behind a string of smug laughter. From the next room, Helen came out and leaned against the door, with a smile on her face not much less than White's. Clyde pretended he saw nothing and changed the subject by asking, is it still so naughty now? Helen also sighed. It's been even more noisy these past 2 days. Luckily, Dina and the others brought back the dragon breath wood. I hope it will be effective. Thank you for your help. Clyde frowned, thinking of a lot of troubles. Helen shook her head. I just need to stay here. It's no trouble. It's more tiring for you to run around all the time. It's a rare event outside. Why don't you go and relax? I'll stay and watch it. Clyde smiled and gestured to the noisy sound outside. Drinking is okay? Helen did not reject Clyde's kindness and raised her eyebrows. She and Cagley were both people who loved drinking, but her temperament would change after drinking. Generally speaking, when she had something to do, she basically would not touch alcohol. Clyde laughed and nodded. Drinking is fine. Then I won't be polite, boss. Helen walked out of the room, sniffed the air, and walked decisively in the direction where the smell of alcohol was the strongest. White took a bunch of branches to the carpenter Uncle Ame's house, but found no one at home. Everyone had gone to the bonfire party in the square. TSK, I forgot about that. White put down the pile of branches and scratched his head. Although it was embarrassing to disturb others from their bonfire party at this time, they were not the kind of people who didn't want to be paid, so they probably wouldn't mind adding some temporary work. Leaving the branch at the carpenter's house, White walked towards the square to look for Uncle Max. As soon as he reached the edge of the square, White noticed his conspicuous companion. In a corner at the edge of the square, Cagley was sitting under a tree with a few barrels of wine next to him and a circle of young girls surrounding him. Everyone couldn't help but take a second look at him. In fact, the girls came to find Xiaolan, but Xiaolan kept following Cagley, so it looked like Cagley was surrounded by a group of girls. White added irresponsibly in his heart, even Xiaolan looks like one of the girls. After walking a few steps inside, White suddenly heard some familiar drinking games. He looked over with a wooden face. He didn't know when Hylan mixed in with a group of drunkards and started playing drinking games. She was very generous and lost quite generously, guzzling bowl after bowl of wine. I never thought that someone would use his bad luck in gambling to cheat for drinks in a drinking game. Didn't you see that after a while, those drunkards who were playing drinking games together are almost sober? Walking to the center of the square, around the big bonfire, there are young men and women dancing, interacting with each other in an ambiguous and shy manner. Occasionally, some newly married couples will go up and dance. Leading the dance this time were White's two young lovers, Dina and Miguel. The passionate and unrestrained feelings between them greatly inspired the other young men and women. White, I'm already numb. It seems that their boss is the only one not in the square now. Looking around, White wanted to find Uncle Amai, the carpenter, in the crowd, but unexpectedly saw the wandering noble lady. It wasn't that surprising. She was wearing villagers' clothes, but had a beauty and aura that could be recognized at a glance. She was gathered among a group of children, distributing hot soup to them with a gentle smile on her face. An exceptionally fresh and sweet smell penetrated the messy smells in the air and reached White's nostrils. The source seemed to be the pot of hot soup in her hand. How about I have a bowl of soup first, and then go find someone? White suddenly thought of his boss who was left alone in the house, and then he decisively put the other person behind him. Boss or something, it doesn't matter anymore. Hi, Miss Lucy. We meet again. White put on his invincible attitude among girls and approached Lu Shi. Lu Shi didn't understand what this person wanted to do, but he didn't show any vigilance. He just nodded slightly coldly and responded, hello. White didn't mind Lu Shi's reaction. He looked at the children who were drinking soup from bowls next to him in a friendly manner and said, what are you drinking? It smells delicious. It's Miss Lucy's mushroom soup. It's delicious. Mushroom soup is delicious. It's mushroom soup. The children were not very vigilant and immediately started answering the question at once. White was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this noble lady could cook. But shouldn't this kind of thing be done by the servants? How could it be the turn of this noble lady to do it herself? Without showing any special expression, White looked at Lu Shi. It turned out to be made by Miss Lucy herself. I wonder if I have the honor to taste it. Lu Shi looked up at White, not knowing what he wanted to do. But mushroom soup was not a precious thing, and there were several pots nearby, so Lu Shi just scooped a bowl and handed it over. I have never tasted such a smooth taste, which slides into my stomach along the warm current, and an indescribable fragrance remains in my mouth. It seems that some fruit has been added in it. The flesh is soft and glutinous, and a light sweetness lingers in my mouth. No wonder these kids like it so much. Why not bring a bowl back for the eldest child and let him try it too? White thought happily. Just as he was thinking, White suddenly felt a fluctuation of the breath of the wind element, accompanied by several sudden exclamations. He immediately put down the soup bowl in his hand and looked in that direction warily. At the same time, he glanced twice and saw that several of his companions had already stood up and were on guard. They stood out among the villagers who didn't know what was going on. Hey, wait! That figure rushing back and forth in the crowd looks like their boss. No, that's their boss. Because they didn't understand what was going on, the members of the dragon-hunting mercenaries just watched their boss getting closer and closer, and no one took the initiative to attack. As Clyde got closer and closer to the center of the square, the number of villagers increased, and the chaos he caused became greater and greater. The villagers' screams ignited a panic atmosphere, and the villagers began to retreat in a daze to a place they thought was safe, but the more they retreated, the more panicked they became. White made a prompt decision and spoke to his other companions. Dina, Xiaolan, evacuate the villagers immediately. No matter what the boss wants to do, he cannot let these villagers influence his actions. The earth began to shake, like a conveyor belt. The panicked villagers in the square were stunned for a moment, and they had already moved away from the center of the square. Xiaolan took a deep breath. He was just a low-level earth elemental mage, and it was still difficult for him to control such a large area of land instantly. On the other side, under Miguel's protection, Dina's palm touched the ground, and several vines grew out instantly, carrying the remaining scattered villagers away from the center of the square, leaving an open space in front of Clyde. Without the villagers' cover, Clyde and the low-level monster, the silver wolf cub in front of him, were clearly exposed to the public. What was most astonishing was that in front of this silver wolf cub, which was only half a meter tall, there was a huge egg that was 2 meters high floating. Without the villagers getting in the way, Clyde raised the double-edged heavy sword in his hand and slashed at the silver wolf cub.
Xiao Yuan.
She rushed out instantly. White next to her didn't even react to stop her. He could only watch her rush behind the silver wolf cub to block the attack for it.
Wait.
The voice of village chief Luli sounded behind Clyde. He had been chasing Clyde hard, but no one noticed him. The heavy sword fell. Blood splattered, splashing all over half of Lucy's face, and then slowly dripped down her cheek. Clyde retracted his heavy sword with a grim face. His expression was particularly ugly. Lucy rushed out too fast just now, and he had no time to retract his attack. He could only temporarily change the direction of the attack, letting the heavy sword brush against Lucy's shoulder and chop the ground. Although the heavy sword did not hit Lucy, the sword wind driven by the elemental power still cut several deep wounds on Lucy, who had a physique of an ordinary person, and blood splattered everywhere. The surroundings instantly fell silent, and no one dared to speak out in this sudden incident. Xiao Yuan turned around in disbelief, and the 2-meter giant egg floating in the air in front of it fell to the ground and rolled slowly. Xiao Yuan let out a cry full of pain and panic and approached Lu Shi carefully and nervously and tentatively rubbed Lu Shi's leg with her head. "I'm fine, Xiao Yuan." Lu Shi swallowed the cry of pain, his body swayed, but he still stood firmly. He raised his intact arm and gently touched Xiao Yuan's wolf head. "Don't be afraid." After saying this, Lu Shi looked up and looked at Clyde, who was holding a heavy sword. Behind Clyde, village chief Luli finally arrived. His heart almost stopped when he saw Lu Shi covered in blood. But he felt relieved when he saw Lu Shi speaking. At the same time, he looked at the evacuated crowd around him and saw his own boy standing out from the villagers and running towards Lu Shi. He breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Clyde. "Captain Clyde, there may be some misunderstandings this time. It is better to wait until we understand the situation first." "Miss Lucy." Aina nervously ran to Lu Shi and reached out to help her, but she didn't dare to touch her easily for fear of aggravating Lu Shi's injuries. She was at a loss what to do. Are you okay?" His voice was trembling a little. "I'm fine." Lu Shi retracted her gaze and repeated it again. Thanks to this month's experience of surviving in the wild, she had already gotten used to the pain and was able to maintain normal thinking at this moment. However, the dizziness, coldness, and gradual weakness caused by blood loss are inevitable, and the symptoms worsen as blood is lost. "I need to stop the bleeding. Please help me get some clean cloth and water." Lu Shi spoke calmly. His voice was a little weak, but it was so clear in the silence. "Water? There is water here. It's clean." An elderly villager reacted after hearing this, and the surrounding villagers who dared not speak or move finally took action. Village Chief Luli knew that the bonfire party could no longer continue. Seeing that Clyde did not respond but did not refute him, he stepped forward to evacuate the villagers. A few minutes later, in a huge square, nothing was left except the bonfire, which had been moved away by the villagers. Aunt Asuna and another aunt stayed, and were treating Lu Shi's wounds. Because the heavy sword was biased towards Lu Shi's left side, the sword wind only scratched Lu Shi's left half of the body, with 1 wound on the shoulder, 2 wounds on the arm, and 1 wound on the thigh, a total of 4 wounds. The wound on the shoulder was the most dangerous one because it was closest to the neck. The blood spurting out of this wound splashed all over Lu Shi's face. Aunt Asuna washed the wounds on Lu Shi's body with clean water. This cruel behavior was not only difficult for Aunt Asuna to accept, but even White, who was always kind to women, could not stand it. Taking out the medicine he used from his arms, White handed it to her. "Miss Lucy, why don't you use my medicine? I bought it from an elf, and it's very effective. But it's very expensive." She rejected Aunt Asuna's idea of giving her herbs. White guessed that it might be because she didn't trust these common people's things. She wanted to ease the relationship between the boss and Miss Lucy, so she took out the precious potion that she was reluctant to use. Does your medicine have any pain-relieving effect? Lucy's face was pale. He didn't take it but just asked.
Oh, no.
White paused. Not only no, his medicine not only did not relieve the pain, but also aggravated the pain. But the effect was really good. The wound healed more than 10 times faster. A wound that would take more than a month to heal could be restored to its original state in 3 to 5 days. White saw that Lucy had some tolerance for the pain, so he dared to take it out and give it to Lucy. Forget it, thank you. Lucy politely declined. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. As long as she could hold on for another 5 hours, she would be able to wait until her body's condition was refreshed. You're welcome. White took back the potion with a confused look on his face. He felt that this noble lady was very different from the noble lady he had in mind. After the wound was bandaged, Lucy cheered up, washed his face with the remaining water, cleaned the blood off his face, and then looked at Clyde again. Aunt Asuna and another aunt had already left with their things, and Aina was also sent back home by village chief Luli. So there were only 7 people from the dragon-hunting mercenaries left in the square, plus village chief Luli, Lucy, and Xiao Yuan. Oh, there was also a 2-meter-tall egg that fell next to the campfire, and no one paid any attention to it for a while. Behind Lucy was a bonfire and a giant egg. Clyde was facing Lucy, and Clyde was standing in front of Lucy. Village chief Li was between the two. The other companions who didn't know what was going on stood scattered behind Clyde. Perhaps they didn't feel any danger, so they all looked relaxed. White had just handed the medicine to Lucy, and now he was standing next to Lucy, looking like Lucy's person. When Anasuna was treating Lucy's wound, Xiao Yuan stepped back for a distance to avoid scaring her. After everyone had left, she returned to Lucy's legs and lay on the ground with a wronged look on her face. He felt guilty and annoyed for causing Lucy to get hurt. Lucy did not comfort it too much. Instead, he tried to cheer himself up and not fall asleep in the drowsiness caused by excessive blood loss. He met Clyde's eyes and tried to figure out what had happened first. I don't know what happened, can someone explain it to me first? Lucy did not put herself in a weak position where she needed to apologize. From the time they had spent together, she was certain that her aristocratic status naturally gave her a high position. The status of a mercenary, or the so-called elemental warrior or elemental mage, only provides the capital to avoid bowing down to the nobles, but it does not mean that it is suppressed over the status of the nobles. Maybe someone could, but Clyde and the others were clearly not qualified, so their attitude towards Lucy was mostly to ignore him like a stranger. When he heard Lucy speak, village chief Li answered without waiting for Clyde to react. He was also afraid that these mercenaries would get carried away and do something to Miss Lucy. The consequences of an accident to a noble lady were not something their small village could bear. As village chief Luli spoke, Lucy finally knew what had happened. In short, not long after the bonfire party began, village chief Luli met several members of the mercenary group in the square. After observation, he found that the leader Clyde was not there. Out of courtesy, village chief Luli specially invited Captain Clyde to come over. Clyde could not come, but village chief Luli had to invite him. The accident happened at this time. Just after rejecting village chief Luli, Clyde suddenly felt an elemental fluctuation approaching from the direction of the pro-black forest. Clyde guessed that it might be the bustle in the village that attracted the low-level monsters in the Perhii forest. He didn't care much about it at first, but then he thought of his companions who were at the bonfire party. It would be bad if the low-level monsters caused trouble, affected the bonfire party, and disturbed his companions' rare relaxation. Clyde and village chief Luli went out of the village to look for the low-level monster, intending to kill it outside the village. But unexpectedly, not long after Clyde left the village, before he found the low-level monster outside the village, an elemental aura of a low-level monster suddenly came from the village.
Clyde.
After all, the people in the village are more important, so Clyde and village chief Luli hurried back to the village. As soon as he came back, Clyde saw a silver wolf cub stealing the egg he had placed in the room. The silver wolf cub reacted quickly. When it saw him coming back, it immediately ran to the crowded square with the egg. Clyde was concerned about the presence of the villagers, so he did not use any attacking means, but just ran after the silver wolf cub. It was not until the villagers were cleared away by his companions that he attacked the silver wolf cub. As a result, Lu Shi suddenly ran out, stood in front of the silver wolf cub, and was injured. At first, Clyde thought that the two low-level monsters were companions. One was outside to lure him away, and the other was inside the village to cooperate with him. But after thinking about it, he knew it was impossible. The low-level monster was still outside the village and far away, but he could sense it. It was impossible for a low-level monster to sneak into the village without being sensed by him, unless the elemental power was so weak that it was almost non-existent. The most important thing is that although he didn't see the low-level monster outside, Clyde could confirm that it was definitely not a silver wolf. It would be difficult for low-level monsters of different types to have any cooperative relationship, not to mention that there was a cub among them. The whole story was clear now. Lu Shi lowered his head to look at Xiao Yuan again. Now the only thing left was why Xiao Yuan would steal the eggs. No, Lu Shi suddenly remembered that Xiao Yuan had been obsessed with eggs ever since it had eaten bird eggs once. It was really hard for it not to be moved when it saw such a huge egg. So, the key point is why Xiao Yuan didn't stay at home obediently and what attracted Xiao Yuan to come out. Xiao Yuan is a cub I picked up in the wild and brought into the village. Lu Shi's voice was a little hoarse. I was worried that the villagers might not be able to accept it, so I kept it hidden in the room where I live. After explaining, Lu Shi continued, Xiao Yuan would not come out of the room for no reason. It may have sensed the approaching low-level monster and wanted to remind me. Then halfway through the walk, I saw the dome and couldn't walk anymore. Clyde frowned. He didn't know much about silver wolves because these monsters were relatively close to humans. When they met humans in the wild, they would rarely attack humans, so humans would not hunt silver wolves very often. Occasionally, some people would offer a bounty to mercenaries, and they would always ask for the capture of the silver wolf alive, so that they could take it back and keep it as a pet. Clyde usually didn't have a deep impression of monsters he had not killed personally, so at this moment he wasn't sure whether the silver wolf cub had really sensed the approach of the low-level monster. Of course, Clyde also knew that since the silver wolf cub belonged to Miss Lucy, there was no way he could do anything to it. He could just take the egg back and the matter would be over. Oh yes, there was also the matter of hurting a noble lady. In other words, not only could he not hold the noble lady's pet responsible for stealing his things, but he also had to apologize for injuring the noble lady.
Woo.
Xiao Yuan suddenly tugged at the corner of Lu Shi's clothes and imitated the sound of some monster roar. Lu Shi's face suddenly changed. The voice reminded her of the lion that had been chasing her for a long time. She had been in the Perhii forest for nearly half a month and had not met the lion again. She thought it had left. Unexpectedly, as soon as we left the Perhii forest, the lion followed us again. Miss Lucy? Village Chief Luli asked worriedly. The change on Lu Shi's face was so obvious that anyone could see that she must have thought of something. Maybe I know what that low-level monster is. Lu Shi did not hide it. It was a low-level monster I met on the grassland. Xiao Yuan found it and we avoided it the first time, but it chased us again later. Xiao Yuan and I hid in the Perhii forest until we arrived at Kova village. I thought it had left a long time ago. Lu Shi pressed his dizzy forehead and gritted his teeth to persist. Xiao Yuan remembered its smell, so he noticed its approach early and wanted to remind me. What kind of monster is it? Clyde asked. I don't know it. It's about 5 meters tall, with brown hair and a very dense mane around its neck. It was too far away, so I didn't see anything else. If Lu Shi could get close enough to see the low-level monster clearly, he would be afraid that he would not be able to escape. Clyde didn't ask any further questions, such as why the low-level monster was chasing Lu Shi. Everyone has some secrets, just like the giant egg they carried with them. Clyde glanced at the expressions of Lu Shi and Village Chief Luli. Neither of them cared about the giant egg, and neither of them seemed curious about it. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Just let it go. I'm sorry, Miss Lucy. I hurt you. As an apology, I will help you get rid of the low-level monster that has been chasing you. Clyde performed a salute that looked familiar to Lu Shi. After a brief recollection, she had just seen Village Chief Lily perform this salute yesterday. It should be a night salute. It seems that Mr. Clyde's experience is also very complicated. Okay. After a brief thought, Lu Shi agreed. At least it would be better to get rid of this threat now than to have it suddenly pop up later. Then we will take back the things that your pet took away. Clyde mentioned his most important purpose, which was also the key topic. Due to the noble relationship, he did not say stealing directly.
But
Lu Shi was about to nod when a sudden click came from behind, interrupting her words. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the giant egg that made the sound. Even Lu Shi turned around and looked back. The most frightening thing about writing is that the early settings don't match the later ones. As a result, I dare not write some plots too clearly, and I try to gloss over them if possible. The sudden change shocked everyone. Lu Shi and Village Chief Lu Li didn't know the specific situation of the egg, and their reactions were much slower with a confused look on their faces, and they even seemed a little sluggish. Clyde and his companions reacted quickly and almost immediately understood what was happening, and each of them took a defensive stance. Clyde held up the heavy sword in his hand, his eyes fixed on the direction of the egg. Behind him, Ellen's face was still flushed from drunkenness, but her eyes were instantly clear, and she held the two daggers in her hands silently. Miguel stood in front of Dina, with his sword unsheathed, guarding against any danger. Dina made gestures with her hands, her eyes fixed on the position of the egg, and elemental spells ready to be cast at any time. The same goes for Xiolon and Kagli next to them. Xiolon has already prepared the earth element spell. Kagli holds a huge axe half a person's height in his hand, blocking Xiolon firmly in front of him, and his figure is reliable. White, who was closest to Lu Shi, immediately reached out to grab Lu Shi, as if he wanted to take her to avoid the impending danger. But what was faster than White was a red figure. It suddenly rushed out from the slightly gray egg and headed straight for Lu Shi with a clear goal. It was only 2 or 3 meters away, and in almost the blink of an eye, the red figure flew over. At this time, White's outstretched hand had not even touched Lu Shi when a red tail more than 1 meter long suddenly appeared and hit White, knocking him away in an instant.
Wah!
Xiao Yuan stood up immediately, and with his body less than 1 meter tall, he blocked Lu Shi's way in a defensive posture, just as if Lu Shi had just stood behind him without hesitation. But Xiao Yuan couldn't block it for even a second. The red tail that had just knocked White away changed direction and easily threw Xiao Yuan to the other side without any effort. Lu Shi only saw a blurry red afterimage that kept getting bigger in front of her eyes, followed by 2 sounds of hitting the body, accompanied by 2 screams of pain. She recognized one of the voices as Xiao Yuan's. But he didn't have time to make any move and couldn't turn around to see how Xiao Yuan was doing. Lu Shi could only watch the red figure getting closer and closer and couldn't even make any move to dodge. But before the red figure touched her, Lu Shi suddenly felt her back touching a hard and cold object. A strong and sturdy arm was wrapped around her abdomen without any explanation. A huge, heavy sword nearly 2 meters long was placed in front of her like a shield, blocking her sight and the red figure.
Clang!
A sound like 2 pieces of metal colliding was heard. Clyde put one arm around Lu Shi's waist and raised the heavy sword with the other hand to block the red figure that suddenly rushed over. He used the force of the collision to take 2 steps back and distance himself from the red figure. It happened almost at the same time. White was thrown into the air, and his figure rolled in the air due to the force. A breeze blew past, and he actually stayed in the air. A longbow appeared in his hand, and he faced the red figure with a bowstring fully drawn, but no arrow appeared on it. Village Chief Luli reacted a step slowly, but he happened to be in the direction where Xiao Yuan was thrown away, and he was not slow at all in reaching out to catch Xiao Yuan, preventing Xiao Yuan from falling to the ground and getting injured. Several vines have grown under Dina's hands, like giant snakes, with their heads held high, ready to attack at any time. Miguel did not move. His most important task was to protect Dina's safety. He could trust his companions for other matters. The same goes for Xiaolan and Kagli next to them. Xiaolan, an elemental mage, occupies a safe position, and Kagli guards in front of him. Before the situation changes, he will not take the initiative to change his own situation and put his companions in danger. The red figure finally stopped, and everyone at this time finally saw its appearance clearly. It was a 2-meter-tall red baby dragon, with its flaming wings waving in the air, allowing its body to hover in the air more than 1 meter high. Its powerful red dragon tail swayed left and right under its body, filled with joy, and its red scales all over its body reflected a different kind of light in the firelight. Dragon? Lu Shi's pupils were shocked. She turned her head suddenly to look at Clyde, who was holding her. From her point of view, she could only see Clyde's slightly cold and hard jawline, but not his expression. In the other world, dragons are the most special creatures because they are powerful and are the most difficult monsters for humans to contend with. Yes, dragons are also a kind of monster, but dragons are the most powerful monsters, so humans usually list dragons separately. An adult dragon, just like the one Lu Shi saw when he first traveled through time, possesses the terrifying power to destroy an entire kingdom. Under this terrifying threat of force, it stands to reason that humans should not have any inappropriate thoughts about dragons, even young dragons. But the fact is, there are always some humans who don't understand the situation, are self-righteous, think they can solve all problems, and even don't take the threat of dragons seriously. Lu Shi didn't know enough about this strange world, but she could understand from the few words in the book what kind of creature a dragon was, and what impact harming a baby dragon would have on the human situation. Village Chief Lily's face turned pale after he saw the red dragon clearly. The dragon parents who lost their cubs would definitely look for them everywhere. If they found this place, they wouldn't need to do anything else. One dragon breath would be enough to wipe out their entire village. They actually allowed the mercenaries carrying the dragon eggs to live in the village for 6 days without their knowledge. I'm afraid the scent of the dragon eggs had already remained in the village.
Swish.
Hylan approached the red dragon silently, and the 2 daggers stabbed at the weak point of the red dragon's wings at a strange angle. Unfortunately, the smell of alcohol on her body had not dissipated, and the red young dragon keenly sensed the change in her breath and easily dodged it. It even turned around and grabbed Hylan with its sharp claws. White was observing the red dragon's every move in midair. Seeing this, he suddenly loosened his hand that was pulling the bowstring, and the invisible wind turned into an arrow, piercing the air and flying towards the red dragon. The red baby dragon quickly retracted its claws and used its wings to block the attack of the wind arrow. However, although the dragon's scales were strong, it had just come out of the egg after all, and its defensibility was not enough. The wind arrow left an obvious scar on its wings. Seeing this, Hylan took the opportunity to hit the red dragon with 2 swords, but the power was not enough and the swords only hit the scales, leaving 2 scratches, and failed to break the red dragon's defense. The red dragon cried out in pain. Roar. It no longer cared about Hylan, who attacked it, and flew towards Lu Shi. Clyde quickly stepped back to avoid the attack. He was holding Lu Shi in one hand, and his remaining hand could not fully exert the power of the 2-handed heavy sword. His attack was restricted, and he did not want to use other means to really hurt the red dragon. He could only retreat first, trying to rely on the support of his companions to stop the red dragon's actions. The vines controlled by Dina had just wrapped around one of the red dragon's feet when she saw the red dragon open its mouth and spit a small amount of dragon fire onto the vine, burning her vines cleanly. He even turned around and spit a fireball at Dina, which was chopped into pieces by Miguel's sword. Xiaolan controlled the ground to form walls of earth, but the red dragon was too fast and could fly in the air, so the wall was crossed by the red dragon before it was halfway raised. Seeing this, Kagli took 3 or 2 steps forward and blocked the red dragon with his giant axe. The red young dragon didn't take Kagli seriously at all. It opened its mouth and spit out a stream of dragon fire. Kagli could only raise his giant axe to defend himself. The rising earth wall blocked half of the damage for him. At this time, The red dragon had already passed Cagley and caught up with Clyde again. After all, he was retreating backwards with someone in his arms, and he could not match the speed of the red dragon. Roar! The red young dragon opened its mouth and roared. Clyde thought it was going to spit out dragon fire and immediately raised his heavy sword horizontally in an attempt to defend himself. But the red dragon simply roared in anger and then ran headfirst into Clyde's heavy sword, which was knocked upwards and caused Clyde to stagger suddenly. This hand was used to control the heavy sword so that it would not slip out of his hand, while the other hand was holding Lu Shi's arm, so the strength was naturally loosened a lot. The red dragon seized the opportunity, rolled its tail, and pulled Lu Shi out of Clyde's arms. Then the red baby dragon opened its mouth wide and actually grabbed a corner of Lu Shi's skirt, hiding half of its head in it, and made a hum sound of grievance. The whole audience was silent. Clyde steadied himself, tightly gripped the heavy sword in his hand, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. White put down the longbow in his hand, not knowing what expression to make. Hylan was originally chasing after the red dragon, waiting for an opportunity to attack. She saw the 2-meter-long dragon lying on the ground with half of its head hidden under Lu Shi's skirt, its fat ace facing her, and its tail shaking back and forth. She suddenly wondered if she was still drunk. Cagley's face was covered in ashes, and this time he had an indescribable expression on his face. Xiaolan and a few others who were far away also looked confused, not knowing what was going on. The paleness on village chief Luli's face had not yet faded. When he saw the scene before him, he was at a loss as to how to react. Xiao Yuan, on the other hand, did not have those inexplicable thoughts that humans have. After being put on the ground by village chief Luli, it could not wait to run towards Lu Shi, stood beside Lu Shi, and cried woo-woo-woo to the red baby dragon that had half of its head hidden inside. The red young dragon looked as if it didn't understand or hear anything. It made up its mind to hide under Lu Shi's body and refused to come out. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to Kennel's home. Kennel, who originally lived in the front yard, had been arranged by village chief Luli to live somewhere else. The empty yard was now perfect for discussing things. The red baby dragon followed Lu Shi closely. Xiao Yuan glared at it and roared at it angrily many times, but it didn't react at all.
It just stuck to Lu Shi.
Although several members of the mercenary group were still wary of the red dragon, they had all put away their weapons and other means and only used their eyes to guard against the red dragon. After arranging Cagley and Miguel to guard the door, Clyde looked at Lu Shi and the red baby dragon beside her with complicated eyes. Now that I think about it, it might have been time for it to hatch. Clyde did not explain the origin of the dragon egg to Lu Shi and village chief Luli. He just took out a bottle of potion from his arms and handed it to village chief Luli. I'm sorry for bringing the dragon egg into the village and hiding this from you. This is a potion that can remove the smell of monsters. After we leave the village, you open it, and there will be no smell of monsters within a 5-kilometer radius. Since Clyde and his men dared to steal the dragon eggs, they must have prepared various things to deal with any possible events. They did not plan to tell Kova village about this, but they were also prepared to help Kova village solve the problems they brought after they left. If it weren't for the accident tonight, the people of Kova village might not have known anything had happened after they left. Village Chief Luli stared at the bottle of potion that could remove the smell of monsters for a long time before he reached out and took it. At the same time, he stood up and consciously left the yard. The answer he wanted was just a guarantee that could protect Kova village. There was no point in him listening to the rest, which might even bring him into another danger. It was better for him to leave. Lu Shi sat opposite Clyde, with Xiao Yuan and the red dragon lying on his left and right. Clyde sat on a stool, and White stood beside him, holding a kettle and pouring water for Lu Shi. Dina and Xiaolan sat side by side on the steps at the door and whispered to each other, while Hylan stood leaning against the wall, not paying any attention to the two people at the table. To the extent that Clyde looked even less powerful than Lu Shi. "Miss Lucy, are you okay?" White handed the cup of water to Lu Shi, his tone full of care, as if he was Lu Shi's follower. "It's okay, it's almost dawn. After so many things happened, it was already 1 or 2 in the morning. It wasn't long before the refresh time of 4 o'clock, so Lu Shi was very calm. After learning from Aina that nobles usually carry elemental magical instruments with various functions, Lu Shi no longer minds exposing the fact that he can refresh his physical condition. It's impossible to hide it even if he wants to. He looked seriously injured and dying in the previous second, and suddenly he was alive in the next second. No, he had a rosy complexion and looked healthy.
Who couldn't see that?
So it's better to express it openly. Yes, I do have this magical elemental weapon that can save my life. Just like becoming an elemental warrior or an elemental mage, the use of elemental magic weapons also requires a contract. Only those who have signed the contract can use them. It is difficult for others to steal them, and if they do, they cannot be used without the contract. So even if this is exposed, Lu Shi is safe enough. White didn't understand the meaning of "it's almost dawn," but it didn't stop him from smiling and nodding, pretending that he understood the meaning, and lowered his head to pour another glass of water. Clyde was waiting for White to hand him the water when he saw White pick up the cup and drink it. Please make one thing clear to you. I am your boss. What was even more speechless was that White glanced at Clyde, then happily interrupted what Clyde was about to say, and kept talking in front of Lu Shi. We brought this baby dragon or dragon egg down from Mount Beirutis. We received a bounty from a noble and learned that the ice dragon on Mount Beirutis would leave its territory at a certain time. We took advantage of the time when the ice dragon left and took away the unhatched dragon egg on the mountain. 10 days ago, the dragon egg we took away suddenly became active, affecting our progress on the journey, so we found Kova village and stayed there to find a way to calm the dragon egg down. In order to prevent the ice dragon from following the scent of the dragon egg, several members of the dragon hunting mercenary group used elemental magic arrays that could conceal the scent to wrap the dragon egg and continue on their journey. Most elemental arrays need to be fixed on specific objects, but the elemental array built for traveling is destined to be not too large. Therefore, as soon as the dragon egg becomes active, it can easily escape from the range of the elemental array and leak out its own aura. The dragon hunting mercenaries had to stop and forcibly control the dragon eggs while looking for a way to calm them down. Kova village was the closest, so it became their stop. But now that I think about it, maybe the dragon egg has already reached the time to hatch. White shrugged helplessly. Everyone knows that it takes more than 10 years for a dragon egg to hatch. We also thought it might take a few more years for it to hatch. But accidents often come so suddenly. A dragon is an extremely powerful creature. Its strength is reflected in various aspects, including the fact that as soon as a baby dragon hatches from a dragon egg, it immediately possesses powerful combat capabilities equivalent to those of a low-level monster. It also includes the ability to sense external information in the dragon egg even before it hatches. Although the dragon hunting mercenaries are called this, they have never actually hunted dragons. It's just that the name sounds very domineering. The most common tasks they usually accept are hunting various low-level monsters. Low-level monsters are full of value, from their bones and teeth to their flesh and fur, all of which can be disassembled into various elemental materials for sale. So along the way, these people from the dragon hunting mercenaries displayed their superb monster dissection skills in front of the conscious dragon eggs. These things successfully frightened the unhatched, ignorant young dragon among them, so that it developed a fear of the dragon hunting mercenaries in its heart, and its most direct reaction was to control the eggs and escape. Perhaps there were no eggs among the prey of the dragon hunting mercenaries, so the young dragon thought that it was safe in the form of an egg and consciously controlled itself not to break out of the shell. After several days of strict supervision and control, the dragon egg finally found an opportunity to escape, and Clyde, the human who was left to guard it, was lured away and left the village. So the dragon egg flew out directly through the window. There was still an oval hole that big on the window. At a glance, one could tell that the dragon egg had flown out by itself, rather than Xiao Yuan stealing the egg as Clyde had initially believed. White glanced at the red dragon cub behind Lu Shi, his eyes revealing some complicated thoughts, but he concealed them well. It can be guessed that Xiao Yuan wanted to find Lu Shi to warn her of the danger, but the main roads in the village were full of villagers. In order not to be discovered, Xiao Yuan had to take a detour. She happened to pass by the door of Kennel's restaurant and saw the dragon egg that had just broken out of the window. Xiao Yuan didn't know what a dragon egg was, but he was interested in all kinds of eggs. When he first saw such a big egg, he almost couldn't walk. After all, he was just a greedy cub. But Xiao Yuan also remembered the important business, so it actually planned to take the giant egg to find Lu Shi, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, warning of the danger, and eating the giant egg. However, the baby dragon in the dragon egg was not willing to be taken away by Xiao Yuan and naturally struggled desperately. After the baby dragon hatched, it immediately had the fighting ability of an adult low-level monster, but the baby dragon had not yet hatched, so it could not use its tail, wings, or claws. Xiao Yuan is not much better than the baby dragon. It is just a silver wolf cub a few months old. Its elemental talents have not yet been activated. It can only rely on its affinity for the wind element to barely maintain a stalemate with the baby dragon in the dragon egg. Otherwise, Xiao Yuan would not have been able to sneak into the village without being discovered by Clyde and the others, because Xiao Yuan really had no elemental power, so how could he sense the elements? But in this stalemate, perhaps because of his desire for the giant egg, Xiao Yuan suddenly exerted force and awakened the wind element talent in the silver wolf bloodline. This is also the reason why Clyde suddenly sensed the elemental breath after leaving the village, because that elemental aura really appeared suddenly. Before activating the wind element talent, Xiao Yuan could only have a vague perception of the wind element. For example, it enhanced her perception of the surrounding environment and enabled her to detect the approach of the monster lion many times. It was thanks to this that the wind would always bring information to things that were close to the wind element. After activating the wind element talent, Xiao Yuan can control the wind. Wind is an invisible thing, but it can be controlled by consciousness and can also be sensed by other elemental talents. Just like the normal human eye cannot see infrared rays, but people wearing corresponding equipment can see them. So when Clyde hurried back, what he saw was Xiao Yuan controlling the wind to catch his dragon egg. Although the actual situation should be that Longdan escaped by himself, met Xiao Yuan by chance on the way, and was caught by Xiao Yuan. But Clyde didn't think he should communicate and discuss with a monster what had happened, so he attacked Xiao Yuan directly. Xiao Yuan was originally unable to control the dragon egg, and they were struggling with each other. However, she did not expect that after the dragon egg saw Clyde coming back, it became even more panicked than Xiao Yuan and immediately cooperated with Xiao Yuan and ran towards the square together. The dragon egg even took the initiative to run behind Xiao Yuan and blocked 2 attacks from Clyde for Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yuan suddenly escape from Clyde's hands? Then the wolf and the egg rushed into the crowd. Clyde couldn't attack them, so they ran even faster. Then, before Xiao Yuan could be surprised to see Lu Shi, the square was cleared in an instant, and the attack from Clyde appeared behind it. No one could have predicted Lu Shi's sudden rush out, including the baby dragon in the dragon egg. After witnessing how humans cruelly killed monsters, it also saw how a human risked his life to protect another monster. So the young dragon, still in the dragon egg, felt as if its heart was hit by something all of a sudden. It must follow that human. It seems to be moved by your behavior, Miss Lucy, of standing up and protecting a monster cub regardless of your own safety. White thought of the red dragon's behavior after hatching and clearly targeted Lu Shi. Unfortunately, these mercenaries who did not understand the dragon's heart only thought that the red dragon's natural attacking instinct was taking effect after it hatched. Their first reaction was to protect Lu Shi and control the red dragon at the same time. What a great show it is. Lu Shi looked at White steadily, then at Clyde. They were not the kind of people who would talk so much to her for no reason. Even if they wanted to explain the mistake they made to her, a noble lady, they had said too much. What do you mean? Just say it directly. I may not have the energy to understand what you are saying right now. Maybe we can talk about it later. Lu Shi's calm demeanor always made people subconsciously forget that she was currently in a state of severe injury due to excessive blood loss, but her hoarse and weak voice still revealed this to some extent. It was not easy for Lu Shi to control the drowsiness in her mind and to carefully write down what White said. Asking her to think about the mess behind those words was too much of a compliment to her. It is impossible to talk about it later. It is better to say that White actually took advantage of the fact that Lu Shi might not be fully conscious. But unfortunately, White did not see any loopholes in Lu Shi. Although Lu Shi looked weak, the logic in his mind was just as clear. With a smile on his face, White said, "Ms. Lucy, what I mean is that it was not easy for our dragon-hunting mercenary group to obtain this dragon egg. Not only did the bounty we received from our employer fail completely, we also wasted a considerable amount of time and various expensive elemental materials." Lu Shi watched White's performance, and Clyde turned his head away silently. In this situation, it was indeed more suitable for White to speak, and he couldn't do it. In order to make up for this loss, our dragon-hunting mercenary group can only consider selling this baby dragon. White's tone was full of regret. Baby dragons are extremely rare monsters. But most people are afraid of being sought revenge by ice dragons, so they definitely don't dare to raise baby dragons. In the end, I guess it's just a matter of making a specimen, or making elemental materials, and then making various elemental magical instruments. He accidentally said something extremely scary. The red dragon ignored White's malicious gaze and hid behind Lu Shi again. "Now it seems that this young dragon is following you, Miss Lucy, voluntarily. If you are willing to buy its ownership from us, it may be a good deed. An expensive good deed. You want me to redeem it?" Lu Shi asked with some amusement. She didn't know why the dragon-hunting mercenaries' bounty on dragon eggs failed because a baby dragon was hatched. But she had no special relationship with this red dragon, so even if this dragon was really sold and made into a specimen or made into various things, it would have nothing to do with her at all. It would be a bit too much to ask her to pay a huge amount of money to buy the baby dragon. "Are you taking advantage of her?" Lu Shi lowered her eyes. The red baby dragon was lying on the ground, with its head pressed against one of her legs. As her gaze fell, the dragon's eyes, which were as hot and fierce as fire, revealed a pitiful look. Perhaps it understood the conversation, so it was cautiously begging Lu Shi, saying that it wanted to stay with Lu Shi. "Don't look at it, it can't be saved." Lu Shi really wanted to say this, but she couldn't say it. At this point, her situation had changed dramatically compared to the beginning. She had escaped from the dangerous environment where her life was in danger at any time, and she had enough value. She was no longer in a state where she could not even guarantee her own safety. She could save the red dragon. "But I think, Miss Lucy, you won't refuse." White noticed the changes in Lu Shi's expression, and his smile became much more genuine.
"Price."
Lu Shi closed her eyes and hated herself for being a good person. 10 million gold coins. White made the offer without thinking, his voice loud and clear. In an instant, the eyes of the other people in the yard fell on White. Several pairs of pupils were filled with shock. It seemed that they didn't understand how White dared to speak. Even Clyde couldn't help but look up at White, wanting to say something but stopping himself. 1,000 gold coins. Lu Shi didn't even raise his head or think about it, and he bargained directly, reducing White's offer to just a fraction. Everyone's eyes involuntarily moved to Lu Shi again. The price difference was too big. How dare she ask for that? Although 1,000 gold coins is not a small amount, the gap compared to 10 million gold coins is too big. Lu Shi and Aina knew about the prices in the other world. Although Kova village did not use gold coins, silver coins, and other currencies, Aina had been to the town of Aguri and had seen the value of those currencies. There are 3 types of currency in the other world, namely gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is equal to 1,000 copper coins. Copper coins are the most commonly used currency among the lower-class civilians. Compared with the prices on Earth, 1 copper coin is equivalent to $1 on Earth. It may not seem to be a very high value, but in fact, $1 on Earth can buy a lot of things, and the items in the other world are not as sophisticated as those on Earth, so the prices are relatively cheaper. Taking food as an example, $1 can buy 2 white and tender 50-cent steamed buns. In another world, 1 copper coin can buy white bread of the same quality, but no ordinary people would buy it this way. They would use 1 copper coin to buy black bread of the same price, but several times the weight. Everyone knows how to choose between white bread that can be eaten in one bite and brown bread that is enough to feed a family. Therefore, the 10 million gold coins that White asked for would be equivalent to 1 trillion yuan on Earth. After all, 1 gold coin is equal to 100,000 yuan.
Deal.
White nodded directly, without even bargaining. Although this price was far less than the 100,000 gold coin bounty they had accepted, it was not a loss considering the selling price of a baby dragon. After all, although baby dragons are good, the troubles behind them cannot be ignored. No one wants to be suddenly sought after by the baby dragon's parents, so the price on the black market is not high. Of course, no one dares to sell it openly. Moreover, if they wanted to sell the baby dragon, they would have to find a suitable seller, which would waste at least several months. It would be better for them to find a way to give it to Lu Shi and make their money back as soon as possible. In addition, you have to accompany me home. Lu Shi spoke and looked into the eyes of Clyde, who had not spoken before. He was the one who could really decide everything. If White wanted to plot against her, she could also turn the situation around and turn it to her advantage. Trapped equals Long is a boy. Lu Shi and Clyde looked at each other. Although her face was pale and bloodless, her eyes were clear without any drowsiness. After counting, Lu Shi traveled to another world and had only 2 things to rely on. One was the pearls and gems on her body, whose value is unknown but definitely not cheap, and the other was her physical condition, which refreshed at 4 o'clock every morning. The latter ensures that Lu Shi will not die easily in the other world, while the former provides the basis for Lu Shi to survive in the other world. As for the so-called noble status and the golden finger of the farm far away, to Lu Shi at the moment, they are all illusory things and cannot bring her any use. Even if she really has a noble status, there are so many countries in the world, who knows which kingdom she belongs to. That is to say, the farm golden finger was nothing more than an invisible mirage before Lu Shi completed the novice mission and fully activated the golden finger. Lu Shi was really moved by the red dragon and wanted to help it, but at the same time she was also thinking whether she could gain any benefits by helping the red dragon. Originally, Lu Shi's plan was very clear. She would stay in Kova village for another 5 days, and when the patrol team from Viguri town arrived, she would follow the patrol team to Viguri town, and then look for opportunities in Viguri town, and then find a way to go to the farm. This idea doesn't seem to be a good one, and it will cause a lot of trouble. After all, Lu Shi's noble identity will definitely be notified to the senior leaders of the town of Viguri, and Lu Shi has no knowledge of his family, so problems will easily be exposed. She said she didn't know which country, or where her family was located, nor could she tell who was in the family, or what they did. Village Chief Luli did not ask Lu Shi tentatively, simply because he didn't know much about the nobles. As a trainee knight who had never even seen the nobles in person a few times, how much could he know? And even if Lu Shi could cover all this up, she still had to find a way to get the map, figure out the location of her Golden Finger farm, and then find someone who could accompany her to the farm. Comparatively speaking, this was actually the most important thing. After all, this strange world is full of monsters. Unlike the wild animals on Earth, monsters actually do no elemental magic. Lu Shi was lucky that she only encountered a low-level lion monster in the previous month, and Xiao Yuan followed her, guarding the night for her and exploring the way for her to find a safe place to live. But even so, she still encountered many life-threatening situations. There is no need for any powerful monsters. The difficult terrain is enough to make Lu Shi suffer. If it weren't for the ability to refresh his body, an infected wound or eating the wrong food would be enough to take Lu Shi's life. Lu Shi is just an ordinary human being with no abilities. In such a dangerous world, if she doesn't find someone else to accompany her to the farm, how long can she survive on the road? Originally, Lu Shi and the members of the dragon-hunting mercenaries should not interfere with each other. After all, they were not on the same path. Lu Shi had the label of a noble, and the mercenaries knew as soon as they heard it that they were the kind of people who could not get along with the nobles. Lu Shi was also worried that he would reveal something in front of these mercenaries. It was obvious at first glance that they were not ordinary ignorant civilians. Therefore, Lucy has been avoiding in-depth contact all along and only learned some information indirectly to add to her own worldview. However, things in the world often do not develop as people want, so now she is sitting opposite this group of mercenaries and talking. Logically speaking, Lucy was seriously injured and should rest first. We can discuss those things after she has recovered and her condition has stabilized. But everything happened too quickly, leaving her no time or opportunity to rest. First, Xiao Yuan stole the eggs. Now the outcome is clear, but at that time, Lucy was facing a group of mercenaries who thought Xiao Yuan was a thief. If she left to rest and recuperate, those people would have taken advantage of her absence to execute Xiao Yuan at will, and she would not have been able to say anything. Lucy didn't know this group of people, so how could he know what they would do? He could only prepare for the worst outcome. Moreover, low-level monsters themselves were a threat. Apart from Lucy, no one would save Xiao Yuan. Could it be that a weak lady with no other force to rely on could fight against this group of powerful mercenaries? So Lucy gritted her teeth and held on until she was sure that the matter with Xiao Yuan was over. Then, the baby dragons hatched, causing a commotion. Lucy wanted to leave and ignore the baby dragons, but the baby dragons would never let Lucy leave, and they stuck to him very tightly. Lucy had no choice but to find another place to resolve Yolong's issue. At this time, she didn't care about her wound. The bleeding had stopped anyway, and she couldn't faint for a while, so she might as well finish everything in one go. Clyde looked at Lucy seriously. It was easy to see that he didn't like nobles. He mostly ignored Lucy and didn't take the initiative to inquire about Lucy's affairs. As long as she was not in front of him and what she did had nothing to do with him, he didn't mind what Lucy did or wanted to do. Some mercenaries are willing to please the nobles. Even if they cannot become the nobles' knights, they still hope to work for the nobles, even if their own strength is strong enough that they do not need to respect those so-called nobles. Firstly, the rewards given by the nobles are generous enough. Any random sum of money is more profitable than killing dozens of monsters in the wild. Secondly, working for the nobles will result in fewer dangers and a more stable life. Who would not want to live an easy life? You just need to have a little conscience and do some shameful things occasionally. Some mercenaries hate the nobles very much. Most of them have tragic experiences with the nobles, so that they can't survive and can only become mercenaries. But even so, they will not do anything to the nobles, except for those black mercenaries. As long as a mercenary still wants to live a normal life, he will not provoke a noble, unless his own strength is strong enough, so strong that the noble does not even dare to fight him. Perhaps in the story, mercenaries are always a very free and easy character, but in reality, mercenaries are far from being that good. It is just a profession chosen by a group of people to make a living. Clyde doesn't like nobles, but he can't say he doesn't hate them either. He will also accept a bounty from a noble, but only if the bounty is high enough, like this time's bounty for dragon eggs. The reason why they said that their mission failed after the dragon egg hatched was because Clyde had learned about the nobleman who placed the bounty. The other party's purpose in placing the bounty on the dragon egg was not to hatch a baby dragon and raise a powerful magical pet. But I heard from somewhere that by eating dragon eggs, I can prolong my life and become a half-dragon with dragon blood, gaining half of the life of a dragon. Dragons are not very long-lived creatures, at least not as long-lived as elves, but they can still live for thousands of years without dying, while humans can only live for less than 100 years. Clyde actually didn't want to accept the reward, but the other party offered too much. This matter was not something that would hurt other people, and he was really short of money. Now the dragon eggs have hatched into baby dragons. Even if the baby dragons are submitted as bounties to the other party, they will not acknowledge it, and will not even give them much money. After handing the baby dragon over to the other party, the fate of the baby dragon is easy to guess. The other party even wants to eat dragon eggs, so how can he let the baby dragon go? It won't be long before the baby dragon will become a plate of food on the other party's table. Clyde is not a heartless person. He only kills monsters that hurt people. Although dragons are also a kind of monsters, ordinary monsters cannot be compared with dragons. First, dragons are intelligent monsters. Unlike those ignorant monsters that only know how to hurt people and eat flesh, they can even learn human language and communicate with humans. They possess wisdom that is smarter than humans. Second, dragons basically will not actively hurt people. To dragons, humans are not much different from ants to humans. The attacks committed by dragons are all because humans first angered the dragons, which led to the dragons' retaliation. It was impossible for Clyde to lay his hands on such a smart cub. Even as a mercenary, Clyde had his own persistence. He could explain the dragon eggs as dead things, but how could he lay his hands on a living baby dragon? If the noble Lady Lu Shi had not been there, perhaps Clyde and the others would have been thinking about how to send the baby dragon back without being discovered by the ice dragon. Perhaps selling the baby dragon is a way out, but transporting the baby dragon will never be easy. The baby dragon will not follow them obediently and wait for them to sell it. But they met Lu Shi. Miss Lucy was a good choice for them. She was kind and willing to protect a monster cub with her life, and she had considerable wealth. Although nobles were not necessarily very rich, she was a noble lady who owned her own farm, so how could she not have wealth? As for how Clyde knew it, village chief Lily returned home last night and shared the news with his wife, who then heard it. Then Clyde and the others naturally knew about it. The rumors spread by the villagers were even more exaggerated. Lu Shi herself may not even know how she became a super rich woman. Although Clyde was also concerned about Lu Shi's physical health, some things had to be done quickly, such as at this moment. If he didn't take advantage of everyone's distracted mind to trick the other party into paying for the young dragon, then when would he wait? They don't think there is anything wrong with cheating nobles of their money. After all, the nobles' money comes from exploiting the common people. Even if Miss Lucy is so kind, what does her money have to do with her? Of course, Lu Shi understood their thoughts, which were easy to see through, but she suddenly thought of more. Since the dragon-hunting mercenaries dared to steal even dragon eggs, their own strength must be guaranteed, and the weak would not dare to take on this task. Then there wouldn't be a better person to accompany her to the farm. The most important thing is that Lu Shi does not have to socialize with the powerful people in the town of Aguri, does not have to go to great lengths to conceal his identity, and does not have to waste time waiting for any patrol team to arrive. Redeeming the young dragon, isn't this a very suitable reason to contact them? It wouldn't seem that Lu Shi had ulterior motives in contacting them, and there was no need for Lu Shi to make up a suitable excuse. Isn't the ready-made excuse right here?
Why?
Clyde and Lu Shi looked at each other. Can you bring dragons into the city? Lu Shi asked in return. If dragons could appear openly in human cities, there wouldn't be so many bad legends about dragons. There would only be reports of great deeds of someone and dragons. Clyde showed a moment of guilt in his eyes. White also turned his head away, and the others looked up and down. Well, their dragon-hunting mercenaries had a decent number of people, and they could send half of them into the city to replenish supplies. Seeing their reactions, Lu Shi sneered. If dragons were so easy to kill, you wouldn't have to come to me. Then Lu Shi readily admitted, I do feel a little bit reluctant and am willing to pay this money to buy its freedom, but I can't even guarantee my own safety now. Buying it will only add to my troubles. I can't even easily enter the city. Lu Shi looked at White again. Xiao Yuan and I used to depend on each other, and I am willing to sacrifice my life to protect her, but I only met her once. Would I choose to sacrifice myself for her? White's face froze. Then, he quickly put on a smile and was about to speak. Lu Shi did not give him a chance to speak and said confidently, the most important thing is, how can you be sure that I have so much money on me? Perhaps the jewels Lu Shi was carrying were worth 1,000 gold coins, but she would definitely not admit it at this time. I've been wandering in the wild until now, and only a few jewels of value are left on me. Lu Shi sat on the chair, leaning back, and his eyes naturally had a sense of contempt. If you want 1,000 gold coins, you must go home with me. The 1,000 gold coins I give you are not the price of the coins, but the price of escorting me home. Of course, Lu Shi didn't know the price for hiring an accompaniment, but in short, 1,000 gold coins was definitely no more, no less. Even in modern times, no one had ever seen anyone spend 100 million to hire a bodyguard. As for what to do if she can't pay it back then, let's talk about it when the time comes. At worst, she can write an IOU. I don't believe that she can't get rich after activating the golden finger. White's expression suddenly froze. He had been talking to Lu Shi as if she were a noble lady. He had indeed forgotten that this noble lady had come from somewhere, and it was impossible for her to have any money. On the contrary, Clyde remained calm. After thinking about it briefly, he nodded and said, "Okay. I wonder where Miss Lucy's house is?" "I have no idea. I recently read a historical article that was really well written. The whole article has a semi-vernacular feel, like a translation of classical Chinese, and it is very well written." Everyone in the yard instantly turned their eyes to Lu Shi. Lu Shi still repeated confidently, "I don't know." Then he began to explain, "My grandmother left me a farm after she passed away. I went out this time to take over and visit the farm, but an accident happened on the way, so I ended up here." This was exactly what was written in the letter in her handbag when she first traveled through time, but she didn't know why she suddenly appeared on the deserted grassland. "I don't even know where I am now. How can I know where the farm is?" Lu Shi spread his hands. "You're going to the farm, not home?" Clyde frowned. "I have directions to the farm." Lu Shi avoided the question. She actually had two choices. One was to follow the novice task instructions, find the farm, and then fully activate her golden finger. The other is to find the noble family to which this body belongs after traveling through time and space, and live the life of a noble lady from then on. The former is simple, just follow the route indicated by the novice task. The latter had to analyze and confirm which family he was from and which kingdom it was located in from several unclear pieces of information. At the same time, he had to check these things without being discovered by these mercenaries. It was really too troublesome. Moreover, from an emotional point of view, Lu Shi actually prefers to do the former and travel to another world, rather than entrusting everything to an illusory aristocratic identity and gambling on the blood relationship that he has never met. It would be better to activate the golden finger so that you can have the ability to survive in this different world. At least you don't have to rely on others to live. Clyde stared at Lu Shi without saying anything. Lu Shi smiled instead and said, "I originally went out to go to the farm. Since something happened and I ran back home, it would be better to go directly to the farm. Otherwise, I will have to go to the farm next time. Who can guarantee that there won't be any accidents next time?" Lu Shi was lying. She said this on purpose and specifically mentioned the word accident to make it seem like this accident wasn't that accidental. She herself didn't know what the situation was, but that didn't stop her from making up nonsense here. Clyde and White looked at each other, thought about it, and accepted Lu Shi's statement. After all, the nobles are indeed like this. It seems not difficult to understand that a noble lady who inherited her grandmother's estate would encounter an accident on the way to receive the estate. And this noble lady, after encountering an accident, chose to receive the inheritance first, rather than return to the home that could not guarantee her safety. Isn't this very reasonable and normal?
Okay.
Clyde agreed. They had no other choice. Not to mention the fact that the baby dragon was sticking to Lu Shi and how much effort they would have to put in to take the baby dragon away. Even finding a buyer to take over the baby dragon would take at least several months, and it would only sell for a few hundred gold coins, not to mention their losses along the way. Now they are just escorting a noble lady, which will not take more than a few months. The danger level is not high, and they don't need to worry about the young dragon. It's not a big profit, but it's not a loss either. The deal was finalized. At this time, several people from the dragon hunting mercenary group seemed to have a change of heart and began to pay attention to Lu Shi's physical condition. Well, they have to care. Lu Shi is their employer now. If Lu Shi suddenly dies, where will they get the money? White took out his bottle of medicine again and said, "Miss Lucy, why don't you apply some medicine? You must not get into any trouble." Lu Shi shook her head firmly. "It's okay. It's almost dawn." She repeated it again. Clyde noticed this, observed Lu Shi's expression, raised his hand to stop White, who was about to persuade her, "Don't force Miss Lucy if she doesn't need it." White paused for a moment, perhaps reacting, and took back the potion with a smile. "Okay, then Miss Lucy, do you have anything else to say? I'll take you back to rest?" Lu Shi thought about it and actually had a request. "Do you have a map?" White was surprised at how quickly Lu Shi changed the topic.
Yes.
Clyde didn't waste any words and took out something like a roll of parchment from his arms. It was not big, and when unfolded, it was only the size of Lu Shi's 2 palms. I have a way to sense the direction of the farm, but I still need to look at the map to know the approximate route. Lu Shi's attitude was calm. Don't ask, just ask the elemental magic weapon. Clyde did not comment and handed the map to Lu Shi. Lu Shi opened it and looked at it, and suddenly became speechless. This map is too simple. A few arcs represent the mountains, a few waves represent the rivers, and a few circles represent human towns. As for the routes between cities, there were none at all. It's no wonder that the map is so small. There isn't much content on it. What's the point of having a bigger map? The only use of this map is that it at least marks the locations of mountains, rivers, and human towns. People who look at it can at least tell which direction something is, determine the next direction and target, and perhaps even confirm the distance. As for how to get there and what you'll encounter along the way, the map won't tell you these. Oh, no, it was marked on the map. Lu Shi saw the mark Ice Dragon on an arc line representing the mountains. Okay, now we know that this mountain is the Ice Dragon's territory. The speechless expression on Lu Shi's face was too obvious, so Clyde explained, the map is important information. This is the only map allowed to be sold in the city. Only people with special status can get the more detailed maps. For humans, maps are very important intelligence resources. Only by knowing the direction and location can humans avoid falling into desperate situations in the vast forests and plains. Every piece of information marked on the map is hope for human beings to live better. But human beings are two complicated creatures. Some people regard maps as things that can save lives, while others regard maps as weapons to invade other countries. By knowing the domestic terrain of a kingdom, as well as the distance and even size between each city, simpler and more convenient tactics can be developed. So it has evolved to the present day, and the maps that can be sold in the city and the maps that mercenaries can buy have become what they are today. It is vaguely unclear how the cities relate to each other, but they can point the way for those who need it. Only nobles can get maps with clear markings. Lu Shi was born into a noble family, so Clyde was not surprised that she had never seen such a simple map. This made Lu Shi more in line with her personality. Lu Shi was speechless. She had originally thought that she could get a map and draw a route by comparing it with her novice task instructions. However, although she got the map, it was basically useless. Where are we now? Lu Shi pursed her lips. No matter how simple the map was, she had to use it. Here. Clyde reached out and clicked on a spot on the map. The location was almost the same as Lu Shi's judgment. This map also has the directions marked as north at the top, south at the bottom, west on the left, and east on the right. It just so happens that in order to avoid excessive leakage of domestic terrain intelligence information, the maps available for purchase in each town do not have a fixed north-south direction on the map. Moreover, the size of the map content is also different. There are even many differences in the maps of different cities and overlapping terrains. These are all methods to prevent intelligence leakage. Looking at the familiar map direction, Lu Shi found it much easier. Not only did he find the location of Kova village, but he also found the approximate location where he first traveled. There was not even a finger on the map, but it took Lu Shi a month. After looking at the direction prompted by the novice mission guide, Lu Shi pointed at a location on the map. I'm not sure about the location behind it, but this direction shouldn't be wrong. Clyde nodded and looked at Lu Shi again. So when will Miss Lucy prepare to leave? Let's finish breakfast. Lu Shi looked up at the sky. Unconsciously, more than 2 hours have passed, and it will soon be 4 o'clock in the morning, and the sun is already shining slightly in the sky. Have you finished breakfast? Miss Lucy, your injury. White had only said half of his worried words when he saw Lu Shi's face suddenly turn from pale to rosy. The change happened almost in the blink of an eye, and no other signs occurred. It's dawn. Lu Shi smiled slightly. All the negative physical conditions had disappeared, except for the mental fatigue. There was no expression of surprise on Clyde's face. Lu Shi had mentioned several times just now about waiting until dawn, so he had expected this. But it was different for the others. They were almost shocked by Lu Shi's change. Then I'll go back and pack my things. Lu Shi stood up and said goodbye. There was no sign of serious injury on his body except for the bloodstains on his clothes. Dina, you stay with Miss Lucy. Clyde nodded at Dina, who could no longer hide her surprise. This is not surveillance, but more like a layer of protection. After all, the young dragon must leave with Lu Shi. Although it is very close to Lu Shi, the possibility of it hurting Lu Shi cannot be ruled out. Lu Shi is an ordinary human being after all. Even if he has such a magical recovery ability, if the injury can be fatal in a short time, there is probably no other way. Let Dina, the low-level wood elemental mage, follow. No matter what happens, they will be able to hold on for a short period of time. The village is not big, and they can arrive in time if anything happens. In fact, Helen might be more suitable. After all, she is an intermediate wind element warrior with stronger combat ability. But Clyde doesn't think Helen can get along well with Miss Lucy. A girl of similar age like Dina is more suitable. Another point is that Miss Lucy is a noble after all. Since they have accepted the mission of escorting her, they also have to take on the responsibility of taking care of her in certain aspects, including serving tea and water and other miscellaneous tasks. Dina could do this kind of thing, but Helen might not. Thinking of Helen's look after drinking, Clyde's eyes went dark. There are only 2 girls in their group. One of them already has a childhood sweetheart, and the other. Let's not talk about her. Lu Shi did not refuse Clyde's kindness. He watched the girl named Dina follow him and walk towards his residence. Xiao Yuan and Yulong followed Lu Shi on the left and right. Xiao Yuan was obviously older, a few months older, but Yulong was taller, more than 2 meters tall. He could stand on the ground with his feet and fly without wings. He was even taller than village chief Lily. Xiao Yuan hated the little dragon and always bared its teeth at it in a threatening manner. The little dragon pretended not to see it. When Lu Shi walked, it followed behind Lu Shi, looking a little weird. Both sides of Lu Shi were occupied, but Dina didn't care. She walked beside Xiao Yuan and was quite lively and enthusiastic in finding topics to chat with Lu Shi. It's not that she's asking questions on purpose, it's just that this girl named Dina is just like that. She wants to talk about everything and doesn't have any extra thoughts. Sometimes she praised Xiao Yuan for being cute, and sometimes she curiously asked about Lu Shi's experience, mainly how she met Xiao Yuan. It can be seen that she likes Xiao Yuan very much. After all, Xiao Yuan is so cute. Lu Shi also learned some things from Dina, such as Xiao Yuan's species is a silver wolf, a very friendly low-level monster, usually with wind element attributes, and occasionally some other element attributes, which are not fixed. Monsters and humans are actually similar. It does not mean that a race has a fixed elemental attribute. Humans can obtain recognition of various elemental attributes, and monsters may also have any elemental attribute. For example, the red baby dragon following Lu Shi, judging from the battle just now, it itself has the attribute of fire element, while its mother is an ice dragon, a dragon with the attribute of ice element. Another example is Xiao Yuan's Silver Wolf clan. The wind element is the most common attribute in their clan, but there are also silver wolves with fire element attributes, water element attributes, etc. The same is true for other monsters. They usually have a common elemental attribute, but they will also have other elemental attributes. I've always wanted to raise a silver wolf. I heard that in the eyes of silver wolves, humans are quite cute, and they love being with humans, but the magical pet certificate is too expensive. Dina's tone was full of regret. Just like village chief Luli and his men had to pay a deposit to raise monsters, mercenaries who raised monsters also had to apply for certificates so that they could bring their magical pets into various human towns. The silver wolf is truly a magical creature. Lu Shi exclaimed. No wonder Xiao Yuan treated her like that when she first met him. It seemed like their entire race were relatives. It's a bit like those large animals on Earth. I heard that in the eyes of elephants, killer whales, dolphins, and other animals, humans are very cute, just like human sea cats. Yes, I heard that some human children who were abandoned in the wild would be taken back and raised by silver wolves. I heard that the super famous black wolf in our mercenary association was a wolf boy raised by silver wolves. Dina nodded repeatedly and shared with Lu Shi the gossip she had heard from somewhere. Unfortunately, this section of the road was too short, and before Dina had finished speaking, they had already arrived. Lu Shi did not let Xiao Yuan and Yulong in, for fear of scaring Aunt Asuna. Aunt Asuna was still guarding in the yard. She hadn't slept all night, waiting for Lu Shi to come back. After seeing Lu Shi, she relaxed a lot at once, and quickly got up and went to greet him. Ms. Lucy Yu. Aunt Asuna noticed Lu Shi's exceptionally rosy complexion and hesitated to speak.
Infine, Aunt Asuna.
I'll come back to pack my things and leave after it's completely light. Lu Shi thanked Aunt Asuna for her care. She knew that Aunt Asuna cared about her because she was grateful for the weaving method she taught her. Oh, okay. Aunt Asuna didn't expect to part so soon, but she also knew that Lu Shi was not from here and would leave sooner or later, so she didn't say anything else, but just explained what she had done in the past 2 days. Miss Lucy, I have already washed the clothes you were wearing. I see that the fabrics are all good, and I have re-sewed the damaged parts for you. Aunt Asuna took out 2 pieces of clothing. There was no visible damage on them anymore. They looked like 2 clean and beautiful new clothes. Then the other things that Lu Shi brought were also cleaned and replaced one by one, which shows how attentive Aunt Asuna was. With the help of Aunt Asuna and Dina, it didn't take Lu Shi much time to pack up his things. Aunt Asuna cleaned the quilts, rabbit fur blankets and other items, and re-sewed them herself. As there was not enough time, Aunt Asuna just cleaned the straw mats and did not reweave them. All the wooden bowls and the like were thrown away, and he went to the village carpenter Uncle Amma to get many new ones. It was obvious that Lu Shi would still have to spend some time outdoors in the wild, so he had to bring these things with him. Of course, Lu Shi could also put on the airs of a noble lady and ask the dragon-hunting mercenaries to do these things for her and enjoy the privileges of aristocracy or something. But no matter how Lu Shi thought about it, she felt that it would be too suicidal. She had managed to survive to this day, so it would be better for her to be cautious. In addition, Aunt Asuna also prepared several sets of clean new clothes for Lu Shi, which were sent by village chief Luli. Lu Shi thought about it and finally left 1 pearl for village chief Luli, as she had a full string of them. In comparison, the value of pearls is much lower than that of gemstones, because pearls are not as durable as gemstones and tend to turn yellow and fade over time, thus reducing their value by a lot. But for village chief Luli, such a pearl is precious enough. The dragon-hunting mercenaries have been here for so many days, but the fee they paid is not as much as 1 pearl. This is not to say that the dragon-hunting mercenaries are stingy. It just means that anything taken from the body of Lu Shi, a noble lady, is worth a lot. There's still some time, Miss Lucy. Do you want to take a rest? Dina looked at the young dragon who was curled up in a ball and followed Xiao Yuan in through the door and spoke to Lu Shi. Leaving Xiao Yuan and Yulong outside the yard, Lu Shi was afraid of scaring other people, so after saying hello to Aunt Asuna, he brought them both in. Xiao Yuan is not big, only the size of a medium-sized dog, so it is convenient for him to go in and out anywhere. However, Yulong is more than 2 meters tall, so it is easy for him to enter the yard, but it is a bit difficult for him to enter the house because the door frame is less than 2 meters high. But the young dragon shrank his body and squeezed in through the door, not wanting to leave Lu Shi at all. Lu Shi thought about it, and although he could hold on without resting, it would be nice to have a break anyway, so he nodded in agreement and slept for just 2 or 3 hours, activating the sleep function and replenishing 100 energy and stamina points first. Dina was watching over Lu Shi and taking a nap on a chair. She and Miguel had not had a rest since they came out of the Perhiai forest. But there is no need to worry. Mercenaries like them have long learned the ability to take light sleep and quickly rest to restore their strength. They spread the elements of their own attributes around them, so that once there is any change, they can wake up instantly and react. Nothing unexpected happened. Lu Shi woke up at exactly 7 o'clock, having slept for 2 full hours. Aunt Asuna also prepared breakfast, but it was limited to 3 portions for Lucy, Xiao Yuan, and Dina. The breakfast for Yulong was the eggshells it left in the square, which village chief Luli also had someone pack up and send over. The eggshell of a dragon egg contains rich elemental magic. It is impossible to break the eggshell with power lower than that of an intermediate elemental spell attack. It is not as fragile as the eggs of ordinary monsters. Otherwise, how could the baby dragon break through the window by relying on the dragon egg? Although the eggshell was quite large, surprisingly, the young dragon didn't take much time to eat it. After it finished eating the eggshell with a few crunching sounds, Lu Shi and the others hadn't even finished half of their breakfast. The young dragon came forward to smell it curiously, but soon lost interest and retracted his head. Even Xiao Yuan didn't seem to have any interest in this breakfast. Lu Shi seemed to be thinking about something, but didn't say anything in front of Dina. After breakfast, it was time to get up and set off. Lu Shi and the members of the dragon-hunting mercenaries gathered at the entrance of the village. Most of the villagers didn't know that Lu Shi was leaving, nor did they care about it. Only Aina heard the news and ran over with the mushrooms that Lu Shi had picked yesterday. Lu Shi was a little surprised. She had specially left it yesterday to bake for Xiao Yuan, but after so many unexpected things happened, she had forgotten about it. She didn't expect Ai to remember it and send it to her.
Thank you. Lucy, thank you sincerely.
No need, Miss Lucy, it was you who taught us this new food. We should be thanking you. Mushrooms are really delicious. With this new food, we can go to the town of Vigilai to sell it next time. They have never eaten mushrooms, so it should be very popular. Miss Lucy, we should be able to go to the town of Vigilai to sell mushrooms, right? Aina had a lot to say, as always. Halfway through her speech, she suddenly remembered something and asked Lu Shi quickly. Of course. Lu Shi nodded in confirmation. Just like the weaving method of the straw mat, once the mushrooms were discovered by her, they became her property. The people in Kova village wanted to make a profit by selling mushrooms, and the first thing they would infringe upon was Lu Shi's interests. Even if Lu Shi herself did not intend to do anything with the mushrooms, it would not work. This is the privilege of the nobility in this different world, or maybe it is the same in every world, just different in form. But Lu Shi didn't quite understand. She would leave here soon. Even without her permission, no one would know that the villagers of Koa village were selling mushrooms. Why do I have to ask her? Are all people in the other world so honest? Without an answer, Lu Shi followed the dragon-hunting mercenaries and left Kova village. Compared to the previous month of survival in the wilderness, Lu Shi was quite relaxed at this time. The heavy luggage was carried on the back of the mercenary named Kagli, and she only carried a small cloth bag close to her body, which weighed almost nothing. This was not entirely because of Lu Shi's identity as a noble lady, but mainly because Lu Shi was just an ordinary person. It was not easy for her to keep up with this group of mercenaries. If Lu Shi were to carry her own luggage, her efficiency would be reduced by more than half. Fortunately, Lu Shi is the employer after all, and all the dragon-hunting mercenaries are following Lu Shi's pace. No one would raise any objection even if Lu Shi was a little slower. Not far out of Kova village, the path used by humans disappeared, and we had to make our own way. The dragon-hunting mercenaries naturally had a ready-made formation, with Hylin, an intermediate wind elemental warrior, scouting the route ahead of the team. She was agile and nimble, fast enough to retreat in time when encountering danger, and could also return as quickly as possible to inform others, making her the most suitable person to do this. Clyde led the way at the front of the team. He had the thickest armor and the strongest defense, and could resist any danger in the first place. White followed behind Clyde. He had the ability to attack from a distance, and could assist Clyde in attacking while taking care of the safety of the rear. Originally in the center of the team were Dina and Xiaolan. They were two fragile low-level elemental mages with a relatively short attack range. Unlike White, who could attack from a distance, they needed to protect their own safety first. After Lu Shi joined in, he stood between Xiaolan and Dina, with Xiao Yuan and Yulong following on the left and right, greatly increasing the safety factor. Behind them was Kagli, who was responsible for close protection of the two elemental mages. Perhaps because there was no danger in close combat, Kagli took on Lu Shi's luggage and carried it on his back. The last one is Miguel, who is left behind. His fighting ability is strong enough, and he has the attribute of wind element. After being left behind, he can escape the fastest and catch up with the main force. In order to accommodate Lu Shi's speed of travel, the entire team seemed very relaxed. They chatted with each other from time to time, and were not tense at all. Have you always arranged it this way? She couldn't help but look back at Cagley several times. The reason was simple. The sight of Cagley carrying his luggage reminded she of Sha Sing in Journey to the West. Cagley doesn't seem to be a weak person, and I don't know why he was chosen to carry the luggage. No, the others don't seem to be carrying any luggage. She suddenly noticed this. Could it be that mercenaries don't need to bring anything with them when they go out? Ha ha ha. Dina laughed happily. Of course not. It was just that Cagley was unlucky and got the lottery. She looked at Dina in confusion, but it was Xiaolan who spoke up. Xiaolan snorted, who told him to spend all the money on alcohol. If he had saved a little to buy a contract package, he wouldn't have to carry it here by himself. Contract package? Another unfamiliar term. Luci's expression did not change as he continued to listen to the conversation. Kagari was not far away. After all, he had to protect Xiaolan and Dina closely. Hearing this, he just curled his lips in disdain. Young master, do you really think that anyone can afford the contract package? Xiaolan blushed and turned her head away, ignoring Cagley. Shi instantly realized the right line to talk about and looked at Dina with a little curiosity on his face. Contract package. Is it expensive? Very good. A line that fits the identity. Dina didn't think there was anything wrong with Shi's question and nodded. Yes, it's very expensive. Miguel, and I can only afford one. And it's the smallest size. How small? Shi's expression remained unchanged, still with a little curiosity. It can only hold one compartment. Dina took out a small bag the size of a coin purse. It looked like it was made of the skin of some creature, and there was a mysterious pattern on it. One grid is roughly the size of 1 cubic meter of space on Earth. How can such a small bag, which is not even as big as a palm, hold such a big thing? Shi controlled the change in his expression. It was just something like a system backpack and was not worth making a fuss about. Miss Lucy, where is your contract package? The largest contract package here is Xiaolan's, which is 35 square meters in size. Dina asked curiously. Shi suddenly thought of the small handbag that originally contained the letter, but unfortunately, she had checked the bag many times before and did not find anything different. It's just a simple luxury. Before Shi could answer, Cagley spoke impatiently. Of course it was lost. Otherwise, is she playing a trick on me? It can be seen that Cagley has a bad attitude not only towards Xiaolan but also towards Dina. He is not targeting anyone in particular, but everyone is the same to him. Shi glanced at the luggage on Cagley and said nothing. Dina reacted immediately. Perhaps because she was afraid that the topic would become awkward, she did not ask Shi any more questions, but changed the topic and continued the conversation. After thinking around for a while, her mind couldn't help but turn back to Xiao Yuan and the others. Dina couldn't hide the envy in her eyes and started to explain to Shi. In fact, we have pets in our team, but because we're going to the territory of the ice dragon, the dragon's breath will scare the pets and affect their combat capabilities. In addition, pets can easily leave their scent and be tracked. That's why we didn't bring any with us this time.
We can only travel by ourselves.
Shi was very interested in this topic. What do you have? It didn't sound like they had only one magical pet. In fact, most mercenary groups will raise a few magical pets to facilitate their travels, especially for elemental mages like us who don't have very good physical strength. Dina touched her head and then talked about the magical pets they raised. Miguel and I have a feathered horse king of the wind element. Xiaolan has a black gold elk, and White has a rainbow crane. The others don't have any. Shi looked at the team and found that indeed, all those who had magical pets were elemental mages. Lucy had learned about this kind of monster. It was very common, friendly, fast-running, and had great endurance. It was domesticated and raised by humans to pull carts. Most of them were ordinary monsters, but there were also some gifted individuals who would suddenly master elemental magic and become low-level monsters. Because feather horses are social monsters, there are often dozens or hundreds of them living together. Once an individual who has mastered elemental magic appears, he will quickly become the king of the group. Therefore, The feather horse that has mastered elemental magic is also called the Feather Horse King, which is a relatively common and practical type of low-level monster. Dina and Miguel's backgrounds were obviously not very good, so they could only afford to raise these relatively ordinary low-level monsters. Lu Shi had never heard of the black gold elk, but Dina kept talking about how beautiful it was, which made Xiaolan blush, so Lu Shi knew everything. The black gold elk is actually a mutated low-level monster. It has undergone a mutation in appearance compared to the original platinum elk. The original platinum elk had pure white hair and long golden horns. It was quite beautiful and highly ornamental. The black and gold elk's hair changes from pure white to pure black, just like the albino animals on Earth, but in reverse. The black gold elk is not as fast as the feather horse, and its endurance is also lacking, but because of the long golden horns on its head, it has good attack power and can actively protect its owner, so it is still pretty good. The most important thing is that it is actually quite cool. As for the rainbow cranes raised by White, Dina had an indescribable expression. He raised him just to cheat on girls.
Dina pointed at White.
While feather horses and black and gold elks can be used as means of transportation, the rainbow crane has the sole advantage of being good-looking. Its rainbow-colored feathers reflect a beautiful rainbow when flying in the sky. And then nothing happened. The rainbow crane is only half the height of a human, cannot carry a human to fly, its claws are not sharp, its wings are not strong enough, and it can't even fight. The reason why rainbow cranes have not become extinct is that most birds like their beauty will take the initiative to offer them food and protect their safety when they encounter danger. It feels like there is a lot of repetitive writing. In fact, it was because I felt that I didn't write it clearly before, so I wanted to add some explanation later, so I repeated the description. This is also the disadvantage of not having any saved manuscripts. If you have saved drafts, you can modify the unpublished content at any time. At noon, the dragon hunting mercenaries stopped with Lu Shi and rested on the spot. The route chosen by Lu Shi was northwest of Kova village. Looking at the map, there was a vast plain first and then a lake. Clyde had questioned the route chosen by Lu Shi, but there was nothing he could do. The direction of the novice mission instructions was right here. Lu Shi insisted again and again, and Clyde could only frown and agree. As mentioned before, the direction displayed by the novice task guidance will adjust automatically according to Lu Shi's movement, but the direction of guidance each time is not directly located on the farm. There are many marked points along the way to the farm, and only after arriving at one of them will the next point be unlocked. Anyone who has played the game knows that when the system automatically finds the way, it takes all kinds of remote and long routes, and it will go around twice if possible. Never just once. Unfortunately, the same is true for Lu Shi's golden finger. It doesn't mean that Lu Shi can only follow the prompted points. In case Lu Shi insists on taking the opposite route and gets farther and farther away from the points originally planned by the game system, the route will be replanned to the nearest point. And there is no need for Lu Shi to go to a specific location. He just needs to reach the approximate range. There is some stupidity among the smart ones, and some of the stupid ones are quite smart. Lu Shi felt how convenient it was to travel with the dragon hunting mercenaries. First, Clyde gave the signal, and then Helen found a flat place suitable for resting and brought the entire team over. Then Xiaolan used the earth element spell to remove the weeds and stones on the ground, creating a clean open space. Dina used the wood element spell to set up defensive alerts around. Others took turns patrolling and defending the surrounding area. Lu Shi didn't need to do anything. She just had to watch the people from the dragon hunting mercenaries busy themselves, then sit in the seat prepared for her and wait for others to finish their work. This made Lu Shi very uncomfortable. She had never thought that traveling could be so easy. Clyde started a fire. He was an elemental warrior with the attribute of fire. Although he was not as easy as an elemental mage to create a fireball, he had no problem starting a fire. Dina took out some cooking tools from the contract package, skillfully set up a rack over the fire, and placed the metal pot on it. The pot was not big and could only cook food for 2 people, which was obviously not enough for the entire team. Before Lu Shi opened his mouth to ask, Xiaolan next to him took out his contract package and took out a set of cooking tools that were obviously larger, more expensive, and more complete. However, he did not do it himself. Instead, Kagli put down Lu Shi's luggage, took the cooking tools from Xiaolan, put up the pot, and skillfully fiddled with the ingredients. Then it was White who also set up the pot. Lu Shi was puzzled, and Dina explained to him that their dragon-hunting mercenary group would often split into several small teams to work separately, so things like cooking tools were also divided into several parts, and each team took them with them. You can't carry them all on one person and then separate them, otherwise the others won't be able to eat. Miguel, and I can only afford one contract package, so the usual things are kept with me, Dina said. She and Miguel are considered a relatively inspirational couple. After becoming mercenaries, the two worked hard together to make money. They first bought a feathered horse king for Dina to ride on so that she could pick up bounties and travel. Then they bought a contract package to reduce the burden of luggage. Even though Dina preferred the silver wolf, she still chose the feather horse king when choosing a magical pet. The reason is not only that Yumuang is more suitable for transportation, but also because it is cheap. The cost for mercenaries to obtain a magic pet certificate varies according to the type of magic pet. For example, a low-level monster like the Feathered Horse King, which is docile, friendly, and has no offensive power, can obtain a magic pet certificate at a very cheap price. However, if it is replaced with other low-level monsters with attack power, the fee will be based on the strength of the attack power. The more powerful the magical pet, the more expensive the certificate will be. Like White's Rainbow Crane, the price of the magic pet certificate is cheaper than that of the Feathered Horse King, but it has no use other than being beautiful. Although the Silver Wolves are very friendly low-level monsters, their attack power is also among the best among low-level monsters, and the price of obtaining a magic pet certificate is very expensive. In fact, these things were also included in the contract packages of the boss and Sister Hylan, but they can't cook by themselves, so they basically never took them out and used them. Dina whispered to Lu Shi. Except for Miguel and Kagli, everyone in the dragon-hunting mercenary group has their own contract package. However, Miguel shares one with Dina, while Kagli is simply too lazy to spend money to buy it. Can't you see that his leather armor is already so damaged that he hasn't changed it yet? If you have your own contract package, you will basically bring these commonly used life tools with you just in case. Among them, it goes without saying that Dina can cook, Miguel can cook too, and White can cook a little, mainly to coax girls to learn how to cook. The other one is Kagli, who looks very rough and unrefined. Lu Shi learned from Dina that Kagli was actually the best cook in the dragon-hunting mercenaries. It really shows that one cannot judge a person by his appearance. Seeing that these people had already started to busy themselves with cooking, Lu Shi couldn't sit still any longer. It wasn't that she didn't like the feeling of having food served to her, but the food that she had promised Xiao Yuan before had not been prepared yet. Now that he had the time and opportunity, Lu Shi wanted to fulfill what he had promised Xiao Yuan and not go back on his word. When leaving Kova village, Lu Shi took new bowls and chopsticks from the carpenter, but no cooking tools because the village didn't have any. Metal pots like the ones brought out by the dragon-hunting mercenaries were very scarce and expensive for civilians, and it was impossible for them to have extra stock. Lu Shi couldn't just take other people's pots off the stove and take them away. So, at this moment, whatever Lu Shi wanted to do, he could only borrow a set of kitchen utensils from the dragon-hunting mercenaries. According to Dina, Clyde and Helen both had a set of kitchen utensils available. Lu Shi looked around. Ms. Helen couldn't cook, but she wouldn't eat for free either. She was hunting monsters nearby. Lu Shi couldn't see her, but could only see Clyde guarding the rest camp. Captain Clyde. Lu Shi greeted him. She made quite a noise when she walked over. Clyde had already turned around and was looking at her, waiting for her to speak. Xiao Yuan and Yulong followed Lu Shi on the left and right, like two guardians. Xiao Yuan walked as lightly as a cat, and the bonus of wind element made her footsteps almost silent when they hit the ground. Unfortunately, the young dragon was not like this. It should be a creature used to flying. After seeing Lu Shi walking on 2 feet, for some reason it also started walking and no longer relied on its wings to fly. But the young dragon was huge and heavy and was not good at walking. Its 2 fat short legs made the ground tremble when it stepped on it. It was hard not to be noticed, and even a deaf person could feel the vibration of the ground. Dina told me that you have an extra pot here.
Can you lend it to me?
Lu Shi didn't hesitate and directly stated his purpose. You want to cook? Clyde looked at Lu Shi in surprise. A noble lady was actually going to cook for herself. Well, she seemed to have lived in the forest alone for more than a month, so it wasn't too strange.
Yeah.
Lu Shi nodded, looking at Clyde's still confused gaze, and then he explained, Xiao Yuan prefers to eat the food I cook. Clyde was even more confused as to why a noble lady had to do these chores, but he didn't say anything. Anyway, as long as Lu Shi wanted to do something that would not affect them, Lu Shi could do it. Okay, but the pot here was bought a few years ago, so it may be a little worn out. Clyde nodded and agreed, and patched it up so that Lu Shi could be mentally prepared. Clyde took out his contract package, which was obviously different from the one in Dina's hand. The quality seemed to be much better, but it was still not as good as the contract package that Shilon took out. After a while, a brand new set of unused kitchen utensils appeared in Clyde's hands. Lu Shi and Clyde were both stunned. Bought it a few years ago? Old and worn out? Lu Shi looked strange. Clyde frowned slightly, trying to recall, had he never used it once? But no one pointed it out. Lu Shi coughed dryly, took the kitchen utensils from Clyde, thanked him, and returned to Dina with Xiao Yuan and Yulong. Miss Lucy, can you cook too? Dina asked curiously. Although Hylan was still out hunting monsters and had not returned, they were not short of food, as everyone's contract package would contain some food ingredients. Moreover, the contract package has the same effect as a refrigerator. It will not deteriorate or spoil due to the passage of time. No matter when you put it in, it will always be fresh when you take it out. The disadvantage is that the contract package cannot contain living creatures or elemental artifacts. Even those small contract packages of poor quality cannot contain the flesh and blood materials of low-level monsters. If we delve deeper into the principles, we can only say that this world is made up of elements, and the power of elements will affect unstable elemental contracts. Contract wrapping is a deformed elemental contract. I think I can do it. Lu Shi thought about it and didn't say it too precisely. After arriving in the other world, she only did things that required little skill. Even when she was on Earth, she actually didn't cook much. She just ordered takeout, and her cooking skills were average. She was embarrassed to say that she could cook. Oh, Miss Lucy, do you want to use these? Dina didn't ask any further questions, but took a pile of things on hand. Most of the things here were contributed by Xiaolan. Although he looked like a young master and couldn't do any odd jobs, he had one advantage. He was rich. Therefore, he has the most complete range of tools here, as well as various seasonings. Anyway, there is enough space in his contract package to put everything in. Lu Shi took a look and did not refuse Dina's kindness. There was a very complete seasoning box inside, with more than a dozen kinds of seasonings. Dina and Kagli only used a few of them, and many ingredients were left there, almost untouched. White used more varieties, but also only used a few fixed ones. Facing Lu Shi's gaze, Dina explained with a smile, we don't know these seasonings. I tried them a few times before, but they tasted weird, so I didn't use them after that. Shilon has no idea what it is for. White knows a little more, but he only knows a few dishes and doesn't know anything else. After listening to Dina's explanation, Lu Shi was not surprised at all. Xiaolon should be from a noble family. He only chooses the most expensive and complete things when buying things. As for their uses, he doesn't need to know them at all. White's purpose of learning to cook was to chat with girls, so he did not study cooking hard. He just learned how to cook a few dishes so that he could use them at critical moments. Lu Shi opened the seasoning box and looked at it with interest. Many things in it were surprisingly similar to the seasonings on Earth. Some were similar in appearance, and some were similar in taste, such as star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and peppercorns, which were rarely used. Commonly used ingredients are sugar, vinegar, MSG, salt, chili powder, etc. You can taste the change in flavor almost immediately after putting them in. No skills are required, so they are the easiest to use. Lu Shi also noticed that there was a can of pure white animal oil next to it, but most of it had been used. Miss Lucy, do you want some oil and milk? Dina noticed Lu Shi's gaze and brought over a can of animal oil. Oil and milk are very fragrant, but they are too greasy. Eating too much can easily cause stomach upset. Lu Shi was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Ah?
How do you eat?
That's how you eat it. Dina scooped out a small piece and put it directly into her mouth. Lu Shi was silent. Seeing Lu Shi's reaction, White and Cagley both turned their heads. Cagley looked at Lu Shi with a frown, while White thought of the bowl of fragrant mushroom soup last night. This Miss Lucy might really have some extraordinary knowledge and skills. Dina asked cautiously, "Isn't this how you eat it?" Xiaolan also looked over and frowned. "I eat this way at home too." Translation: This is how the nobles eat too. Lu Shi decided to give these people from another world a little shock. The pot I borrowed from Clyde looks like a ladle, a straight cylindrical shape from top to bottom. It's not as easy to use for cooking as a wok, but the diameter of the bottom of the pot is quite large, so it can be used barely. After scrubbing the pot clean, Lu Shi placed it over the fire. After the water dried up, he scooped out a large piece of lard and put it in. The milky white solid quickly turned into a transparent light yellow liquid under the high temperature, sizzling on the bottom of the pot. Soon the aroma came out. Before other ingredients were added, several people smelled the aroma, and their faces changed instantly. Within 2 minutes, the shredded pork had completely changed color, and then he added the shredded mushrooms. After the mushrooms were fried soft, Lu Shi began to add salt and MSG, as well as a small amount of soy sauce for color and seasoning. At this time, a smell that the dragon-hunting mercenaries had never encountered before slowly emanated. Hylan came back, carrying 2 stone sheep. As soon as she got back to the temporary rest camp, she found that the atmosphere in the air seemed a little strange. There were 4 pots set up around the fire. Clyde, who was also on patrol, was also dedicatedly on guard at a high ground outside the camp. The other people all gathered in front of the pots, looking at them eagerly. A silver wolf cub and a young dragon also blended into the crowd without any abruptness, looking eagerly in the face. Dina, Cagley, and White, who were in charge of cooking, were not busy at all. Looking closely, Dina was even holding a bowl and a spoon in her hands, as if she was ready to rush over and grab the food at any time. Miss Lucy was moving in front of several pots, holding a soup spoon in her hand. From time to time, she would open the lid of one of the pots and stir it with the spoon. A certain fragrance and hot steam wafted out from the gap in the corner. Hylan blinked to make sure that what she saw was not an illusion, and then she belatedly smelled an unusual fragrance in the air. It is difficult to describe what kind of smell it is. It is a bit like the scent of grass you smell in the spring when it is revived. It is not astringent or bitter, but just a refreshing aroma that makes people feel refreshed. Under this fragrance, there is also a faint, barely noticeable meaty aroma. Once you notice the meaty aroma, you'll be surprised to find that the meaty aroma seems to gradually cover up the fresh fragrance and even wraps up the scent of grass. Hylan took a deep breath and suddenly discovered that besides the smell, there seemed to be other scents. Ahem. Hylan made a noise to attract the attention of others. What happened here? You. Why are you all like this? After hearing the sound, several people looked up and looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. Dina was the most shameless. She smiled, handed the bowl in her hand to Miguel, ran to Helen and told her what had just happened. Even Lu Shi didn't expect that she would receive such exaggerated feedback just by showing off her cooking skills. After tasting the mushroom fried meat, Dina immediately put down the pot of soup she was making, shook Lu Shi's hand sincerely, and said to Lu Shi, "Miss Lucy, can you please help us cook? We only need 800 gold coins for this accompaniment mission." Clyde, who hadn't smelled anything yet, said, "It seems like I'm the boss, don't you guys ask me?" White pondered for a long time and suddenly took out a purse from his arms and put it in Lu Shi's hand. "Miss Lucy, please teach me how to make this dish. Here is 100 gold coins, my tuition." Clyde, "What are you crazy about?" Cagley was thoughtful. "Is this the way to use the oil emulsion?" Xiaolan was shocked. She had never expected that there would be a way to eat oil milk that she didn't know about. Miguel took the opportunity to put food into Dina's bowl. When others noticed his behavior and glared at him, he smiled brightly, as if he knew nothing. Lu Shi specially left half for Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's eyes were shining, and his tail was wagging wildly. What he looked forward to most was the food made by Lu Shi. The food made by others did not have that unique fragrance at all. The young dragon sniffed around with curiosity, obviously smelling an unusual food scent, but since it had never tasted other food since it was born, it was difficult for it to tell the difference between delicious and unpalatable food. It just felt that something was attracting it. Lu Shi also gave a little to the young dragon, to try only a little. The young dragon blinked its big eyes and looked at Lu Shi innocently. It swallowed it without even tasting the specific flavor. Lu Shi had no choice but to avoid Yulong's clean eyes. Unfortunately, she cooked too few dishes this time and only made one plate. She divided it up casually, and almost everyone ate it all in a few bites. Before he could say that he would do more later, Lu Shi saw Dina rushing up, holding his hand tightly and making the above plea. Lu Shi was silent for a moment and was very tempted by this suggestion. Compared to not being able to pay the 1,000 gold coins later, it seemed like a good idea to be able to reduce the amount a little by other means. However, Lu Shi looked at Clyde, who was walking towards her. The final decision would still depend on him. There was a whole plate of fried mushrooms and meat, with no mushrooms or meat left. Only the fragrance in the air had not dissipated. Clyde could guess how delicious the food was just by smelling it. His expression hesitated, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his mouth. Clyde pondered for a moment and looked at the other members. What do you think? I agree. I totally agree.
Support.
Okay. A bunch of foodies. Clyde's speechlessness was fully reflected on his face. After a long while, he took a deep breath and looked at Lu Shi. Since they all agree, let's do it. 800 gold coins. Lu Shi reacted immediately and spoke quickly. The amount Dina mentioned just now had not been finalized yet. It was too unclear to agree to it. It could be 900 gold coins or 800 gold coins. In order to avoid disputes later, it is better to determine the specific amount now. Clyde looked at Lu Shi deeply and nodded. Okay. It's rare to find such a stingy, noble lady. Oh, that's not right. Sister Hylan hasn't come back yet. Dina suddenly discovered this. The bounty of the dragon hunting mercenaries is usually divided equally. Occasionally, those who contribute more will get a larger portion, but most of the time it is fairly equal. Clyde had just asked for their opinions. Although 5 people had agreed, Helen was not here. Without the consent of all members, this matter could not be finalized. This was the operating principle of their mercenary group. Of course, sometimes there would be disagreements, and then it would be Clyde's turn to make the decision. Regardless of whether they agreed or disagreed, when Clyde issued an order by force, the members of the dragon hunting mercenaries would execute it unconditionally. Although most people agreed to this matter, it actually reduced everyone's mission income. If Hylan disagreed, others would not insist Lu Shi would definitely have to cook anyway, so at worst they could just pay some extra gold coins and ask Lu Shi to help with the cooking. Don't worry, she won't object. Clyde understood clearly that although their mercenary group was short of money. No, it was just him who was short of money. Others were not too obsessed with how much money they made. After Hylan came back, even if she was not interested in the food, she would not ruin the fun of others. As one of the oldest people, Hylan treated everyone else as if they were her own children. Although she didn't say it, she was very doting on them. So, Lu Shi took on the task of cooking. Since there were other people helping to prepare all the ingredients, and she didn't even have to do anything, cooking was not difficult at all. Lu Shi confiscated White's 100 gold coins. She knew that White wanted to learn how to cook from her and then use the knowledge to deceive other girls. But the key issue is that Lu Shi doesn't think he can teach White. It's not that White is so stupid that he can't learn how to cook, but Lu Shi feels that even if White learns all kinds of cooking methods, he won't be able to make the dishes taste like hers. There were various reasons before to explain why the food cooked by other people was not delicious, but after tasting the food served by village chief Luli's family and the food cooked by Aunt Asuna this morning, Lu Shi discovered that the food she cooked was different. Even with the same ingredients and the same steps, the food she cooked always tasted better than anyone else. If asked the reason, Lu Shi could only guess that it was related to his golden finger. As for what the relationship was, Lu Shi was not 100% sure. Lu Shi had just cooked a few pots of mushroom soup, and before they were ready, Hylin came back with her prey. Dina whispered the whole story to Hylin and looked at her ingratiatingly, showing a look that showed she didn't want to be rejected. Hylin laughed and threw one of the prey, the stone sheep, into Dina's arms. Okay, since you all agreed, I won't object. Here, let's give this prey to her as well. Dina took the stone sheep and giggled twice because Hylin agreed. Then she looked at the prey in her arms and sighed. Why is it a stone sheep? It smells so bad. The earth stone sheep is a low-level monster, mostly of earth elemental attribute, with a layer of gray fluffy fur, looking like a ball. Occasionally, half of its body is buried underground, and from a distance it looks like a piece of stone, so humans named it the earth stone sheep. The advantage of the ground sheep is that the meat is good in quality, smooth and tender, and extremely delicious, but the disadvantage is that it has a strong smell, which many people cannot accept. Hylin has a stronger taste and can accept the mutton smell of stone sheep, especially when paired with wine. Dina, on the other hand, is the opposite. She particularly dislikes the mutton smell of stone sheep and doesn't drink alcohol. But thinking that Helen had just agreed to their own decision, Dina had to endure her dislike for the stone sheep. That's not right. Dina's eyes suddenly lit up. She thought of Lu Shi behind her and turned around and ran over while holding the stone sheep that was not much bigger than Xiao Yuan. Miss Lucy. Lu Shi closed the lid of the mushroom soup and looked up at Dina. The gray fur almost covered Dina's face, so he looked surprised and asked, "What is this?"
This is the stone sheep.
Dina briefly explained the stone sheep, and then looked at Lu Shi expectantly. Miss Lucy, do you have any way to make the stone sheep taste less unpleasant? Well, it sounds like it's no different from the mutton on Earth. Lu Shi looked around at the stone sheep.
Let me try.
Who can help me shave its hair? Lu Shi looked at the row of people and magical pets who were waiting for dinner. Everyone's attention instantly turned to Kagli. Kagli. With an unhappy tut, Kagli stood up and took the stone sheep from Dina, not forgetting to ask Lu Shi, "One is enough?" Hylin still has one in her hand. "Well, let's shave them all." Lu Shi glanced over the young dragon. Xiao Yuan's appetite was about the same as that of an adult male, but the young dragon was obviously not. It needed to eat at least the amount of food of 4 or 5 people to be full. Oh, by the way, don't throw away the shaved hair. I'll keep it for use. Lu Shi spoke again. The wool of the ground sheep looks very soft. Maybe it can be used to make a wool cushion? Kagli agreed. He used a bone-chopping knife to fly up and down, and soon shaved the 2 ground sheep clean. Miguel opened a cloth bag next to him and put all the wool in it. Lu Shi was stunned for a moment when looking at the bald stone sheep. The reason was simple. After being shaved, the stone sheep suddenly lost 2/3 of its weight. The hair yield was much higher than that on Earth. Well, let's bleed it first, and then cut out the internal organs, head and legs separately. Lu Shi directed Kagli. Bleeding?
Why?
Dina came over curiously. Hylin sat aside to rest, but also paid attention to what was happening here. If you don't drain the blood, the meat will be very fishy. Lu Shi answered casually, and then looked at Dina. Don't you know this? Dina shook her head with a blank look in her eyes. Meat is very precious. If the blood is drained, won't there be less meat? No one would waste it that much. As she spoke, Dina looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan was the only one among them who seemed to have the capital to waste. Xiaolan's face changed and he stammered, "I haven't paid attention to these things." Which noble young master would check whether the meat has been bled before eating it. White was thoughtful. Now that you mention it, it occurs to me that the monster meat eaten after killing does taste better than the monster meat that is killed right after hunting. The monsters that were killed first had already been wounded, and blood was flowing out of the wounds. By the time they processed them, the flesh had bled out. As for the monsters that were killed, even if they had wounds, not much blood would be released, and there would be blood in their flesh. The former are usually large monsters that pose a certain threat and cannot be brought back alive, while the latter are small monsters that do not have much combat power. Before, White and his friends had always believed that the more dangerous the monster, the tastier its meat, and that the meat of smaller monsters was not very good. Now they think the reason may be the difference between bleeding and not bleeding. What's the waste? She didn't understand. Get a basin to collect the blood. You can use it to make blood sausage. Everyone didn't understand, but they still obediently followed Shi's instructions, took out the basin, and collected the blood. They also followed Shi's instructions, took out the intestines, and washed them several times. When he reached this step, Xiaolan retreated and completely avoided it. He could watch all kinds of monsters die in front of him without changing his expression, watching blood and flesh flying, and limbs and bodies being broken, but he could not bear to see the things containing such dirty things being cleaned separately and used to make food. Dina didn't react much, and although the others found it a little weird, they could accept it. They usually eat a lot of unclean things. Dina was even interested in asking Shi about the various ways of making blood sausage. In fact, blood sausage is made from pig blood, but sheep blood is not so suitable. Pig intestine is also the most suitable, but the taste of sheep blood is unique. You can try it if you have the chance. Shi recalled that what she ate the most was pig blood sausage, and she ate very little sheep blood. It would be nice if there was sauerkraut. Shi sighed. Blood sausage doesn't go well with sauerkraut. It always feels like something is missing. Shi kept only the sheep's head, legs, and internal organs. It's not that Shi doesn't know how to cook these parts, it's just that the lunch break is not too long, and whether it's the sheep's head or the sheep's leg, it's very troublesome to cook. Just leave it until nighttime. There's no need to waste time on the journey. As for the sheep offal, Shi's idea was to make it into sheep offal soup, but he had already made mushroom soup before, and it would be a bit repetitive to make another soup, so Shi decided to leave it until the evening. There are many ways to cook mutton. Shi remembered that Dina said she didn't like the smell of mutton. After thinking about it, he decided to boil the mutton. This should be the easiest way to remove the smell. Can you eat spicy food? Shi asked everyone about their taste before cooking. Spicy? I can do that. Dina raised her hand first. Miguel hesitated a little. I may not be able to do it, but I can try. Wai was looking forward to it. I haven't tried much spicy food. Cagley was disdainful. How can spicy be as spicy as wine? Xiaolong glanced at everyone and said, I probably can't handle spicy food either, but if everyone else wants it, then I'll eat it too. Hyland smiled generously. It's up to you to do it. Just consider it as a new experience for us.
Clyde.
Clyde was on guard and didn't participate in the conversation. Okay, then I'll make boiled lamb. Shi nodded and quickly decided on the next recipe. Hearing this, Dina opened her eyes wide with curiosity. Boiled mutton? Boiled in water? Will it taste good if boiled in water? Shi shook his head. Although it sounded like a very light name, the dish actually had a very strong taste. Dina asked curiously, why is it called boiled mutton? Shi was suddenly stunned by this question. She tried to recall it carefully, but she couldn't remember the origin of the word boiling in water. It seemed that she had always heard this name, but had never explored the reason in depth. Well, I don't know either. This is the name I've heard since I was a child. I never thought about the reason. Shi answered honestly. The actual cooking method of boiled mutton will require a lot of side dishes, and even the side dishes will occupy the vast majority. In Shilon's contract package, there are some common vegetables from the other world. The people from the other world also understand the principle of indigestion if they only eat meat without vegetables, and even if they don't understand, reality will teach them. After a quick look, Shi recognized vegetables such as rapeseed, spinach, chrysanthemum, cabbage, etc. on Earth, as well as some types of green vegetables that were completely different from those on Earth, and that Shi could not recognize. After picking out the vegetables whose taste could be confirmed, they were given to Dina to wash and cut for later use. Shi then asked Cagley to cut the mutton into slices. Although Cagley was using a heavy axe, his knife skills were surprisingly good. All the meat slices were cut into even sizes and of appropriate thickness. Asking Hylan for the kitchen utensils that she had hardly ever used, Shi first blanched the meat slices in boiling water for 1 minute, removed the meat residue, and then scooped them out for later use. The most important thing about boiled mutton is the thick and spicy soup base. Shi often eats it on Earth, and the soup base is mostly made with various hot sauces, but there is no such thing as hot sauce in the alien world, so Lu Shi had to make it himself. Although the taste may be a little worse, giving it to these people from another world who have not seen much of the world to have a taste is enough to refresh their worldviews. Therefore, before making the boiled mutton, Lu Shi first made a pot of hot sauce. Hot sauce is the kind that tastes better the longer it is stored, rather than the freshly made one. Moreover, after making the hot sauce, you can use it to eat other foods later, so it is more convenient to make more. There was chili powder in the seasoning box that Xiaolon took out, so there must be chili as well. However, this chili is different in appearance from the chili on Earth. It has 5 pointed tips and is curved. At first glance, it looks like a human hand. Therefore, people in the other world also call peppers devil's hands. Basically, few people dare to try it, not only because it is spicy, but mainly because its appearance is too terrifying. The reason why it is made into chili powder is because people from the other world don't dare to eat it directly. Xiaolon actually put a lot of ghost hand peppers in her contract package. No one knew why, but this was just convenient for Lu Shi.
My wine.
Kagli was heartbroken. After scooping out most of the chili sauce and setting it aside, Lu Shi turned on the fire again with the chili sauce at the bottom of the pot, added the spices back in, and stir-fried them. When the aroma came out, he added a large pot of water and boiled it into soup. Add salt to season, and put the vegetables into the pot one by one according to their properties, then remove them for later use. Put the meat slices that had been blanched in water back into the pot and blanch them, then serve all out. Heat the pot again, add in the vegetable oil and cook until done. Add the large pieces of chopped ghost chili into the pot and stir-fry. When the oil is hot, pour it directly on the pot of mutton. The boiled mutton is ready. As the hot oil was poured over the mutton, an extremely pungent, spicy smell hit the face. The people closest to the mutton could not help but cover their noses and sneeze. They could hardly breathe due to the spicy stimulation. Before he could even open his mouth to ask Lu Shi what he was cooking, the aroma of meat and vegetables, which had been masked by the spicy taste, gradually wafted out. There was no question of one suppressing the other. One could only feel that the spicy taste was so perfectly integrated into the various dishes. Xiao Yuan had the most sensitive sense of smell, and she was choked and ran away early. She stayed next to Clyde, looking like she wanted to go back to taste the food, but couldn't stand the spiciness. Yulong, on the other hand, felt much better. He didn't seem to feel the spiciness at all, and was looking around the boiled mutton with great interest. Lu Shi cooked a very large amount this time, fearing that it would not be enough, so he brought out a full pot and asked everyone to take a bowl or a spoon to scoop out some to taste. Delicious. So spicy, delicious. Dina took a bite and was conquered by the aroma. The tender mutton did not have any of the mutton smell that she hated the most, not even a fishy smell. It was just too spicy, so spicy that her lips hurt, but the mutton was so delicious that she wanted to swallow her tongue. It was a mixture of pain and pleasure.
So satisfying.
Kagli ate the meat and whined heartily. A layer of sweat soon gathered on his forehead, but he didn't mind at all and continued to eat with big mouthfuls. Lu Shi had used only a small amount of wine just now, and there was still more than half left, which he left for Kagli to drink with the food. This bottle of wine was bought by Kagli before, but he forgot what it was for. He was in a hurry to leave for work and didn't have time to drink it. He asked Xiaolon to help keep it for him, and then he forgot about it the next time. It was when Lu Shi asked who had the wine that Xiaolon remembered that there was a bottle of Kagli wine in her contract package. Hylan was somewhat tempted by Kagli's wine, but she also knew how she looked after drinking. She also had to be responsible for reconnaissance on the road, so she resolutely shifted her gaze away and focused on the boiled lamb in front of her. Maybe because the stone sheep eats too much, Hylan is actually more interested in the side dishes. Each side dish has a unique flavor. Lu Shi added 8 side dishes in it. Just eating the side dishes is an incredible delicacy. Hylan couldn't help but sigh at Miss Lucy's culinary talent. Dina suddenly cried out in surprise, "Miguel, you don't even feel it spicy?" Everyone was attracted by the sound and looked at Miguel, who remained calm. Compared to the others whose foreheads were covered with sweat, Miguel's face showed no reaction at all. Facing everyone's gaze, Miguel showed an innocent smile. Well, I think it's okay, not too spicy. But it's really delicious. Miss Lucy's cooking skills are really good. You just said you can't eat spicy food. Dina was indignant. She and Miguel grew up together as childhood sweethearts, but she never realized that Miguel could eat such a spicy food. Then Dina turned her gaze and saw Xiaolan on the other side. The young nobleman who said that he couldn't eat spicy food only had a thin layer of sweat on his nose, and his eyes were bright as he looked in the pot. Anne picked out the ghost hand chili peppers. Dina's eyes suddenly widened, and she pointed at Xiaolan, unable to speak clearly. You. I was wondering why you carried so many devil's hands in your backpack. It turns out you love to eat them. Dina was angry and said, Do you have any credibility at all? You said you can't eat spicy food, but you can eat more spicy food than the other. Lu Shi did not join in the noise of the group of people. He took the half pot of boiled mutton that he had distributed in advance, gave half to Yulong, and served a bowl to Xiao Yuan. Lu Shi added half of the mushroom soup into the bowl for Xiao Yuan to dilute the spiciness. At least he wanted to let Xiao Yuan have a taste. Then Lu Shi served herself a bowl of boiled lamb with mushroom soup. Yes, she couldn't eat spicy food either. Holding Xiao Yuan's bowl of boiled mutton, Lu Shi walked to Clyde's side. Clyde was in a relatively high position and upwind, so the smell was not easy to drift over. Xiao Yuan, who couldn't stand the spicy taste, hid here. Smelling the still spicy boiled mutton in Lu Shi's hand, Xiao Yuan struggled for a while, but finally couldn't resist the desire for delicious food and started to eat happily, but from time to time she stuck out her tongue and gasped, and then lowered her head to eat. She looked strangely similar to Dina on the other side. Lu Shi did not ignore Clyde either, and handed him a bowl of plain boiled mutton. Would you like to try it? Clyde glanced at the group of people eating enthusiastically on the other side and showed a strange expression, or give me a portion of mushroom soup as well. Lu Shi followed Clyde's gaze and didn't understand what he meant, but still followed Clyde's instructions and replaced his dish with a slightly spicy boiled lamb with mushroom soup. The two men and the wolf ate slightly spicy boiled mutton side by side, watching the people over there eating enthusiastically. Lu Shi suddenly reacted after realizing it and turned his head sharply to look at Clyde, who looked back at him calmly. I didn't mean it. Lu Shi said. I know. Clyde chewed slowly. Why didn't you remind them? Lu Shi frowned. I think they're enjoying their meal. Clyde wiped his mouth and put down his bowl and spoon, his expression unchanged. Lu Shi looked at those who didn't know the truth with pity and sighed. The boiled mutton was eaten up in the end. After all, it was not the staple food, so no matter how full they were, they all ate up the mushroom soup that had been cooked earlier with gray bread. Gray bread is a kind of food between black bread and white bread. Compared with cheap black bread mixed with various grains, gray bread should actually belong to the category of white bread, but it is not ground as finely as white bread. It is a common food that the middle class can afford. Of course, it is still nominally white bread. Fortunately, the taste of the mushroom soup was not much inferior. After eating the boiled lamb, everyone needed something milder to relieve the pain. Of course, Lu Shi didn't need to do the final cleanup. The few people who were satisfied with the meal had already started the various cleanup tasks very consciously. Lu Shi remained in the state of wanting to say something but hesitating, stopping to say something but still wanting to say it until he started on his way again. The accident was not surprising at all. Dina was the first to speak. Before she had walked far, she covered her stomach in pain. Then it was White, Cagley, and even Miguel, who couldn't escape. His face changed as he felt the pain in his stomach. Helen went out to scout, and she didn't know what the situation was. But since Clyde sent her several signals to come back but didn't see any figure, she should be doomed. The only survivors were Clyde, who had stopped to watch the performance, and Shilon, who had a confused look on his face, not knowing why nothing happened. You poison it? Cagley covered his stomach and pointed at Lu Shi. Even his questioning seemed powerless. Xiao Yuan stood in front of Lu Shi and looked at Cagley vigilantly. It was a pity that it couldn't speak, otherwise it would have definitely defended Lu Shi fiercely. Fortunately, although Xiaoyuan can't speak, Dina is by her side. Impossible, Miss Lucy ate it too. Dina defended Lu Shi. Besides, boiled mutton is so delicious. How could it be poisonous? It must be our fault. The tone was firm and unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. White looked at Clyde, who looked calm, and suddenly reacted. He covered his stomach with one hand and pointed at Clyde with the other hand, his face full of pain. You. Why didn't you remind us? Go quickly, and don't carry it here. Clyde looked disgusted and waved his hand to drive them away. A group of people who have never eaten spicy food before, eating such a strong dish for the first time, it would be a miracle if their stomachs can withstand it. This is like when a foreigner goes to Sichuan for the first time and orders the spiciest dish directly, which is really risking his life. Shilon could bear it because he often ate ghost hand peppers, so his stomach had developed resistance and was not as fragile as other people. Clyde was well prepared, so he didn't react at all. Xiaoyuan and Lucy were also slightly spicy people, so it was normal for them to not react. The young dragon should be the one who ate the most boiled mutton among all the people present, but it is a dragon, the most powerful creature in the other world. A little spiciness is nothing to it. It can even swallow lava raw. The rest camp for the night was chosen next to a small stream. Most of the monsters that stopped here to rest were driven away by the elemental power erupting from the dragon hunting mercenaries. It was said to be an explosion of elemental power, but in Lu Shi's opinion, it was actually just that Clyde's whole body suddenly shook, and then it seemed as if a wind was blowing in his face, and then the group of monsters ran away. Well, it actually looks quite funny. Of course, in the eyes of Clyde and the others, it was a different situation. Elements can be divided into three forms. The first is the form that makes up everything in daily life, but is invisible to the human eye, like air. The second form is to extract and gather elements with certain specific attributes separately. In this state, the corresponding elements will show the color of the corresponding attribute in form, a bit like colored transparent smoke. The third form is when a large number of elements with the same properties come together to produce a qualitative change, transforming from the intangible air form into an actual physical form. Physically, it feels a bit like the wind blowing. The stream where Clyde chose to stop was not very big, and most of the monsters that stayed there were ordinary monsters, and even low-level monsters were rare, so Clyde did not burst out with too strong elemental power. Before scaring away all the monsters, Clyde reached out and grabbed a few to use as food for the next few days. Although there are monsters everywhere, you may not encounter suitable ones that can be used as food every day. For example, Lu Shi had encountered this once before. There was a route where a dragon flew over and left its scent, and no monsters dared to appear for several days. Many times, there is no need for dragons. Even a mid-level monster can cause a riot among a group of low-level monsters and ordinary monsters. This is how a monster tide occurs. Intermediate monsters that live in a certain place may leave their place of residence and go to other places for various reasons, which will lead to a tide of monsters along the way. Therefore, dragon hunting mercenaries often store prey that can be eaten for a long time in the contract package to prevent various accidents. After finding out the cause of the stomach upset, the people from the dragon hunting mercenaries stopped blaming Lu Shi. After all, Lu Shi didn't do it on purpose. She just didn't expect that such a group of people couldn't even eat spicy food. Another reason is that boiled mutton is so delicious that no one wants to blame Lu Shi for it. In fact, after this incident, the speed of travel did not slow down much. After all, the dragon hunting mercenary group as a whole followed Lu Shi's pace. Lu Shi couldn't walk very fast, and the others had all been through various tests, so their physical strength had increased a lot and they recovered quickly, so when they stopped to rest at night, they were not much behind as expected. "Miss Lucy, let me help you set up the tent." Dina's face was still a little pale, but she was in much better condition and still looked full of enthusiasm and energy. Miguel followed Dina helplessly, holding a handful of cloth. "How do we assemble it?" Lu Shi looked around and didn't see any other tools except a handful of cloth in Miguel's arms. Watch me." Dina smiled and did not answer Lu Shi directly. She chose a good place, took out a few plant seeds in her hand, and threw them on the ground. As soon as the seed touched the ground, it suddenly sprouted and took root, growing rapidly. Several emerald green vines as thick as arms intertwined with each other and finally gathered at the top, blooming beautiful little flowers. Lu Shi looked at the conical vine tent with a diameter of more than 2 meters in front of him and opened his eyes wide in shock. In one corner of the vine tent, Dina left a door for easy entry and exit. Miguel, holding a pile of cloth, stepped forward, shook out the cloth in his arms, and hung it on the door of the vine tent with great skill, serving as the tent door. Lu Shi reached out and touched the cloth. It was very thick and smooth and had a certain weight. It was very similar to the rainproof cloth on Earth. It was also suitable to be used as a tent door. It could keep out rain when it rained, and because it had enough weight, it would not be easily blown away by the wind. All I can say is that mercenaries who can survive in the wild are more or less capable. Of course, Lu Shi was actually more curious about Dina's elemental magic. According to what she had read in those 2 fairy tales and storybooks, the elements that made up this world should only be 4: earth, water, fire, and wind, and the elemental magic used by Dina was not among these 4. Wanting to know, Lu Shi started to ask. Although this might expose some of her ignorance, as long as Lu Shi herself did not reveal her exact origins, these people would not suspect anything. From the moment this deal was finalized, there was no need to doubt Lu Shi's identity. And it doesn't mean that being a noble means you must know everything. Sometimes it is precisely because you are a noble that you are ignorant. Sure enough, Dina did not doubt Lu Shi, but explained to Lu Shi naturally, "Haha, I knew that many people would be curious. I am actually a mutant elemental mage." Seeing Lu Shi's increasingly confused look, Dina gave a brief explanation. If we trace back to the source, the emergence of mutant elements can be traced back to the first civil strife after the establishment of the 4 elemental kingdoms. The elemental contract originally held by the 4 elemental kingdoms was taken to other places because of the rebellion of rebels. Many people with ill intentions took the opportunity to imitate the elemental contract. Some of the ones that succeeded in imitating it established small countries outside the 4 major elemental kingdoms based on this, while others that failed in imitating it removed the obsolete and unusable elemental contracts, and the rest underwent some mutations. For example, the fire element becomes the thunder element, the water element becomes the ice element, and the earth element becomes the wood element. What about the wind element? Lu Shi was curious. The one who answered Lu Shi was Miguel, a wind-attributed elemental warrior. The wind is lonely. The wind is not above the earth. The wind will not stay, so the wind has no companions. Lu Shi. Dina couldn't help laughing and pulled Lu Shi to explain. In fact, the mutated elements are more or less influenced by the power of other elements. For example, the wood element is the combination of the earth element and the water element, which produces a change. Wind and other elements cannot be integrated together, so no mutant elements are produced. After Dina sent Miguel away, she whispered to Lu Shi, "Those with the wind element all like to be bards. White is the same, and even Miguel is like this. But White usually only says those things when he's lying to girls. I heard White say that in Favaragon, the country of the wind element, the most famous saying is, 'The wind has brought a message from afar.'" Useless knowledge has increased. Lu Shi thought silently and entered the vine tent with Dina's company. What made Lu Shi most satisfied was that the ground was covered with a layer of vines, so he didn't have to come into direct contact with the wet ground. Xiaolan brought over Lu Shi's luggage. It was originally carried by Kagli, but because of the accident in the afternoon, Lu Shi's luggage had to be handed over to Xiaolan and put in his contract package. Xiaolan didn't need Dina to set up a tent for him. He brought his own extra-large luxury tent that could easily accommodate 4 people. Of course, usually only Kagli lived with him. Elemental mages are physically fragile, so Clyde has specially assigned a corresponding partner to each elemental mage to avoid any danger that the elemental mages cannot resist on their own. Among the 3 elemental mages in the team, White is a special one. He has strong melee ability and does not need a fixed partner. I heard that he was trained as an elemental warrior in the beginning, but later it was discovered that he had the talent of an elemental mage, so he became what he is now. The other two elemental mages, Dina and Xiaolon, have basically fixed their partners. It goes without saying that Dina and Miguel are a couple. Among Helen, Clyde, and Cagley, Helen is the one who least likes to be bound. Clyde has to lead the entire team, and Cagley is the only one left, leaving Xiaolon with no room for choice. For activities like Night Watch, there is basically no need for several elemental mages, but as a substitute, elemental mages are indispensable for some miscellaneous tasks in the team, such as cooking and washing dishes. Although Xiaolon didn't do much of these chores, as Cagley did them all, he was rich and provided an irreplaceable role to the entire team in terms of material things. After delivering the luggage, Xiaolon did not leave in a hurry. She looked at Lu Shi very embarrassedly, and the expectation in her eyes seemed to be materialized. "Miss Lucy, what are we going to eat tonight? It seems that we still have a lot of stone sheep to eat." Xiaolan's fanatical pursuit of spicy food surprised Lu Shi a little. She had never expected that such a seemingly inexperienced and genuine noble young master would love spicy food so much. But thinking about the tragedy that happened this afternoon, Lu Shi felt that he should make something light to nourish these people's stomachs. It is better to cultivate the taste for spicy food little by little and get used to it slowly. Before Lu Shi could speak, Dina had already firmly grasped Lu Shi's hand and said, "Don't worry about us. Just cook whatever is delicious. The stomachache is just a small problem. I can still hold on." Lu Shi was moved by Dina's determination to not fear life and death for the sake of eating, and then tactfully rejected her request. Even if she ate spicy food all the time, she herself would not be able to stand it. This kind of thing is only good to eat occasionally. Seeing Xiaolon, most of the dragon hunting mercenary group stuff was in his contract package, so Lu Shi asked, "By the way, I saw you take out white bread before. Do you have flour?" "Flour?" Xiaolon shook her head. "There's no suitable oven on the road, so it's useless to bring flour." Lu Shi showed a look of regret. He had never seen rice in the other world. Only the flour for making bread could be used to recall the oriental pasta on Earth. There's actually not much difference between bread and steamed buns. You just need to change the cooking method. Bread is baked, while steamed buns are steamed. Therefore, the bread eaten by people in the other world is very hard and needs to be heated and soaked in soup before eating, while steamed buns are much softer. And they will actually become very hard if left for a long time. However, steamed buns are indeed much softer than bread. Another difference is that when making steamed buns, people generally don't put other things in it, but when baking bread, they add milk, honey, butter, and other things into it. So when you eat it, the bread will have more sweetness, while the steamed buns will only have the taste of its own starch. Is there anything else that flour can be used for? Without an oven? Dina was full of curiosity. Steamed buns and cakes. Cakes can be made into unleavened cakes and leavened cakes, and fried cakes can also be made. Meat pies and vegetable pies are also possible. They are best eaten with soup. White bread still doesn't taste right. Lu Shi shook his head and sighed. A life without eating steaming white flour buns fresh out of the pot is an incomplete life. Woohoo, she wanted to eat rice so much. Why didn't people from another world grow rice? People from another world who didn't understand the beauty of rice should say goodbye. Dina and Xiaolon looked at each other and immediately decided what to do next. Find Clyde, wait until they were near the next human town, and then buy some flour. While Xiao Yuan and Yulong were playing in the water and taking a bath in the stream, Lu Shi tidied up the entire vine tent, spread out the straw mat and rabbit fur blanket on it, and then took out a new quilt that Aunt Asuna had sewn. This vine tent is very large, more than 2 meters high. Perhaps Dina took the existence of the young dragon into consideration and made it a little bigger on purpose. After packing up his things, Lu Shi walked out of the tent. The tents of the others nearby had also been set up. A fire was lit in the middle of the tents. Cagley was setting up a pot there, and various kitchen utensils and ingredients were spread out on the ground, waiting for Lu Shi to arrive. Considering the need to nourish the stomachs of the dragon hunting mercenaries, Lu Shi picked some vegetables and prepared to make a pot of vegetable soup without any meat. Among them, carrots, a kind of vegetable that is purple all over, is the main component of the vegetable soup. Against the backdrop of other crispy vegetables, the purple carrots are stewed to be particularly soft and sticky. Lu Shi did not touch the head and internal organs of the stone sheep. He shaved off all the meat from the lamb legs and asked Kaguli to chop it into extremely fine and sticky meat pieces. He added salt, sugar, soy sauce, and other seasonings and mixed them evenly. He then kneaded them into mutton meatballs with his hands. Put it into the bone soup made from bones and cook it. After taking out all the bones, Lu Shi separated half of it, added oil and vegetables to stir-fry, and fried the other half. The vegetable soup made by Lu Shi was too thick and not suitable for soaking bread in. However, the bone soup after cooking the lamb meatballs was delicious. If you tear up the bread and soak it in it, it would be a completely different food. Xiaolan even took out the hot sauce that Lu Shi had made at noon, mixed it into the bowl, and added spiciness manually. Everyone looked at the food in front of them, swallowed their saliva, and didn't know which one to put on the spoon first, as they all looked so delicious. Is this really the food I can enjoy? Dina held the bowl, almost fainting with happiness. Today's recipe: lamb meatballs, fried meatballs. After dinner, everyone dispersed and went about their own business. Although the vine tent is not soundproof, it is thick enough to provide shelter from wind and rain, and it can also provide sufficient warmth even in winter. Dina had nothing to do, so she came to chat with Lu Shi and helped Lu Shi, who was working. At the highest point in the tent, there was a hanging vine with a slightly bent tip, which looked like a hook. A lamp was hung on it. It was different from the oil lamp used in Kova village before. Its light was as bright as the electric lamps on Earth, but the wattage was lower. This is the elemental lamp sent by Xiaolan. It looks similar to an ordinary oil lamp, but the overall material is more expensive. Its usage is to input a certain amount of elemental power into it. After various complex magical reactions, the elemental lamp will emit a bright light that lasts for a long time. During this period, it can be closed and opened through several mechanisms. In addition, the elemental lamp itself has the function of storing elemental power, so even ordinary people can use it for a long time. Compared to oil lamps that need to be frequently refilled and can lose their effectiveness in the wild at any time due to lack of refilling, one advantage of elemental lamps is that they are easy and simple to refill. People who are not accompanied by elemental warriors or elemental mages basically will not appear alone in the wild, and as long as there is someone who can mobilize the power of elements, the elemental lamp will not lose its effect. The elemental lamp is one of the elemental magic tools in this alien world. It is similar to the contract package and is a commonly used type of tool. In addition, Xiaolan inadvertently demonstrated many elemental magic weapons that were very easy to use, which made Lu Shi suddenly realize that the other world was not as backward as she had seen in Kova village before. The other world also has items that are comparable to or even surpass the technology on Earth, but the conditions for their use are just as harsh, and they cannot be used by ordinary humans, who make up the vast majority. However, normally ordinary mercenaries would not have so many elemental weapons. Price is one aspect, and the purchasing channel is also very important. Even if you have money, but you don't have connections, you can't buy elemental weapons at all. These things were not created for ordinary people from the beginning. Maybe some of them were created for ordinary people, but those at the top of the other world disagreed. So yes became no. Lu Shi was combing the wool that he had shaved off the stone sheep at noon. Perhaps due to the characteristics of the monster that could perform elemental magic, the wool on the stone sheep was not as dirty as the wool on Earth. There was basically no dirt on it, so it was very convenient to comb. Dina came over to help, and Xiao Yuan and Yulong, who had been playing outside for a long time, also ran back. The tent, which was originally very spacious, suddenly became crowded after Yulong squeezed in. At first, Xiao Yuan was quite hostile to the baby dragon, because the scene of the baby dragon breaking out of the shell and running towards Lu Shi looked too much like an attack. Xiao Yuan always felt that the baby dragon was a threat, so she was always on guard against it. But after walking for a whole day, the young dragon didn't make any noise or cause any trouble. It just followed Lu Shi obediently. Whatever Lu Shi asked it to do, The young dragon would do it and was very obedient. Xiao Yuan gradually relaxed her vigilance. Especially when they were having dinner, because they were staying by the stream, Xiao Yuan took the opportunity to go down into the water to take a bath, and Yulong followed her, and the two of them caught several fish together. However, the fish in the stream are not very big, only slightly longer than a finger. After all, the water is only half a meter deep, so it is impossible to raise any big fish. Xiao Yuan and the other two only caught a few fish, which were not enough for so many people. It was also not convenient to handle them one by one, so Lu Shi did not add the fish to dinner. However, Lu Shi did not waste any of the small fish that Xiao Yuan caught. He put all the small fish into a bucket. He would wait until the next morning to fry them in oil and make them into dried fish, which would be good as a snack. Of course, Xiao Yuan was not so easily bribed by Yulong. After going into the water to catch fish, Yulong used fire elemental magic to help Xiao Yuan dry her hair. Only then did Xiao Yuan accept Yulong. But it didn't seem to be much better. Anyway, the two cubs are now completely playing together, and Xiao Yuan doesn't mind the little dragon following Lu Shi all the time. But the two cubs were so big that Lu Shi and Dina had almost no place to do anything. Lu Shi had no choice but to coax the two cubs out to continue catching fish as he would coax a child. Anyway, the young dragons had fire element spells that could dry them and keep them warm, so there was no need to worry about them catching a cold. After the two of them crawled out again, Lu Shi and Dina finally had a place to work again. What needs to be done is very simple, which is to classify the wool of the ground sheep according to different softness, hardness, and length and put them together. It is a very simple job and does not even require much brain power. You can do it while chatting. Dina looked at the wool being divided into several pieces and held the innermost layer of wool with a surprised look on her face. I thought the wool of the stone sheep was soft enough, but it turns out there's something even softer inside. Miss Lucy, what are you going to do with these? Lu Shi looked at the amount of wool in the pile and said, "Make a mat. It probably wouldn't be enough to make clothes. What should we do?" Dina was very curious. She couldn't think of what to do with the scattered wool. Should she stuff it into a quilt? After looking at the softness of the wool, Dina felt that it might not be impossible.
No rush.
Wash them all first, then soak them in water for a while. Lu Shi walked out of the tent door and went to Xiaolan to ask for tools. Well, there's nothing I can do. Xiaolan's contract package is big, and it contains a lot of useful and useless things. Most of the time, if you want something, you can definitely get it by finding Xiaolan. Although the wool of the ground sheep is very clean and free of dirt, it still needs to be washed. It has a strong smell of the ground sheep, and it will smell very bad if it is not washed thoroughly. Xiaolan even had a lot of cleaning supplies. Lu Shi silently changed Xiaolan's positioning to Doraemon. His contract package was no different from Doraemon's pocket. It wasn't a lot of work, so only Lu Shi and Dina were cleaning by the stream. No one else came to help. They either went back to the tent early to rest or sat around the fire and chatted. Without the obstruction of the dense forest canopy, on a moonlit night, you can see the surrounding scenery even without lighting. A fire was burning in the middle of several tents, and next to it was enough firewood to burn for the whole night. The temperature would drop at night, and with the fire, the people keeping watch would not be too cold, and they could heat up some food at any time. The people who are on night watch are Miguel, Clyde, Cagley, and Helen. Miguel is responsible for the time period from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m., Clyde is responsible for 12 a.m. to 2 a.m., Cagley is responsible for 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., and Helen is responsible for 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Clyde, Cagley, and Helen had all gone back to the tent to rest. Now only White, Xiaolan, and Miguel were still chatting in front of the fire. It couldn't really be called a chat, as White was the only one talking. Miguel would respond from time to time, and Xiaolan simply ignored him. Gradually, White couldn't continue the conversation. The three of them silently watched Dina and Lu Shi by the stream, talking and laughing, and from time to time they glanced at the two monster cubs making a fuss in the water. They felt as if they were in two different worlds. By the time Lu Shi and Dina had washed the wool and soaked it in water, it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. White and Xiaolan had already returned to the tent to sleep, leaving Miguel, who was on night watch, still sitting in front of the fire. Miguel kept urging Dina to go back to the tent to rest, so Dina had to yawn and wave to Lu Shi. Lu Shi glanced at the two cubs still catching fish in the water and called out to them twice, but the two cubs who had caught the fish did not come back. Xiao Yuan howled at Lu Shi twice and then dived back into the water. Lu Shi didn't understand Xiao Yuan's cry, but she guessed that it probably meant, "Mom, I'll play for a while and then go home." The young dragon followed suit and roared, causing the ground around it to visibly shake twice. "Stop howling, stop howling." Lu Shi waved his hands repeatedly. "Do whatever you two want. Just don't disturb others' rest. I'm going back to sleep first." Monsters are not like humans who need to sleep and rest every day. They can sleep for several days at a time, or they can go without sleeping for several days. Moreover, their sleep is mostly light and they are easily awakened. They only need to take a short nap a day to ensure that they have enough energy. So Lu Shi was not too worried about the two of them. The only ordinary human in her team was the one who needed more care. All the lights in the tents dimmed, and the area around the rest camp fell into an empty silence, with only the occasional explosion of the burning flames and the sound of water splashing in the creek. Miguel looked up at the night sky. Suddenly, the door of a tent next to him opened. Clyde walked out and patted Miguel on the shoulder. "Go and have a rest. It's my turn next." Without looking at the time, Miguel knew that it was definitely not yet 12 o'clock. Clyde was always like this. He would come out a little earlier than the scheduled time and ask others to replace him a little later than the scheduled time. Without insisting, Miguel responded with a smile, got up and went back to the tent, and Clyde sat down in front of the fire. The two monster cubs in the stream may have just realized that they should go back, and they ran back one after another, holding 2 buckets of water in their mouths. Clyde casually glanced into the buckets. Wow, there were 2 buckets full of small fish. These 2 monster cubs must have caught all the fish in the stream. Go get some water and pour it in, otherwise the fish will be dead tomorrow morning and won't be tasty. Clyde knew that the 2 monster cubs could understand human language, so he spoke to them directly. The young dragon reacted the fastest. He grabbed the only empty bucket outside and went back to the stream to fill it with water. Looking at the young dragon's clumsy footsteps stomping on the ground, Clyde frowned. "Can't you fly?" The young dragon was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Then he seemed to be thinking about something, and suddenly he realized something, and flapped his wings, and left the ground. Feeling the gusts of wind brought by the flapping of the dragon's wings, Clyde was speechless for a moment, but at least he didn't have to feel the dragon's clattering footsteps on the ground, which was not bad. Xiao Yuan had just come out of the creek. The water on her body had not yet been dried by the young dragon, so her fur was wet. When the wind created by the young dragon's wings blew, she shivered immediately and moved closer to the fire. Clyde took a look at Xiao Yuan and had to say that Xiao Yuan's appearance was absolutely amazing. As one of humans' favorite types of magical pets, the silver wolf's appearance was absolutely impeccable. At this time, Xiao Yuan, whose whole body was soaked with water and whose hair was wet, blinked his bright big eyes, looking pitiful and aggrieved, and anyone who saw him would tremble with fear. "You come here." Clyde hesitated for a moment, but still spoke to Xiao Yuan. As an elemental warrior with the attribute of fire, Clyde could naturally do what the young dragon could do, such as using the fire element to dry out moisture. In fact, because of his greater control, he did it much better than the young dragon. However, elemental warriors are not like elemental mages who can control elemental power far away from their bodies. Clyde can only control the fire element at a relatively close distance around his body, so Xiao Yuan needs to get closer. A big palm as warm as a hairdryer, with the warm element of fire, stroked Xiao Yuan's back, and the fluffy hair touched Clyde's palm. The soft touch made Clyde suddenly understand those who admired the silver wolf, who would not like the fluffy touch. The fire element under Clyde's control was warm and docile, unlike the hot and violent fire element controlled by the young dragon. Xiao Yuan felt comfortable and couldn't help but rub Clyde's palm. Clyde was startled, and Xiao Yuan, who had come to his senses, was also stunned. The whole wolf didn't know how to react. But this is also normal. The silver wolves are a race of monsters that are close to humans. If Clyde hadn't hurt Lu Shi before, Xiao Yuan would have secretly held a grudge in his heart. Otherwise, it would be very close to these people. Now Xiao Yuan was feeling very embarrassed. Fortunately, the young dragon flew back with the bucket in its mouth and saved Xiao Yuan, who didn't know how to react. After filling the 2 buckets of fish with water, Xiao Yuan and Yulong went into Lu Shi's tent one after another. There was no sound inside the tent. Clyde was amazed that Miss Lucy was sleeping so soundly that she didn't even react when 2 monster cubs approached her. Suddenly his expression changed slightly, and he felt something was wrong. No matter who you are, it is impossible to sleep so soundly outside in an unstable environment. Even the most carefree person will keep some attention outside to prevent accidents. But there was no sound in Lu Shi's tent. Miss Lucy fell asleep and didn't even turn over. As the night deepened, Clyde had some questions in his mind, so he kept observing Lu Shi's tent. It was not until after 2 in the morning, when it was time for him and Cagley to take over their shifts, that Clyde heard the sound of someone turning over in Lu Shi's tent. 2 hours. Clyde silently noted the time, walked into Cagley's tent, and woke him up. The early morning sun shines on the rest camp, as if covering it with a layer of hazy gauze, and everything emits a faint light. Lu Shi opened the tent curtain, stretched himself and walked out, followed by 2 little tails on the left and right, who also stretched themselves like him. It was not yet 5:30, and it had only been 6 hours since Lu Shi fell asleep last night, far less than the normal 8 hours of sleep. But when Lu Shi woke up, he felt exceptionally refreshed. It seemed that since she traveled through time, she had been sleeping less than 8 hours a day. She could be full of energy for the whole day, with just 4 or 5 hours of sleep. The fire was still burning, but after a night, the flames looked a little diminished, far from burning as vigorously as last night. Hyland sat in front of the fireboard, occasionally throwing 2 pieces of wood in to keep the fire going. When she heard the sound, she turned around and saw Lu Shi. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect Lu Shi to get up so early. Lu Shi waved as a greeting, walked to the stream to get some water, brushed her teeth and washed her face, and finally combed her hair neatly again with the water. Looking at the sparkling water surface, she turned sideways and braided her waist-length hair into a long pigtail. It is not the common simple pigtail, but a fancy pigtail that is braided from one side with a hair-tying scarf in the middle and braided on the top of the head like lace. After all, Lu Shi's hair was too long. When she braided it vertically and let it hang down behind her, it was like she had a whip that kept swinging back and forth, making it inconvenient to do anything. Lu Shi also thought about cutting her hair short. Such long hair was too much of a nuisance. But maybe it was because of her golden finger that she regarded her hair as a part of her body. Every time she cut her hair short, it would return to its original length after refreshing at 4 in the morning. If Lu Shi was locked in a high tower like Rapunzel, maybe she could cut her hair every day, then grow it out little by little, and finally use her hair as a rope to climb down. Xiao Yuan followed suit, squatting beside Lu Shi, lowering his head and licking his fur obediently. The silver-gray fur became smoother after being licked by him. The young dragon looked around with a confused look on its face. It did not have the beautiful long black hair like Lu Shi, nor did it have smooth and soft hair on its body. It had scales as hard as iron, and it would hurt its tongue if it licked them. When Clyde came out of the tent, the first thing he saw was this interesting scene. Helene greeted Clyde. "Good morning, boss." Lu Shi had just finished combing her hair when she heard someone talking behind her. She turned around and saw Clyde walking out of the tent. She smiled and nodded at Clyde as a greeting. Maybe it was because the lighting was too good, or maybe it was because the sun was shining brightly, but Lu Shi's smile when she turned around seemed to be radiating light, and Clyde was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. "It's really pretty, Miss Lucy." Clyde turned his head to look at White, who was sighing beside him. The attribute of wind element made White move more lightly and silently. Without any precautions, even Clyde could not easily sense White. Clyde said nothing and turned away. White followed closely and kept asking Clyde, "Why, boss, don't you think Miss Lucy is beautiful? Aren't you attracted to her?" Although it is impossible to marry a noble lady, it is also good to be the lover of a noble lady. That is a noble lady who has her own farm. Boss, don't you really want to try it? White winked. For the nobles, love is really a useless thing. Rather than being together with the person they love for the rest of their lives, they care more about how the person who inherited the family name can form a family with the person who inherited another name. As for the person you like, no one forces you to break up with him. You just lose the right status. You can still live a happy life together for the rest of your life, although you usually can't stick to the end. Therefore, some young, strong, and energetic mercenaries would have some love stories with some noble ladies, and then after the noble ladies became noble ladies, they would become their lovers, possibly the only one or just one of them. But in short, the treatment is good, and even if the relationship can only last for a few years, it is enough to earn money to live a life of ease and worry-free. Most mercenaries will not refuse such a job and can perfectly maintain the qualities that a lover should have. Except those who are truly moved. White likes to coax all kinds of girls, but he never touches those noble ladies or ladies. From the former, he can get the simplest and most sincere response from those girls, but from the latter, he can probably only be regarded as a plaything to make people happy. Of course, Clyde wouldn't be tempted, or rather, he certainly wouldn't be tempted so easily. But when you see something beautiful, it is natural to stop and appreciate it. Why, you want to go to the bathroom with me? Clyde turned his head to look at White. This guy kept talking as he walked, and he was more annoying than a buzzing insect.
No.
White finally reacted as he watched the camp getting farther and farther away. He paused and was about to stop when Clyde put his arms around his neck rudely. You're welcome, come together. Clyde grinned. Wait, boss.
No. Wait, boss.
The voice gradually faded away. Lucy was far away and didn't know what the two figures were talking about. He only saw them getting closer and closer and finally left arm in arm. He didn't pay much attention to it. He went back to the tent, packed up his things, and started preparing breakfast. Miguel came out first, while Dina was still sleeping in the tent. Without Lucy asking her to do anything, she came over and helped to prepare the various ingredients. Mainly because of the 2 buckets of small fish that Xiao Yuan and Yulong caught last night. Lucy didn't expect that the 2 of them actually caught 2 full buckets. There is no need to remove the scales of the small fish, but the internal organs must be dug out. Although Lucy plans to fry it and make it into fried dried fish, it will be no problem to fry the whole fish in the pan. But there is still a big difference between having and not having fish offal, especially since small fish offal also contains bitter gall, which greatly affects the taste. It would take Lucy a long time to handle it, but for Miguel, this job was not difficult. With the bonus of wind element, he was much more agile and nimble than Cagley. For a moment, Lucy thought he saw an assembly line machine working. Hyland did not just sit there and watch, she also started to help. Her weapon was a dagger, and she was more accustomed to using short weapons. Moreover, her level was higher than Miguel, and she was faster than Miguel. Lucy just watched the 2 of them competing with each other, and soon they had processed more than 2 buckets of small fish. After Lucy used it lavishly, only a little of the animal oil Xiaolon brought was left. It was enough for cooking, but it was not enough to fry 2 large buckets of small fish. However, extracting oil is not a difficult task. I just happened to have a few monsters caught by the stream yesterday. They looked like some enlarged and very fat field mice, plump and greasy. Let Miguel skin and bone this monster called sand rat, cut it into pieces of appropriate size, add a little water to the pot, and simmer it on low heat. Lucy then lowered his head and started to process the small fish. He took out cooking wine and other ingredients and marinated all the small fish. After all these things were done, Dina, who was always lazy in bed, and Xiaolon, who got up the latest, also got up and washed up. Dina opened the pot and looked at a large piece of pure white fat and a layer of oil inside. She looked at Lucy in confusion. Miss Lucy, is this today's breakfast? Breakfast will have to wait a while. There is no more oil. I'll make some. Lucy gently pressed the piece of meat with a spatula. As she expected, this monster called sand rat had a lot of fat on its body, and the oil yield was also very high. In fact, not adding water is a more authentic way to extract oil, but after adding water and waiting for the oil to solidify, the color will be whiter and better looking. Is this how oil emulsion is made? Is it that simple? Upon hearing this, Xiaolan came over curiously, with a thoughtful look on his face. But I heard from the servants at home that refining oil and milk seems to be a very troublesome thing. It seems like I have to keep roasting it with fire and then catch the oil when it drips, but I can't let the fire burn the meat. Xiaolan recalled the scene he saw at that time and compared it with Lu Shi's simple method now. It was like the difference between a beggar and a noble. However, this cannot be blamed on the people of the other world, because in the other world, hunting monsters is relatively more difficult than on Earth, so the meat of the prey is more precious and rare. No one would be willing to slowly roast a large piece of edible meat into jerky over a fire and squeeze out all the fat. Having good quality and suitable kitchen utensils is also very important, and most ordinary people do not have this condition at home. But don't think that owning a metal pot is such an easy thing, especially in a different world. Secondly, if you use too much fire, the meat will burn. If you want to produce oil, you can only use a low fire to cook it slowly. But for ordinary civilians, firewood is also a very important resource and should not be wasted like this. I don't know how the nobles discovered that animal oil is edible and tastes good, but they certainly wouldn't think about how to better refine animal oil. Anyway, they have servants to do it for them, and they don't have to spend any effort. Therefore, the common people who were refining oil and milk could only obey the orders of the nobles, holding the pieces of meat in front of the fire to roast and quickly catching the fat when it dripped. Scalding and burns were extremely common. Moreover, because it is roasted directly in the fire, a lot of fat evaporates, and it is good enough if 1/10 of the animal oil can be refined. No wonder Xiaolan said that animal oil is a very expensive food. Lu Shi did not express any opinions. He just scooped the oil residue after squeezing out the fat into the plate one by one and sprinkled some salt on it. Although it was dry, it tasted very fragrant. For the first time, Xiaolan didn't pay attention to the food on the plate. Instead, she stared at the whole pot of meat oil in amazement. Is this all oil cream? So much? Lu Shi nodded, and then explained, in fact, when refining oil milk, the choice of monster is also very important. Some monsters are very suitable for extracting oil, while some monsters don't have much oil and can't be squeezed out. No, Xiaolan's lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. This was not the monster's problem at all. Oh, try it quickly, don't think about it. This thing is so delicious. Dina grabbed a piece of oil residue and quickly stuffed it into Xiaolan's mouth. Xiaolan took a bite subconsciously. Unexpectedly, although the oil residue was dry, it was not hard at all. It melted quickly in her mouth. That's right, it melted, just like the feeling of solidified white oil emulsion melting in your mouth, but not so greasy. The purest meaty aroma burst out in your mouth. Xiaolan stopped thinking about those messy things and rushed forward to grab the plate. The plate of oil residue did not even last for a few minutes before it became an empty plate. Lu Shi put away most of the meat oil and waited for it to solidify. He then used the remaining half of the oil in the pot to directly start frying small dried fish. The pickled small dried fish had its own flavor and did not even require the addition of any other seasonings. After frying more than 2 buckets of dried fish, Lu Shi was a little tired. He was too lazy to make anything new to eat, so he made the vegetable soup again, but this time he added more soup and fewer vegetables. There was still a lot of oil left after frying the dried fish, so Lu Shi cut the white bread into slices and fried some bread slices to change the way the staple food was eaten. Everyone in the dragon hunting mercenary group looked at Lu Shi and felt deeply that this mission was no longer an accompaniment, but a food tour. After dinner, everyone started to pack their luggage. Dina snapped her fingers, and several vine tents on the ground disappeared instantly, turning back into their original seeds. Lu Shi was a little curious. If you don't take back the elemental power, will these vines continue to exist? Dina was stunned by the question, and after thinking carefully, she said, I don't think so. The elemental magic of wood attribute. No, it should be said that it is elemental magic of all attributes. In fact, it relies on the mental strength of the caster to maintain it. It is equivalent to gathering together certain elements that originally existed in the air. When the caster leaves or actively cancels the maintenance relationship of this mental force, these gathered elements will disperse again and return to their original state. So after the fire element spell is cast, it seems that the plants on the ground are ignited, and the fire is raging and terrifying, but when the battle is over, everything will disappear and will not cause a large-scale fire. But there is another type, which is a fixed combination of elements. This is manifested in that a certain element in the air is fixed into a combination that will not dissipate and always exists in the air. For example, an elemental mage with water attributes will use elemental magic to create water when there is a lack of water. This kind of water actually exists and will not disappear. Otherwise, it will disappear after you drink it, so it would be a waste of water. However, this kind of elemental spell requires an exaggerated amount of elemental power and mental energy, and is not suitable for use in combat. Just like Dina, if she wanted the seeds to grow and stay there, she built several vine tents with elemental power, which was only enough for the vines to grow to a length of several dozen centimeters. If wood element spells could make so many plants grow quickly, Dina would have gone into farming long ago, and there would be no need for her to be a mercenary. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During this period, the members of the dragon hunting mercenaries gradually became familiar with Lu Shi, the noble lady. She had a cheerful personality and loved to laugh, but most of the time, her smile was only shown to the 2 monster cubs. Whenever he came into contact with the people from the dragon hunting mercenaries, it always felt like there was an unknown wall between them. They were so distant, as if they were from a different world. Even Dina, who seemed to be the closest to Lu Shi, was the same. Lu Shi knows a lot of knowledge. She can always say a few words about astronomy and geography. But on the other hand, she is very ignorant about many common-sense things. If Lu Shi is a little princess in an ivory tower who is ignorant of the sufferings of the world, she is not quite like that, because she also knows a lot of things that can make life better for the lower-class people, which is not something a noble lady should understand or know. However, no matter how many secrets Lu Shi has, they actually have nothing to do with the people from the dragon hunting mercenaries. They're just carrying out an accompaniment mission, and after the mission is over, there is unlikely to be much chance of seeing each other again. Therefore, no one tacitly mentioned any of the suspicious points about Lu Shi. Lu Shi was preparing lunch. Today's lunch soup was mutton soup. Lu Shi cooked a big pot. As for the mutton head, it had been marinated the night before yesterday. Lu Shi roasted it and shared it with everyone. But Lu Shi didn't expect that although a sheep's head looks big, there is very little edible meat in it. 2 sheep's heads are not enough to share with so many people. The meat is almost gone after just a taste, and no one has enough. So the day before yesterday, Hylan took Miguel and White to catch 10 stone sheep and brought them back to Lu Shi to roast. Including Xiao Yuan and Yulong, everyone got a roasted sheep head. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal, but Lu Shi was exhausted. Then there was a huge pile of mutton and various lamb organs left, so from yesterday morning until now, everyone had eaten all kinds of mutton dishes, such as charcoal grilled lamb chops, lamb meatball soup, mutton offal soup, stir-fried lamb slices, braised lamb, cold lamb offal, hand-shredded lamb legs, grilled lamb skewers. Lu Shi made everything he could think of. Dina burped, then covered her mouth and looked at Lu Shi pitifully. Miss Lucy, do you want to continue eating the stone sheep today? Even though everything you cook is delicious, Miss Lucy, Dina swallowed, her expression even more pitiful, but now I feel like even my burps smell like mutton. It's almost done. We'll be finished soon. Lu Shi glanced at the half-remaining mutton and spoke perfunctorily. Woo-woo-woo. Dina also saw the pile of mutton next to her. She wiped away her non-existent tears and lowered her head to deal with the wool shaved from the ground sheep. Yes, in addition to a pile of mutton, the bigger harvest was the wool. According to the method in Lu Shi's memory, the wool should be washed and soaked, then dried and rubbed a little bit, and it can be rubbed into wool yarn, which can then be woven into a cushion. At first, no one in the dragon hunting mercenaries paid much attention to it. It was Dina who touched the soft woolen cushion and asked casually, Ms. Lucy, can this be made into clothes? It looks very warm. Lu Shi didn't even raise his head. Yes, it can be made into a sweater, but this amount of wool is too little, only enough to make a cushion. It is hard to say whether Hylan brought back so many stone sheep partly because she wanted to see what the sweater that Lu Shi mentioned was. So during this break, except for Miguel who was on patrol and guard as usual, and Cagley who was helping Lu Shi with cooking, the other people all gathered together to play knitting. Even Clyde was among them. A stone sheep can produce a lot of wool, half as much as sheep on Earth, but not all of the wool can be used. On Earth, softener can be used to make the outermost layer of wool soft, but Lu Shi does not have such tools, so she can only select the softer part of the wool. This is why she said that there is too little wool to make a sweater. However, there is no need to waste the outermost wool. It is enough to wash it and stuff it into the quilt as filling. Compared with common fillings, the wool of the ground sheep is much better. If monsters weren't so difficult to raise, the breeding industry in the other world should be well developed, although the other world is full of ordinary monsters that don't have magic. Ordinary monsters can mutate into low-level monsters. Especially when a large number of ordinary monsters gather together, mutation is more likely to occur. So far, no one has been able to explain the principle behind it. It can only be believed that a group of monsters living together will stimulate the power in their blood and cause the leaders among them to mutate. Therefore, it is okay to raise 1 or 2 magical pets, but raising a large number of monsters is tantamount to courting death. If you can't beat them, can you still run away? Who has the energy to keep an eye on them all the time? Lu Shi sincerely felt that ordinary people in this alien world were too miserable. As long as they did not have the talent for elemental power, they would almost never be able to change their fate as people at the bottom of society. There is a human town about 10 kilometers ahead, which is not on the map. Hylan told the news after she came back. Clyde opened the map and took a look. As expected, there was no mark of the human town at the location Helen mentioned. Dina leaned over to take a look and said indignantly, "That profiteer who sold the map sold us a map from decades ago. I will definitely settle the score with him when I go back." Forget it. Even if it's a new map, they will always miss a few marks. Clyde glanced at Dina with a very calm attitude. A complete and error-free map is not something they can buy easily. Xiaolan felt a little embarrassed. Although he was born into a noble family, he was not from this country. The high-precision maps in his hands were of no use here. "We're going into the city to replenish some supplies later. Miss Lucy, do you want to come with us?" Clyde looked at Lu Shi. With the young dragon here, they certainly couldn't all go into the city. They had to split into 2 teams, with one team leaving outside. Lu Shi has been in this world for such a long time, but has never seen what a human town looks like. Of course, he would not refuse this rare opportunity and nodded. "Then let's hurry up and eat. We won't rest for long, and we should try to get into the city as early as possible." Clyde made arrangements immediately. Normally, everyone would stop and rest for a while after eating to allow everyone to digest the food, but it was already noon. At Lu Shi's speed, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to get to the town, and buying various things would also take some time. If he took a little longer, it might be dark by the time he arrived in the town. Clyde was not going to spend the night in town, so he decided to save time by going somewhere else. Everyone agreed and finished today's mutton dinner as quickly as possible, then prepared to set off on their journey. Clyde looked at Lu Shi, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Miss Lucy, you are too slow. If you continue like this, I'm afraid you will have to stay in the town tonight. If you don't mind, I will take you with me later." White looked over with an expression of someone who wanted to watch the fun, but considering Lu Shi's identity, he didn't say anything in front of her. He just kept looking at Clyde, as if he didn't expect that he could do such a thing. Lu Shi didn't think much about it, but she felt that Clyde's suggestion made sense. Just as she was about to agree, the young dragon behind her suddenly lowered its head and bit her clothes, pulling them gently.
An.
The young dragon shouted anxiously. Lu Shi turned around in surprise and looked at Yulong. Yulong had a very intelligent expression on his face and walked 2 steps in front of Lu Shi with his head held high, quite like some leaders on Earth who walk with their hands behind their backs. Lu Shi tilted her head and tried to think, but after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't understand what Yulong meant. Young Dragon looked at Lu Shi's expression and suddenly became anxious, losing his previous spirit. He walked back and forth in front of Lu Shi, and his heavy footsteps made the ground tremble. Xiao Yuan was also watching the young dragon's performance. At first, he was as confused as Lu Shi. Then, he actually understood the young dragon's intention before Lu Shi. It might be the tacit understanding between them, as they were both monsters. Xiao Yuan whined twice at the young dragon, then lay on the ground in front of the young dragon, then stood up and demonstrated it again twice. The young dragon opened his eyes wide, as if he suddenly realized something. He imitated Xiao Yuan, bent forward, stuck out his fat ace, half lying on the ground, and shook his tail from side to side. You mean, let me sit on you, and you carry me on your back? Lu Shi was not sure. Roar. The young dragon roared happily. Lu Shi glanced at Clyde beside her, then looked at the young dragon lying on the ground with his ace sticking up, looking like he would not get up unless she got on top. Okay. Clyde said nothing as he watched Lu Shi carefully climb onto the dragon's back and sit down. The dragon flapped its wings excitedly and rose steadily into the air, showing no sign of being unable to be carried. Then he gestured to the others to start the journey. White walked up to Clyde and sighed. Alas, it's such a pity that such a good opportunity was missed. Before Clyde could swing his heavy sword, White had already cast a wind spell and ran to the other side. The young dragon was worthy of being a dragon. It did not feel heavy at all while carrying Lu Shi, a human weighing over 100 kilograms. It flew quite freely in the air. If Lu Shi had not called for a stop in time, it would have even flown several hundred meters into the sky. Moreover, the flying speed of the young dragon is quite fast, and it is hard to tell that it is just a cub that has been hatched for only a few days. Lu Shi was once worried that others would not be able to catch up, but later realized that he was overthinking. Miguel carried Dina on his back. Cagley carried Shilon. Shilon occasionally cast a few earth element spells to change the terrain, and with the help of White's few wind element spells, everyone followed perfectly without falling behind. There is even less need to worry about Xiao Yuan. As a low-level monster that has awakened the talent of the wind element, even if it is just a cub, the people present cannot catch up with it. So, just after 20 minutes, Lu Shi was surprised to find that he had already arrived outside the human town. The journey that originally took 2 or 3 hours to complete was shortened several times. The place where everyone stopped was still some distance away from the town gate. After all, it was not convenient for the young dragon to appear in front of other people. The team quickly split into 2 parts. Dina went into the city and Miguel stayed. After all, the 2 of them were together, so only one of them could go in to buy things. Cagley and Shilon went into the city together, while White and Hylan stayed behind. Shilon was the biggest money bag in the entire dragon hunting mercenary group, and he was absolutely indispensable for buying things. As for Cagley, he was partly a bodyguard to protect Shilon's safety, and partly a laborer who carried Shilon's luggage. Helen didn't have anything to buy, so she chose to stay, while White was forbidden to enter the city by Clyde. Last time, this guy almost stayed in the town in order to coax a little girl. This time, this kind of thing must not happen again. Xiao Yuan can go in with you, but it has to stay. Clyde pointed at the baby dragon and shook his head. Lu Shi understood the young dragon's special identity, so he nodded and did not object. The young dragon looked at Lu Shi with a reluctant expression, but it was actually a very smart monster. It had already understood from the chat that human towns were dangerous for it, so it did not insist on following Lu Shi. She looked very sensible and well-behaved as she watched Lu Shi, Xiao Yuan, and the others walk towards the gate of the human town. Almost all human towns are built within a circle of thick and tall city walls. Below the huge plaque with the word City of Kavagra is a city gate that is more than 10 meters wide. Fully armed guards are divided into 2 rows, guarding the city gate and checking people coming and going. In fact, it is not quite correct to call it an inspection, because these guards do not care who enters the city, they only care about asking for money if fee is required to enter the city. Clyde took out the badge of the dragon hunting mercenaries and handed it to the guard. The guard just glanced at the name on it casually. Lucy was not even sure if the man could see clearly what was written on it, so he asked Clyde to take the badge back. 5 mercenaries are allowed to enter the city. Please pay 500 copper coins. The guard spoke lazily, without any energy. Lucy glanced at the line next to him. There were more than a dozen civilian-looking people carrying large and small packages, preparing to enter the city together. The guard who checked their ID looked at the number of people and spoke lazily. 13 people from Muza village are entering the city. Pay 13 copper coins. Lucy. Before she could ask Dina, the guards checking their group had already seen Xiao Yuan. They looked used to it and were not afraid at all. A magic pet, a silver wolf. Show me the proof. Clyde shook his head and handed over 2 silver coins. I just got this cub, and the certificate hasn't been processed yet. 1 silver coin is equal to 1,000 copper coins. She glanced at Clyde. It's not that he didn't have copper coins on him. As the common currency, they carried the most copper coins, and silver coins were rarely used. Although 1 silver coin is equal to 1,000 copper coins, in many cases, copper coins have to be exchanged for silver coins at a premium. The guard was not surprised to see the silver coin. He nodded, took the money, and casually took out a palm-sized piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Clyde. Without blinking, he said, 1 temporary magical pet certificate and 1 silver coin. There was no intention of giving change to Clyde, and Clyde had no intention of waiting for change. He took the piece of paper and let a few people into the city. Only then did Lucy see that behind the group of guards inside the city gate, there were 2 tables. 2 people who looked like recorders were writing furiously, listening to the loud reports of the guards in front, and writing down the numbers one by one. After they walked far away, Dina whispered to Lucy, all these gatekeepers are like this. If you don't give them benefits, they will block you in various ways and won't let you enter the city. They will ask for this certificate and that certificate, just to delay you. Once you give them benefits, they won't ask for anything else. We are in a hurry to get into the city today and don't have time to waste with them. Otherwise, the boss wouldn't be so generous. As Dina was talking, Clyde turned around and looked at Lucy. It should be okay to put the money on Miss Lucy's account. No way, boss. Even though I just said you're not that generous, you don't have to show how stingy you are in front of me. Dina was speechless. Lucy looked at Clyde deeply and nodded in agreement. She always felt that it was because she was too willing to bid 800 gold coins that day that the leader of the mercenary group remembered it, so he wanted to make her spend money when he found an opportunity. But if you have too many lice, you won't be itchy. With a huge sum of 800 gold coins in front of you, an extra silver coin and 600 copper coins are nothing. 1 silver coin is the price of the temporary magic pet certificate, 500 copper coins are the price of bribing the guards, and another 100 copper coins are the personal expenses for entering the city. Thinking of this, Lucy couldn't help but look at Dina. Is the cost for mercenaries and civilians to enter the city so different? The difference is a full 100 times. Dina nodded yes. Most civilians can earn more than a few hundred copper coins a year. 1 copper coin is a family's daily expenses for them. They don't have any more money. If the fee to enter the city is too expensive, no civilians will enter the city. We mercenaries are different. Dina puffed out her chest proudly. We can earn dozens of silver coins by completing any mission. Actually, it's not that much. Of course, although mercenaries make money quickly, they also spend it quickly. Things like healing potions, weapon repairs, and equipment purchases all cost money. Even elemental magic tools are priced directly in gold coins. Even if these are not spent, there will still be food and drink. Most mercenaries would certainly not want to live on black bread like civilians. Not to mention the white bread that the nobles eat, there must be gray bread, which costs more than 10 times that of black bread. If I buy another barrel of wine, a few silver coins will be gone, which is only enough for 2 or 3 days. I can also buy some vegetables, meat, clothes, and daily necessities on a regular basis, and the money will be spent just like that. Therefore, most mercenaries are actually not much different from ordinary civilians, except that their quality of life may be better, but they will also encounter more dangerous situations. Let's act separately and meet at the city gate in 5 hours. Don't be late. Clyde took out a worn pocket watch from his arms. opened it, and took a look. It was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it would be 6 o'clock in the afternoon in 5 hours. Normally, the gates of human towns will be closed between 7 and 10 p.m., and the time will vary slightly depending on the town's geographical environment. Except for the countries in the far north, the gates will basically not be closed before 7 p.m. Xiaolon and Kagli were naturally in the same group and already had a clear goal, so after saying hello, the two of them went ahead. Lu Shi and Dina were left, so they were naturally considered a group with Clyde. Although Dina and Lu Shi could also be considered a separate group, the two girls, especially those who were good-looking, could easily cause all kinds of trouble, so they still needed Clyde, who looked very intimidating, to accompany them. "Where is Miss Lucy going?" Clyde asked Lu Shi for his opinion. With Xiaolon going to buy supplies, their group didn't need to buy anything extra, so Lu Shi could just take charge. After all, the main person in charge of this accompaniment mission is Lu Shi, so it is normal for everything to be centered around Lu Shi. "If I want to sell something, where should I go?" Lu Shi thought about it. She did have some things she wanted to buy, but more importantly, she had no money on hand, only the gems and jewelry on her body. Moreover, sooner or later, she would have to exchange these things for money and pay the dragon-hunting mercenaries. The sooner she knew the value of these items on her, the earlier she could make plans, for example, what to do if she couldn't afford 800 gold coins. Clyde guessed Lu Shi's plan, without showing any other expression, and just nodded, "I understand." He called over a clever-looking little boy who was squatting on the roadside at the city gate, and threw a few copper coins to him. "Where is the auction house in town?" "Mr. Mercenary, please come this way." The little boy put away the copper coins with a smile on his face, and led the way diligently. Lu Shi and others followed. The little boy kept talking all the way. He did not try to find out where Clyde and the others came from, but just talked about the things happening in the town. Some of the information was gossip, while others were the latest public information that had been confirmed. For example, which noble lord has issued a new bounty in the Mercenary Association and is looking for someone to do something, or what new items are going to be auctioned at the auction house recently. Most of the information was related to Clyde and his friends' identities or destinations, so no one asked the little boy to shut up, and everyone just listened quietly. "Mr. Mercenary, we're here." The little boy stopped and didn't get too close to the door of the auction house. Even if he didn't say anything, everyone could see the words on it. The auction house here is a 3-story building, one of the tallest buildings compared to other houses in the town. But Lu Shi didn't seem too surprised. She had seen buildings of this size in towns and villages on Earth, so it was really nothing special. Even the architectural style is not very refreshing. You have to know that in her hometown, all kinds of architectural styles can be mixed together. On the contrary, the surrounding atmosphere, as well as the way people dressed and behaved, made Lu Shi feel a little fresh, as if he was playing a holographic version of a Western fantasy game. Clyde had been keeping an eye on Lu Shi. Seeing that Lu Shi was only somewhat interested in the people coming and going and seemed accustomed to the tall building of the auction house, he became more certain of Lu Shi's identity. Although Lu Shi's identity should have been confirmed long ago, some of Lu Shi's behaviors along the way always made people suspicious. After giving the boy a dozen more copper coins, Clyde waved to let him leave, but the boy did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he nodded and pointed to a corner. "Mr. Mercenary, I will stay there for a while. If you come out, you can ask me to lead the way. I know all the places in the city." The tone was quite proud. Clyde didn't refuse and nodded, "Okay, go ahead." Although the auction house offers a lower price, they won't overcharge customers. It was Clyde who explained. There was another reason, which Clyde didn't tell. Although Clyde is not afraid of trouble, it is better to have less trouble. There were 2 waiters in front of the auction house's door. They stopped a few people very politely and checked Clyde's mercenary certificate more carefully than the guards did. After confirming its authenticity, they let the people in. As soon as we entered, a female waiter with a sweet smile came forward and asked us why we were here. "Do you want to buy something or sell something? If you want to buy something, you can go to the lounge on the 2nd floor and wait for a while." "Selling things?" Lu Shi asked directly. The female waitress looked at Lu Shi, Clyde and the other two, and immediately recognized their identities. She smiled even more brightly at Lu Shi. "If you want to sell something, please follow me." But the female waiter did not rush to lead the way. Instead, she looked at Clyde and Dina and asked Lu Shi, "Are these two guests with you?" "I myself." Lu Shi thought for a moment and refused Clyde and Dina's offer to follow her. She didn't want these two to find out if the money she earned from selling the goods was not enough. "Okay." The female waitress was not surprised. Just as she could easily tell that Lu Shi was a noble lady rather than a mercenary, she could also see that these people were not the same group. He waved in another direction, and immediately another female waiter came trotting over and took Clyde and Dina to another direction, which should be the lounge mentioned just now. Lu Shi didn't observe any further and followed the female waiter to a room on the 3rd floor. The room was not big, but it was fully equipped. There was a luxurious and soft sofa in the middle, and steaming hot tea on the table. A thin, middle-aged man wearing single-frame glasses sat opposite the sofa. After seeing Lu Shi coming in, the thin, middle-aged man stood up and stretched out his hand to Lu Shi. "Hello, miss, I am Wade, the second appraiser of Warner's auction house." "Hello." Lu Shihui shook the other person's hand and separated immediately, without introducing himself. After several business dealings, he had already become accustomed to such polite etiquette. Wade seemed to have determined something from Lu Shi's actions just now. He showed a faint smile on his face. He didn't care that Lu Shi didn't introduce himself. He waved his hand to let the female waitress who led the way leave. Lu Shi sat down under the guidance of the other party. Wade raised his hand and poured a cup of tea for Lu Shi. Then he said, "Miss, I wonder if you have any items you want to auction in our auction house." "Some jewels." Lu Shi took out all the dozens of gems from his arms. For a moment, Wade's eyes seemed a little disappointed, but he concealed it very well and appraised Lu Shi one by one. 1 gold coin. A pile of pearls were drawn together. Of course, the price was for a single pearl, not all of them together. Converted to the price on Earth, 1 pearl would cost 100,000, which is really not cheap. Of course, the quality is much better than that on Earth. Lu Shi is very satisfied. With so many pearls, he can probably sell them for more than 30 gold coins. 10 gold coins. A small gem. 22 gold coins. A larger gem. 36 gold coins. 17 gold coins. 20 gold coins. 9 gold coins. 50 gold coins. 14 gold coins. 126 gold coins. It seems that the value each time is not very large, but if you think about it carefully, the unit of gold coin is equivalent to 100,000 yuan on Earth. It is normal for a gem to be sold for 1 million or 800,000. Especially large gems, or gems with higher value, can be sold for a higher price. Lu Shi silently calculated that the total value of so many gems was only more than 600 gold coins. It was not low, but it was still far from what she needed. If she had known earlier, she would have offered 100 gold coins. A total of 637 gold coins. "Miss, do you have any other needs?" Wade reported a number that was exactly the same as the result calculated by Lu Shi. Wade breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Although it was not the big order he had imagined, the added value of so many gems made it worth his hard work. Lu Shi began to recall what else she could sell. The pocket watch would not work because it had her photo on it and was very useful. It was important to be able to determine the time at any time. "Oh, and there's a box of cosmetics that doesn't show any signs of use. Maybe I can sell it? Wait, do you guys want this?" Lu Shi took out her gold handbag inlaid with oversized gemstones and then took out the makeup box from the handbag. Wade's full attention was immediately attracted by the pure gold handbag that Lu Shi took out. He didn't even glance at the makeup box. He said in a slightly urgent tone, "Miss, you seem to be in urgent need of money. I wonder if you are willing to give up this bag. Our auction house is willing to pay 3,000 gold coins for it." "Oh." Lu Shi was startled for a moment, and then she noticed that the bag in her hand actually exuded a strong glow of money. She never expected that among all the things in her hand, this bag was the most valuable. "Or you are willing to keep this bag and let us auction it for you. We will have an auction in 3 days." At that time, we will split the auction price between you and us 30% and 70%. You get 70%, and we get 30%. Seeing that Lu Shi didn't react, Wide spoke again quickly. It was obvious that he was very attracted to Lu Shi's bag. Lu Shi thought about it carefully and decided that she definitely could not stay to attend the auction 3 days later. Time was very tight on the journey, and it would be better not to waste it if possible. But we can't fully trust the price given by Wade. Clyde said that the prices given by auction houses are generally low. What does this mean by low? Of course, if the pawnshop thinks that the seller is ignorant or easy to bully, it will offer a price of dozens of silver coins or even lower, depending on the person. The auction house is very good in this regard. Although the prices they offer are relatively low, they will not cheat customers. They can guarantee that customers will at least make a profit, and the auction house will not lose money either. They will only make more money. 5,000 gold coins. Lu Shi decided to bargain and raise the price a little. Old people often say that when bargaining for something, just ask for half the price. If it's worth 100, then ask if he will sell it for 50. Lu Shi thinks the same principle should apply to selling things. If he offers 3,000 gold coins, then double the price and ask if he will sell it for 6,000 gold coins. However, Lu Shi felt that doubling the amount might be a bit too much. She was a little embarrassed to open her mouth and asked for it, so she decided to lower the price a little.
Deal.
After hearing Lu Shi's offer, Wade didn't even hesitate for long. He gritted his teeth and confirmed it, his face full of joy. Lu Shi opened his lips slightly. His eyes were slightly dull. It was over. It was still less. It should have been doubled directly. It was not right to do it on your own. In fact, Clyde's original character design was not like this. It should be more distinctive, but I can't write it, so I'll just keep writing it like this. Anyway, except for the protagonist, the other characters don't have much roles. But since the price has been stated, Lu Shi will not go back on her word. 5,000 gold coins are definitely enough for her now. Converted into Earth's money, that's a full 500 million. Lu Shi blinked. What happened just now? How come she suddenly had 500 million? Well, miss, do you have any other needs? Wide, who had made a big deal, was particularly nice to Lu Shi. Some people may not understand why a handbag can be sold at such a high price. Is it possible that it has some special features that Lu Shi is not aware of? No, it is simply a luxury item inlaid with a huge ruby. The reason why Wide wanted to buy the handbag from Lu Shi was only because their auction house could sell it to other nobles for more than 10,000 gold coins at the auction to be held in a few days.
Do you know what luxury is?
Lu Shi really had a lot of needs and thought that this auction house should have a lot of things, so he nodded and asked, "Do you have any contract packages here? What about elemental magic tools with defensive attributes? It would be safer to carry so much money in a contract package." A contract package requires a contract to be signed between the user and the user. No one other than the person who signed the contract can open the contract package except by brute force. However, brute force cracking requires powerful force. At least a high-level elemental mage can do it, and secondly, it will cause damage to the items in the contract package. In serious cases, it may even cause the loss of all items. No matter who it is, no one will easily choose to use brute force cracking methods, so security is still guaranteed enough. Of course, Lu Shi was only using it temporarily. Once she officially activated her golden finger, she would be able to use the system's built-in backpack function, which would definitely be more useful than the contract package. Okay, miss, do you have any other conditions? Wade took out something that looked like a crystal plate and handed it to Lu Shi. Lu Shi's eyelids jumped. Why does this thing look like a tablet? Does the other world even have tablets? When will the mobile phone come out? However, the crystal plate is different from the flat plate because this thing is a holographic projection. Before Lu Shi could see clearly what Wade did, he saw more than a dozen projections of contract packages appearing on the crystal plate, which was dozens of times more powerful than the flat plate. Lu Shi and Dina learned during their chat that the larger the contract package that can store objects, the more expensive it is. A basic contract package with 1 grid, or 1 cubic meter, only costs 10 gold coins. For contract packages with less than 10 grids, 10 gold coins will be added for each additional grid, for example, 20 gold coins for 2 grids, 30 gold coins for 3 grids, etc. For contract packages with more than 10 grids, each additional grid requires 100 gold coins. For example, 11 grids require 200 gold coins, 12 grids require 300 gold coins, and so on. If the amount exceeds 30 grids, the price will be different. For example, Shilon's 35-grid contract package is said to cost 7,000 gold coins. A 10-grid one will do. If he buys something too big, he will be useless. If he buys something too small, it will not match his noble status. Although Lu Shi is not worried about exposing anything, it is better to have such an identity than nothing. Wade didn't waste any words and removed some projections that didn't meet Lu Shi's requirements. He was not like the various salesmen on Earth who insisted that you buy the most expensive thing. He acted perfectly according to Lu Shi's requirements, and Lu Shi was very satisfied. I randomly picked one from several contract package projections that only differed in shape and pattern. It was a silver-white style embroidered with a silver wolf pattern. Speaking of silver wolf, Xiao Yuan has been following Dina since he entered the auction house. Because Lu Shi felt that he might not be able to take care of Xiao Yuan when he was doing things, he asked Dina to take care of him. Xiao Yuan is sensible and friendly, so there is no need to worry about it being disobedient and causing trouble. Wide tapped the projection that Lu Shi had chosen. He didn't know what he was doing, but he smiled at Lu Shi and said, "Okay, it will be delivered soon." "Miss, do you have any requirements for the elemental magic weapon for defense?" "Clothes, preferably a long robe." Lu Shi thought of the wizard robe Xiaolon was wearing. It could be worn outside, and was convenient for changing and washing, which was very good.
Okay.
Wade lowered his head and started operating on the crystal plate again. The projection of the contract package disappeared, and projections of more than a dozen robes appeared instead. There are 2 styles, one with a hood and one without a hood, and the colors are mostly black, white, and gray. Lu Shi looked for a long time and thought that one of the black ones with a hood was pretty good, so he asked about the price. Elemental magic tools in the form of clothes like this are not particularly expensive because they are consumables. Except for some particularly beautiful styles, the prices basically range from tens of gold coins to hundreds of gold coins. 130 gold coins. But, young lady, you have provided us with a lot of good things this time. I will make the decision on my own and take 100 gold coins from you. Marketing rhetoric is not worthy of trust, but it is not bad to spend less money. Lu Shi thanked him, then thought of something and asked, "Do you have magic pets for sale?" "What kind of magical pet would you like to see, young lady?" "Dragons, too?" Lu Shi said half-jokingly. "Miss, you have to be joking. Dragons are creatures that we cannot touch." Wade laughed along. "Is it not possible for a young dragon?" Lu Shi asked curiously. "We don't have any in our auction house." Wade answered flawlessly, "But I heard that the Mercenary Association has some bounties on young dragons, and there are also several thousand gold coins." "Miss, you can also try to post a bounty." Lu Shi nodded and then asked, "Do you have any elemental magic tools that can make other pets look like dragons?" Lu Shi always felt a little unsafe, leaving the baby dragon exposed outside. Since there were already a lot of unscientific things in this alien world, there might be elemental magic weapons that could transform the baby dragon into other appearances. Wade thought about it carefully and said, "Miss, do you want your pet's body to change, or just its perspective? We have 2 elemental instruments here. You can take a look." The so-called body change is to make the pet's body change shape temporarily. Whether it feels like a change or moves, it is the change shape, but the duration is very short, only half an hour, and it can be used once a day. And it's expensive, requiring 5,000 gold coins. Another perspective change is to use illusion to change the magical pet in other people's perspectives. The magical pet itself does not change, which is equivalent to casting a shadow on the magical pet's body. This elemental magic weapon is relatively cheap, costing only 300 gold coins, and it is very durable and can be used 24 hours a day without any problem. It can be used continuously. The disadvantage is that this thing cannot be hidden from intermediate elemental warrior mages and above. Although it cannot see through the entity, the constantly fluctuating elemental power on the elemental weapon can be easily sensed.
Can I use it too?
Lu Shi pointed to the second elemental magic weapon, which looked like a large badge with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. It was engraved with a very complex pattern, like an elemental magic array. Miss, you probably can't use it. Lu Shi understood. It wasn't that people couldn't use it, but that she, an ordinary person who didn't know elemental magic, couldn't use it. I bought it. Lu Shi no longer hesitated. It didn't matter if she couldn't use it, as long as Yulong could use it. Soon, everything Lu Shi needed was delivered, and a new waitress walked into the room carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. The contract package, defensive element robe, and phantom badge were all placed on it, and next to it were 2 crystal cards and a pile of gold and silver coins. Under Wade's command, Lu Shi successfully signed the contract and obtained ownership of the contract package. The specific steps were to sign on a special piece of paper with a contract written on it, drip blood and press fingerprints, and then put the paper on the contract package. Soon, I saw the contract paper merge into the contract package and disappear, and then the ceremony was completed. It was very simple. The defensive element robe and phantom badge do not require these steps and can be used right away. Ms. Lucy. Wade naturally saw the name Lu Shi wrote on the contract paper. He called her politely and then handed over 2 crystal cards. This is a crystal card worth 5,000 gold coins. You can use it in any human town. Lu Shi picked up the crystal card, which was slightly larger than the ID card. It was light purple in color and looked very beautiful. There was only a violet flower pattern on it, which was probably some kind of family mark. Then he looked at another crystal card. This one was light gold. Wade explained to Lu Shi, "This is our Warner's Auction House's gold VIP card. It records all your spending records at our auction house. If you bring this card to any Warner's auction house, you will receive VIP treatment at our auction house. For example, there are separate VIP rooms where you can rest, enjoy discounts on purchases, and enter auctions for free. Yes, there are requirements for entering each auction. You either need to show your VIP card or pay an entrance fee." Lu Shi put away the 2 cards and looked at the pile of scattered gold coins. After deducting the 5,000 gold coins from selling the bag and the 637 gold coins from selling the jewelry, Lu Shi spent 100 gold coins on a contract package, 100 gold coins on a defensive element robe, and 300 gold coins on a phantom badge, leaving 137 gold coins. There are a total of 136 gold coins here. I took the initiative to change 1 gold coin into 100 silver coins for you. I hope you don't mind, Miss Lucy. Wade introduced. Thank you for your help. Even if Wade didn't do this, Lu Shi was still prepared to exchange some coins. It would be inconvenient to buy things with a large amount of gold coins. From this, it can be seen that Wade is really considerate. After packing everything, Lu Shi, led by the waitress, went down to a lounge on the 2nd floor and met up with Clyde and Dina. There were only a few wooden chairs in the lounge downstairs. Although they looked of good quality, Lu Shi, who had just come out of the luxury room upstairs, felt that the lounge was shabby no matter how he looked at it. Xiao Yuan excitedly circled around Lu Shi several times. Lu Shi had just put on the defensive element robe. Xiao Yuan found it very new and curious, and sniffed it all over. When Clyde saw the change in Lu Shi, he said nothing, stood up, and was about to leave with a few people. Dina pulled Lu Shi to take a look and said, "Miss Lucy, this elemental robe looks really good, but it doesn't quite match the clothes you have underneath. Let's go buy some clothes later." Although Dina was a little bit impulsive, Lu Shi looked down and still agreed with Dina's suggestion. What Lu Shi was wearing now were all brought back from Kova village. The clothes of other girls did not fit her, and the fabrics were not good and not comfortable enough to wear. Now that he has money in his pocket, buying a few pieces of clothes is a normal expense. Lu Shi is not the type of person who would treat himself badly just to save money, unless it is necessary. Let's go to the Mercenary Association first. After leaving the auction house, Clyde interrupted the 2 girls' discussion on how to choose clothes. "What are you going there for, boss?" Dina asked curiously. "Ms. Lucy, I think you should have enough money to pay the reward now." Clyde ignored Dina and looked at Lu Shi. Being able to buy elemental tools and contract packages doesn't seem like a poor person at all. Lu Shi did not comment, but looked at Clyde, waiting for his explanation. Since you have enough money now, Miss Lucy, please go to the Mercenary Association to formally issue a bounty. Clyde wiped his hair and said the last sentence with a look of annoyance in his eyes. Dina suddenly realized, yes, there are also mercenary points. Then Dina explained to Lu Shi that their mercenaries all accepted bounty missions from the Mercenary Association. After completing different bounty missions, they would receive different amounts of points. The more points they had, the more bounty missions they could receive. If you accept a bounty mission but fail to complete it, the corresponding points will be deducted, which is a punishment measure. At the same time, if you want to upgrade the level of the mercenary group, you also need to reach a certain value of points. The dragon hunting mercenaries' previous bounty mission regarding dragon eggs had failed after the baby dragons hatched, and the bounty for that bounty mission was very high, which meant that a lot of points would be deducted after failure. After deducting so many points, the dragon hunting mercenary group will not be able to receive bounty missions of the current level for quite some time, and even the level of the mercenary group may drop. Letting Lu Shi go to the Mercenary Association to officially announce the accompaniment mission can also be regarded as a way to recover some points lost by their dragon hunting mercenary group. After all, the bounty of 800 gold coins is not a small amount. Lu Shi had no objection. Anyway, she had money in her pocket and was not worried. Going to the Mercenary Association to officially announce the bounty mission would also be a form of protection for her, so there was no need to refuse. It's like a verbal agreement versus a contractual agreement. The latter is more reliable. Stay up late to write. I see that Qidian has a typo correction function. If you see typos, you can use that function. The Mercenary Association is a 2-story building, and its appearance is far less luxurious than the auction house, although the auction house is not that good in Lu Shi's eyes either. The door was casually open, without the kind of careful inspection that would be required of an auction house, as if anyone could enter. Clyde threw a dozen copper coins to the little boy who led the way. This time, Clyde didn't let him wait at the door, and the little boy didn't take the initiative to ask. The Mercenary Association is not as safe as the auction house. For the sake of its own image, the auction house only prohibits these dirty homeless children from approaching, and will not do anything to them. However, some mercenary masters from the Mercenary Association don't care about stray children. There are many cases where they get drunk and beat and kill people at will. As soon as I walked into the Mercenary Association, bursts of shrill noises suddenly rang in my ears. Such loud noises were not heard outside. Perhaps there was some soundproofing elemental array or elemental magic weapon here to prevent any unnecessary sounds from being transmitted. Lu Shi frowned and looked around. Although it was called a mercenary association, it looked more like a tavern that welcomed everyone. The smell of alcohol wafted in, and it didn't smell good. In the middle was a group of round tables filled with people. There were also some rugged female mercenaries sitting at the tables drinking, but they were few in number. On the left side, there is a row of wine cabinets and bars against the wall, with quite a few people sitting there scattered around. Most of them look like loners, drinking or eating quietly, unlike those people in the middle who are laughing and shouting loudly. There was only a small counter on the right, like a cash register. Sitting behind the counter was a young girl, probably in her early 20s, with a pretty face. On the blank wall next to the counter, sheets of parchment were hung neatly. Even from a distance, Lu Shi could see the words Bounty Mission on them. After entering the gate of the Mercenary Association, Clyde walked in front without stopping. His tall and strong figure blocked Dina and Lu Shi behind him. Almost as soon as Clyde walked into the Mercenary Association, most eyes in the room stared at him. The atmosphere was stagnant for a moment and then returned to normal. Lu Shi keenly noticed these changes, but he was not sure whether these people confirmed Clyde's harmlessness or confirmed Clyde's threat. As Clyde walked forward for a distance, Dina and Lu Shi behind him slowly came into the sight of other people. Dina was fine. Her appearance could only be described as pretty. Many people focused more on the elemental mage robe on her body to confirm how dangerous she was. But it was not so good for Lu Shi. Her beauty was far beyond that of ordinary people, and her skin was extremely fair. It was obvious at first glance that she was definitely not from an ordinary family. Although her features have been adjusted to be more Western, the original Oriental feel of her appearance still exists. Her knight-like black hair and black eyes bring a cool Oriental sense of mystery to her. Many people's eyes began to follow Lu Shi's figure, and the sounds of drinking became much less frequent. Some people were even ready to make a move until they saw Clyde in front of Lu Shi. They came to their senses and did not react inappropriately. Dina tried to block Lu Shi, but unfortunately, she was not as tall as Lu Shi and could not block much. The atmosphere here is so disgusting. Dina complained out loud. She didn't deliberately lower her voice, but in the noisy mercenary association, Lu Shi almost didn't hear what she said. Lu Shi did not answer Dina, but just coldly looked back at the gazes coming from all directions and made a brief eye contact with the owners of those gazes, without any sign of weakness or retreat. It's not that Lu Shi is not afraid, but she understands some truths. The weak will be bullied, so no matter how much fear and anxiety she has in her heart, she has to maintain her composure and the illusion that she is strong. Sure enough, after staring at each other like this, many people took the initiative to retract their gazes and only observed with their peripheral vision. Xiao Yuan moved closer to Lu Shi with some fear. It was only a cub a few months old. Although its nature made it close to humans, it could sense the danger and malice in the air more deeply than Lu Shi. But even so, its instinct told it to escape and retreat, but its consciousness made it try to stand in front of Lu Shi and protect him. "I'm going to kill you." He did not hide his murderous intent at all, but his eyes were clearly on Lu Shi. Xiao Yuan's whole body trembled, and he couldn't help shaking under the murderous intent, revealing an extremely terrified expression. This was his instinctive reaction and could not be easily controlled. Lu Shi stopped and looked over with a cold gaze. His eyes were so cold that there was no warmth in them. He was obviously just an ordinary person without elemental powers, but for some reason, this gaze made the man feel a little dangerous. Clyde also stopped when the man spoke and looked over there as well. There wasn't much emotion in his eyes. At least the threat to Xiao Yuan was not enough to make him angry. So he just glanced at it calmly, but his powerful strength made his gaze full of threats. The man and Clyde looked at each other, and after a moment, he was the first to look away and backed off. The restless atmosphere in the air suddenly calmed down because of this small conflict. In the other world, there are only a few very simple level divisions, such as monsters: ordinary, low-level, intermediate, and high-level. Another example is humans: internship, low-level, intermediate, and high-level. But precisely because there are so few levels, the gap between different levels is so large, and even the gap between the same levels can be described as a world of difference. For a mid-level elemental warrior like Clyde, although he himself has not mentioned it, there are very few people of the same level who can be his opponent. At the same time, he is also the one with the greatest hope of being promoted to a high-level elemental warrior. The reason why the dragon-hunting mercenaries were so obedient to Clyde was at least partly because of Clyde's powerful strength. For example, as a mid-level elemental warrior, Hylan was definitely not Clyde's opponent, and she couldn't even survive many moves from Clyde. Although the result of White, the intermediate elemental mage, would be better, the bottom line for him to fight against Clyde is the natural suppression of elemental mages over elemental warriors. This gap is particularly obvious at low levels, but after the intermediate level, the gap becomes much smaller, and after the advanced level, there is no longer any gap, and the elemental warrior is even stronger than the elemental mage. Because the entry threshold for elemental warriors is low, but it is difficult to advance, while the entry threshold for elemental mages is high, but it is easy to advance. In the Mercenary Association at this moment, referring only to those present, Clyde can be said to have no rivals. Even if that man is a mid-level elemental warrior like him, Clyde is confident that he can defeat him within 10 moves. If Clyde had not been confident enough in his own abilities, he probably would not have dared to accept the bounty mission to steal the dragon egg. After the man withdrew his gaze, Clyde turned back to look at Dina and Lu Shi, and was slightly stunned when he met Lu Shi's cold gaze that had not yet dissipated. In his impression, Whether from the brief encounters in Kova village or from their travels over the past few days, Lu Shi was always a very good-tempered, noble lady. She doesn't mind occasional impolite behavior, nor will she force others to do anything for her. She never bothers others with things she can do herself. She is easy to talk to, has a very warm smile, and is gentle in her attitude towards people. Clyde had never seen her with such a dangerous look on her face. To be frank, Lu Shi looked more like a noble lady. Noble has never been a nice adjective. After looking at each other, Clyde nodded first and walked in front again. Lu Shi calmed down, lowered his eyes slightly, touched Xiaoyuan's head soothingly, and followed with Dina. Dina raised her fist fiercely at the man who threatened Xiaoyuan and cursed him with some uncivilized words. Fortunately, it was very noisy around and Lu Shi didn't hear it clearly, otherwise she might have to refresh the image of Dina in her mind. The man glanced at Dina, but because of Clyde, he ignored Dina's provocation. Dina snorted twice, then stood next to Lu Shi again, holding her head high and chest out, without any retreat. This is also a rule of survival among mercenaries, which is to never show weakness. When she first became a mercenary, Dina was also a frightened little girl, and those people bullied and teased her excessively. Later, after seeing how Hylan dealt with these people, Dina gradually changed her attitude, and now she can live well in the Mercenary Association. What Hylan did was to push the head of the man who dared to tease her down in the middle of the table. Action is the most direct and simple language. Miss Lucy, don't pay attention to them. The boss is here, they can't do anything, don't worry. Dina did not forget to comfort Lu Shi. Lu Shi nodded and looked at the people around him who no longer dared to look at her directly. In fact, she was not very worried. How should I put it? This was the Mercenary Association, the territory of a large force. Although it seemed that there were all kinds of people here, they were noisy but not chaotic, which showed that there was some kind of order here that prevented them from causing trouble easily. The most important thing is that Lu Shi has money, and this is the place where bounty tasks are posted. She can post new bounty tasks at any time to find people to do things for her. Even the task of stealing dragon eggs can be issued, so Lu Shi doesn't think it would be excessive to issue some task such as crippling someone. According to the bounty price Dina mentioned before, a bounty mission like this would only cost a few gold coins at most, so Lu Shi could really afford it. Dina had no idea what Lu Shi was thinking and didn't notice the cold look in Lu Shi's eyes. She still treated her as a weak, noble lady who needed protection and spoke to comfort her in various ways. Clyde knocked on the counter, and the young girl who was reading a book looked up and smiled, not too enthusiastically. "Hello, how can I help you?" Lu Shi and Dina walked into the counter and immediately found that the noise around them had become much quieter. It seemed that there was a separate sound isolating function here. No wonder the girl could continue reading. Bounty mission notarization. Clyde didn't waste any words. "Okay, how much is the reward? Where is the poster? What are the specific contents?" The young girl took out a crystal board that looked familiar to Lu Shi and performed operations similar to typing on a keyboard. 800 gold coins. The mission is accompaniment. Clyde turned and looked at Lu Shi, and Lu Shi took a step forward consciously. "I'm the publisher." The young girl paused, looked up at Clyde and Lu Shi, and put away the crystal board. "The bounty is huge and requires a contract judgment. Please come upstairs with me." Because the Mercenary Association adopts a points-based model, points play a very important role, so it is inevitable that some people will falsify bounty missions in order to gain points. The bounty mission of 800 gold coins can be regarded as the top mission in their Mercenary Association, and the amount of points is also very large, so some kind of judgment must be made before it can be officially issued. Lu Shi was taken away alone and brought to a room full of traces of various elemental magic arrays, and the person who took the lead in the process became another elderly man. The old man had droopy eyelids and did not react to Lu Shi's arrival. When Lu Shi sat on a chair in the middle as the young girl requested, the old man spoke, his voice hoarse, like a rusty gear turning. "Name:
Lu Shi.
What's the reward amount?" 1,000 gold coins, later changed to 800 gold coins. What is the content of the task issued? Hire the dragon hunting mercenaries to accompaniment me to the farm. Where is the farm located? I don't know, I only know the approximate range and I need to search for it. She was very surprised. She was sitting here and hearing the questions. She just wanted to answer honestly and couldn't tell any lies. The purpose of this room was probably to judge the truth. Of course, if she didn't want to answer, she didn't have to say anything. The function of these elemental arrays was only to tell the truth and not to force an answer. But at the same time, if she refused to answer, it would mean that there was something wrong with the answer. Fortunately, the old man's questioning followed a fixed procedure and did not contain any privacy-related information, so he quickly announced the end of the questioning. The young girl took a piece of parchment from the old man, then took Shi out of the room and came to the lounge where Clyde and Dina were. The contract judgment has been completed. This bounty mission can be notarized. This is the contract. Please sign it. The young girl handed the parchment to Clyde. The contract signing process was almost the same as the process when Shi signed the contract package at the auction house before. After both parties signed, Shi suddenly felt a vague thing appear in his mind. After careful observation, he found that it was actually the treaty written on the parchment. In addition to the task content, there were also restrictions such as do not harm the employer, as well as a sign confirming that the task was completed. However, this sign cannot be touched. It seems that this sign will only change when Shi sincerely believes that the task is completed. Shi handed the crystal card that he had just obtained to the young girl. The other party then took out something similar to a card swiping machine and swiped it. Shi watched the number on it change from 5000 to 4200. Feeling a little distressed, Shi's expression remained unchanged, while Dina opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect that Shi would have so much money after coming out of the auction house. The bounty has been received and will be paid to the Dragon Hunting Mercenary Group's account after the employer confirms that the task is completed. Do you have any other needs? The smile on the young girl's face became much more genuine. With such a big bounty, she could get more salary this month. Shi and the Dragon Hunting Mercenary Group privately agreed on a mission where all 800 gold coins would be given to the Dragon Hunting Mercenary Group. However, if it was to be officially announced in the Mercenary Association, a considerable amount of fees would need to be paid, and a portion of it would need to be allocated to the Mercenary Association. After all, things like bounty notarization require a lot of money. Another point is that points can be obtained after notarization, and points are what the dragon hunting mercenaries need most at the moment. Notarization of failed bounty mission. Clyde stood up. Shi didn't need to be involved in this matter. More than 10 minutes later, Clyde came back. They had completed all the things they needed to do at the Mercenary Association, and there were still 2 hours until 6 o'clock in the evening. It will be available tomorrow. Please support me by subscribing. There is still 1 chapter left before it is available. I can only shorten the plot as soon as possible. Shi spent the remaining 2 hours purely on shopping. I have to say, shopping really makes people happy, especially when your wallet is full. A whole set of good quality clothes only costs a few silver coins, and the most expensive one is no more than a dozen silver coins. Of course, the store that Shi and Dina went to was not a store that sold aristocratic clothes, but the kind that mercenaries often went to. The styles were not very good looking, but the quality was really solid. Although the nobles' gorgeous clothes were of acceptable quality, they were not convenient for movement, and were dozens of times more expensive. Without any hesitation, Shi chose the store recommended by Dina. There weren't many people in the store. It would be more accurate to say that stores selling clothes like this usually don't have many people. This is not the era on Earth, where you have to buy new clothes after wearing them for a few days. In the other world, even if a piece of clothing is broken, it can be repaired and worn for several years. That is to say, mercenaries often have to live in the wild and wear out clothes very much. They have to buy a few new pieces from time to time. Otherwise, the clothes in this store would probably still be the popular styles from the past 10 years. Shi spent a lot of money to buy more than a dozen sets of clothes. Anyway, there was enough space in her contract package to accommodate hundreds of sets. Afterwards, Dina took Shi to a jewelry store. The store sold 2 kinds of things: ordinary jewelry and elemental magic tools that looked like jewelry. But they are just little gadgets. not as powerful as the defensive elemental robe and phantom badge that Lu Shi bought at the auction house. For example, a ring that acts like a lighter. Just twist the decorative crystal on it to produce a flame of about 3 centimeters. It is definitely enough to ignite firewood. Selling for 20 silver coins. Actually, it was originally bought for 1 gold coin, but it was really hard to sell, so the price was reduced to 20 silver coins. When it still couldn't be sold, the boss decided to reduce the price to 10 silver coins. Another example is a hollow metal ball with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. Just by twisting the mechanism in the middle, it can release wind elements in all directions of 360 degrees, with a power of about level 4 or 5 wind. To put it simply, it is a spherical fan. The selling price is 1 gold coin. The original price is 10 gold coins. Lu Shi was slightly tempted. I'll take 10 silver coins. Dina looked up in shock, watching Lu Shi bargaining with the boss, her eyes gradually changing from shock to admiration. 20 silver coins, no more. Lu Shi shook his head and pointed at the lighter ring. Give this to me, and I'll add another 5 silver coins. The boss gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. After all, these 2 things were really useless. People who could afford them couldn't use them, and people who could use them couldn't afford them. They had been kept by him for too long. Lu Shi also asked for a set of ordinary wooden shelves as a gift, and the boss generously agreed. After all, the wooden shelves only cost a few copper coins, and were not worth much. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when she met Xiao Lan and the others at the city gate, Dina was still looking at Lu Shi with admiration, because Lu Shi helped her bargain and bought an elemental magic weapon that she wanted, but didn't have enough money. After finding a suitable resting place a few kilometers outside the town, everyone began to prepare for dinner and rest. Lu Shi hung the phantom badge on a silver chain she had just bought and put it around the young dragon's neck. She activated the phantom badge according to Dina's instructions. Taking the baby dragon's size into consideration, Dina created an illusion for the baby dragon as a dragon bird beast, a monster that looks similar to a dragon and has the ability to fly. The disadvantage is that dragons, birds, and beasts are usually very violent and difficult to tame. They are dangerous and can easily hurt people. The proof fee required to enter human towns is more than 10 times that of Xiaoyuan. It doesn't matter, since Lu Shi is rich now. Lu Shi felt a little regretful. She stayed in the human town for too short a time. She only visited a few shops and saw only a corner of the human town. She didn't get to learn more. Miss Lucy, we have bought the flour. What should we do next? Xiaolan walked to Lu Shi awkwardly before speaking. He and Kagli were responsible for replenishing daily necessities. There were also some tools that Lu Shi asked to buy, such as a set of larger pots and a steamer. Of course, there is no steamer in the other world. Lu Shi just asked Xiaolan to find something of similar shape. Xiaolan was more direct. He spent money to go to the blacksmith shop and asked the blacksmith to make a set for him according to his requirements. The stuff was simple and did not take long. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the blacksmith delivered it to the city gate. In addition, he also bought many things that Lu Shi did not mention. It can be useless, but it cannot be without, which is the most true portrayal of Xiaolan. Lu Shi was not polite either. She was more than happy to finally improve her taste. Flour fermentation usually uses yeast powder or dough left over from the previous fermentation, but Lu Shi didn't have either of these 2 things, so she used the method of adding white vinegar, which also achieved the fermentation effect. Add water to the flour and a little white vinegar. Knead and mix continuously until it becomes a large dough that does not stick to your hands. Then put it in a bowl, cover it, and wait for it to ferment. Because the temperature is quite hot, it will take about 2 hours. After asking everyone's opinions, no one minded eating later, so Lu Shi felt at ease and directed Kagli to start kneading the dough. It was impossible to ask Lu Shi to do such a tiring and troublesome job, as she still had to prepare other meals. Considering the dishes that are suitable to be eaten with steamed buns, Lu Shi took advantage of the rare extra time to pickle some pickles, such as pickled cucumbers, garlic eggplants, salted radishes, etc. Considering that Xiaolan loves to eat ghost hand peppers, Lu Shi also specially pickled a jar of ghost hand peppers, which made Xiulan's eyes light up and the other's eyelids twitch. After doing all this, the dough is almost ready to rise. The water has already been boiled in the big pot below. Divide the dough into small pieces and put them directly in the steamer to steam. Steaming buns takes a lot of time, so Lu Shi just made some vegetable soup and fried a few plates of mutton. Although Lu Shi prepared the soup and meat rather casually, they were still full of fragrance. However, everyone's eyes could not help but fall on the big steamer. A smell completely different from that of white bread and black bread came out from it. It was not as sweet as the green vegetables, but equally fresh. The taste was not strong, and it was even difficult to describe, but it was particularly worrying. Finally, Lu Shi confirmed that the steamed buns were ready, opened the lid of the pot, and steam rose up along with the aroma of the steamed buns. It feels as soft as the white clouds in the sky. It can be easily broken apart without dipping it in soup. It takes no effort at all to bite it with your teeth. Even chewing it becomes a pleasure. At this moment, the 7 people from another world received the biggest shock of their lives. I don't want to eat white bread anymore. A month later, Lu Shi finally arrived at the last marked point in the novice mission instructions. The location of the farm was shown to be just a few dozen kilometers ahead. After getting Lu Shi's definite answer about the location of the farm, the expressions of everyone in the dragon hunting mercenary group became somewhat complicated. During this month, they enjoyed a variety of delicious foods that they had never eaten before, and everyone gained several pounds. Dina even found that her belt was a little tight in the past 2 days, while Hylan quietly increased her daily activity time. Although the other men also found that they had gained weight, they were not as nervous about the change in weight as the girls. After all, they would be able to lose weight without so many delicious foods. Lu Shi eats a lot herself, but fortunately, she can refresh her body back to its original state every day and doesn't have to worry about gaining weight, which makes Dina very envious. Arriving at the farm now means the end of the accompaniment mission. It will be difficult for their dragon hunting mercenaries to eat such delicious food again. How can they not feel complicated? Another point is that they finally found the farm, which was really not easy. There won't be anything ahead, right? Clyde looked at Lu Shi with a complicated expression. The fact that he had such an expression was enough to show how troublesome this journey was. Lu Shi pursed her lips and looked away with a guilty look. I think so. In fact, at a normal speed, it would take Lu Shi at least 3 months to get here, but ever since the young dragon discovered that it could carry Lu Shi and fly, Lu Shi has never walked by himself again. If the 2 elemental mages, Dina and Xiulan, were able to walk faster, the journey would have taken even less time. But these were not actually the problem. The problem was Lu Shi's guidance. She could only see the direction of the arrows indicating the novice mission, and she didn't know whether it was pointing to a forest or a lake, a valley or a basin. The young dragon flew wildly with Lu Shi on its back, and the members of the dragon hunting mercenaries could only keep chasing it and had no time to explore the situation ahead in advance. Therefore, the dragon hunting mercenaries began to cross vast lakes and swamps with unknown boundaries, climb mountains with boiling magma, and pass through valleys full of May wind monkeys. In just 1 month, they experienced exciting experiences that they had not experienced in the past year. Changes in terrain are actually minor problems. At most, it makes it a little harder to walk and a little dangerous. But if you run into the nest of some social monsters and get chased for a whole day and a night, then it is not a problem of danger anymore. Lu Shi had never expected that the novice task guide would be even more unethical to use than a certain unethical navigation system. The novice mission guidance only has one marked point after another. No matter which route you choose, you must reach the marked point. However, this marked point may appear in any place, and no one knows what the judgment is based on. But in short, this thrilling journey is about to reach the end. No matter whether there will be other problems in the next few dozen kilometers, the end will come as scheduled. Lu Shi's gaze moved away from the task panel that popped up in front of him and slowly fell into the distance. Looking around, all you can see is a stretch of green fields. Each piece of land is neatly divided into equal sizes. Unknown plants are planted on them, swaying gently in the wind, and there are occasional human figures among them. In the middle is a compacted stone road, which is wide and flat. Looking along this main road, behind it are various village-like buildings, with houses of different sizes and shapes scattered in an orderly manner. Unexpectedly, there were no tall city walls or anything like that here, only some low walls less than half a person's height. Rather than defending against any danger, they were more like enclosing one's own courtyard. Newbie Guidance Task February 13th. After arriving at the farm, you find that you know nothing about the farm. You decide to get to know the farm manager, Roam, and learn about the farm from him. Find Roam, task reward, 100 experience points, a newbie gift pack newbie guide. The farm map has been activated. Please click to view. While Lu Shi was observing the situation on the farm, a new task had popped up. After seeing the prompt text behind the novice guide, Lu Shi turned his attention to the game panel. There is a map function in the upper right corner, but it has always been gray and has a lock icon, indicating that it has not been activated and cannot be clicked. And when Lu Shi arrived at the farm, the map function that she had urgently needed, but was now useless, was finally activated. Lu Shi was too weak to get angry. He looked down at Xiao Yuan, whose eyes were full of surprise, and Zhuozhua, who was looking at the sky, wondering what he was thinking. Oh, Zhuozhua was the name of the young dragon. This word means bright on earth, and also means bald and fat. Lu Shi thinks it is very suitable for the little dragon. Compared to the shiny and tough scales on an adult dragon, the scales on a baby dragon are also strong enough, but the color is slightly dull, making it look like it is bald. Let's go, Xiao Yuan, Zhuozhua. Lu Shi took the first step and walked towards the farm. The members of the dragon hunting mercenaries did not accompany Lu Shi into the farm, but confirmed the completion of the mission outside the farm, thus ending this accompaniment mission full of delicious food and excitement. There were no extra words, nor was there a formal farewell, just some people stopped and some continued forward. After opening the system map and taking a closer look, Lu Shi's location was located due east of the farm, which was an entrance to the farm. The farmland marks on both sides exceeded the map display, and it was unknown how many there were exactly. Walking into the village along the main road, Lu Shi discovered that the terrain on the left was lower and there were slightly more houses, while the terrain on the right was higher. Although there were fewer houses, the buildings were better. The location of the person in charge, Luo Weem, was shown in a yard closer to the right. Lu Shi took Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua and walked into the open courtyard gate. It seemed that the courtyard doors of all the houses here were wide open, as if they were not worried at all about someone stealing things. On the left side of the yard is a small pond with a few unknown small fish swimming in it, occasionally jumping out of the water, splashing water. There is a warehouse right next to the corner of the wall on the right, with firewood piled on both sides. Walking along the path along the wall to the backyard, there is a small piece of farmland with some vegetables planted on it. They are growing well and look very well taken care of. An old man with gray hair and dark skin was holding a watering can and watering the farmland. Above his head, there was a line of huge fonts with the words Roam clearly marked on them. Lu Shi just opened his mouth to ask a question, but when he saw this row of names, all his words were stuck in his mouth and he couldn't say anything. What else is there to ask? Isn't it all in the open? Hey, hello? Lu Shi greeted him. After hearing Lu Shi's voice, Luo Weem turned around, as if he had just discovered Lu Shi. Even though Lu Shi was carrying Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, and the sound of their footsteps was deafening, he acted as if he didn't notice at all. He had to wait until Lu Shi did something to trigger a conversation before he responded accordingly. This is definitely not a real person, Lu Shi immediately made a judgment. In the game of Leisure Farm, there are more than 20 NPCs to fill in the plot and help the protagonist of the game do some things. It seems that the residents here should be those NPCs.
Oh.
You must be Miss Lucy. Roam made a surprised sound and spoke with emotion like a friendly elder. You look exactly like your grandmother, Lady Charlotte. I almost thought I saw Lady Charlotte when she was young. As he spoke, Roam actually showed a sad look. I'm sorry, Miss Lucy. Please forgive me, an old man, for always recalling the past from time to time. Before she left, Lady Charlotte had always hoped to hand this farm over to you. She believed that you could take good care of everything on the farm. She was slightly stunned. Roam's reaction seemed too real to be a pre-programmed NPC. Did she guess wrong? By the way, Miss Lucy, after Lady Charlotte passed away, the original name of the farm has been abandoned. Please give it a new name. Roam was still sad and nostalgic about the past, and the next second, he quickly turned to another topic. She did not answer immediately. He moved his gaze to the task panel that popped up again. Novice Guidance Task March 13th. You have met the farm manager, Roam, and he now asks you to give the farm a new name. Please give the farm a name. Task Reward. 100 experience points. Sign in system unlocked. The previous task has been shown as completed, and the reward has been automatically distributed to the system backpack. The system backpack is different from the contract package. It is not distinguished by capacity, but is divided into the number of grids. Each grid can hold an item, and the same items can be stacked. Lucy has not tested the upper limit of the stacking value, but it is estimated that it should be similar to the original leisure farm system. The system backpack initially gives you 50 slots, which is very generous. You can unlock more slots later by completing tasks or recharging. Either you play with your teeth or you spend money. Both are normal operations in the game. Lucy did not respond, so Luo Weem maintained the same action as before, motionless, as if he felt that if Lucy did not click talk, the subsequent plot would not be able to continue. Lingyu Farm. Lucy thought about it and quickly gave a name. The name comes from the Book of Songs Dia Lingtai, which probably means the first ancient zoo in the East, although the concept of zoo did not exist at that time. Pass by the Shirling platform and run it. If the common people attack it, it won't be successful in a day. Don't be anxious at the beginning, the common people will come. The king is in the spiritual confinement, and the deer is crouching. The deer flutters, and the white bird flutters. The king is in the spiritual marsh, and the fish is leaping on the boat. The government office is Wei Tsong, and the drum is Wei Yong. In discussing drums and bells, in music and music. In discussing drums and bells, in music and music. The drums and drums meet each other, and the Mongolian beasts play to the public. Speaking of which, the young dragon's name Zhua also appears here. What a good name. Roam reacted. Following his praise, a system task completion notification appeared, task rewards were automatically distributed, and an upgrade prompt popped up. System prompt. The player level has been upgraded to level 2. Miss Lucy, Mrs. Charlotte once left a house for you on the west side of the farm for you to live on the farm. Do you want to go and see it? Roam moved to the next topic without any bluntness. Lucy looked at the next task that popped up and clicked it without much emotion. Let's go and take a look. He couldn't refuse it anyway. Novice Guidance Task April 13th. You have chosen a new name for the farm. Now, Roam is going to take you to a house that your grandmother left for you. Please go with him. Task Reward. 100 experience points, a set of commonly used tools. Following Roam, I walked out of the yard and headed west along the main road. Not far away, I saw a north-south main road across the front. With this road as the boundary, there are no more residential houses on the west side, but instead an extremely vast courtyard separated by a circle of half-person high bluestone walls. It is actually larger than the places where all these residents live combined. The main gate was a somewhat shabby iron gate with a huge gap with hollow patterns. It looked no more secure than the half-person high bluestone wall. Luo Weem gently pushed open the door and walked in with Lu Shi. An isolated two-story building appeared in front of Lu Shi. The weeds all over the yard made it look like no one had lived there for more than a few months. It would not be an exaggeration to say that no one had lived there for decades. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo followed Lu Shi in a daze, with confusion on their faces, as if they had no idea what was going on. Looking at the surroundings, they had no idea what to do next. You two stay here for a while. Lu Shi glanced at the not-so-sturdy two-story building. It looked like Roam was going to take her in. Glancing at the game panel that did not show the mission completed, Lu Shi could only grit his teeth and follow. But considering Zhuozhuo's size and destructive power, as well as the precariousness of the two-story building in front of them, Lucy felt that it would be safer for the two of them to stay outside. She would be safer. Oh, it's so terrible here. Roam sighed as he pushed open the door of the dilapidated two-story building, and Lucy followed him in. The dust that had not been cleaned for a long time fell down with the vibration of opening the door. Lucy coughed and covered his face to prevent the dust from blinding his eyes. After the dust settled, Lucy looked up at the interior of the house. The wooden planks on the floor had been corroded, revealing holes in them, making it very scary to step on empty space. It was right not to let Xiaoyuan and Shuozhuo come in. The walls were covered with dust and stains, some old and broken furniture was placed in a mess, and there were some dense spider webs on them. On the right side is a kitchen and a bedroom. Opposite the main door are 2 staircases and a side door. This two-story building may not look big from the outside, but the space inside is quite large. Miss Lucy, no one has cleaned here for a long time, and the things here are no longer usable. Please move all these discarded items out and let Carpenter Kent make new furniture for you. Roam spoke to Lucy in a gentle and friendly manner. Lucy was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth slightly, and looked at Roam blankly. What did you say? What are you moving out? Who is going to move it? Am I not a noble lady? Aren't you my servant? How dare you, a servant, order me, a noble lady, to do something? Before Lucy could ask, a new task had already appeared in front of him. Novice Guidance Task May 13th. You have arrived at your residence, but unfortunately, everything here is too old to be used. Please move the bed, wardrobe, desk, sofa, and other furniture out and hand them over to the Carpenter Kent. Task reward, 100 experience points, a set of furniture. Lucy opened her mouth and then closed it helplessly. She should have realized that even if you are a king or a general in the game, you still have to open the box in a civilian's house. I understand. Lucy accepted his fate. But she was not stupid enough to actually move the furniture. She had a system backpack and a contract package, so she could use either one to take the things out. After clearing out all the furniture in the room, Lucy walked out of the room. Roam had disappeared. It was unknown whether he had gone back home or was doing something else. Lucy had no choice but to click on the system map in the upper right corner to check the location of Carpenter Kent. Although he could find it by following the arrows in the novice guide, it would take a long detour, so it would be more convenient to look at the map. Carpenter Kent's house was at the southernmost end of the farm, near a small river. Lucy walked along the main road of the farm. Before entering the yard, you can see various wooden products, including semi-finished furniture and some large wood sculptures. There are also many pieces of wood placed against the wall. On the left side of the house is a wooden platform with a roof, on which are placed many things that are not convenient to be exposed to the sun. There is also a well next to it. A young man with a handsome appearance was sitting by the well, holding a musical instrument. Occasionally, a few sporadic notes could be heard, but it did not form a melody. He did not react at all to Lucy's arrival. Seeing the word Peter on the young man's head, Lucy no longer had the idea of getting to know him and walked towards the Carpenter Kent, who had a big exclamation mark on his head. You must be Miss Lucy, right? I have heard what Roam said. Please bring your furniture here, and I will repair it for you. The Carpenter Kent did not wait for Lucy to greet him. Instead, after Lucy approached a certain distance, he raised his head and spoke. Lucy didn't know what to say. If she could have a good chat with a bunch of programmed NPCs, wouldn't she look like a psychopath?
Ah, okay.
Lucy took the items out of the system backpack and placed them on an open space in the yard. Kent, a little old man who looked particularly thin and short, slowly approached with a tool. Lucy was slightly dazed, thinking about what to do next, when he saw a sudden blur in front of his eyes. The old and worn-out furniture was instantly transformed into brand-new furniture. Lucy blinked and looked at the Carpenter Kent, who was slowly packing up his tools. What happened? What happened? What happened? He watched blankly that the pile of furniture disappeared and entered his system backpack. The task was also prompted as completed. Lucy took the 2 cubs who were equally shocked and doubted their lives towards his dilapidated house. Go upstairs. Newbie Guide Task June 13th. You have obtained a brand new set of furniture. Please return to your residence, clean the room, and place the furniture properly. Task reward: 100 experience points, item storage box ×1. Lu Shi took out a complete set of commonly used tools obtained from the previous mission, including cleaning tools such as mops and buckets. Lu Shi originally planned to spend several hours cleaning up, but she overlooked the fact that the essence of this farm was a game. Then, Lu Shi saw that he had just swept the ground twice with the broom, and the ground suddenly flashed and looked brand new. Even the holes left by the rot on the ground had disappeared. Just wipe the window with a rag, and the crystal glass with various cracks will instantly return to a bright, complete, and clean window. Knock on the wall with a broom, and all the thick spider webs disappear. Touch it with a rag, and the stains and dust on the wall disappear instantly. Fortunately, Lu Shi did not let Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo in, otherwise she really didn't know how to explain these scenes. After all, she was just an ordinary human being. System prompt: player level upgraded to level 3. Lu Shi had just completed the task and saw the system upgrade prompt appear when he heard a sudden knock on the door. Lu Shi walked out of the house with a wooden face. As expected, a middle-aged man with the words Dai Wu on his head appeared at Lu Shi's door. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo, who were playing in the distance, looked at each other, both confused. They had no idea when and how this person appeared. Dai Wu was wearing a particularly bright outfit, but unfortunately, due to his big belly and severely deformed figure, the bright clothes did not add much to his appearance. When he saw Lu Shi, he smiled and looked very friendly. "Miss Lucy, I am the tailor of the farm. I heard about your arrival. Please let me measure your size and make a suitable suit for you." Lu Shi glanced at the new task. Novice Guidance Task 7/13. After hearing that you have inherited a farm and are cleaning your own house, Tailor Dai Wu decided to make you a set of suitable clothes to facilitate your work. Please cooperate with Dai Wu to complete the clothing making. Task reward: 100 experience points, a set of clothes. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Are there any connections between these things? Lu Shi clenched her fists. For the golden finger, she endured. Okay, what shall I do? Try to smile. Please clean up the weeds in the yard first. Dai Wu nodded with satisfaction and made a request that had nothing to do with making clothes. Lu Shi took a deep breath, exhaled, and showed a fake smile. Okay. Fortunately, mowing the lawn is not much different from the previous operations. I took out the sickle from the tools, aimed at the weeds, and waved my arm. About 1 square meter of weeds were cleared and neatly stacked on the ground, forming a pile of weeds that could be used for burning. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were so shocked that they forgot about playing and watched Lu Shi quickly clean up the area around the house. Xiao Yuan turned left and right several times, trying to confirm whether he was dreaming or not. But Zhuozhuo was much simpler. He didn't care how Lu Shi did it, but only cared that Lu Shi actually did it. He flew several meters high and cheered for Lu Shi. Lu Shi no longer cared about his image in the eyes of Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo and returned to Dai Wu with a sickle in his hand. "Miss Lucy, you did a great job. Okay, I have made the clothes for you. Go and try them on. If you need any clothes in the future, you can come to my house." Dai Wu patted his fat belly and said to Lu Shi with a smile on his face. Without seeing what he had, Lu Shi discovered that he had an extra set of clothes in his backpack, and the task was also shown as completed. After experiencing a 2-month ultra-real survival adventure, Lu Shi had already regarded this world as the real world. He did not expect that after finally finding the farm, he would find such a mixture of falsehood and reality. If she had appeared on the farm at the beginning, perhaps she could treat everything here as a game and accept it more naturally, but now Lu Shi couldn't think that way. Because the people she met were real, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo were also real. The only thing that was not real was this farm and everything in it. Watching Dai Wu leave and disappearing, before Lu Shi had time to check the new task, a little girl in her teens appeared at the door. The little girl had the word Ling on her head. She held a bunch of brightly blooming flowers in her hand and smiled shyly at Lu Shi. "Miss Lucy, this is for you." Ling ran over and handed the beautiful flowers to Lu Shi. "These are the flowers my mother planted. They are the most beautiful." After saying that, without waiting for Lu Shi's response, Ling trotted away again. Lu Shi looked at the task again. Novice Guidance Task 8/13. The little girl Ling gives you a very beautiful flower. Please cultivate farmland on the land in the yard and plant the seeds of any crop. Wait for it to grow and harvest it. Send the harvested crop to Ling's mother Millie as a return gift. Task reward: 100 experience points. Seed store unlocked. Lu Shi looked up at the sky in silence. What kind of game is this? Could they make the tasks more relevant? She gave me vegetables when someone gave her flowers? Just plant vegetables. Why don't you give me the seeds? While thinking of a solution, Lu Shi suddenly remembered that she was given a novice gift package during the Novice Guidance Mission 2, but she had not opened it to see what was inside. He called up the system backpack, selected the novice gift pack, and opened it. A short flash of light passed by, and a line of notifications appeared in front of Lu Shi. System notification: congratulations on opening the newbie gift pack and receiving 500 copper coins, a pack of cassava seeds, and a serving of premium white bread. Now that the seeds are there, Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that the system would not issue unfinished tasks. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua had given up playing around and followed Lu Shi the whole time, just wanting to see what else she could do, with both of them looking like they had never seen the world before. Fortunately, these people in the farm are all NPCs. Except for some reaction to Lu Shi, they all turned a blind eye to Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhua, so Lu Shi didn't have to worry about scaring anyone by bringing the two cubs. Taking out a bag of cassava melon seeds from the system backpack, Lu Shi opened it and took a look. The seeds were an oval ball that looked a bit like an egg, white and plump. Although he had never seen this thing before and didn't know how to make it, Lu Shi was not panicked at all on a farm. Growing vegetables only required one step, which was to bury the seeds. Like other things, there is absolutely no need to worry about them. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Shi buried the seeds, he saw a sprout emerging from the soil, and then the sprouts began to grow rapidly at a speed of thousands times. However, in just a few minutes, Lu Shi witnessed the entire process of a plant from germination to fruiting, and then a big exclamation mark suddenly popped up on it. There is also a reminder with 3 big words harvestable next to it. Lu Shi blinked his eyes, then reacted, picked up the sickle again, and prepared to harvest. Just like clearing the weeds just now, the sickle was swung across the farmland and the plants disappeared, leaving only a pile of fruits neatly arranged on the land. It was impossible to see the process and principle at all. Lu Shi picked up the fruit on the ground and looked at it with a strange look on her face. Isn't this thing just a potato? She actually thought cassava was something else. That packet of seeds, aren't they just peeled potatoes? That's not right. Lu Shi looked at the task again. So someone gave her flowers, and she gave him a bag of potatoes? With no choice, Lu Shi carried 2 big potatoes weighing nearly 2 kilograms and walked towards the house in the middle of the farm. The location of Millie and Ling marked by the system was there. Millie's house should be a flower shop. The yard is full of various flowers. The flower stands are stacked up beautifully. Even the walls are covered with green vines with colorful flowers on them. At the very edge of the yard there is a pavilion covered with vines, with a beautiful swing hanging underneath. The young lady wearing an apron, who was about 27 or 28 years old, was very beautiful and had a gentle aura. She was pruning the flowers in her yard. The shy and cute little girl Ling was around her, occasionally showing a bright smile. If it weren't for the 2 large characters Millie and Ling above their heads, this scene would actually be quite beautiful. Lu Shi walked closer, but neither of them reacted. It seemed that she would need to take the initiative to speak this time. Well, hello. Thank you for the flowers you just sent. This is my return gift. Lu Shi said dryly and handed over the 2 big potatoes in his arms. You are so polite, Miss Lucy. The gentle and beautiful Mrs. Millie put down the scissors in her hand, took the 2 big potatoes, held them in her arms, and had a conversation with Lu Shi. Lu Shi couldn't bear to watch and looked away. Miss Lucy, I have seeds of this plant here. If you need them, you can come to me to buy them.
Mrs. Millie said gently.
Lu Shi no longer cared why a farmer like himself had to spend money to buy things on his own farm. After responding vaguely, Lu Shi looked at the new task. Novice Guidance Task September 13th. You have successfully unlocked the seed store. Please purchase seeds such as cassava, red tomato, and ball vegetable from Millie. Task Reward: 100 experience points. Basic repair drawing X1. I want to buy seeds of cassava, tomato, and cabbage. Lucy was already used to this kind of task without any cause or consequence, and spoke with a wooden face. Of course, no problem, Miss Lucy. Mrs. Millie smiled, and the potatoes in her arms disappeared at some point, turning into several packets of seeds. Cassava seeds, 100 copper coins. Red tomato seeds, 150 copper coins. Butternut seeds, 200 copper coins. The 500 copper coins that Lucy got from the novice gift pack were instantly reduced to only 50 copper coins, which made Lucy suddenly feel a little urgent. No matter what time it is, being without money is not a good thing. When Lucy was wondering whether the gold and silver coins she had sold at the auction house before could be exchanged for copper coins in the system, Mrs. Millie suddenly took the initiative to speak. Miss Lucy, you seem to be a little troubled. If you have any problem, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you find a solution. Lucy was stunned and subconsciously said, I'm trying to find a way to make money. Do you have any good ideas? No, she didn't mean to say that. Lucy frowned. This seemed to be some kind of forced plot. Of course, she was indeed thinking about how to make money. The restaurant next door seems to be short of dishes recently. Miss Lucy, perhaps you could go and give it a try? Mrs. Millie smiled gently, not realizing at all that she was introducing restaurant work to a noble lady. Newbie Guidance Task October 13th. After arriving at the farm, you are short of money and are looking for a new way to make money. At this time, Millie introduces you to a new job. You are ready to go and take a look. Please go to the restaurant. Task Reward: 100 experience points, 1,000 copper coins. No, there are only about 20 people on the entire farm. How come you even have a restaurant? Is it useful? Can it really make money? Won't it be a huge loss? Lucy decided to put her brain in storage for the time being and concentrate on completing the novice guidance tasks. Obviously, if she did not complete all the novice guidance tasks, the farm's golden fingers would not be fully open to her. The restaurant was located on the other side of the middle of the village, at a symmetrical angle to Mrs. Millie's flower shop. The clean and bright building made Lucy feel as if he was seeing a scene on Earth. There were many sets of tables and chairs with parasols on the flat bluestone floor. Unfortunately, Lucy didn't see any customers. Only the owner was standing at the door dutifully. The owner of the restaurant was a young girl named Kylina. When she saw Lucy, she came up to him enthusiastically. Miss Lucy, you are here. I already know your situation.
Please come with me.
No, I just walked over there. It took less than 3 minutes. How did you know about me? Who told you? No, I've already put my brain in storage. I can't think too much. Lucy followed Kylina into the restaurant. There were clean and tidy white sets of tables and chairs, and a flower stand full of flowers as a partition. Apart from the lack of guests, there were no other shortcomings. The destination was the kitchen, where there was a tall and fat middle-aged man wearing a chef's uniform. Kylina introduced Lucy. This is my father, Luo Meng, who is the chef in the restaurant. Miss Lucy, you need to follow my father and learn how to make dishes now. There was no need for Kylina to introduce it. Lucy had actually seen the big words above Luo Meng's head, but she just nodded silently and said nothing. The process of learning to cook was simpler than Lucy had imagined. She picked up the ingredients and made the corresponding processing gestures. Before she even started, everything was done. It's the same when cooking. Put the ingredients in, and the dish will be ready in seconds. Use a spoon to scoop it onto a plate, and a delicious dish with good color, aroma, and taste will be ready. You are amazing, Miss Lucy. Kylina applauded enthusiastically. Lucy held the frying pan in her hand, looking somewhat helpless. Did she do something? Did she really do something? Miss Lucy, your cooking skills have been confirmed. It would be a waste of your time to stay here. You can prepare the meals at home and send them to the restaurant via the teleporter. Kylina said something that Lucy couldn't understand. Along with a system notification of task completion and character upgrade. System prompt: Player level upgraded to level 4. Lu Shi was silent for a long time. What is a teleportation box? How come this game has all kinds of things? Miss Lucy, you can ask the craftsman Wu He about the teleportation box. His house is right next to the restaurant. Kalina smiled like an NPC. Novice Guidance Task November 13th. Catherine in the restaurant suggests that you go find the craftsman Wu He and ask him about the teleportation box. Please bring the following materials to find Wu He. Basic repair drawing ×1, wood ×10. Task reward, 100 experience points. Portable kitchen X1. Lu Shi glanced at the sky. Fortunately, there was still some time before dark, so he should be able to complete all the tasks today. How do I get wood? Although the residents of these farms are more NPC-like, they are better than normal NPCs in one respect. That is, they would not repeat a line too much, and they could give relatively useful answers to some basic questions asked by Lu Shi. Even if they could not answer the question, they could introduce Lu Shi to someone who could answer the question. Follow this road, and you will reach the night forest, where you can get wood. Catherine replied and gave Lu Shi a few reminders. If Miss Lucy needs wood, please don't forget to bring your tool, the axe. Also, it is forbidden to go to the dark forest at night. Miss Lucy, please leave the dark forest before 10 p.m. Lu Shi nodded and thanked him seriously. Thank you. Regardless of whether it is a programmed reminder from an NPC or not, the information is indeed valuable to Lu Shi, so it deserves her gratitude. Lu Shi turned around and followed Karina's instructions, heading towards the night forest. Curiously, the north side of the farm was connected to a forest of moderate size, and the residents here had not even built any walls to block the monsters in the forest. As for the tools, they were all in Lu Shi's system backpack. That set of ordinary tools included dozens of things, and basically everything could be taken out. However, Lu Shi did not notice that after she left, Catherine, who was obviously just an NPC, actually showed a different look in her eyes and looked straight at her back. If Lu Shi had some memory, she should be able to remember that at the beginning of the Novice Guidance task, there was a prompt like this. Players are requested to arrive at the farm as soon as possible. Leaving the farm idle for too long will cause unexpected events to occur. More than 2 months have passed since Lu Shi received the mission. Change has already happened. The Dark Night Forest is much better than the promised Dark Forest. When Lu Shi, Xiao Yuan, and Zhuozhuo walked in, they were completely stunned. There are several wide dirt roads in the middle of the forest, and plants grow neatly on both sides of the roads without affecting the roads. What shocked Lu Shi the most was that all the plants here were marked with their names, indicating that they could be picked and cut down. Click on the map in the upper right corner, and the information about the dark forest will appear completely on it. Even the range of monsters inside is marked, and what monsters live where. Lu Shi glanced at the sky and finally decided to wait until he completed the Novice Guidance mission before exploring the night forest. The task did not require a specific type of wood, so Lu Shi chose the nearest trees to cut down. Felling down the tree was also easy. She only needed to raise the axe and lightly hit the tree. After 2 or 3 hits, the whole tree fell to the ground and turned into processed wood, which could be collected in the system backpack. One tree can be turned into 5 or 6 pieces of wood, which is pretty good. Lu Shi only cut down 2 trees to meet the task requirements. Lu Shi got some other materials, by the way, and then walked back with the 2 dizzy and toothache cubs. It was strange that Lu Shi could obviously cut down the tree very easily, and Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo could not harm any plants in the forest, even if they tried their best. Arriving at the home of Craftsman Yuga, his home looked very similar to that of Carpenter Kent, except that the floor was filled with all kinds of metal tools with various uses, and there was even half a carriage that was being disassembled or assembled. Near the right wall, there is a blacksmith room with a blazing fire. Even from a distance, you can still feel the terrible heat emanating from it. Hello? Lu Shi shouted loudly several times, but the burly man in the blacksmith room did not respond at all and continued to concentrate on hammering the iron block in front of him. Lu Shi watched for a long time but couldn't find a suitable opportunity to start talking, so he simply took the small wooden stool next to him and sat down with Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo to wait for the man's action plot to end. Some NPCs will have some special action plots to enrich their characters. Some can be interrupted by players and some cannot. Lu Shi felt that the plot of this person forging iron should be the latter. 10 minutes later, when Lu Shi and others were feeling a little sleepy, the sound of iron hammering finally stopped. Wu He, who had a macho face, picked up the towel hanging on the wall next to him, wiped the sweat off his body, and looked at Lu Shi. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" The voice was cold and heartless.
Tell me, what do you want from me?
This question made Lu Shi suddenly stunned. Her previous interactions with several other NPC residents had already made her realize that there was some kind of connection between these NPC residents. This connection is manifested in the fact that they can understand each other's cognitive status without having to contact each other. Lu Shi originally thought that the craftsman named Wu He was the same, but his impatient look and ignorant look seemed to be different from what she knew. "It's about the teleportation box,"
Lu Shi explained.
When talking to these NPC residents, one does not need to pay too much attention to the wording. Basically, just say what should be mentioned. Even if the preface and the following words are inconsistent, these NPC residents can continue the subsequent conversation based on the key words. At the same time, Lu Shi was observing Wu He's reaction. For some reason, the name above Wu He's head seemed to be a little dimmer than that of others. He also didn't know if it was because he was dazzled just now, but Lu Shi always felt that Wu He's name seemed to flicker. Wu He listened to Lu Shi talking, and it seemed that the word's transmission box triggered a key word. His eyes became empty for a moment, and although they quickly returned to normal, Lu Shi did not miss it. Wu He quickly picked up Lu Shi's words, but his attitude was still not friendly. "You want to repair the transmission box, right? Are all the materials ready?" Lu Shi nodded, but before she could answer, Wu He turned around and said, "Let's go if you're ready." Wu He turned and walked towards Lu Shi's residence at a very fast pace. It seemed that other NPC residents were not as fast as him. Lu Shi had to jog to keep up with him. Xiao Yuan noticed this and immediately no longer had a good impression of this man. She growled angrily at Wu He. Wu He turned his head to glance at Xiao Yuan, then quickly looked away and walked in front. Zhuozhua also noticed that Lu Shi could not keep up with Wu He, but it was different from Xiao Yuan. Its approach was more direct. It bit Lu Shi's clothes in its mouth and tried to carry her on its back. "Hey, Zhuozhua, no need. It's just such a far distance." Lu Shi staggered due to the pull, so he didn't notice that Wu He looked at Xiao Yuan. These NPC residents on the farm should only react to the only player Lu Shi. In the end, Lu Shi did not let Zhuozhua carry her on his back. She smoothed the wrinkles on her clothes. It was not that she did not want Zhuozhua to carry her on his back, but once Zhuozhua carried her on his back, he would have to fly high in the sky and make a few circles before continuing to fly according to the route. But this farm is not that big. Zhuozhua can fly from one end to the other by flapping his wings twice. There is really no need to do that. Zhuozhua was not disappointed either. He put his wings behind his back and walked on the road with his head held high, like a leader on inspection, following Lu Shi. The road on the farm is really solid. Although it is just an ordinary bluestone road, when Zhuozhua walks on it, apart from making a loud noise, the stones on the ground do not move at all, and even the dust is not splashed. Walking through the wide, open iron gate, Wu He went straight to the left side of the house. Lu Shi followed him and only noticed some traces on the ground when they got closer. It seems as if there were once many objects sitting on it, but as time passed, only a base remained. "Give me the wood and the basic maintenance drawings." Wu He didn't waste any words. He stood still and stretched out his hand towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi called up the system backpack panel, and a translucent screen appeared in front of her, with rows of grids showing different items. Unlike the games he had played on Earth before, when he opened the backpack, he could only see the icons of different items displayed in the grid. But now, Lu Shi can see the real appearance of an item in the grid of the backpack. By clicking on a separate backpack grid, you can also zoom in to view the holographic projection of a certain item, with even the details clearly visible. After choosing to take out the basic maintenance drawings in the grid, an A4 paper that seemed to have a machine structure pattern printed on it appeared in Lu Shi's palm. Click on the wood again, and select the quantity. In the blink of an eye, a bundle of wood appears on the open space next to Lu Shi. Wu He reached out and took the basic maintenance drawings from Lu Shi's hand. looked up and down for a few times, then put the drawings away and went to the side to carry the wood. A set of tools appeared in his hand at some point. A clang-clang sound was heard, and Lu Shi looked at it in surprise. Compared with other NPCs, the movements of this Wu he could be observed. Although it seemed to be accelerated dozens of times, it was indeed possible to see the process of creating something from nothing, instead of things suddenly appearing in the blink of an eye. A few minutes later, a huge box that could hold a whole person appeared in front of Lu Shi. Wu He put away his tools and said, "The transport box has been repaired, and there are some materials. I will help you repair the kitchen in the yard." Not sure if it was an illusion, but Lu Shi always felt that Wu He's tone seemed a little unhappy. Also, he seemed to say you instead of you. Without waiting for Lu Shi to respond, Wu He had already taken action on his own. Soon, a simple kitchen stove appeared next to it. It was made of wood and was about 1.5 meters long. There were 2 pots side by side on the left, a cutting board in the middle, and a sink on the right. There are many drawers underneath, which contain a lot of seasonings and various kitchen utensils. Lu Shi's eyelids were twitching as he watched. He really had no idea where all those things came from when the only materials were a pile of wood. The pool had no water pipe, so where did the water come from? The wooden kitchen stove, was it really okay to light a fire on it? But since these things on the farm didn't follow physics at all, Lu Shi could only accept it. After finishing this simple little kitchen, Wu He didn't look happy. He left without saying hello to Lu Shi. Perhaps this is the character setting of this character? Lu Shi looked at Wu He's back and thought, any story is like this. There will always be a few people with eccentric personalities. Novice Guidance Task December 13th. The teleportation box has been repaired. Now you can try using it. Please make any dish, and use the teleportation box to send the dish to the restaurant. Task reward, 100 experience points, sales board unlocked. Lu Shi looked at the task, then looked at the simple kitchen in front of her. Well, she knew that everything the system gave her would be used. Approaching the simple kitchen, a transparent panel that only Lu Shi could see soon appeared above the kitchen, displaying a long list of dish names. However, most of them are gray in color, with a lock mark on them. Only the first few dishes are colorful. These dishes are the ones that Lu Shi just learned in the restaurant. They're all very simple. However, because there are not enough ingredients, there are currently no dishes that Lu Shi can cook, so she has to grow vegetables first. Lu Shi clicked on a few recipes and took a look at them one by one. The easiest one to make was the French fries, which required 2 cassava melons and 1 tomato. Cassava is to earth what potatoes are to earth, and tomato is to earth what cassava is to earth. It seems that there are many things inherited from Earth in this game, but with the assimilation into the other world, many items have been changed to other names. Lu Shi had a lot of cassava melons in her backpack. After all, she had just planted cassava melons and harvested dozens of them. After giving 2 to Mrs. Millie, there were still a lot left. Unlike the fixed harvest quantity in the game, when Lu Shi plants a seed, he may harvest 3 to 6 finished fruits. This number is random. Although compared with reality, this amount of harvest seems too small, but who can grow vegetables and get the harvest in just 10 minutes? After leaving the simple kitchen, Lu Shi returned to the farmland he had reclaimed before and planted a bag of tomato seeds. There were 10 seeds in a bag, and he could harvest about 40 fruits. There is no such thing as failure in planting in the game. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the words harvestable soon appeared on the farmland. Lu Shi picked up the sickle, swung it twice, and returned to the simple kitchen with a backpack full of tomatoes. Before leaving, Lu Shi also planted the remaining 2 bags of cassava and cabbage seeds to avoid wasting time. The dish selection panel reappeared, and Lu Shi chose French fries. It showed that the material requirements of 2 cassava melons and 1 tomato were met, so Lu Shi clicked to make it again. What surprised her was that it did not go directly into the cooking steps, but instead presented 2 options: automatic and manual. Lu Shi clicked on it and took a look at the automatic process. It only took 2 minutes to make a dish. Although it would take less time to make it manually, the automatic process could actually choose the number of dishes to be made, and it could cook dozens of dishes in a row. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Shi decided to max it out and use all the cassava melons in his backpack. A total of 20 French fries appeared in the production list. Lu Shi had nothing else to do but watch the entire simple kitchen process. As if being operated by an invisible person, all kinds of tools moved out of thin air. I don't know how the cassava melons and tomatoes that appeared on the table jumped into the sink one by one to wash themselves, then jumped onto the chopping board, rolled under the blade of the kitchen knife, peeled off the skin, and became clean. The unheld kitchen knife quickly cut the cassava melon, and French fries of equal size appeared on the chopping board. Then they lined up and jumped into the bubbling oil pan, turned golden, and jumped one by one onto the plate next to it. Lu Shi was stunned, and so were Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo beside him. They walked around the simple kitchen several times, trying to figure out who was controlling these things. Stay calm, these are all normal operations. Lu Shi silently comforted himself in his heart, and by the way stopped the young dragon Zhuozhuo, who wanted to spit fire at the makeshift kitchen. Although this young dragon is very obedient, Xiao Yuan is no less worried because its fighting power is too high. Whatever it does can cause great damage. The prepared dishes were stacked one on top of another on the table, without any fear of them being crushed. Lu Shi brought out a plate and tasted it with Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo. The texture was crispy and refreshing, and the ketchup was particularly sweet and delicious. However, Lu Shi felt that this delicacy seemed to lack some soul and was not as delicious as the food she made herself. This is not Lu Shi bragging. She felt the same way, and so did Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo. After taking 2 bites, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo had no intention of continuing to taste it, even though it actually tasted delicious. It's a pity that they can't speak, otherwise Lu Shi would definitely ask them carefully to find out the reason. While eating, Lu Shi suddenly felt that he had more energy. He looked at the French fries in his hand in surprise, only to find a small panel with an introduction. Skipping the line of introduction about the cooking method and taste, Lu Shi looked at the line of text at the bottom. French fries. Eat to restore 50 points of physical strength. Lu Shi was slightly stunned. Indeed, when he was on Earth, the Game Leisure Farm had food that could restore physical strength or have some other bonus functions. But Lu Shi didn't expect that even after she traveled to another world, this function still existed. No, is this function only for her, or can it also work for others? Lu Shi fell into deep thought, but unfortunately, she could still see the change in physical strength from her attribute panel. If she gave it to Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo, even if they felt something, they couldn't tell her clearly. Besides herself, the others in this farm are NPC residents, so it would be even more ineffective to use it on them. Are there any foods with more obvious effects? Lu Shi began to check the list of dishes in the kitchen. Unfortunately, except for the first few that had been unlocked, the rest had to be unlocked before they could be viewed. Lu Shi had no choice but to focus his attention on the 5 plates of French fries that had already been prepared. After putting the French fries into the backpack, Lu Shi approached the transmission box that had just been repaired by Wu He. The lid of the transmission box opened automatically, and there was nothing inside. Only a transparent panel appeared in front of Lu Shi, which was somewhat similar to the style of a system backpack box. Lu Shi called out the system backpack and dragged the French fries in the system backpack to the panel of the transfer box. After setting the quantity to 3, an option button, "Do you want to teleport?" appeared. Lu Shi selected OK, and the French fries in the teleportation box disappeared instantly. A system notification popped up. System prompt: "Congratulations on getting 660 copper coins." Lu Shi calculated that she put 3 plates of French fries on the plate, which meant that each plate of French fries was worth 220 copper coins. Judging from the game values, the price doesn't seem too expensive, but if you substitute it into the ordinary civilians of this world, a family of 3 only spends an average of 1 copper coin a day. It is understandable that a simple dish of French fries made by Lu Shi is worth 220 copper coins, which is such a wonderful thing. Miss Lucy. Kailina suddenly appeared at the door and greeted Lu Shi with a smile. Lu Shi turned her head and saw Kailina coming over. "The restaurant has received the dishes you made, Miss Lu Shi." The guests are very satisfied. It seems that it has not been 10 seconds since I submitted my application. Why did you come here? Have you been waiting at the door for me to submit my application? And there are no customers in your restaurant. Lu Shi took a deep breath and tried to calm his complaining thoughts. I'm going to trouble you, Miss Lucy, next. In addition to the prepared dishes, if you have a large amount of ingredients, you can submit them to our restaurant. Kalina said with a smile. Also, if you are short of some ingredients when cooking, Miss Lucy, you can also go to the hunter's house east of the village to buy them. He has many kinds of meat at a very cheap price. Oh, by the way, Miss Lucy. Kalina vividly showed the expression of suddenly thinking of something important. She raised her arm, and a huge propaganda billboard more than 2 meters high and 1 meter wide appeared in her hand. This is a sales notice board that records some of the customer's needs. You can prepare dishes according to the customer's needs and sell them directly to the customers. The selling price will be higher. You can also sell some items you don't need on it. Lu Shi watched Kalina casually stick the huge sales sign into the ground, then say goodbye with a cheerful and enthusiastic smile, his eyes blank. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Lu Shi approached the sales board and saw that the panel was divided into 2 parts, with commission area written on the top and sale area written on the bottom. There were several A4 papers hanging side by side in the commission area, with bold black letters saying, Consultant request for a serving of French fries. There is also a line of small words marked in the lower right corner, price, 230 copper coins. Lu Shi remembered that he used a teleportation box to send a dish of French fries to the restaurant and earned 220 copper coins. In other words, these contents in the commission area will be given a higher price after completion, which is more appropriate than directly delivering the dishes to the restaurant. However, Lu Shi took a look at the introduction next to it and found that the sales board only had a maximum of 30 orders a day, and only 10 orders would be displayed at a time. After completion, the next order would be refreshed until all 30 orders for the day were completed. The selling area was blank, with nothing in it, but this was normal. Lu Shi took a look at the explanation next to it, which said that Lu Shi had to sell the items himself and set the price himself. If someone bought them, Lu Shi would make money. If no one bought them, the items would remain listed unless Lu Shi took them down himself. For example, for a plate of fried French fries, Lu Shi can price it at 100 copper coins per plate in the selling area, or he can price it at 100,000 copper coins per plate. The lower the price, the higher the chance of selling it. Lu Shi pondered for a long time, so who is buying this thing? It is also very easy to operate. When you get close to a certain distance, a transparent panel will pop up. Lu Shi opens his backpack, moves the items to be sold or submitted, and clicks to confirm. The novice guidance task requires fulfilling 10 customers' requests. Lu Shi took a look and saw that out of the initial 10 orders on the sales board, 5 were for fried French fries, probably because this dish is the simplest to prepare and easiest to complete. This game system is somewhat conscientious, allowing players to complete novice tasks easily without having to be so busy collecting materials everywhere just for a novice guidance task. However, the quantity of dishes required for each commission is different, and the prices given are also different. Even the same dishes can be given different prices. For example, the cheapest portion of French fries cost 230 copper coins, while the highest portion of French fries cost a full 260 copper coins, a huge price difference. Lu Shi submitted 9 plates of fried French fries, fulfilling the needs of 5 customers and earning 2,150 copper coins in the blink of an eye. Together with the copper coins he had earned before, his account suddenly became full of 2,860 copper coins. Although it is still not much, it seems to make people feel a lot more at ease. Without money, there is no confidence. No matter what you do, having money is equivalent to half of the success. Lu Shi looked at the other commissions. 5 completed commissions had been refreshed into other demands. In addition to dishes, these customers' demands also included demands for ingredients. For example, there is a commission that requires 10 cassava melons, and the price is 200 copper coins. 1 cassava melon is equal to 20 copper coins, which is 5 copper coins more than the price given by the restaurant. A pack of cassava melon seeds costs 100 copper coins. There are 10 seeds in a pack, and you can harvest about 40 cassava melons. The net profit of one pack of cassava melon seeds is 500 to 600 copper coins. The whole process actually only took Lu Xi a dozen minutes. No, Lu Xi could plant at least dozens of packets of seeds in a dozen minutes. Even if he only spent 8 hours a day growing vegetables and only planted the cheapest cassava, his daily profit could be more than 100,000 copper coins, which is equivalent to 10 gold coins. The data looks normal in the game, but is it so outrageous in reality? Lu Xi was stunned for a moment, and after a casual calculation, he suddenly felt that he might have made a mistake. How could there be so many zeros? After harvesting all the cassava and vegetables that had been planted in the farmland, Lu Xi finally gathered together the 10 customer demands required to complete the novice guidance task. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing all the novice guidance tasks. The basic functions of this game have been fully unlocked. Please explore more game content on your own. A golden light that was invisible to others flashed for a few seconds, and then the game panel that Lu Xi was once very familiar with appeared in front of her. The game panel floated about 1 meter in front of Lu Xi. It could be moved closer or further away at will, or controlled by body movements. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the latter looks like a person groping in the air. When there are people around, it is better to control it with consciousness. In the upper left corner of the panel is a character portrait. Click on it to view personal information. Below the portrait is a task list. Under normal circumstances, only the task name is displayed, and the content can only be seen after clicking on it. In the upper right corner is the game map. Click it to view the terrain within a certain range around the farm. Lu Xi has never left the farm, so he doesn't know if this map will still be useful after leaving the farm. As for the night forest, in Lu Xi's judgment, it is included in the farm system. Normal forests do not have the ability to display the names of plants. Below the map is the backpack, and next to the backpack is the friend system, which is one of the basic functions that have just been unlocked. There is no friend in it, and I don't know what it does. In the lower right corner is a system settings icon, which is also the basic unlocking function. Lu Xi clicked it and took a look out of curiosity. The system settings of a normal game include sound, picture quality, game customer service, account information, etc. I don't know what can be said in the system settings after it becomes a real farm. There wasn't much content, but every line made Lu Xi's pupils tremble. The name Lucy Rollert finally made Lu Xi determine where the discomfort she had always felt when being called by her name came from. At the same time, this also proves that Lu Xi's current body once belonged to someone or to a family, and this family is the Rollert family. The faction binding is written as Lingyu Farm, which is the name Lu Xi just chose today. Clicking the plus sign at the back shows that other facts can be added. But after Lu Xi randomly filled in a few names, it either showed there is no such force or the player has never obtained ownership of this force and does not meet the binding conditions. Lu Xi roughly understood what was going on. The same was true for the plus sign after the power relationship. However, after Lu Xi tried to fill in the dragon hunting mercenary group, it actually showed that the addition was successful. There is also an additional prompt. The relationship with this faction is normal. Please confirm whether to add it. There are 5 levels of power relations: hatred, stranger, ordinary, friendly, and close friend. After working together for more than a month, it seemed that they had a very good relationship with each other, but he did not expect that the system would judge him as just average in the end. Lu Xi shook his head and sighed. There is very little trust between people. However, Lu Xi wanted to know what the use of being added would be, and she didn't know any other forces, and it was unlikely that she would have any other interactions in the short term. After thinking about it, she decided to confirm. This thing should be able to be deleted by then, right? After waiting for a while, Lu Xi did not see any other changes except for the addition of the words Dragon Hunting Mercenary Group on the power relationship. Putting aside his doubts, Lu Xi began to observe the contents of the next 2 lines. The intelligence push requires the construction of a bulletin board, but building a bulletin board requires Lu Xi to learn the carpenter skill, so she must first find Kent to unlock it. Lu Xi glanced at the sky, which was gradually getting darker, and decided to wait until tomorrow to discuss these matters. She then looked at the last line of words, which she felt contained the most information. Elemental Continent should be the name of this different world, similar to the Earth before Lu Shi traveled through time. The word server refers to such a world. Lu Shi looked at the words other servers cannot be unlocked for the time being, and an idea suddenly appeared in her mind. It cannot be unlocked for the time being, which means that as long as Lu Shi can find the right conditions, he can unlock other servers. So can the Earth be unlocked as well? Is there any chance that she can return to Earth? Lu Shi slapped his face twice to wake himself up. He suppressed the scattered thoughts that he couldn't do at the moment, exited the system settings, and looked at other functions. Between the character portrait in the upper left corner and the system map in the upper right corner, there is a row of icons: Mall, Activities, Achievements, and Sign-In. Lu Shi opened them one by one and found that there were several small category pages in the mall. The first few pages displayed were labeled clothing, props, and furniture respectively. Lu Shi just clicked on it and took a look at the items, then closed it decisively. After all, most of the currency units in it were gold coins, and she was really poor. In addition, there is a type of currency that Lu Shi has never seen before. Elemental Stone? Lu Shi frowned slightly. She had never heard of this name. The word lottery was displayed on the following page. Lu Shi clicked on it and found that there were two ways to draw a lottery. One used ordinary currency, and the other used elemental stones. However, Lu Shi did not seem to meet the requirements for activating the lottery function, so the entire lottery page was gray and the details could not be viewed. Lu Shi looked back and saw that there was a recharge page after the lottery. Unexpectedly, the recharge page clearly listed two rows of data. The first row was Lu Shi's virtual property in the farm system, that is, the copper coin task rewards that only appeared on the game panel and did not exist in reality. The second row is Lu Shi's real property. The number of gold and silver coins she obtained at the auction house is clearly displayed. There is a conversion sign between the two columns of data, indicating that Lu Shi can convert money into each other. Thinking of the insane speed of making money in the game, Lu Shi's expression gradually became dull.
This.
Wouldn't it be easy for her to become the richest person in the world? But thinking of the sky-high items in the system mall, Lu Shi was not so sure. Although making money in the game was fast, spending money seemed to be even faster. After casually transferring a few dozen gold coins to the game account, Lu Shi confirmed that this was real and clicked on other functions with an uneasy mood. The activity only shows there are currently no open activities. There was a lot of content in the achievements. Lu Shi took a look and saw many words to be claimed. The second page is achievement rewards such as first time planting crops, first time making a dish, first time buying seeds, completing the novice guidance task, etc., all of which can receive 1,000 to 3,000 copper coins. The last page is the title rewards. Currently, Lu Shi has only obtained the title of Novice Farmer, which gives an unlocking reward of 1,500 copper coins and a 1% increase in crop harvest after wearing the title. It can be said that this bonus is comparable to no bonus at all. There are two sign-in pages. One is for newcomers to log in for 7 days. It is a time-limited task and gives a lot of things. On the first day, a set of tables and chairs is given, and in the next few days, various furniture is given. The final reward is the appearance of a pastoral villa. Lu Shi looked at his shabby two-story house and felt that he urgently needed this reward. The other is daily sign-in, where you will be given some tools, materials, and the like randomly every day. After signing in for a certain number of consecutive days, you will also be able to obtain limited props. After receiving something called low-level monster feed, Lu Shi looked at a function called Power Management in the lower left corner. She wasn't sure when this feature appeared, but she had definitely never seen it before. There are also several small pages in Power Management. The first page displays the words Lingyu Farm. After opening it, you can view various information about the current Lingyu Farm, including all the resident NPCs, but only the information of the NPCs that Lu Shi has contacted can be viewed. The resident NPCs that Lu Shi has not contacted are in gray. It seems that Lu Shi still needs to take the time to visit other resident NPCs one by one. The second page shows the word Magic Pet, but unfortunately it is locked, so Lu Shi cannot click to view it. He must need to complete some task before it can be activated. The third page is Power Relationship Management. When clicked, the names of the Rolilt family and the dragon hunting mercenary group are displayed respectively. Lu Shi can see the relationship status between these two forces and himself, and can also set the authority for these forces. For example, whether members of these forces are allowed to enter the farm, whether they are allowed to interact with the resident NPCs, whether they are allowed to pick crops on the farm, etc. There are also some content permissions that Lu Shi is not clear about, such as whether the information on the bulletin board is public, whether the sales board permissions are open, etc. Considering the safety, Lu Shi chose no for all the answers. After she has a better understanding of Lingyu Farm and is sure that these will not cause any adverse effects on her, Lu Shi may slowly open up these permissions. Now, Lu Shi looked at the darkening sky, went to cook first, and then took a rest. If there was anything, they would wait until the sun rose tomorrow to discuss it. The warm morning sun shines through the window onto a delicate and small light green polka single bed. Lu Shi, who was sleeping soundly on it, couldn't help but turn over under the increasingly hot sunlight to avoid the dazzling sunlight. Woo-woo. Xiao Yuan woke up very early and had been guarding Lu Shi's bedside. When she found that Lu Shi was about to wake up, she quickly bit the quilt in Lu Shi's arms, trying to wake Lu Shi up. Stop making trouble. Lu Shi pulled the quilt back and buried his head in it. He muttered something and called out a name vaguely. Xiao Yuan tilted her head in confusion. That name was not its name or the young dragon Zhuozhua's name. Zhuozhua also sleeps in this room at night. Although this two-story building looks shaky and may collapse at any time, it is actually very solid. Zhuozhua looked at Xiao Yuan, then turned to look at Lu Shi, who was unwilling to get up from the bed. He snorted at Xiao Yuan with an expression that said, "You can't do this. Watch me." Xiao Yuan didn't argue with Zhuozhua. She tilted her head to think about it, then gave up the position at the head of the bed, leaving it for Zhuozhua to perform. Zhuozhua came over with 2 heavy footsteps, and the whole house seemed to be shaking. The huge dragon had lowered and bit the collar of Lu Shi's pajamas. With another push, Lu Shi, who was holding the quilt tightly, was lifted up. Lu Shi opened his eyes blankly, and what he saw was an extremely unfamiliar room, with light green walls, a huge dark green wardrobe, a green dressing table, and dark green bedside tables. And the most eye-catching fiery red monster body in front of him.
Ah?
When Zhuozhua heard Lu Shi's voice, he quickly let go of Lu Shi. Lu Shi instantly fell down on the quilt, his eyes still full of confusion. Isn't this her home? She just heard her dog calling her.
Dog?
Lu Shi looked at the silver-gray figure in the corner at the end of the bed. The tail behind it was already wagging happily, leaving an afterimage. Xiao Yuan. Her confused memory finally began to revive. Lu Shi looked at Zhuozhua, who had picked her up and woke her up. At this moment, she looked proud and waited for praise. She felt a little amused. Zhuozhua, good morning. Lu Shi yawned casually and stood up from the bed. Zhuozhua quickly stepped back a few steps to make room for the head of the bed. Lu Shi took a look at the layout of the rooms around her. This was of course the 2-story building that the system had arranged for her in Lingyu Farm. The furniture was a reward for part of the novice guidance mission. It was not the style of another world at all, but was full of the feeling of Earth, especially the soft and comfortable Simmons single bed. After Lu Shi fell asleep on it, he dreamed of returning to Earth. When I woke up, I still thought I was on Earth. Walking out of the room, the kitchen is just across the wall on the right. The kitchen and living room are connected without any separate walls or doors, so it looks particularly spacious. Especially when there is no furniture, it is quite spacious. The bathroom was next to the stairwell, located under the stairs on the 2nd floor. Lu Shi took a look and found the space to be quite large. There was only a simple wash basin and toilet, and the bathtub was empty. She probably had to get new furniture to replace it, but it can be used this way. Lu Shi's requirements are not that high. He has lived the life of a savage, so what is there that he cannot accept? The stairs leading to the 2nd floor were broken, with several broken wooden boards dangling around, looking like they would fall down at any time, waiting for Lu Shi to repair them. But Lu Shi knew that even if she asked Zhuozhuo to pull them, the wooden boards would not fall down. The same was true for the stairs in the basement. It was pitch black, and it was hard to tell where one would fall if one missed a step. But Lu Shi tried it, and found that there was an air wall above, so he couldn't fall at all. There is a door leading to the side room. The door is relatively intact, but there is a huge lock on it, and I don't know how to unlock it. However, Lu Shi was not in a hurry. She had enough time to understand all of this. After all, her golden finger didn't give her the task of killing you directly if you don't complete a certain event within a certain period of time. The kitchen had not been repaired yet, and was a mess. Lu Shi ran directly to the yard and used the simple kitchen to make breakfast. Repairing the kitchen requires Lu Shi to learn the skills of a craftsman first. Lu Shi decided to wait until after breakfast before going to find the craftsman Wu He to learn. Although many recipes need to be unlocked before they can be made, if Lu Shi does not use the system's simplified cooking function, she can still use the kitchen normally. Taking out a bag of flour, Lu Shi casually baked a few pancakes and made a pot of tomato soup with tomatoes. Breakfast was almost ready. When passing by the human town before, Lu Shi took into account the unknown situation of the farm, so she added a lot of supplies to her contract package, which could guarantee at least 1 month's food for her, Xiao Yuan, and Zhuozhuo. Now it seems that although there is plenty of food on the farm and there is no need to worry about starving, these foods prepared in advance still have many uses. Without the food for the 7 people from the dragon hunting mercenaries, Lu Shi even found cooking a lot simpler. Even if she doesn't need to do too much work, cooking meals for 10 people is not easy in itself. Although the price of 200 gold coins is very expensive, Lu Shi's cooking skills are fully worthy of this price. It would be better to say that Lu Shi was at a loss. With her cooking skills, one dish was worth at least a few gold coins in the aristocratic restaurant. She cooked for a whole month, 3 meals a day, with at least 3 or 4 dishes for each meal. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo are not picky eaters. They like all the meals cooked by Lu Shi, no matter how simple or complex they are. In the bare yard, the man and his 2 pets sat on the bluestone floor and finished their first breakfast after arriving at the farm. Lu Shi looked through the game panel and began to sort out the things he needed to do today. After completing the novice guidance task, several new tasks popped up on the panel, and he had to complete them one by one. The top one is the main quest. Then there is a row of daily tasks, including signing in, planting, cooking, completing customer requests, etc. The rewards range from 100 copper coins to 1,000 copper coins. Then there are 2 side quests. Apart from anything else, the 100 copper coins reward given for daily sign-in is enough to buy at least a pack of cassava seeds, so that players won't be trapped in the embarrassing situation of having nothing to do. The system is really conscientious. The first thing is to plant vegetables, which is the foundation of the farm's development. There are no seeds left in my backpack, so I have to buy some later. Lu Shi thought. Lu Shi had already planted all the seeds he had obtained yesterday, and even opened up several more plots of farmland. At this moment, the words harvestable were written all over the farmland. The initial reclamation of farmland is next to the gate. At this time, the entire farmland is connected together, full of bumper crops, which looks very spectacular. Lu Shi gathered all the vegetables from the farmland and looked around the simple kitchen. There were still only enough to make dozens of French fries, as there was still a lack of ingredients for several other dishes. After setting up the automatic production of French fries, Lu Shi took Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo to visit the farm residents in order, buy items, learn skills, and unlock the illustrations by the way. The first place Lu Shi went to was Mrs. Millie's house. He bought some seeds and planted them. He would then do other tasks while waiting for the seeds to mature, which would save time. But Lu Shi didn't expect that Mrs. Millie was not at home. Only the little girl Ling was sitting on the swing in the yard. "Ms. Lucy, my mother is not at home. If you want to buy seeds, you can look at the sales board." When Lu Shi was thinking about whether to go find Mrs. Millie, Ling suddenly spoke. Lu Shi was stunned. When he looked over, he found that Ling was still sitting on the swing without any other reaction. The sales board was placed at the door. Lu Shi approached it, and a transparent panel quickly popped up, showing the various crop seeds on sale. Unfortunately, Lu Shi can only buy 3 kinds of things: cassava, tomato, and cabbage, and the purchase is limited to 10 pieces per day. Apart from that, the way to get seeds is probably to complete tasks. After returning to his own yard, Lu Shi opened up a few more plots of farmland, totaling 10 plots, and planted all the cassava seeds in one go. She has discovered that it is better to plant only 10 seeds in a piece of farmland, as the probability of producing more fruits is higher. Once more than 10 seeds are planted in a piece of farmland, the harvest is basically guaranteed to be 3 fruits. Of course, a piece of farmland in Lu Shi is different in size from those farmlands reclaimed by residents outside. Other people's farmlands are 1 acre in size, while a piece of farmland in Lu Shi is only 2 meters long and wide, or 4 square meters. It looks like playing house. Lu Shi was going to find the carpenter Kent now. Fortunately, Kent was at home, so Lu Shi didn't make the trip in vain. "Ms. Lucy, you want to learn carpentry skills, right? Then please give me 10 pieces of frost tree wood first." After triggering the conversation about learning skills, Kent asked Lu Shi to provide some wood, and highlighted what kind of wood was needed. Lu Shi had no choice but to turn around and run back to the night forest to chop trees. The frost and dew tree was closer to the entrance, so Lu Shi didn't walk too far. After chopping down more than a dozen trees, he ran back to hand over the wood to Kent. After receiving the wood, Kent nodded with satisfaction and said, "Now, let's go to your house to formally learn carpentry skills." Lu Shi was confused. "Ah?" Kent didn't care about Lu Shi's reaction and walked towards Lu Shi's house on his own. Lu Shi had no choice but to follow him. After Kent walked into Lu Shi's yard, he stood next to the transmission box that Wu He had repaired earlier. Lu Shi was still waiting for him to speak when he saw a woodworking table more than 3 meters long appear in front of him. "Miss Lucy, now you can try to make a wooden table." Lu Shi looked at Kent, who had a pleased expression on his face, was silent for a moment, then walked to the woodworking table and a transparent panel emerged. The only lit wooden table option appeared in front of Lu Shi. Lu Shi already met the requirements for the 2 pieces of wood, so he clicked on the production button. 2 pieces of wood instantly appeared on the woodworking table. At this time, an exclamation mark appeared on the tool saw on the table. Lu Shi clicked on the saw, and the saw flew up by itself and cut the wood. Soon, a pile of neatly laid boards and strips appeared on the countertop. Exclamation marks kept appearing on the tools. Lu Shi only had to click and saw all the tools start to move on their own. After a short while, a long wooden table that could accommodate 4 people for dining appeared on the woodworking bench. Lu Shi left the woodworking table with a numb expression and looked at the carpenter Kent. Kent nodded with satisfaction. "Miss Lucy, you did a great job. In this way, you have learned carpentry skills." System notifications pop up at the appropriate time. System notification. Congratulations to the player for learning the carpenter skill. The current carpenter level is level 1 and has unlocked wooden tables, wooden chairs, etc. furniture making. Ms. Lucy, what a carpenter needs is perseverance. Once you have made enough items, you'll be able to learn more advanced carpentry skills and make more items. Kent said this with a smile and left without waiting for Lu Shi's reply. Lu Shi looked back at the other traces on the ground, sighed, and resigned himself to going to find other residents to learn skills. It's a good thing that she doesn't have to do those trivial things by herself, otherwise she would doubt whether she can do it well. Tailor Dai Wu was also at home. His home was a clothing store. There were many beautiful clothes in the transparent display cabinets. Even Lu Shi was tempted, but unfortunately the prices below made Lu Shi give up. Thousands of gold coins for a set of clothes. She hasn't even started making money yet. How can she afford to spend so much? "Oh, Miss Lucy, you are here. You are as beautiful as always. Would you like to see the clothes in our store?" Daiwu greeted her with a warm smile. Lu Shi quickly refused. Although she knew that this sentence should be Daiwu's fixed line, her attitude towards those who wanted to take her money was always very serious. That is, absolutely not. "No, I want to learn tailoring skills." Daiwu's expression remained unchanged. "I see. Then, Miss Lucy, has your sewing machine been repaired? It's not appropriate to learn tailoring skills without the right tools." Lu Shi narrowed her eyes and recalled carefully. She had never seen related items at home. Where is the sewing machine? Without hesitation, Lu Shi asked Dai Wu directly. Ha ha ha, Dai Wu laughed heartily. The sewing machine is on the second floor of your house. Lu Shi hurried back to his house, stood in front of the broken stairs on the second floor, and checked the conditions for repairing the stairs. Lu Shi's eyes widened. What the Hades? She had to pay for repairing the stairs? Some people commented that I have very few intelligent races, only 4. In fact, I have set few levels, ha 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 ha, because my writing skills are not good enough. It is difficult to write too many settings. If I keep the settings simple, there will be fewer problems in the connection between the beginning and the end. Lu Shi just checked the requirements for repairing the stairs on the second floor, and another side quest soon popped up. Speaking of the game Casual Farm, it actually doesn't have many main quests. After all, it's a casual farm, so it certainly won't release too many main quests to keep players busy. Those that can be called main quests are basically the important content in the game, the kind that would be difficult to continue playing without doing the main quest. But at the same time, there are so many side quests in the leisure farm that dozens of them can be triggered at the same time. Some players said that the game production company actually changed the name of the main quest and put it under the side quest. Lu Shi deeply agrees with this. Although it is said that you can't play the game without completing the main quest, you can't play the game without completing many side quests either. After taking a look at the main task, Lu Shi figured that if he wanted to learn tailoring, he would have to repair the stairs and sewing machine on the second floor. To do that, he would have to learn the craftsman skill first, and the kitchen on the first floor also needed repair. Speaking of the hunting skill, it probably also requires tools, and it probably cannot escape the scope of the craftsman skill. In general, let's go find the craftsman Yuga first. The carpenter skill looks very similar to the craftsman skill, but there is a big difference between them. Carpenters mainly make various furniture and wooden products, while craftsmen master the skills of making tools and repairing various things. Wu-He was also at home, but he was not forging iron in the forge like he was yesterday. Instead, he was wearing a monocle and sitting in front of a workbench, concentrating on making something. The monocle is quite delicate, not at all like something a macho man like Wu-He would wear. At first glance, it looks a bit out of place, like Wu Song wearing a flower in his hair. But after taking a closer look, I feel something different. After all, Wu-He is a good-looking guy, except for his exaggerated muscles. Lu Shi glanced at Wu-He twice and felt that he would probably ignore her in this state, so she took out a small wooden chair from the corner and sat down on it boredly, waiting for Wu-He's action plot to end. Zhuozhuo and Xiao Yuan were guarding behind Lu Shi as usual, one on the left and one on the right, but the two cubs were not obedient. Zhuozhuo curiously bit the pigtail on Lu Shi's back and pulled it for fun. When Xiao Yuan saw this, she jumped up angrily and gave Zhuozhuo a claw to make it let go. Although it didn't hurt at all when Xiao Yuan hit him, Zhuozhuo still looked aggrieved. He let go of Lu Shi's hair, lowered his body, rubbed his head against Lu Shi, and complained about Xiao Yuan. Lu Shi was almost unable to sit still because of the rubbing. He touched Zhuozhuo's head perfunctorily with one hand as a comfort, and with the other hand, he did not forget to rub Xiao Yuan, who was angry. He was a very qualified master of keeping things balanced. Lu Shi, who was immersed in the interaction with the cubs, did not notice that while she and the cubs were laughing and giggling, Wu-He, who was concentrating on his work, looked up at her with dissatisfaction. However, thinking that Lu Shi did not choose to disturb him directly, but waited on the side, Wu-He lowered his head again. After Lu Shi calmed the two cubs down and tricked them into going outside to play in the water, he turned around and looked at Wu-He, who was still working seriously. A few minutes later, Wu-He finally put down the tools in his hand and walked towards Lu Shi, his tone as bad as ever. What do you want to ask me to do now? I want to learn the craftsman skills. Lu Shi said casually while looking at the monocle on Wu-He's face that had not been put away yet. Wu-He was about 1.9 meters tall, and when he got close to him, he felt quite oppressive. However, Lu Shi's mind was filled with Wu-He's character image, and he didn't notice the feeling of oppression at all. All the things currently available at Lingyu Farm are quite different in details from the leisure farms on Earth. For example, the character images and names have been changed to suit the different world. Lu Shi seriously felt that if the original casual farm game had a character design like Wu He, there would probably be an additional character strategy gameplay. Who doesn't like a big-chested muscular man wearing a delicate monocle? Lu Shi was lost in thought, and Wu He happened to speak at this time. She didn't hear clearly what Wu He said. After she came to her senses, she subconsciously asked, what did you say? Wu He frowned and looked at Lu Shi. He had just sneered and mocked. Relying on external things can also be considered learning. As a result, Lu Shi asked again. The taunting words lost their original effect after being repeated. So Wu He looked at Lu Shi coldly and said, if you want to learn the skill of craftsman, go and repair your repair station. Lu Shi didn't care about Wu He's bad attitude and asked sincerely, how do I repair the repair station?
Take it.
An A4 drawing full of machine structure was handed over by Wu He. After Lu Shi reached out to take it, a system notification popped up. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a repair station maintenance blueprint. Please prepare the following materials before use. Frost and dew tree wood times 10, sand and stone tree wood times 10, bluestone times 5. Wu He turned around and walked back, ignoring Lu Shi. Lu Shi was confused for a moment. This Wu He seemed different from the other NPC residents in every way. But without thinking too much, Lu Shi resigned himself to his fate and ran into the dark forest. Can't all the materials needed for these tasks be clearly stated in one go? Lu Shi was angry. In the past, when she played games, she only needed to tap on the screen, and at most she felt that running back and forth was a bit cumbersome, but now she was experiencing this game as a real person, relying entirely on her own legs. Zhuozhuo was flying on her back. Wouldn't Zhuozhuo feel tired? No. Zhuozhuo was flying happily above the dark forest at a very fast speed. If Xiao Yuan, who was chasing after him below, could speak, he would have cursed out loud by now. There are 3 types of trees in the night forest that can be cut down. The one closest to the farm entrance is the frost and dew tree, which was what Lu Shi collected in his previous mission. In the middle of the map is a plant called the sun and moon tree, which only appears at specific times. The gravel tree required for the mission was very far away, located on the other side of the dark forest. Lu Shi felt that it would take at least an hour to run there by himself. So it's time for Zhuozhuo to show his talents. Fortunately, Zhuozhuo was not prohibited from flying in the dark forest. Lu Shi jumped off Zhuozhuo's back. She was originally a little afraid of heights, but after flying with Zhuozhuo many times, she became completely fearless. Of course, her fear of heights is not pathological, such as fainting when in a high place, but simply a fear of the insecurity of heights. Almost everyone has this fear, but some people will overcome their fear through various experiences, while others will have their fear deepened through various experiences. Lu Shi was the former. Without a seatbelt or any protective measures, she was carried on Zhuozhuo's back for more than a month, and she no longer had any fear. The frost tree is a tree that is completely silvery white, as if covered with a layer of frost, while the sandstone tree is a tree that is completely bluish-black and has a metallic luster. If it weren't for the leaves growing on it, Lu Shi would have thought that this thing was carved out of some stone. There was no such plant in the casual farm games on Earth. Taking out an axe, he chopped down all the dozen trees around him. Lu Shi noticed the blue stone next to him, which was also the only kind of stone that could be mined in the dark night forest. In fact, it looks like an ordinary big stone, but it has a name on it that only Lu Shi can see, which makes it less ordinary. Taking out a pickaxe from the basic toolbox, Lu Shi swung it hard at the blue stone. After a clang sound, several system notifications popped up in succession. Lu Shi was stunned and almost cried. How many side quests did she have to complete before she could learn the tailoring skill? She tightened her grip on the pickaxe and sighed. She accepted her fate. What else could she do if she didn't do the quest? Turning over the previous side quests, Lu Shi saw side quest, Night Forest. The quest reward was a map, which should be the condition for unlocking the underground mine. Therefore, she now has to complete the side quest, Night Forest first, obtain the map of the quest reward, unlock the underground mine, find the miner Kofu in the mine, and learn the mining skill. After mining the bluestone, go back and repair the maintenance bench, learn the craftsman skill, then repair the second-floor stairs, repair the sewing machine, and then learn the tailor skill. Lu Shi sincerely prayed that no other side quests would pop up in the middle of the process, as her liver function was not very good. Lu Shi had explored the wild map in the casual farm game before. The main task was to unlock several teleportation points inside, so that players could use teleportation items to teleport to the location where they needed to obtain materials at any time, so as to avoid wasting time on the road. Now that the game has become real content, Lu Shi is not sure whether the process is the same. However, since there are no hints about the side quests, Lu Shi can only try it based on his previous experience. But this time, Lu Shi could no longer let Joshua carry her on his back because Joshua was flying too fast and she didn't have time to stop in many places and had to turn around and fly back. Roar! Just after turning a corner, the roar of a monster suddenly came. Lu Shi was shocked. Xiao Yuan and Joshua immediately stood in front of Lu Shi vigilantly. Lu Shi blinked and looked in the direction of the roar. There were 3 wild boar-like creatures about 1.5 meters tall, and their size was not too exaggerated. The hair on its body was a stone black-blue color, with long black mane hanging down, and 2 fangs several dozen centimeters long were sharply exposed, pointing towards the sky. Xiao Yuan was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. It could feel that there were only 3 ordinary monsters on the opposite side, and they were not a big threat to Lu Shi. After all, there was the young dragon Joshua here. As for Xiao Yuan itself, it is very self-aware. Although low-level monsters do not have elemental abilities, they are no match for it, as it has already mastered the wind element. But Xiao Yuan is just a cub after all. Its attack power is not even enough to break through the defense of these ordinary monsters. Their skin looks very hard. The most Xiao Yuan can do is run fast to avoid being caught up. The young dragon Joshua is different. Even if intermediate monsters come, it is difficult to break Joshua's defense. These ordinary monsters are not enough for Joshua to deal with a few flicks of his tail. Joshua also roared and was about to step forward to fight, but Lu Shi reached out and stopped Joshua. I clicked on the map to check, and sure enough, the words King Kong Boar were marked on the map of this location. It was not a threat, but just a material on the farm. Sure enough, after observing for a while, Lu Shi discovered that these wild boars were just wandering along the same route, roaring once every 10 minutes and doing nothing else. Even when Joshua walked among them with a swagger, there was no reaction. He didn't attack or run away. He was extremely dull. Joshua also noticed this, and his eager expression suddenly turned into a look of contempt for them. He expressed extreme contempt for these dead-like wild boars. Lu Shi shook his head and quickly passed by the group of King Kong wild boars. After entering the vicinity of the King Kong wild boars, the system sent a notification message. System prompt. The player has not yet learned the hunting skill and is temporarily unable to attack or capture prey. Lu Shi ignored the system notification that there was no side quest pop-up and continued on his way. He soon passed by a huge cave with the words King Kong Boar's Lair displayed on it. There is no such thing in the casual farm games on Earth. Who cares where the wild monsters in the game live? It's enough for them to refresh at fixed locations. Lu Shi couldn't hunt, so she didn't go in on purpose. She continued walking forward, passing a small river and many plants that could be picked. Finally, Lu Shi saw the target of her trip. A wooden tabletop covered with elemental magic circles. There is an empty space around, with just a wooden table there, so it is hard not to see it. Lu Shi walked over, her heart suddenly trembling. She had already seen all kinds of worn-out marks on the wooden tabletop. Would she need to learn the craftsman skill before she could repair it? No way. Tentatively approaching, a game panel suddenly appeared. Fortunately, there was no system notification that Lu Shi didn't want to see. Instead, a battery-like symbol appeared with the number 0% written on it, a red exclamation mark next to it, and a font that read this teleportation platform is missing elemental power. Then there are 2 lines of text below. Lu Shi understood that this teleportation platform was different from other items on the farm. It was in a charged form and required players to spend money to purchase specific items, such as elemental stones, to unlock it. However, it does not force players to spend money, and other things can be used as substitutes, such as elemental materials. But Lu Shi doesn't have these two things now. Lu Shi's gaze slowly moved and fell on Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo behind him. Looking at the two confused cubs, he slowly revealed a smile. When I was writing, I referred to certain games and observed the tasks in other games while writing. Just as Lu Shi expected, when she asked Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo to stand on the transmission platform and began to release their elemental power. There was a battery symbol on it that represented elemental power, and the numbers inside it began to grow. When the number reached 100%, a dazzling golden light burst out instantly, and even Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo could see it. After the light, a brand new teleportation platform appeared in front of Lu Shi. Without the system prompt, Lu Shi knew that her task progress bar had increased a lot. Continuing along the main road in the forest, Lu Shi soon passed through the territory of the Chubby Rabbit. Of course, the Chubby Rabbit was a name given by Lu Shi. In the mark on the map, its name is Wind Shadow Rabbit. It means the shadow of the wind. When the speed is so fast, you can only hear the sound of the wind, and you can't even see its shadow. Lu Shi had learned about this kind of monster when chatting with Dina from the dragon hunting mercenaries. Although it was a race of ordinary monsters, occasionally some mutated individuals would appear with activated elemental powers and become the king of the race. Unlike other monsters that occasionally activate elemental powers of other attributes, the Wind Shadow Rabbit has been discovered to be able to activate only the wind element, so it is also called the patron of the wind element. If Lu Shi hadn't walked into the middle of the Wind Shadow Rabbit's territory and the system notification that hunting was not allowed popped up, he would not have noticed that there were Wind Shadow Rabbits here. After standing and waiting for a few minutes, Lu Shi saw several white shadows quickly running from the left side of the road to the right side of the road, and then quickly running back, so fast that it made people wonder if he was dazzled. Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo were eager to try and catch those Wind Shadow Rabbits, but unfortunately they were too fast and gave them no chance at all. Moreover, even if they caught them, they would not be able to hurt them. Only Lu Shi, the player, has the authority to hunt for the things here. Lu Shi soon encountered a second dilapidated transmission platform. Without her saying a word, Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo had already jumped on it very consciously and began to charge the transmission platform. Lu Shi was very touched. She really didn't expect that bringing Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhuo with her would be so useful. If it were just her, she would have to find a way to spend money. After unlocking the second teleportation platform, Lu Shi discovered a pattern. That is, these two teleportation platforms were both located in the corners of the map. Like the farm, the system map in the upper right corner of Lucy's game panel can only show the main part of the night forest, but not the size of the outermost edge. On the system map, you can see a road with an overall square shape, connected end to end. The two lighted transmission platforms are located in the northeast corner and southeast corner respectively. The connecting entrance between the farm and the night forest is in the middle of the south direction, not next to the corners on both sides, so Lu Shi did not discover the existence of the teleportation platform before. After activating the teleportation platform in the southwest corner of the dark night forest, Lu Shi met the monster she most wanted to see, the red-feathered, white-feathered chicken. When Lu Shi saw a group of chickens, he was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. Although these chickens were a little bigger, more than half a meter tall, with beautiful long feathers hanging behind their tails, they looked more like some ornamental monsters. But it's a chicken. Lu Shi was deeply moved. The longer she stayed in the other world, the more she missed her life on Earth, and everything on Earth. She desperately wanted to find something in the other world that was similar enough to what was on Earth. Unfortunately, there was still no way to hunt, so Lu Shi had to continue moving forward. Next to the northwest corner, Lu Shi encountered the fourth type of monster, the sand rat. Speaking of which, sand rats are also Lu Shi's old friends. Sand rats are extremely fat, and their meat is most suitable for extracting oil. However, this kind of monster likes to burrow into the ground the most. They usually live underground and rarely come out. If Lu Shi hadn't seen a few sudden holes on the ground, he wouldn't have realized that there were monsters here. After the last teleportation platform was activated, Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo looked a little tired. Releasing elemental power is not an easy task, not to mention that they are just fragile cubs. Among them, Zhuozhuo contributed the most, taking on almost 80% of the elemental power. There was no way around it. The dragon was such an unreasonable and powerful creature. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest, Dark Forest, and receiving the quest reward 100 experience points and a map. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 5. An object like a parchment scroll appeared in Lu Shi's hand. Lu Shi unfolded it and saw a very detailed map drawn in a special way. Unfortunately, Lu Shi couldn't quite understand it, but the good news was that the method of using this map was not difficult to understand. A light blue arrow suddenly appeared above the map, guiding Lu Shi. Zhuozhuo curiously lowered his head to bite the arrow, but bit a mouthful of air. The arrow was just a projection, not a solid entity. Stopping Zhuozhuo from trying further, Lu Shi started walking in the direction of the arrow and finally stopped a little west of the north side of the night forest. The direction indicated by the arrow was a hillside cliff with no path, and several huge rocks were piled there irregularly. Although Zhuozhuo could take Lu Shi to fly up, Lu Shi felt that the arrow on the map did not mean that. He took a few tentative steps forward, and the parchment map in his hand suddenly flew up, turned into a ray of light, and rushed towards the huge rocks. A creaking sound was heard, and the boulder moved on its own, revealing a 3 or 4 meter high cave behind it. Looking closely, Lu Shi discovered that this cave was not formed naturally. Inside the cave entrance, one could see various wooden racks supporting the entrance so that it would not collapse easily due to accidents. This is a man-made hole. After the boulders were scattered to both sides and the sound faded away, a line of large characters that only Lu Shi could see appeared above the entrance of the cave. Underground mine. Without hesitation, Lu Shi walked towards the entrance of the mine. Even though it was daytime, there was an inexplicable darkness at the entrance of the mine. It was not until Lu Shi reached the door that he saw something like a mine cart track built underground. The entrance to the cave was very dark, but there were many mining lamps hanging on the walls on both sides. Although it was a little dim, it was still enough to illuminate things. After walking along the mine cart track for a distance, the environment suddenly became empty, and many roads appeared in front of us, leading to different directions. Lu Shi looked at the map in the upper right corner. Fortunately, the system map was usable, clearly showing the route in the mine and the location of the NPCs inside. This means Lu Shi doesn't have to search back and forth in the dark and complicated mine route. It's so cold here. Lu Shi rubbed her shoulders. Ever since she entered the underground mine, she had felt a special chill on her body, and the clothes she was wearing did not even have any effect in keeping her warm. After hearing Lu Shi's voice, Xiao Yuan quickly moved closer to Lu Shi, trying to warm Lu Shi with her smooth fur. Zhuozhuo followed suit, spreading her huge wings and trying to hug Lu Shi. Xiao Yuan quickly scolded it with a woo-woo-woo sound, and then the two cubs communicated with each other about something. Zhuozhuo took 2 steps back with a look of sudden enlightenment, cleared his throat, and was about to start breathing fire. Lu Shi stopped Zhuozhuo's action with a look of horror, preventing it from spitting out the dragon fire. Although Lu Shi had returned a lot of knowledge to her teacher after graduation, she also knew that open flames should not be lit easily in the mine, because who knows if there would be any flammable gases in it. Even if this place has certain gaming attributes, it cannot be ruled out that there is not enough reality here. Lu Shi does not want to die tragically in another world because of such a ridiculous reason. After briefly explaining the interests involved and looking at the two cubs' confused expressions, Lu Shi sighed, reopened the game map, and prepared to look for the miner Kofu. Suddenly, I saw a blue pattern mark appear next to my character portrait from the corner of my eye. A premonition emerged in Lu Shi's heart. He clicked on the pattern to check and found it was true. Cold. The environment in this area is cold, and the player's actions will be delayed. 1 point of physical strength will be deducted from the player every minute, and double physical strength will be deducted when doing physical labor. Players are requested to wear clothing with cold resistance attributes or carry tools with cold resistance attributes to be exempt from the status debuffs in this environment. After a while, Lu Shi had lost 5 points of physical strength and had 47 points left. After all, she had chopped down quite a few trees before. Either find Khufu within 50 minutes and learn the mining skill, praying that there are no other physically demanding tasks, or go back now, find a way to get clothes with cold resistance properties, and then come back. But think about it. Making clothes definitely requires the skill of tailoring, and Lu Shi seemed to have no choice. Lu Shi opened his backpack to see if there were any items he could use. I have harvested dozens of holly fruits, but have not used them to cook. The main reason is that the ingredients required by the recipe are not enough to cook the dish. Eating one raw can restore 1 point of physical strength. Lu Shi took a look at the basketball-sized ball vegetables and felt that it would take him more than a minute to eat one raw. There were several cassava melons and tomato fruits, and the effect was the same as above, so Lu Shi chose to give up. Several bags of fertilizer, useless. Low-level monster food, useless. Storage box, useless. A low-level toolkit, useless. It can randomly give out 5 frost and dew tree wood, 5 sand and gravel tree wood, or 3 sun and moon tree wood. I wish I could avoid making a trip to the night forest earlier. Basic wood package, useless. Basic maintenance drawings, useless. Ordinary red wine, useless, but it can restore 50 energy points. The effect is not bad. Lu Shi wrote down its use. She had not paid special attention to the things in the backpack before. Generally, there would be no good things given at the beginning of the game. 15 servings of fried French fries are useful. Each serving can increase 50 points of physical strength, which can increase Lu Shi's activity time by 50 minutes. It's pretty good. At least when he doesn't have enough physical strength later, he can eat to replenish it. Premium white bread can increase stamina by 50 points. No, this one is useful. Lu Shi's eyes lit up when he saw the last few lines of words. Special effect. Immunity to negative status. Lasts for 1 hour. This was the first time Lu Shi saw food with special effects. She recalled the origins of these 2 fine white breads. They are the novice gift pack and level 3 rewards. Well, it's not an item that can be obtained regularly. Lu Shi felt a little disappointed. He took out the premium white bread from his backpack and ate it quickly. The premium white bread was more effective than French fries. Lu Shi was not sure if his stomach could support him eating several servings of French fries. Although it was game food, the feeling of fullness after eating it was real. A warm feeling instantly filled Lu Shi's body, and Lu Shi immediately no longer felt any discomfort. Perhaps this immunity to negative status can be used for something else, Lu Shi thought, but her movements were not slow. The immunity to negative status only lasts for 1 hour, so she has to save time. The location of Miner Khufu is in the southwest corner of the underground mine, where there is an underground lake, and Khufu is next to the underground lake. The roads in the mine are of varying widths, so Lu Shi did not let Zhuozhuo carry him forward. Zhuozhuo's control ability is not very good, and this narrow terrain is not suitable for it to perform. Although the dragon's body was strong and it wouldn't get hurt if it hit the wall, Lu Shi was afraid that it would cause the mine to collapse. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Shi saw a figure chiseling stone on the wall. Above his head were 2 big words Khufu, which almost overlapped with the big words fine steel stone displayed on the ore next to it. Khufu was wearing a miner's uniform that looked very thick, and a hat with a miner's lamp on his head. After hearing Lu Shi's call, he stopped hammering the ore. It's you, Miss Lucy. I heard from Roam that you have inherited our Lingyu farm. This is really a good thing. Khufu looks like a young man under 30 years old. He is a bit more muscular than Wuha, and seems to have a very enthusiastic personality. Without waiting for Lu Shi to answer, Khufu continued speaking. Come to think of it, you came to me to learn about mining, right? Lu Shi was silent for a moment, and said perfunctorily, She wondered if any of the NPC residents on the farm remembered that she was a noble lady who inherited the farm. Isn't it a bit absurd to ask a noble lady to work in a restaurant and learn mining? Mining is not an easy thing. Khufu smiled cheerfully. Miss Lucy, you should have brought your tool, the pickaxe. Lu Shi nodded again and took out a pickaxe from the basic tools. Khufu didn't waste any words and pointed to a piece of fine steel stone next to him. Then, Miss Lucy, please mine this fine steel stone. Lu Shi held the pickaxe close to the steel stone, raised it with unstandard movements, and chiseled it hard. Very good. No system notification popped up this time. Lu Shi repeated the operation several times. With a flash of light, a large piece of fine steel stone was unexpectedly shattered into several standard-sized ore blocks. Putting it into the backpack, Lu Shi looked at Kufu. Very good. Miss Lucy, you have learned the mining skill. Kufu congratulated Lu Shi sincerely. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the side mission. Mining and receiving the mission reward 300 experience points. Advanced pickaxe ×1. Mining tool set ×1. However, Miss Lucy, you should still wear appropriate clothing next time you come. In addition, advanced tools will also improve your mining efficiency, Miss Lucy, so you can use advanced tools appropriately. Lu Shi looked up at Kufu in surprise. There was nothing wrong with his expression. He still had that warm and friendly smile on his face. There is a mine shaft to the east of the mine. Miss Lucy can go to the second and third floors of the underground mine through the mine shaft. The environment in the mine becomes worse as you go down. Please be careful. Lu Shi was surprised. To be honest, the things in here were a little beyond her expectations. The effect of which she was least sure was the underground mine safety manual. He took it out and opened it to take a look. It was a single piece of paper the size of a poster, which told Lu Shi that he could stick it on the wall of the mine, and it was specially marked, saying that it was best to stick it at the entrance of the underground mine. However, not sticking it on the wall does not affect Lu Shi's ability to view the content. Lu Shi unfolded the underground mine safety manual, ignoring the opening paragraph introducing underground mines and mining, and soon found the useful parts in it. You can click on various environmental effects to view details. Lu Shi clicked on them one by one. Summary: useful, but only slightly useful. It might be able to allow Lu Shi to safely descend to the second floor of the underground mine, but it would not have much effect on the horrific environment on the third floor of the underground mine. Not to mention the extreme cold and darkness. Just talking about the explosion effect, Lu Shi didn't think that a safety helmet could provide enough defense. Perhaps the best defensive effect is that the body is blown up, but the head is still there. However, there is only one gas mask. If Lu Shi wants to go down, she cannot bring Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhu with her. She is not sure whether Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhu will be poisoned or something. For her, it is just a matter of deducting physical strength, but for Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhu, it may be a matter of deducting health points. After repeated consideration, Lu Shi gave up the idea of completing this side quest right now. While there was still more than half an hour left before he was immune to the negative status, Lu Shi collected all the ores on the first floor of the underground mine. In order to avoid any subsequent material needs, she would have to make another trip, and the less trip the better. Stretching lazily, Lu Shi walked out of the underground mine. In fact, he was not tired at all. The pickaxe was not heavy, and he could collect a whole piece of ore with just a few swings. However, after coming out of the dark mine and seeing the bright sunlight, she couldn't help but stretch her body, like a plant that needed to absorb sunlight. Walking to the nearest teleportation platform, Lu Shi intentionally tried out the function of the platform and pulled Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhu to stand on it together. The teleportation platform panel popped up, and the only activated teleportation points were the 4 in the night forest. Lu Shi chose the one closest to the farm and chose to teleport. Before the teleportation, Lu Shi gave some extra instructions to Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhu, asking them to gather at the previous location if they were not teleported away together. Fortunately, the teleportation platform is used for a range rather than individuals, and Xiaoyuan and Zhuozhu, who were also standing on the teleportation platform, were also teleported to their destination. Lu Shi opened the teleportation platform panel to check. Among the 4 teleportation platforms, the elemental power of the teleportation platform that had just been used changed from 100% to 99%. It consumes 1% of elemental power each time it is used, which is generally appropriate. Anyway, the task of recharging elemental power can be done by Zhuozhu and Xiaoyuan, and Lu Shi does not need to spend money. When walking back to the farm, Lu Shi cleaned up the reds on the game panel, such as daily sign-ins, new player logins, achievement rewards, level rewards, etc. Lu Shi was given a piece of white bread for daily sign-in. Unlike the premium white bread, this white bread had no special effects and could only increase stamina by 100 points. However, it was not bad. The size was only equivalent to 2 large steamed buns that cost $1, so it was not too difficult to eat. When a new member logged in, Lu Shi was given a plaid sofa, which added to the decoration of Lu Shi's house and was pretty good. The achievement reward is still some copper coins, but Lu Shi can now transfer real property to the game panel, so she no longer cares about these copper coins. In addition, the title miner is unlocked, which can reduce physical energy consumption by 1%, which is better than nothing. The level rewards. The moment he saw the reward clearly, Lu Shi suddenly became stunned. The level reward for level 5 is Basic or Packs times 3, Low Level Toolkit times 1. Basic or Pack. After opening, you can randomly obtain Bluestone times 10, Steelstone times 5, and Heavy Iron ore times 5. So, why did she go through so much trouble to complete the side quest? System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully repairing the repair station and learning the craftsman skill. Take out the repair bench maintenance drawings given by Wuha, then take out the required materials and click on the use option that pops up. Lu Shi hadn't done anything yet, but in the blink of an eye, a brand new repair station appeared in front of her, followed by a system notification that the skill had been successfully learned.
Huh.
I haven't done anything yet, but I've learned it all? Lu Shi was confused. After all, when she was learning the carpenter skill, she also clicked on a lot of tools, and when she was learning the mining skill, she even raised the pickaxe and swung it a few times. How come it is so easy to learn the craftsman skill? But simplicity is a good thing. Lu Shi didn't think much about it. After learning the craftsman skills, she could repair the stairs on the second floor. She just happened to have enough materials. This repair took 2 hours. Standing in front of the stairs on the second floor, when Lu Shi chose to repair, the dilapidated stairs did not become reparable all of a sudden. Instead, a large countdown panel popped up, telling Lu Shi how long it would take to complete the repair. There was an hourglass icon in the corner. Lu Shi clicked it and saw that he could buy items to shorten the waiting time. Lu Shi was silent for a while and decided to find the hunter Anos to learn the hunting skill first. There was still more than an hour before lunch. After she learned how to hunt, she would catch some monsters and cook them. It is absolutely impossible to buy props. Hunter Anos's house is in the farthest corner of the farm, near another entrance to the night forest. The house is almost built in the forest. Lu Shi walked through an area of dense vegetation before he saw the hunter Anos's home. It was a wooden house that didn't look too big, but the yard was quite large. The far left corner was filled with monster bones, and next to it were rows of wooden racks on which the fur plucked from many monsters was hung to dry. There is a well on the right side of the yard, and next to the well are many large basins filled with monster furs. There are also some chopping boards with an exaggeratedly large bone knife on them, and a lot of monster meat piled up. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo looked around, and were so frightened that their hair stood on end. After all, this scene was too terrifying for the 2 monster cubs. Lu Shi quickly comforted the 2 of them, and did not let them follow him into the yard. Instead, he prepared to go into the wooden house himself to find the hunter Anos. Xiao Yuan tugged at Lu Shi's clothes worriedly, fearing that Lu Shi would encounter some danger if he went in. Zhuozhuo wanted to rush in to compete. Just as Lu Shi was trying to calm the 2 cubs, a figure suddenly walked out of the wooden house. To be honest, Lu Shi was a little surprised by the appearance of the hunter Anos, as he was completely different from the burly and strong image she had imagined. Anos was very young, probably only 16 or 17 years old, or even less than 18. He was tall but not very strong, and looked much thinner than Yuga and Kufu. He looks very cool and handsome, the kind of beauty that is almost androgynous. Of course, part of the reason is that he is still very young, so young that the gender difference has not yet manifested itself in him. Anos was wearing clothes made of monster fur, with a longbow on his back, a quiver and a scimitar hanging around his waist. He looked so delicate that he looked like a prince of the grassland kingdom rather than a hunter. Lu Shi blinked hard and suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Could this game have a feature to capture characters? A dull roar came from behind Anos. Lu Shi came back to his senses from Anos's face and looked behind him. A huge hound nearly 3 meters tall was following Anos with its head down. It glanced at Lu Shi at the door with a disdainful look, then withdrew its gaze with disdain and looked at Anos again. This giant hound is a bit lean, but judging from the bulging muscles all over its body, it can be seen that it definitely has enough strength and explosive power. The hair is a gray, white, and black pattern that looks irregular and very dirty, as if its bloodline is not pure enough, so it has grown mixed hair. There is a scar on its left eye that runs through half of its face, making it look even more ferocious and terrifying. Lu Shi looked up again and again before he saw the name on the hound's head. Wanzi. Ah, this. Xiao Yuan looked at Wanzi warily and stood in front of Lu Shi, while Zhuozhuo looked like he was ready to rush up and fight at any time. Maru didn't even look at the two of them, but just stood behind Anos like a guardian angel, dedicatedly. Lu Shi had no choice but to walk towards Anos under the protection of the two cubs beside him. Hello, I want to learn the hunting skill. Even if it was just a fixed interactive line, Lu Shi was willing to say a few more words to Anos. Arnos was unwilling to pay any more attention to Lu Shi. He just looked up at Lu Shi and said in a cold but pleasant voice, "Are the hunting tools ready?" Lu Shi quickly opened the basic toolkit. But unfortunately hunting tools were not included. Lu Shi opened the low-level toolkit again, there were no hunting tools in it either. Lu Shi scratched his head and smiled. Where can I get the hunting tools? Go buy it from Wu He, or make it yourself. After Anos answered, he no longer paid attention to Lu Shi and lowered his head to deal with other things. Lu Shi chose to buy it. Who knows what materials are needed to make hunting tools? What if she has to run around collecting materials again? Wu He was still busy, but this time when Lu Shi arrived, he actually stopped what he was doing and looked at Lu Shi. What else do you want to do? I want to buy hunting equipment. In order to avoid people saying that I am not good enough, I have omitted some information about environmental properties. Although this article is very water, this article was inspired by playing the farm game. The main content I want to write is what the scene would be like when real humans complete game tasks. Do you want a bow, an arrow, or a trap? Wu He raised his eyelids and asked. Lu Shi was stunned for a moment. Is there any difference? Bow and arrows, 20 arrows per barrel, need to be replenished after they are used up.
Traps.
There are rope traps, animal traps, and drug traps. Each trap can be used once.
Ah?
Lu Shi was confused. The casual farm game she had played before did not have these contents. Wu He explained a few more sentences impatiently, and Lu Shi finally understood. There are two forms of hunting. One is to kill the prey directly and collect materials from the prey. The other is to catch the prey in a trap. The rope trap is the simplest and cheapest, but it has the property of 50% chance of prey breaking free and will also cause physical strength loss during the struggle. The animal trap cannot be escaped by the prey, but it will still encounter the prey's struggle, which will also cause physical strength loss. The price is a little bit more expensive. The drug trap is the most reliable. There is no risk of the prey escaping and will not struggle, and there is no loss of physical strength. However, it is very expensive, so the choice of using it depends on the value of the prey. Then, let's get one of each. Lu Shi hesitated for a moment. Anos didn't say which specific tool he wanted, and she didn't ask. What a pity. The main reason was that she hadn't expected that hunting had so many details to pay attention to. After handing over the money and receiving the goods, Wu He suddenly looked at Lu Shi and took the initiative to speak. These are the production drawings. Once you learn how to make them, you can make them yourself without having to come to me. Wu He handed over a few drawings. Lu Shi was very surprised to receive the blueprint. She didn't expect Wu He to be so kind and give her the blueprint. System notification. You purchased 4 production drawings from the craftsman Wu He, and 40,000 copper coins have been automatically deducted. Lu Shi's eyes widened. Is this a for sale? However, looking at Wu He, who no longer paid attention to her, Lu Shi could only clench her fists silently. She endured it. Anos, I have prepared the hunting tools. Lu Shi returned to the wooden house with a smile on his face. Even though Anos was just an NPC, what was there to be dissatisfied about when he could see such a handsome boy? Isn't it enough for the two-dimensional paper figures to be pretty?
Follow me.
Anos looked at Lu Shi coldly as he raised the wooden bow and arrow in his hand to show it to him. He said only one sentence and turned away. Wanzi followed closely behind. Lu Shi didn't dare to get too close to Wanzi, for she was afraid that Wanzi would step on her head, so she trotted along beside Anos. The entrance for Anos to enter the night forest is another location, which is not shown on Lu Shi's map, but it can indeed lead to the night forest. Coming in from this entrance, the nearest monster was the Wind Shadow Rabbit. Lu Shi stood in the open space and could not see anything except for the occasional glimpse of its shadow. Anos ignored everything else, picked a spot to stand, set up the longbow behind him, aimed at the open ground, and taught Lu Shi, set up your bow. Oh, Lu Shi quickly followed suit, walked to Anos' side, and set up his slightly simple wooden longbow. And then, after a long time without any further action, Lu Shi couldn't help but turn his head and look at Anos. Then aim and let go. Anos loosened the top bowstring of the longbow in his hand. The bowstring trembled, and the arrow made a sound of breaking through the air.
Clang.
The bow and arrow sank into the stone ground, with a Wind Shadow Rabbit stuck in the middle of the arrow. Maru, the huge hunting dog, took 2 professional steps forward, pulled the arrow with the prey out of the ground with his teeth, and returned to Anos with the prey. Anos retracted his longbow and looked at Lu Shi with a cold expression. The meaning was self-evident. It's your turn. Lu Shi looked confused. Did you teach me anything? But facing Anos's gaze, Lu Shi had no choice but to pull the bowstring and aim like the other party. It must be said that as soon as Lu Shi entered the state, a transparent panel popped up instantly. It is different from the normal operable one. The content displayed on it is a bit like a radar chart, with several dots moving left and right, and a red cross aiming pattern in the middle. When one of the dots moved to the position where the red cross was aiming in the middle, a line of large words suddenly popped up at the bottom. Available. Lu Shi quickly let go of his hand, and the arrow flew straight out. Lu Shi was at a loss, while Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo beside him were shocked. They looked at Lu Shi with admiration, treating him as a genius who could learn anything easily. After all, they couldn't see the system panel. They could only see Lu Shi holding up the longbow, and as soon as he loosened his hand, he shot a Wind Shadow Rabbit, which only had an afterimage and whose movement trajectory could not be seen. It's quite simple. Lu Shi gripped the bow and arrow in her hand. Now she finally understood why there were no hunting tools among the basic tools. Because hunting tools are not tools at all, they are weapons with their own system. Xiao Yuan had just seen Wanzi bring back prey, so she trotted over and brought back Lu Shi's prey. Lu Shi looked at the prey and 2 options popped up: system processing and manual processing. The meaning of manual processing was easy to understand. Lu Shi wanted to see what system processing was, so he chose the first one. The prey disappeared in an instant. At the same time, several more materials appeared in Lu Shi's system backpack: Wind Shadow Rabbit fur ×1, Wind Shadow Rabbit meat ×1, and ordinary monster bone ×1. Lu Shi was slightly stunned. The first 2 materials were normal, but what was this ordinary monster bone? Ordinary monster bone. Basic element material, which contains weak elemental power. Lu Shi suddenly realized that when she unlocked the teleportation platform before, it showed that elemental materials could be used to replenish elemental power. At that time, she didn't know what elemental materials were, but now she roughly understood it. So even without Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo, she can still learn the hunting skill, hunt enough prey, and obtain ordinary monster bones to activate the teleportation platform. As expected, this game still leaves a way out for civilian players besides paying for games. After seeing Lu Shi deal with the prey, Anos said nothing and walked in the next direction. Lu Shi reacted for a moment, only to find that the system notification of successful skill learning did not pop up, which meant that she still had to continue learning with Anos. Now that the hunt is successful, do we need to continue learning? Lu Shi asked curiously. Other skills only need to be made or operated once to be learned. I didn't expect hunting to be like this. Will all prey appear in front of you in the same way? Anos looked at him coldly and rarely spoke so many words. Lu Shi was slightly stunned, as if he had not expected Anos to answer like this. Many times, she felt that the NPCs on the farm were too real, just like real living people, but more often than not, they were so mechanical and rigid, confirming their identity as NPCs time and time again. The second monster they encountered was a King Kong boar. Lu Shi looked at the wooden arrow in his hand, and then looked at the King Kong boar's fur that was full of metallic luster. Is it possible for this thing to break through the defense? Similarly, Anos raised his longbow and shot an arrow. The arrow went directly into the King Kong boar's eyes and went out from the top of his head. After shaking a few times, the King Kong boar fell to the ground. Lu Shi had no choice but to raise his bow and arrow. The system panel emerged and several slightly larger circles appeared on it, representing the positions of several King Kong wild boars. But when the circle and the red cross mark in the middle overlapped, the word attackable popped up, followed by a line of small words. The target's defense capability is too high, and the weapon currently used has low attack power, making it difficult to break the defense. Please aim at the target's weak point and attack. Lu Shi thought about it, adjusted his position, and stood directly in front of the target King Kong boar's route. A small red circle appeared in the middle of the circular pattern on the panel used to mark the King Kong boar. After waiting patiently for a while, when the red cross aiming on the system panel overlapped with the red circle in the middle of the circular pattern, a different line of large red characters popped up. However, the King Kong wild boar still fell down, and this time Xiao Yuan could not drag the prey back. It was Zhua Zhua who stepped forward, grabbed the prey, and flew back. Select system processing, and the following will appear in Lu Shi's backpack. 1 King Kong wild boar skin, 1 King Kong wild boar meat, 1 King Kong wild boar tusk, and 1 ordinary monster bone. The reason why Lu Shi chose system processing was that he felt that he might not be able to process the thick skin of the King Kong boar by himself. Continuing to walk down, Anos' target this time was the red-feathered, white-feathered chicken, the prey that Lu Shi had been thinking about. But this time, Anos did not take out the bow and arrow, but instructed Lu Shi, "Take out your trap and set it up." Lu Shi blinked, but didn't ask why. He obediently took out the trap and said, which one do you want to use? Wu sold her 3 types of traps. Rope trap. Anos looked at Lu Shi and spoke. After Lu Shi picked out the rope trap, he did not ask Anos, but followed the prompts that popped up on it. In fact, the hanging rope trap is just a rope with a large net, which requires Lu Shi to find a tree and tie the rope to the tree. Lu Shi didn't even have to really tie it. He just had to get close to the selected tree and select bind, and the rope would be tied automatically. Then take the big net, walk to the red-feathered, white-feathered chicken's activity route, select lay, and the trap is set. Lu Shi stepped aside, and before she had waited for a few minutes, a red-feathered white chicken stepped on the place where she had set the trap. After choosing lay, the large net automatically merged into the ground and could not be seen from the outside. Oh, the red-feathered, white-feathered chicken screamed as it was hung in the air, flapping its wings and struggling hard. Lu Shi opened his lips slightly, glanced at a tree about 10 meters away from here, then looked at the big net hanging in the air by ropes, and didn't want to say anything. As if he couldn't see this strange scene, Anos walked to Lu Shi and said, "The traps should be set according to the prey. The red-feathered, white-feathered chicken has very little strength, and it is difficult to break free even from the rope trap. Didn't they say there's a 50% chance of breaking free?" Lu Shi retorted subconsciously, and then realized that the person talking to her was not a person, and subconsciously turned around to look at Anos. She thought Anos would ignore her words, but unexpectedly Anos answered. "For the red-feathered, white-feathered chicken, that 50% chance of escaping will never happen, but for the King Kong wild boar, that 50% chance of escaping will definitely happen." After saying that, Anos turned and walked towards his final goal. Lu Shi quickly put the red-feathered, white-feathered chicken into the system backpack. Because it was caught with a trap, the red-feathered, white-feathered chicken in the system backpack was displayed as a living creature instead of being disassembled into materials. Can be raised in a monster breeding shed. While thinking about Anos' words, Lu Shi followed Anos' footsteps. The final prey was sand rats, which hid underground and could not be seen. Only scattered holes on the ground could prove that they were hiding there. What should I use now? Lu Shi was eager to try. She roughly understood what Anos meant. Different traps should be used to deal with different prey. Whatever you want. Anos just stood aside, without any intention of taking any action, and his words were very direct. He just wanted to see what method Lu Shi would choose to deal with the final prey. From simple to difficult, to trap setting, and finally to free play, from Anos, Lu Shi saw the necessary process of learning skills. Lu Shi had some knowledge about sand rats, because for more than a month, he had been relying on sand rat meat to extract oil. During the conversation with Dina, Lu Shi also learned how to deal with sand rats. That is, making noise. Sand rats are very curious monsters. No matter what the sound is, they will curiously come out from the ground to check the situation. Of course, if there is danger, they will hide very quickly, so it is always Hylan who goes to catch the sand rats, because the sand rats are not faster than her. Zhuozhuo, go over there and jump a few times to make a louder noise. Lu Shi thought about it and felt that it would be too troublesome for her to make the noise herself and then raise the bow and arrow to aim at the target. It would be better to ask for help. Zhuozhuo roared and rushed to carry out Lu Shi's order. Lu Shi quickly raised his bow and arrow and aimed at the hole on the ground. Soon, after Zhuozhuo jumped violently a few times, a few sand rat heads emerged from the underground cave and looked around. They seemed to have completely ignored Zhuozhuo, who was so close to them. They slowly crawled out of the cave, moving carefully, as if they were ready to run back at any time. Lu Shi quickly seized the opportunity, aimed the bow and arrow, and released his fingers. A sand shrew fell down. It seemed that the fall of their companions startled the other sand rats, and in almost the blink of an eye, they all crawled back into their underground caves. Lu Shi chose the system to process the prey, and the system backpack contained the following extra items: 1 sand rat fur, 1 sand rat meat, and 1 ordinary monster bone. System notification. Congratulations to the player for learning the hunting skill. The monster breeding function has been opened to the player. Side quest. Raising monsters. Players have learned how to capture monsters with traps. Next, players are asked to capture more than 3 types of monsters and raise them on the farm to gain profits. There are still 2 traps left in the system backpack, which is just enough to catch 2 more prey.
Lu Shi looked at the time.
There are still dozens of minutes until noon, which is enough time. In fact, it doesn't matter if it's a little late. At most, you'll just have lunch a little later. Lu Shi originally wanted to ask Anos for his advice on the next 2 choices of prey, but he didn't expect that as soon as the system notification popped up on Lu Shi's side, he turned around and left without even a word of goodbye. Looking at Anos's ruthless back, Lu Shi had to choose his prey based on his own judgment. Among the 4 monsters in the dark forest, the lowest value given by the system was the Wind Shadow Rabbit, and the highest value was the King Kong Boar. Without hesitation, Lu Shi gave up the Wind Shadow Rabbit as her prey, which was also related to the fact that she had hunted wind shadow rabbits too many times before. Sand rats posed less threat and were less dangerous when struggling, so Lu Shi used a bear trap and placed it directly at the entrance of the cave on the ground. He shouted a few times to make noise, which soon attracted the curious sand rats to come out. The moment one of the sand rats came out, it was caught in the bear trap. Lu Shi used the drug trap to deal with the King Kong Boar. Lu Shi took it out from the system backpack. When he was about to use it, he found that the drug trap could choose the shape such as fruit style or meat style. It was very convenient and flexible to deal with monsters of different flavors. The King Kong Boar is an omnivorous monster, and both forms of drugs are effective on it, so Lu Shi chose the shape of fruit. It looks like a big apple that has been magnified 2 or 3 times. It is extremely bright red and has an attractive fragrance. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo's eyes widened as they stared at the big red apple. If Lu Shi hadn't said that this thing was a drug trap, they would have definitely been unable to resist and acted coquettishly towards Lu Shi, wanting to have a taste of it. Not to mention them. In fact, Lu Shi himself was a little attracted by the fragrance and wanted to take a bite to taste it, but its price prevented Lu Shi from having such a bold idea. There is no specified range for the placement of drug traps, but a reminder is that it is best to place them around the territory of the prey you want to capture. If the placement location is too far away from the territory of the prey you want to capture, there is a great possibility that other prey will be attracted. Lu Shi didn't want to waste such an expensive trap, so he placed it very close to the King Kong wild boars that moved along a fixed route. As soon as he put it on the ground, several King Kong wild boars walked towards the big red apple at the same time. It was not until the nearest King Kong wild boar swallowed it in one gulp that the other King Kong wild boars returned to their positions. The King Kong boar, who had swallowed the big red apple, fell down instantly after not standing for more than 3 seconds. At the same time, a countdown pops up above the body. The remaining time of the drug effect is 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Lu Shi blinked his eyes. He didn't expect that the drug trap actually had a time limit. If no prey was collected for more than a day, the effect of the drug would be lifted. However, this was quite reasonable. He had never heard of any drug that could make people fall asleep for a lifetime. Maybe Sleeping Beauty's drug would work? After successfully collecting the prey, Lu Shi returned to her own residence. She had found time to clean up the vacant land around the house, leaving no weeds. The reclaimed farmland and functional furniture such as the portable kitchen were also rearranged and neatly arranged around the house. As for the areas farther away from the house, Lu Shi has not dealt with them yet, because she has unlocked very few items now, and it is unnecessary and a waste of energy to clear out too much land. The monster breeding shed is considered functional furniture and can be purchased from Wuga, or you can make it yourself. However, the drawings needed for production still need to be purchased from Wuga. Lu Shi was not in a hurry about this matter. Instead, he made lunch first. After eating and drinking, he went back to the house and checked the second-floor stairs that had been repaired. The second floor is very large, with only one separate sewing room. There are not many rooms divided into it, but it is also very shabby. The broken floor seemed to be about to collapse at any time. The walls were covered with spider webs and dust, and the dilapidated windows emitted dim light. Lu Shi had no choice but to take out the basic toolkit he had used before and start cleaning again. It would only take a few minutes anyway. After the entire second floor was renovated, Lu Shi walked into the tailor room to check. There were large wardrobes on 3 walls, but unfortunately, they were empty. Lu Shi could hang her own clothes in there to supplement them, but the only set of clothes she could hang up was the one given to her by the system when she was doing a mission, and it was the one she was wearing now. The clothes produced by the system are definitely more comfortable to wear than the clothes Lu Shi bought from various places, and the styles are also better looking. It is a pastoral-style long skirt, which makes the whole person look a lot gentler. There were several broken shelves with items placed in a messy manner. The most eye-catching thing was a sewing machine on the right, which was obviously not an item from another world. However, the sewing machine was also broken and needed Lu Shi to repair it. Lu Shi came here for this purpose. System prompt. To repair the sewing machine, you need a basic repair blueprint X1, sandstone and treewood X5, and fine steel stone X5. The materials in Lu Shi's system backpack were very complete, so he directly chose repair. This time, there was no repair countdown popping up. With a flash of light, the entire sewing room became different. Even the broken shelves were turned into new ones, and the large wardrobes on 3 walls also looked like they had been refurbished. It seems that this sewing machine is equivalent to the entire sewing room. Miss Lucy, you're so great that you repaired your sewing machine room so quickly. The tailor Daiwu who suddenly appeared on the second floor scared Lu Shi. No one noticed how he appeared here. Lu Shi was no longer able to complain about the speed and manner in which these NPCs appeared. He just looked at Daiwu with a blank face. Yes, I fixed it, so what should I do next? You should try how to make a piece of clothing first. Daiwu didn't notice Lu Shi's expression at all, and said with a relieved smile on his face. However, different materials are needed to make different clothes. You should know this, Miss Lucy. She clenched her fists. This familiar feeling wouldn't make her go collect materials again next time. Now, let's try to make cotton gloves. To make cotton gloves, you need cotton cloth, which can be obtained by planting cloud cotton. Miss Lucy, you can buy cloud cotton seeds from Millie. Dai Wu said the dialogue like an advertisement slogan. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the cloud cotton seeds in the seed store. Before she went to buy the cloud cotton seeds, Dai Wu laughed heartily and said, but planting cloud cotton seeds now would be too time-consuming, so I brought some cotton cloth to help Miss Lucy make cotton gloves. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 10 cotton cloths. Lucy's eyes suddenly became clear, and even Dai Wu seemed to be much more beautiful in her eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. She didn't care whether Dai Wu reacted or not, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay when playing games, as you just need to click on the screen. But it's not possible if a real person has to run through the task process. Not to mention the physical exhaustion, it's also really tiring mentally. Under Dai Wu's guidance, Lucy approached the sewing machine, activated the system panel on it, selected the cotton gloves option, and confirmed the production. The entire sewing machine started moving on its own, without Lucy having to do anything. After a short minute of production time, a pair of white cotton gloves appeared on the table in front of the sewing machine. Lucy picked up the cotton gloves. Before he could read the detailed description, Dai Wu spoke again. These are really a pair of sturdy cotton gloves. If Miss Lucy wears them to work, it will surely be much easier. Lucy looked at Dai Wu with a question mark. She was used to these NPCs trying to arrange work for her, a noble lady, all day long. She looked at the cotton gloves in her hand silently. Cotton gloves, clothing tools, one of the important partners for field work. The material is very strong and not easily damaged. Special effect can reduce a certain amount of physical energy consumption. This thing is actually a tool? She was shocked. At the beginning, Lucy received a basic toolkit, which contained common cleaning tools such as rags, mops, brooms, buckets, as well as basic farming tools such as hoes, axes, and pickaxes. However, hunting tools, which are essentially weapons, and tools such as cotton gloves, which are essentially clothing, are not included. In fact, clothing making also follows the same steps and is not too difficult. Miss Lucy, you have already learned the production method, but if you want to make more clothes, the clothing design drawings are more important. That is the focus of clothing making. Dai Wu ignored Lucy's thoughts and spoke the following lines on his own. I have a lot of clothing design drawings here. If you need them, Miss Lucy, you can come to my store to buy them. Dai Wu made another advertisement. Lucy thought that was the end of it, but unexpectedly, Dai Wu is still talking there. Also, Miss Lucy, you should have noticed that different clothes have different functions. There are many special environments in the spirit farm that require different clothes. You can pay attention to collecting those special materials for making clothes. Lucy just watched Dai Wu's performance. Finally, Dai Wu stopped and looked outside. It's getting late. I should go back. If you have any questions about clothing making, Miss Lucy, you can come to me. Lucy watched Dai Wu walk downstairs. Just when she thought it was over, Dai Wu suddenly stopped and looked back. There is one more thing, Miss Lucy. System notification. Congratulations to the player for learning the tailoring skill. Basic clothing production has been unlocked for the player. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the main mission to Skill Learning 1 and receiving the mission reward 1,000 experience points, 1,000 copper coins. Mailbox X1. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 6. System prompt. Player level upgraded to level 7. After receiving a series of system notifications, Lucy was sure that Dai Wu had really left this time. This time Lucy learned her lesson. In order to avoid any material gaps in later tasks, she collected the upgraded level rewards first. Level 6 Normal Monster Breeding Shed Small ×1. Normal Monster Breeding Shed Large ×1. Level 7 Clothing Material Pack X3, Ordinary Monster Feed X5. How should I put it? Lucy felt lucky that he had received the level reward first. Monster breeding sheds are divided into 4 levels. ordinary, low-level, intermediate, and advanced, corresponding to monsters of different levels. She could actually understand ordinary monsters and low-level monsters, but she was really overwhelmed by the monster breeding sheds containing the two intermediate and high-level monsters. Intermediate-level monsters are capable of destroying a city. One the size of a spirit farm can be destroyed by more than 10. As for high-level monsters, they were even more exaggerated. They were capable of destroying a country, and their size was usually hundreds of meters. How could Shi afford to feed such a large monster on his farm? In addition to the level classification, there were also differences in the size of the monsters and the difference between large and small monster breeding sheds. For example, ordinary monsters under 1 meter in height, such as wind shadow rabbits, sand rats, red-feathered, white-feathered chickens, etc., can be placed in small ordinary monster breeding sheds, while ordinary monsters over 1 meter in height, such as King Kong wild boars, must be placed in large ordinary monster breeding sheds. Shi was very happy and hurriedly took the 2 monster breeding sheds downstairs, ready to put the monsters in the system backpack and to raise. She had already checked and found that after raising red-feathered, white-feathered chickens, she could obtain eggs regularly. However, it is necessary to distinguish between male and female red-feathered, white-feathered chickens. After raising female red-feathered, white-feathered chickens, you can obtain the following materials: egg times 1/hour, ordinary feathers times 2/hour, and chicken manure, one of the fertilizer materials, 1 piece/day. After raising a male red-feathered, white-feathered chicken, you can obtain the following materials: exquisite tail feather times 1/day, ordinary feather times 2/hour, and chicken manure, one of the fertilizer materials, 1 piece/day. Eggs are an important ingredient for making dishes, while exquisite tail feathers are rare materials for making clothes and are very useful. In comparison, the materials that can be obtained every day after raising the King Kong boar: wild boar meat times 1/day, wild boar teeth times 1/day, and feces, one of the fertilizer materials, 1 piece/day, seem to be quite useless. Although wild boar meat is also one of the ingredients for making dishes. But how on earth do you manage to get a piece of meat every day? And a tooth falls out every day. However, Shi thinks that the 5% chance of female King Kong boars giving birth to King Kong boar cubs after being raised is very good. If she is lucky, she may be able to renew the King Kong boars indefinitely. The breeding value of sand hamsters is also very low. The materials obtained are only sand hamster meat times 1/day, 1 roll of sand hamster hair/day, 1 piece of feces, one of the fertilizer materials /day, and nutrient soil block times 1/day. Shi looked at the last item. As expected, no matter what kind of monster it is, it must have its own value. Shi suddenly became interested in the wind shadow rabbit, which she had never caught before. She wondered what kind of products the wind shadow rabbit would produce after being raised. But now she had returned from the dark night forest where she had been busy for half a day. She didn't want to go there again for the time being, so she put the matter of catching the wind shadow rabbits on the back burner. She would just catch 2 when she went to the dark night forest to collect materials. After completing main task, learn skill 1, the second main task did not pop up immediately, so at this time, there were only some daily tasks and side tasks on Shi's task panel. Probably, the new main quest will only appear after Shi completes some side quests or triggers some key conditions. After harvesting the fruits from the fields and planting new seeds, Shi came to the portable kitchen and prepared to cook. Suddenly, he remembered that the kitchen on the first floor had not been officially repaired yet, so he hurried in to repair the kitchen in the house and made dozens of French fries by the way. Although other dishes can be made at this time, the ingredients are not sufficient, so only 2 or 3 dishes can be made. It is more cost-effective to make French fries. The repaired kitchen has one more advantage over the portable kitchen, which is that you can store cooking ingredients in it to avoid taking up the system backpack. The item storage box also has the same effect. It is a road with system storage grids. When placed in your own house, it can activate a system warehouse connected to the system backpack. Some infrequently used items can be placed in the warehouse. It is not troublesome to take out or put things away. The only problem is that these storage boxes take up a lot of space, and one storage box can only provide 50 grids of storage space. The remaining unfinished side quests are side quest, visiting farm residents, side quest, house repair, and side quest, raising monsters. The task of residential maintenance cannot be completed in a short period of time because the maintenance content includes the basement and the side room on the first floor that Lu Shi cannot unlock temporarily, and even the uncleaned yard in the distance. As for the task of raising monsters, it takes a day to wait because it can only be completed after obtaining the materials produced by raising monsters. After all, the output of King Kong wild boars and sand rats is on a daily basis, and Lu Shi has no way to harvest them now. Lu Shi placed 2 basic monster breeding sheds on an open space on the left side of the house, one large and one small, side by side. The appearance of the breeding sheds did not look much different from those Lu Shi had seen on Earth. A wooden house built for monsters, with a half-man-high fence surrounded by wood. The monsters that were captured and raised were moving around in circles inside, looking docile and honest. Even if monsters of different kinds lived in the same breeding shed, there would be no problem. A fence that can't even trap chickens on Earth can keep these dangerous monsters inside. I have to say that this game system has some interesting features. After looking around, the only task Lu Shi could do was visit farm residents. There are more than 20 residents in Lingyu Farm, but Lu Shi did not count the exact number. He just knew a rough estimate. The residents who have been visited so far include the person in charge Roam, the carpenter Kent, Mrs. Millie from the florist shop, the little girl Ling, the craftsman Wu He, the tailor Dai Wu, the restaurant owner Kailina, the chef Roman, and the hunter Anos. Lu Shi didn't know much about the remaining residents and couldn't tell who came first and who came later, so he decided to go out and walk along the farmer's road, visiting whoever's house he came across. Xiaoyuan and Shuozhua were left at home by Lu Shi. With them following Lu Shi all the time, it was not very convenient for Lu Shi to do things. Instead, he had to pay attention to them from time to time. Anyway, Lingyu Farm is not very big. If anything happens, Lu Shi can just shout and they will be able to hear it and arrive in less than a minute. The house closest to Lu Shi's residence was the home of the person in charge, Luo Weem. Lu Shi looked into the yard from the door, but didn't see Luo Weem, so he walked towards the next house. The second house was somewhat unique and covered a very large area. Lu Shi had not paid close attention to it before, but after observation, he discovered that this was actually a temple. There is a fountain in the middle of the wide courtyard. The water flowing in it is not rushing, but slow and gentle. There are pipes made of bamboo around it, which are erected high. As long as they are lowered, they can receive the water flowing out of the fountain. There is a small house on the left side of the yard which looks like a living room. As for the building in the middle, it is a stone church with its door open. This not too tall church was built with gray stones. It seemed to have withstood too much wind and rain, and looked very heavy and solemn. Lu Shi inexplicably became serious and stepped inside. The area of the church is not too large. There is a high platform in the middle, and behind it are 4 stone shelves, on which are placed 4 transparent crystals of different colors. There are chairs on both sides that can accommodate no more than 30 people. There is a door on each side of the platform. One of them should be the so-called confessional room. I don't know what the other door is used for. Next to the platform stood an elderly woman with a very kind face. She was wearing a robe unique to clergymen and leaning on a tall staff that was nearly 2 meters long and had a crystal ball on the top. Her hunched body made her look only half the height of the staff. Favrin, it seemed that even this name was emitting a warm, white light. "Miss Lucy, what brings you here?" Before Lu Shi could make any move, the old lady Faflin turned around and walked towards Lu Shi slowly. Lu Shi was stunned for a moment. The side quest only asked her to visit these residents and did not emphasize other contents, so she didn't know what she should answer. Looking at the kind and gentle old lady in front of him, smiling and waiting for his answer, Lu Shi thought for a moment and answered, "I just arrived here and haven't met everyone yet. I came here to visit the residents who live here." Old Lady Faflin smiled and nodded when she heard this. "Is that so? Then, Miss Lucy, would you like to take a look around here?" She looked different from other NPC residents, and Lu Shi could hardly sense any NPC qualities from her. She was like a real elder, taking Lu Shi to understand this small church. This is the place to talk to God. Miss Lucy, if you have any worries or things you can't decide, you can come here to pray to God. Or you can just chat with God. Old Lady Faflin walked slowly among these old seats. Lu Shi looked at those dilapidated traces and could imagine how many people had sat here devoutly and prayed to their so-called God. Lu Shi doesn't believe in God. This is probably because she comes from Earth and there are no gods on Earth. Compared with false beliefs, the people of that country believe more in the power in their own hands. Faith in God cannot bring food, but labor can. Faith in God cannot cure illness, but doctors can. Faith in God cannot control crime, but the law can. But Lu Shi suddenly remembered in a trance that there are gods in this strange world. Maybe the world created by God is fake, but the elemental contract bestowed by God is real. So Lu Shi did not refute what old Lady Fafulin said, but only responded occasionally. Is it possible to chat with God? Lu Shi was curious. She had only heard that one should respect God, but had never heard that one could chat with God when one had nothing to do. Of course, God is merciful and lonely. He likes to listen to people's words, just like listening to a story. Old woman Faflin smiled. It seemed that in her eyes, God was not such an ethereal existence, but a friendly life who was curious about the human world. Lu Shi really didn't know what to say to God. Should he ask God if there was any way to send him back to Earth? Could God do it? What is this? Lu Shi looked at the 4 stone racks on the platform that seemed to be acting as a background. In fact, they were more conspicuous. Almost everyone who came and looked at them first. That is the symbol of God. Old Lady Faflin replied softly, God is an existence that humans cannot understand. Humans cannot see his image, so they can only use patterns of 4 elemental attributes put together to represent the existence of God. So when we pray, we are actually praying to them? Can God really hear us? Lu Shi was curious. Since you are curious, why don't you try it yourself? Old Mrs. Faflin laughed, her expression still gentle and amiable, and it looked like a good-natured joke. Side quest. Prayer. You are very curious about the existence of God and do not believe that God is real. Faflin suggests that you pray to God to determine whether God exists. Please give it a try. If the content of the prayer is too exaggerated and exceeds the player's own tolerance, unexpected things will happen, such as knowledge that the player himself cannot understand, etc. Task reward: 100 experience points, depending on the content of the prayer. Lu Shi paused for a moment and looked at the prompt behind the task with confusion. So when she prayed, did she not have to ask for the answers to the difficult math problems on Earth? This didn't seem like something she could understand. There is a saying that goes, everything in the world can deceive you, but mathematics cannot. If mathematics cannot deceive you, it cannot deceive you. Lu Shi didn't dare to ask whether he could go back to Earth. This question seemed more difficult to answer than a difficult math problem. After thinking about it, Lu Shi decided to make some realistic prayers, such as asking God to send her some task materials or something. She really didn't want to run around collecting materials. Lu Shi closed her eyes and thought about many things in her mind, but slowly, she found that her thoughts had calmed down, and in the end only one clearer idea remained. I want wild boar meat for cooking, I want sun and moon tree wood for furniture making, I want lapis lazuli for house repair, I want cotton cloth for clothes making. Lu Shi thought about it and added, I want lots of it. Lu Shi quietly opened one eye and did not see any changes. She looked at old Lady Fafulin with a little confusion. Before she could say anything, there was a sudden flash of light on the platform, and 4 neatly stacked items appeared side by side. Lu Shi slowly opened her mouth, and what appeared before her were the wild boar meat, sun and moon tree wood, lapis lazuli, and cotton cloth that she had prayed for. Lu Shi didn't know what to say. Should we say this is the power of God, or the power of the game system? Old Granny Faflin didn't look surprised. She just smiled and said, It seems that God heard your prayers, Miss Lucy, and sent you these gifts. In the future, Miss Lucy, You can come here to pray often. God will definitely like you very much. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest. Prayer and obtaining the quest reward 100 experience points. Wild boar meat times 20, sun and moon tree wood times 20, lapis lazuli times 20, cotton cloth times 20. System notification. Congratulations to the player for completely unlocking the prayer function in the church. You can pray once a day and get rewards depending on the difficulty of the prayer content. If the prayer content is too difficult, you may fail. When the prayer content exceeds the player's own tolerance, unpredictable things will happen. Greedy desires will drag people into the abyss of sin. Restraining desires is a virtue of mankind. Old Lady Favlin recited a line that seemed to be some famous saying, and then looked at Lucy again. Miss Lucy, my granddaughter is in the back room. You might want to meet her. Lucy recovered from the shock of God, nodded absent-mindedly, and led Lucy to one of the rooms behind the platform. The door was gently pushed open, and the golden afternoon sun filled the entire room. The wooden bookshelves filled with books gave off a unique fragrance, like the smell of knowledge. This turned out to be a library. Lucy was slightly surprised. In the middle, at a large desk that could accommodate more than a dozen people to read at the same time, sat an extremely beautiful young girl. She was wearing a dress that was probably that of a church clergyman. The white dress was only decorated with a golden belt, without too many accessories. She exuded a pure and bright temperament, and her long golden hair was as brilliant as the sun, which made her look like she was not a mortal living in the world. She held the ancient book full of traces of time in her hands. When she turned the pages, it seemed as if the sunshine and breeze were also appreciating the content. Lucy stared in a daze for a long time before he finally paid some attention and looked at the top of the young girl's head. Della, so, when will this game be able to release the feature of capturing characters? Lucy couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. For a game to have such beautiful characters, but not to have the feature of capturing characters, this was simply an unforgivable sin. As for Della being a female character, Old Lady Faflin returned to her original position and prayed devoutly to God. Lucy understood that the mission to visit Old Lady Faflin had been completed, and the daily prayer function should be the mission reward she gave to Lucy. Walking into this library, which was not very big, Lucy did not rush to meet Della. Instead, he walked around the bookshelves and took out a few books to read. Unexpectedly, or not so unexpectedly, the books here are actually real and can be opened and read. Lucy looked at a book of history of the Holy See that he had randomly picked up and was slightly attracted by the content because it actually described in great detail the story of Lophes, the first pope who founded the Holy See. None of the storybooks that Lucy had read mentioned why God only gave humans 4 elemental contracts: earth, water, fire, and wind, while Lophes was able to gain the recognition of the element of light. The inside story is described in detail here. In fact, it was Lophes who initially gained the recognition of the wind element, and she followed the other 4 people to work hard to save mankind. But the wind brought her too many cries of pain. The earth was heavy, but it could not save those dying humans. The water was fast, but it could not wash away the pain of humans. The flames were hot, but they could not heal the wounds on the body. And the wind can't even stay still. So Lophes went to pray to God again. She gave up the favor of the wind element and exchanged it for the mercy of the light element. Warm light can dispel the coldness in the night. It can also dispel the darkness and haze in people's hearts. Warm light, when it shines on human beings, they will gain infinite courage. Even illnesses and pains will give way to it, and wounds will heal. Thus, the Holy See came into being. They believed devoutly in God, and also in light. Miss Lucy, do you like reading too? Lucy, who was watching with some fascination, looked up when he heard the voice and found that Della had walked to his side without him knowing when, and it seemed that even the sunlight was brought by her. I just want to understand this world better. Lucy shook her head. Although she would read some books occasionally, she couldn't say that she liked them very much. At least, she has more things to do than reading. There are many books here. You can come here to read any time. Della smiled gently. Words cannot record everything about this world, but we can certainly learn more about the world from words. Lu Shi looked down at Della's eyes. Della had a pair of extremely beautiful golden pupils, but her gaze never seemed to fall on Lu Shi, even though she was talking to and looking at Lu Shi. She seemed to be looking at the world gently from the books and from Lu Shi. In this not-so-big library, she seemed to have seen what the world looked like. Lu Shi was unable to communicate with Della for too long. Although Della would respond gently to whatever she said, when she looked at Della, she felt reluctant to disturb her. Della is really a character that is too pure, just like the dress she wears, pure white without being stained by worldly dust, and emitting a golden glow like the sun. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the Scene Library. You can read, borrow, and use the books in it. After Lu Shi left the library, a system notification popped up, as if even the system notification didn't want to interrupt the conversation between Lu Shi and Della. Lu Shi didn't quite understand the system notification. She knew what reading and borrowing meant, but what was this use? Could the books in it have built-in horns? Throw them out as weapons to kill enemies? Or tie them up with chains and use them as meteor hammers? With doubts, Lu Shi walked to the next house, which was quite far away from the church, and not far away was the wooden house of the hunter Anos. Lu Shi had passed by here once before, but he couldn't quite make out what this place was used for. He could only see huge wooden houses one after another in the yard. A dozen wooden buildings of different heights and sizes are built around the house in the middle. From the outside, it is impossible to tell what is inside. Lu Shi walked in from a narrow path left by the wooden houses on both sides. Occasionally, he could hear some collision sounds inside the wooden houses, which brought a bit of a terrifying feeling. When they reached the house in the middle where people lived, Lu Shi saw a row of huge feed basins in front of the house. A man in work clothes was stirring them with great effort. The name Mayal appeared above his head. Lu Shi was at a loss. Mayor noticed Lu Shi first, but he did not come forward to say hello. Instead, he greeted him casually in a very friendly manner. Good afternoon, Miss Lucy. It's a rare good day today. Even my babies have a good appetite. Facing this young-looking man, Lu Shi paused for a moment before walking over and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm preparing dinner for my babies. They are really big eaters. But they need to eat more to grow stronger," Mayor laughed. Lu Shi didn't understand what the baby he was referring to, so she could only watch Mayor's actions from the side. Fortunately, Mayor did not waste time. When Lu Shi came over, he had completed the final step and picked up the large feed bowl with a diameter of 1 meter. Lu Shi watched Mayor kick open the door of a wooden house, revealing a low-level monster over 3 meters tall inside. It looked like some kind of deer, and its white fur reflected the light under the light inside the house. However, the wooden door was not opened at a wide angle, just enough for Mayor to walk in and put down the feed bowl. Lu Shi could only see a little bit of what was inside, not even enough to see the whole picture of the deer. Lu Shi was even more confused. As for getting closer to observe carefully, she was not such a reckless person, although she was not very rational either. Mayor came out and closed the door of the cabin again. Only then did Lu Shi dare to walk over and ask, "What's this?" "Platinum elk, one of my favorite babies." Mayor's tone was full of pride. Lu Shi's pupils widened. She had heard from Dina that the platinum elk was a low-level monster commonly raised by nobles as a means of transportation. Its personality was not very good, but its appearance was really beautiful. Mayor actually raised a platinum elk in his own home. No. Lu Shi suddenly came to his senses and looked around at the tall and short wooden houses. Could they be filled with low-level monsters raised by Mayal? No way. "May I ask what your occupation is?" Lu Shi couldn't help but use a respectful tone. I'm just a pet keeper." Mayor laughed and scratched his head. "By the way, Miss Lucy, do you want to raise a pet too? I have many kinds of pets here. You can buy them all. Whether it's for transportation, picking up crops, or even going to the forest to collect items, we can help do it." Mayor recommended it to Lu Shi with great enthusiasm. Lu Shi waved his hands repeatedly to refuse. "That's not necessary. I already have 2 magical pets."
Ah?
Mayor suddenly paused, and his hearty laughter stopped. The momentary silence seemed a little weird. Lu Shi unconsciously took a step back. Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo's names were already on his lips, and he was about to call them out. However, Mayor did not do anything. He just looked puzzled, and his reactions seemed to be slow. He spoke very slowly. You already have a magical pet. Ah, you already have a familiar. Mayor's speech speed returned to normal, and a smile and laughter reappeared on his face. He seemed to have suddenly realized something, so that's how it is. Do you need a familiar contract? The magic pet contract is also a type of elemental contract, but it is different from the common master pet contract in some works. It does not have the ability to live and die together, will not bind each other's lives, and there will be no situation where the master is injured and the pet replaces him. The main function of a pet contract is to allow the owner to find out which pet is the one he has contracted for nobles. They really can't tell the difference between their pets raised by servants and other people's pets, especially after a party, when there are a lot of pets parked in front of the manor. Another function is to increase the spiritual connection between the two parties, allowing the other party to better understand what they mean. Some low-level monsters have low IQs and may not understand those commands. Of course, there are definitely benefits. For example, before, Lu Shi entered Kova village alone, and Xiao Yuan could only wait for her outside. After signing the magic pet contract, Lu Shi and Xiao Yuan can sense each other's position and direction, and there will be no situation where they can't find each other. For example, at this moment, when Lu Shi sensed danger, she didn't need to yell, but just had enough sense of crisis to be sensed by the magical pet that had signed the magical pet contract. Then let's have two. Lu Shi did not hesitate. In fact, ever since she knew about the existence of magic pet contracts, she had always wanted to get one. But the problem is this thing sounds ordinary, but it is not common. How can a contract that can be used on low-level monsters be an ordinary item? Although it can be bought at the auction house, Lu Shi doesn't dare to take Zhuozhuo with him to sign a magic pet contract. Zhuozhuo doesn't have it, and Lu Shi can't just get one for Xiao Yuan. When raising two magical pets, you must pay attention to fairness and not be too biased towards one of them, otherwise there will be trouble later. 2 gold coins.
Mayor smiled naively.
For a noble lady who could only earn tens of thousands of copper coins a day, this was a slightly expensive price. She would need to save up for at least 10 days. But Lu Shi was different. She was wealthy enough to choose to pay. She had thousands of gold coins in her bag anyway. The magic pet contract was in the form of 2 parchment scrolls. No one knew where Mayor got them from, but Lu Shi took them. Just as she expected, to sign the magic pet contract obtained in the Lingyu farm, Lu Shi only needed to select the corresponding magic pet on the pop-up panel and click OK. There is no need to draw complicated elemental arrays or collect blood. Instead of binding Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo directly, Lu Shi felt that it would be better to wait until he returned and confirmed Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo's ideas and opinions. In case they didn't want to sign the magic pet contract, Lu Shi would not force them. She not only treats Xiao Yuan and Zhuozhuo as pets, but also as her own family. System notification. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the magic pet system. You can view the magic pet's attributes after binding the magic pet contract. After seeing the system notification, Lu Shi knew that his mission to visit Mayor was completed. After hesitating for a while, Lu Shi said goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, Miss Lucy. Mayor smiled, and his previous slow look was no longer visible. After Lu Shi walked a few steps, Mayor suddenly called out to Lu Shi, "By the way, Miss Lucy, do you like your magical pet?" "I like them very much." Lu Shi turned around and answered seriously, "That's good."
Mayor smiled happily.
He took out another large feeding bowl and began to stir the next portion of food for his pet. Lu Shi watched Mayor's actions and left his home. Lu Shi felt a little uneasy about Mayor's recent changes. In fact, this feeling had been there since she arrived at the farm, but she had suppressed it forcibly. But what had just happened made Lu Shi unable to deceive herself any longer. In the 2 months since she arrived at the farm, some changes had indeed taken place that she was unaware of. As it grew darker, Lu Shi no longer had the idea of continuing to visit other residents. Looking back at the road she came from, Lu Shi didn't want to go back just like that. Her thoughts were in a mess, and she needed some time to think quietly. Lu Shi walked towards another road and decided to go around the farm and return from the other side. The light of the setting sun sprinkled on the blue stone road, and Lu Shi felt as if he was walking on a country road on earth. The surroundings were very quiet, without any other sounds, and Lu Shi was enjoying the tranquility very much. Lu Shi passed by the small river on the edge of the farm and saw a figure sitting on a mat fishing. The man was very old, his hair was gray, and his waist was no longer straight, but he looked very comfortable. It was unclear whether the old man was looking at the setting sun or the water in the distance. He seemed very relaxed and contented, and that emotion easily infected Lu Shi. Lu Shi had no intention of going forward to say hello. He just stood behind the other person, at a distance, quietly looking at him and the name above his head. Daylight Lu Shi didn't know what he was looking at or what he wanted to see. Maybe I just want to watch the sunset slowly until the sunlight can no longer be seen, or maybe I just want to see when the empty bucket next to the old man can be filled with the first fish. Young man, what are you thinking about? After an unknown amount of time, Lu Shi suddenly heard the question. Dorage did not look back at Lu Shi, but the voice was clearly heard behind him. Lu Shi was wondering whether the residents of this farm were humans or NPCs, and what was the difference between humans and NPCs? Was she a human or an NPC in the eyes of others? But Lu Shi did not say any of these things. She smiled and replied to Dolig, I was wondering when you can catch a fish. Ha 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 ha, Dolig laughed and finally turned around to look at Lu Shi, who looked like a very friendly old man with white hair, who said that fishing must catch fish. Isn't it enough to just sit here and see this beautiful scenery? Lu Shi thought about it and decided that the Air Force was the Air Force, and there was no need to speak so confidently.